Welcome back, everybody. We're here. The road to the international begins right now. Lyrical and Trent going to be bringing you this action. Trent, on this fine morning, how you doing, sir?
I'm so ready. I'm so excited. It kind of just hit me like last week. I don't know. It's just I started looking at the teams for TI, just like going through every team and thinking about like what their year has been like and how far everyone's come. And it's just now they're all there. They're all in Seattle doing their thing. We're gonna join them in a little while, but until then, we get to have a nice, relaxing view of this group stage with you fine folks here. This road to TI, you're in the car right now, guys. You're with us, my fine folks. Yeah, there's no delay here. So make sure you're shouting all the draft suggestions with your superior reasoning as to why this will be happening. Thank you.
See, I would just thought when you said here in the car that you were just trying to show off your lovely Canadian accent. You know, over on the mainframe there, they got two Australians and then the brilliance coming out from Lizard's accent as well. But over here, it's just the old American and Canadian doing some car talk or whatever it is that you say out there.
You can all fit in my minivan. That'd be great.
I like that. Well, we got a great series of games for you today, but first we can take a look at the groups as they stand across the board. And Trent sits on some lovely tea. These are the standings. A lot of numbers are going to start throwing into all of these. These are for the groups. We've got Spirit EG. The one that we're going to be taking a look at is going to, of course, be this Group A today, where we're starting out with the EG versus Entity match, and then a whole lot more Dota to come soon after that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got 5 streams going simultaneously with best of 2s across the way. These first 2 days are just absolute insanity.
And I'm going to have you fine folks use your powers of deduction here and try and figure out, now, why does that last slot in each group look a little darker?
Oh,
maybe a little more menacing. Well, we're going to be doing this for a couple days here, and after 2 days, we're sending 4 teams home. That's it. Yeah. You got 2 days of Dota at the international here, and you could be out. That's vicious.
I mean, I think that it's one of those things where it's like, it feels really rough to send 4 teams home. We also keep in mind that TI has expanded over the years. This is what it used to be back in the day, except instead of it being 4 teams, it was 2 teams eliminated, that brought us down to that 16 across the board. So we're still bringing more teams to TI as a whole, only to crush their dreams further. It's a little bit brutal, to be honest, but I like it.
The wild card round, we used to bring extra teams and a couple would make it in. It's like a half exciting story. Now we just invite them all and crush them quickly. So, it's good.
Well, and I mean, the other big thing about this is that it comes down to anybody. If you come in with the wrong ideas about what this patch is, about what's going on, it can all fall apart. We can take a look at our not our standings, but our playoff schedule. Not my playoff schedule, but the schedule for the rest of the day. Just all over the place here, Trent. But it's going to be a whole heck of a lot of Dota 2. 5 best of 2s, starting EG, Entity, Liquid, Azure Ray, Liquid, BetBoom Team. We got EG, SMG, and then Azure Ray again facing off against Thunder. I mean, there's a lot on the line here, and double EG, double Liquid, double Azure Ray, a couple other squads thrown in there.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Of course, then there's 5 streams of this, which is just absurd. So make sure you got your multi streams, your multi monitors happening right now. My favorite part of all these big tournaments, whether it's like to the majors or now here at TI, is when that first draft screen pops up, because like all the matches try and start on the same minute if we can. Just for, competitive, that's what we do. And you get to see everyone start their draft right at the start of the day before some teams have long games and short games. And then we get to see let's see, if there's 5 streams, and then that means that there's going to be 5 games happening at the same time, which means there can be up to 5 Treant protectors on the screen at once. And that's pretty exciting.
No, it absolutely is. And I think that there are a couple of heroes that definitely stand out now. We did get that little patch, which... I mean, hopefully we'll have stopped the PA shenanigans a little bit.
She's gone. She's out.
Okay. Well, thank goodness for that, because I couldn't take it anymore. It was going to be too much. That Nature's Prophet just like, I'm going to sprout you, and then I'm just going to poke you over and over again. It just felt bad to be alive.
Yeah.
But now it's good again to be alive.
Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Treant Protector because he actually had a bug fix during the nerf that seems to have equalized to the point where it doesn't matter. He's still at essentially the exact same win rate, especially at the highest tier of pubs. He's still sitting at around 58%, despite being the most picked hero after Vengeful Spirit. Sorry. It's the second most picked hero.
I mean, I think that is a hero that, and again, this is the big question mark, right? Is like, are these going to be first phase banned? Is it worth it to throw that onto a support this early? I remember a lot of tournaments where supports were like the most picked early on, and then by the end, they're completely gone from the whole rest of the tournament because people realize that these more impact, like heroes that change the way a game is played can be more important than like a laning stage dominator. So we'll see. There's a lot still to be unfolded over this nice little road to TI that we got going.
Yeah, there's been the players are cooking in the pubs right now. They're trying to find out who is going to replace Phantom Assassin, who are going to be these new heroes, these fun carries that we're going to see. I feel like carry is kind of exciting coming to TI in terms of the options that are available. I think Chaos Knight is definitely the one who has risen the most with his recent buffs. He's looking very scary. You got the possibility of flexing him to the off lane. I'm certainly expecting to see that. We got Terrorblade and Naga Siren Stonks are down. They're not looking as good. I mean, they're still fine. Like, there's still going to be good Naga Siren games, good Terrorblade games. They are very dependable in certain situations. But with them going down, PL is just rising and rising and rising. And he's starting to look equal or perhaps even better than those two heroes right now, which is kind of surprising considering the state he was in right at the start at 7.34, where he was considered like dumpster after the changes to somehow the items interacted with illusions. So it's going to be good.
Well, and my boy Darkseer has fallen off a cliff a little bit, sadly. But hopefully we'll still get one or two good games of him throughout this tournament. We'll have to see how it goes as we get ready to hop into this, our very first draft of the road to TI. Teams are in Seattle. We're ready to get underway as the pins and picks are already starting. Primal Beast and Phoenix taken out of the pool. I mean, this is the other thing to me that I've seen a lot of is these like mega tanky heart-building blade mail heroes, and Phoenix feels like it fits perfectly as a complement to those types of heroes.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting it that early for the band, so maybe they've got some specific stuff in mind here as well in terms of the heroes they're after right now. But I mean, yeah, just Supercell. Plus, I believe Whisper plays at 3, so that could also be reasoning, right? You won't have to deal with that. I'm expecting to see this a lot. If you're not first pick, I'm definitely banning Tree. I think first pick wants Tree, other team doesn't want to deal with it, so let's get rid of that. We didn't talk about Kunkka yet too much, though. No. He is majorly on the rise in pubs right now, despite the nerfs to Blade Mail, and then the nerfs to Heart, too, which he doesn't rely on as much as some of these other heroes like Primal Beast. They weren't super substantial nerfs. Definitely expecting to see a lot of Kunkka still.
Trent, you know what I just realized?
What's that?
We have completely failed the audience here because everybody that's watching right now hasn't watched TI since last Dota TI, right? They haven't watched any Dota.
I forgot.
Welcome. There's a bunch of changes to the draft now. 4 bans on one side, 2 on the other. EG is a bunch of South American players. Entity picked up Gabby. You didn't miss anything, though. It's all going great.
It's all the same. It's fine. It's all totally normal here. Well, at least they know that Pangalier's broken, despite him being nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. I'm sure you guys still remember that this hero was very frustrating to play against. So we're just going to get rid of that. Terrifyingly, Invoker still seems pretty strong, and this is Entity. A lot of teams do tend to ban Invoker in the first phase because they don't want to deal with Stormstormer's Invoker. It's one of his best heroes. And currently, Invoker is also quite viable as a support. So you can get mixed up a little bit here during the draft, especially when they have the last overall pick like Entity do now.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that coming out. And I mean, it's just a hero that I feel like you play your comfort here on these first couple of days, play your style of Dota. Earthspirit is another one that I can't blame them for wanting to take out. But EG, they're going to snatch the Invoker away themselves.
Nicely done. Okay, so I mean, they figured that Entity are going to leave it in. They see that Pangalier's banned out, and they're just like, all right, let's take it. Let's grab ourselves this Invoker right now. And Entity, perhaps knowing this was coming, oh, there he is. This is the guy we've been scared about here.
Yeah, this is, and I could very easily see this being a Gabby pick, you know?
Oh, easily, yeah.
I think that it fits his style of play, you know, coming from that carry role a while ago, and then also occasionally just carrying his team. Gabby has been a standout performer here in these ones. We'll see if he does end up picking that out or if it's going to be a Watson hero.
I can confirm that he did win a game 11 hours ago as Offlane Chaos Knight. So there you go. Although no one else from Entity was... Oh, Watson was in. Okay, all right. So he's playing with Watson. All right, nice. Okay. That's quite the stack. Oh, and Toronto Tokyo on the tree. All right, that was a broken draft. Never mind. That doesn't mean anything.
It's like I can play whatever I want.
Yeah, I'm going to carry by Toronto Tokyo's Train Protector. This is all totally fine. Fantastic hero as well. The Tusk. That hero was popping off at the end of Dream League, which was one of the last bigger tournaments that we had. It felt like the position 4 initiator was back. Was doing a great job roaming around the map, disrupting people, making these great save plays. So I'm hoping to see a lot of that hero this TI because he's just very exciting. And then, of course, Grimstroke, who's been on the rise for a long time as well, constantly getting buffed, is still looking pretty solid right now and will be a great pairing for that Chaos Knight.
They're instead going to run with the Venge. So some amount of damage reduction with that swap. You've got just a solid laner in general. Minus armor, definitely really important when you're playing together with this Chaos Knight. And now they basically got Roche taking potential very early on for Entity. This is going to be an interesting one to watch. I like the Dawnbreaker takeout. That feels like it's one of the best answers to CK as you get into the later stages. And instead, EG right now, they're just going to take the Lich.
This hero's so good. I don't know if you've been watching any Lich. It's I'm watching top tier pubs and I'm watching these position 5 Liches and I'm just not sure what you're supposed to do when you're playing these like ranged 4s. Like if you plan on taking this Venge 4, for example, which I don't think they will, it's a rough time. It's just like the shield is so good now. I feel like you can play with a ranged hero if you have to. Like if you have like a Drow, let's say, on your team, you can still make that work. You don't have to have this like Faceless Void or Juggernaut who you use the shield on and they charge forward. But if you have those, it's also very strong. Oh, Lyrical. I'm going to use all my knowledge here in the first game, but Dark Willow.
Yeah.
Guys, this is arcane dark magic, okay? So guys,
Tell
please.
me about it.
You guys, no leaks from this stream, okay? There are some carry Dark Willows around.
Oh my God, what?
Yeah, you gotta just be careful, all right? Shiro, he's been playing some carry Willow. I've seen some players trying to take it to the mid lane as well in the pub. So Willow might be getting a little spicy this TI.
I mean, I've seen it in Overthrow in custom game modes, and it's always mega annoying to play against. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Not this game, though.
You know, so here's the thing. This is what I'm seeing in these two drafts. It feels to me like you've got a bunch of sort of floaty, ethereal type spellcasters on the side of EG, and then you just got Brawn buff run at you coming from the side of Entity, and now they got somebody to keep everybody stuck in a place with a coil. I am really worried about, like, I guess to me, I feel like EG have to get a hero that can find the initiation and also get good vision. I want to see like either, I don't know, at this point, maybe like a Clockwork, but that also, you would have to run the carry Dark Willow at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious what Whisper's going to do. I'm worried he's going to pick Timbersaw. That hero has the worst win rate currently in top tier pubs. He actually, in like AKMR Plus, he currently has a 40% win rate. 40.1. And do you know who's actually the 4th worst right now? It's actually Phantom Assassin, guys. She got trashed. Jeez. She's the 4th worst hero who's picked in top tier pubs right now. That's just atrocious. Can you believe that? For the most terrifying hero that we were all just dreading seeing every game to now the 4th worst win rate. That's a good nerf right there. She got hit by the bat.
That's how you know Valve plays pubs. They're like, yeah, we got to end this. No more. Oh, God. All right. Well, let's see. Puck is taken now. Insane team fight coming out. Now you've got like, you know, coil with swap for the immediate hit. An old school combo, but it's still pretty good. And then the Void Spear gets taken. That's a little bit more buff. I like this fightiness that's coming out a little bit from EG.
What's the plan here? What are we doing here, EG?
I mean, are they doing is it going to be the carry Willow? Or is it going to be a like offlane Void Spirit?
Whisper has a lot of Smurfs.
No,
okay,
nobody
but he's
has
not playing on. I mean, he has no Smurfs.
No, he just plays a lot in super private mode.
I actually have no idea what their plan is right now. Are they actually still picking an offlaner? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, they
No, it has to be. It has to be. Unless he's gonna try 3 Voker. I don't know. He's been playing some mid Voker lately, but I can't imagine.
I mean, if he doesn't want to get reported, which a lot of players I think are scared of now, then he would have to play it mid to practice, right?
So that's true.
That's what's going on.
We'll see.
I mean, Invoker feels like he can go in so many different places now. Maybe it is offlane Invoker. How would that matchup go against CK? I'm disengaged.
Depending on the support, you could probably farm it. You could probably, but you could definitely bully someone like a Warlock for sure, right? With like the range that you'd have. So
yeah.
That's probably the plan here. They might see it as a weakness that they can abuse. And then, assuming they're picking a 1 left, they're going to be looking for a relatively safe carry. That's what Entity's banning out here. Get rid of the Sven, get rid of the Troll. Just some people who, even if it's a hard matchup, they still have a pretty good time. But keep in mind, they already have a Lich. So whatever this position 1 carry is going to be from EG, they're already pretty well protected. It opens up a lot of options.
Dude, I'm so freaking jealous of the viewers. I just want to run around and look at all the other streams and see what people are picking. I want to know what's happening. They ban out the Darkseer and take the Terrorblade. Okay.
That's a classic combo. Ban Darkseer, pick TB. So that's probably because they're going into the lane versus the Chaos Knight and the Venge. They're assuming it's going to be the setup, right? So you already have a lot of high armor on the TB. They're all physical damage for the most part. So that's going to help you survive quite a bit.
PL or Morph? They both feel pretty good and run Gabby offlane.
Yeah, I think they're already assuming that this is going to be the... I mean, they banned 1 of each, so they were like, yeah, they're aware it could be Chaos Knight, but yeah, I'm definitely think it should be Gabby. Is there anything like the Darkseer that would be valuable enough, I guess, is the question to run as a 3?
I mean, Timbersaw feels like the only other like hard-ish counter. A Doom, but people feel like Doom goes both ways with TB too.
Yeah, I think I would rather go sort of what you were alluding to previously. Just like a solid carry, 1-to-1 matchup.
Yeah.
Because their draft's currently really well set.
Oh.
Gross.
Oh, my God. All right. Strap in, everybody. We are going to be here for the next 2.5 hours. Oh, wow.
I just want to see what C-Smile takes and what Whisper takes here.
It's surely going to be Whisper Invoker. Surely.
I mean, you could theoretically do either.
Dude, they're not picking it.
Yeah, okay, he's taking the Invoker. Yep. So he's been practicing. He's ready.
Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like all of our computers are going to, get a little bit of turn it into sludge mode at around the 90-minute mark here of this game. Or who knows? Maybe you just play like a more up-tempo game. If there is one squad that wanted to play a little bit faster, is there one that you feel like fits that mold better? Somebody maybe that can, play around their team fights or a strong laning stage? What do you like?
I mean, theoretically, you could go really fast with EG if you get like Spirit Vessel rolling with Whisper, you're getting kills with the Bedlams and C-Smile's popping off a bit with Void Spirit, and then you have TB to kind of clean up the objectives. And whereas on the side of Entity, it would have to be Stormstormer because he's on this puck, right? Like he's going to make these rotations, get these kills. Maybe the Armlet pops up on the CK and they're blowing people up. It's pretty similar, right? They both have this like hyper carry who is looking to absorb the rest of the map and everyone else is kind of ready to fight. EG definitely don't have as many cooldown issues. I mean, I'm mostly just looking at Warlock, to be honest, but outside of Golem, Fishman's going to feel a little bit useless, right?
I think so. But also, I think what you said bears a lot to think about, right? You've got this Void Spirit versus the Puck matchup and who is going to be able to get more active early on. And then I might have realized what Gabby was laughing about. I feel like he's going to buy Ags this game, and then you're going to have Ags CK illusions of Watson from Gabby and the Naga Siren illusions. It's going to be insane. This game might go the distance, or it could be over in 20 minutes. Who's to say? But we do have a pause right at the start. I think we can get into it into a second. Do you have the same predictions that I do?
I do, but I have an unknown error when I try to put them in. Maybe because it's paused at frame 1.
Oh, probably. For me, I can do it. Okay. Player who places the most observer words by 15 minutes. What are you feeling?
I would say probably Panda. Or Matthew, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Unknown error. There we go.
Aha.
Unfortunate.
They'll get that working later.
And they're already spamming Effie's voice line.
So I can
That's
actually
awesome.
remember discussing the C-Smile Invoker before.
Okay.
Because we were trying to figure out if he would start playing it. And I wonder if this is Whisper's reasoning. Because C-Smile has not played much Invoker. He has 20 pro games ever. And in the past 3 years, he has played, since 2020, he has 5 games on Invoker.
Whoa.
So, in fact, he had 0 in all of 2023 until 28 days ago.
Jeez.
It was basically, actually, it was almost 2 full years he didn't play Invoker, actually. So,
this guy comes out, plays Slark mid. He's like, nah, Invoker, that's too much for me.
yeah.
Plays more Slark.
A few too many buttons. Yeah, he actually has, let me see here, 10 more games. Yeah, 12 more games on Slark than he does Invoker. So, yeah, that tells you something right there.
He likes to go in. He's a player that likes to battle it out. The game is still paused. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I think that they said something along the lines of care chat wheel. And there is one disconnect from CSNL. So we're just hanging out, Trent, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get to be the last ones that get to go live, probably, which means everybody has to wait for us. That's the dream.
Yes, in the glory of our Naga Siren versus Terrorblade game. Woo!
There's a CK in there, all right?
Sorry,
We got
yeah.
more illusions.
We have more illusions, yeah.
So
That's like what was it? The major in Lima. I think we had was it Arc Warden and Tinker on the same team?
oh god, yeah,
That was gross.
That was Talon. Talon did that, I think. It was disgusting. I think they had a Terrorblade support or something. So I guess one thing that I'm also curious about, do you remember the days of like Shadow Demon Luna?
Mm-hmm. Boston
I wonder
Major.
if we get that coming back of like just illusion sieging high ground, since high ground's so hard now.
Why would
as
you?
we get ready to hop into this game.
Don't bring that into existence here.
Well, we'll see if it can indeed happen as we're off to the races. Good luck, have fun. Comes the call from everybody. So they're heading out across the map.
Alrighty. So if you are a longtime EG fan or you're a new fan who wants to follow EG, the player who you probably want to watch, it's going to be Matthew, right? He's playing on the Dark Willow. He is their position 4 player. He's the support player who tends to make a lot of action happen early on in the game. And this guy's really good. He's got a pretty big hero pool. He's been spamming a lot of Bounty Hunter lately. Expecting to see that come out this TI. Maybe even some carry Bounty Hunters with that buff to the attack speed, or rather the base attack time. So We'll see about that. But he's going to be looking for level 6 on this Dark Willow. And then one of the cool things about Dark Willow recently has been this idea of putting the Bedlam on these more like in-your-face heroes. So in this game, he does have a Void Spirit, and who will also be being gifted the Frost Shield. So could allow him to really abuse that. But it tends to be with like a separate support, like maybe a Spirit Breaker or something like that, who can just really bully and get a lot of damage that way. But yeah, keep an eye on how he utilizes that Bedlam.
Right. For anybody that has missed that one, the Bedlam, now you can cast it on your allied heroes, throw it out there, and then it will follow them around instead. So a pretty big buff to Dark Willow coming in that other big patch that came out earlier this year. As it looks like neither team trying to pressure for too much is going to trade off the 2 bounty runes apiece. And I forgot to do my predictions because I'm a dummy, Trent.
I think they were just broken anyway. It's fine.
Fair. Okay. So we've talked a lot about it. Puck versus Void Spirit in the mid lane. This is a matchup that I think traditionally has been thought of as Void Spirit favored in the later stages. You just drop that unit down to catch them.
Yeah, that was a fun while that we had, huh? There was quite a debate, really, amongst even the pro players. It reminds me of the old discussions about Ember versus TA for a while. Some players said it was even. Some players said it went one way. Some players said it went the other. And there never really was much of a consensus on that one. And we had a very similar situation happen back in the Arlington Major with Void Spirit and Puck. It was the idea of like, well, Puck can catch Void Spirit with coil, so it must be better. And then the Void Spirit players would just say like, well, I mean, I can just use the Puck and then use that Aether Remnant and Puck dies. In the end, I think Puck kept losing, if I recall.
Okay. Important. I mean, yeah, you're kind of a notorious Puck hater right now anyways. Man, Fishman is just giving Matthew... Matthew might be dead as he wraps around the corner. First blood. He just got walked down and right-clicked by a Warlock.
That's just a lack of respect, straight up.
Wow.
Not expecting so much damage, yeah.
He didn't even take Shadow Word.
No, he just clicked him down. A little unexpected. Matthew just figuring, like, I can't really go for the turn. I don't have any sort of a play with my Shadow Realm because I'm still level 1.
Panda looks for the turnaround, and now after Meta is popped the slowdown on Katomi, he's going to go down too, showing the power of that Frost.
Man, I think if Panda has good positioning in this lane, it's just going to be so hard for Entity. It's really difficult as a ranged hero. We mentioned that the second Lich was picked and the Venge was there. It was this idea of trying to trade versus Lich as a ranged 4, especially. Like, it's annoying enough as a melee hero because it's hard to get in on him. But at least when you get in on him, it feels like you can lock him down. The range heroes just struggle to get in like the whole time. As I'm saying all this because it's getting work. That high armor is not enough.
And Whisper down bottom also dropping low, getting killed off by these illusions, does manage to get away. It takes one last hit from those little golem-y dealies coming from the Warlock, imps rather. So yeah, a very high impact game early. And you know, looking back again at what Matthew was doing there, it was all to block out that small camp 2 times in a row. So they haven't been able to get the lane back into good position down bottom. So even though it came at a death, it's still getting them something down their bottom.
Yeah, and even though we are seeing the support invoker these days, it doesn't mean he's not like the greediest hero. Like this hero lives and dies by levels still, especially when you're trying to run it in a core role here. So he's gonna go for a almost like this Tidehunter strategy. One of the only heroes that buys Meteor Hammer still and feels really good about it in the off lane to try and pressure the tower. The old Thompson Invoker Meteor Hammer will be making a return via Whisper right now.
Well, Thompson's back. Got to bring the old strats back.
Yeah, inspired here.
Went up. So, in the early goings, C-Smile off to a slight lead mid. The big differential right now, at least, it feels like it's Invoker who's like a little bit behind, and Terrorblade's having like a decent game in spite of that death. I guess the biggest thing to me is that it feels like Whisper is not being completely shut out. You know, he's getting some amount of farm, he's getting some levels, being able to get away with this risky Invoker. No.
I'm really... Ooh, speaking of which, Brambles in the mid lane on the Stormstormer for a bit of harass. It's kind of nice. I'm curious what sort of pressure Whisper will be able to apply to Watson and the lane of this Naga Siren, though. Because, like, you know, this is a Naga Siren. They like to go to the jungle at some point, but if they can stay completely, farm it up and a couple camps nearby and try and, like, slow down an enemy like an Invoker who's rather greedy, we might see Watson sticking around a little bit longer than usual, since it is a position 5 Warlock who has a bit of a harder time like holding the lane without dying. Nice grab mid.
Ooh. Good damage there, forcing back Stormstormer. Still in some trouble, bottling up Smile. Can't quite get there in time. Do need to be careful up top. Panda did use Frost Shield, but no, he's actually going to be fine, it looks like. I thought maybe there was going to be a window where they could get aggressive on Pakaz, but has Frost Shield back up again and they can't punish.
TP out there from Whispers. He got really low. He went back to his tower since he does have the Ring of Health. Gonna go immediately into a Ghost Walk off a Mango to regen back up.
It's kind of crazy how well this is actually working. Like, he's having really good sustain in this lane with just the Ring of Health going and then being able to Ghost Walk to top himself off.
Well, likewise, though, for Gabby, also having a fine time on this CK. Like, this is the main concern of this hero right now, and why you can see it both in the carry role and the off lane is this buffed up Chaos Strike. We went from a multiplier, I think it used to be 1.4, then it was 1.6, and now it's 1.9, which just means you are smacking the creeps, you're doing damage, and you're getting a ton of life steal. And look at that! He crits for 300, and you just see his bar shoot up. It's like, how do you bully this hero out of lane?
And I'm wondering, does he get extra lifesteal also against the TV illusion? I'm assuming you do.
No, it's only lifesteal from the creeps.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, regardless,
the bonus, that is, yeah.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to watch how this next couple of minutes goes. Naga Siren already treads done, has not been pressured basically at all in this lane. Whisper is still working his way towards this Void Stone and trying to finish off the Meteor Hammer. But it's not easy going by any stretch of the imagination. Coming up on that 7-minute mark, need to watch for the Wisdom Runes, see who's able to pick those up.
Yeah, one thing that, I was scoping out Mr. Thompson here, seeing, coming in. He plays a lot of pubs, so he's a very easy person to keep an eye on. And one thing I noticed he was doing a ton of was invading for the level 7 Wisdom Rune as the mid. It was kind of wild. Not seeing that right now from either of the mids, though. And Fishman, though, yeah, he's in trouble.
That will be...
wait, Roche!
Oh, he got him still. Well played. Kaz able to get that kill. And then, in the same time, they're going to be able to get the rune for Matthew. It looks like Katomi's going to run on over to pick the other one up. So it should be 2 wisdom runes apiece.
Yeah, we're all good here.
Middle tower is under attack.
Gabby closing on that level 6 as well. I don't know if he'll be able to do much just with the 6 or if he'll really have to wait for the armlet. I feel like that's when you might actually get an opportunity here, at least versus the TB. Although meta's going to be down, so I'm sure they're going to try and apply some pressure anyway. The other pressure typically comes from the mid lane. Will be from a Puck, obviously a hero who really likes to rotate. But Puck enjoys rotating when it's the heroes diving under an ally tower. Makes it a lot easier to land these early game Dream Coils. And that's not really something you're expecting EG to do.
No, it's true. I mean, I think that there's some potential for like pressure with the Meteor Hammer that'll get close to the tower once that comes out, but it doesn't feel super likely for them to be diving. Unless it's C Smile that does it when he makes a rotation, which he definitely could. 8-minute mark coming up as they're looking for the runes. Looks like Entity will hold the top side, and do they get lucky over here? Looks like they're gonna find an Arcane for Puck. Fishman in trouble. And starting to drop low. It's not going to be enough for the kill. Can't get him.
Yeah, other spells on cooldown too. Not worth trying to commit there from Stormstormer, even with the Arcane Rune. Might have been a little bit too far as well, I guess, for the Coiler. He actually gets Panda with that Fatal Bonds. Painful. When you catch a bunch of creeps like that, they're going to instantly smoke. Well, who are they going to hunt for? Pakaz is really low.
Yeah.
Oh, this would be a great find off the smoke.
But look at him, already there. Panda breaking the movement over. So he will die, but I mean, that'll keep Pakaz alive.
That's very worth it here. As Whisper is forced all the way back to his tower, but he has his Meteor Hammer now. So currently that bottom tower, almost full HP. Curious to see if Whisper can actually pressure with that.
See Smile will run right into Watson here. And
thank you.
Okay. Gonna get the bounty rune, run away. Oh,
look at this stack too. That is hilarious.
Interesting. Okay.
So there has been a loss here, folks. With the Sven dying and Gyrocopter getting nerfed, we're kind of out of the stack meta a little bit. Like there's less TAs right now. Luna might pop up this TI. But the issue essentially was that these stacks were really providing a ton of XP for the supports, especially the position 4s. Because if you don't have stacks being taken by one of your carries and you can't like get the bonus XP or leech off it, you're stuck at level 5 at like 12 minutes in a lot of games. Right. It can be very tough, whereas you want to get the 6 as fast as possible. So that's a great way to do that. Unfortunately, it was also split with the Void Spirit, so Matthew didn't end up gaining all too much there.
Right. Panda's actually been able to get all the way up to level 6 for himself, which is surprising. So has Chain Thrust online, something that actually does have some kill potential when you're playing against the CK if things aren't going exactly right. Create one illusion next to yourself, you could be regretting it. But at least for now, Entity, they're off to a good start. 3,000 gold lead. They have a relatively greedy draft. It doesn't feel like there's a ton of pressure for them to get things done as they've already taken that top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and again, this Meteor Hammer, it's not working the way that you kind of hope it to when you buy Meteor Hammer in the off lane. Like, it's cool that they got the stacks off of it, and I'm sure he's going to do some setup plays a little bit later with Tornado and everything, but, you know, you're not getting that actual pressure onto the tower right now, so it's kind of chill for Entity at the moment to have a 2K lead and also no pressure on their towers at all.
Yeah. No, this is exactly what Entity want at this early game at the very least. And, you know, it's worth repeating that I think with a greedy hero like an Invoker, this can be good, but he's not going to be scaling in the same way. Not going for this Midas early, has the Spirit Vessel queued up. It feels like he's hoping to maybe be a little bit more active in the next couple of minutes here. We'll see if it ends up happening. Stormstormer makes the TP rotation over. I think C-Smile's smoke broke on him and now is just going to back away.
Yeah, this was... Oh, he missed the coil. He wanted to kill so bad down here. because he showed mid and then like kind of hid and immediately TP'd. He really wanted them to try and get a bit aggressive down bottom, maybe predicting that they wanted to make a play, seeing that C-Smile was in the area, but not able to catch.
Had to burn the haste rune too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, like we said, big chillin'. Farm, farm, farm. See if there's any way to punish it. For now, at least there isn't. You know, maybe you could have done something here on C-Smile with like a coil and a swap play, but definitely not going to happen without the coil. And C-Smile again gets unlucky. The rune is going to spawn bottom. At least Panda that time is able to sneak it away from the puck.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned that. We haven't brought that up yet, but it is a classic combo. Venge is just picked all the time now, but one of the times you might actually see the hero in more recent times was in combination with the puck. Trying to abuse that snap on the coil is you really get the most out of the spell if you manage to force it. You get, especially at level 1, because you're getting this bonus 200 damage, which is more damage than the spell does itself by a pretty significant margin, and your HP pools are very low at the start of the game, so it can really add up early, but not able to link it on that first coil, but it's already back up because it's just 75 seconds, so perhaps we'll see another smoke here in a moment.
Again, content with the game as it currently stands. And I know who's having the most fun
in this game, 100%. I
Who's
guarantee it's Gabby, because he is just like, he was a Chaos Knight, he was in his lane, he farmed, like he's an off-lane player. But he used, he's done the other core roles, he's been there, he remembers what it was like to just get free farm all the time. He's just free farming. Yeah. And he's just going to hit really hard and have a great time and have an armlet and a BKB pretty soon.
Oh, and this is interesting, though. If they can hit before that timing comes out, this is a big smoke rotation. They're going to find Fishman. Will be able to connect onto him, and he's just going to accept his fate here. Afterwards, Gabby pops ulti, goes into Shadow Realm, walks away for the Dark Willow, and everybody from EG just backs out.
Right, nice aggression. Certainly needed here. Is again, still no real pressure on the map coming in from them at the moment.
Watson has Manta already done. Kaz is getting close to having his completed. Whisper will pick up the regen rune. Tornado, Stormstormer able to get out of there just in time. The orb was coming to an end. So manages to escape.
Kind of scary with level 1 phase shift. You can definitely get caught in some of these early game situations. Not able to get a lot of aggression going here, though. I mean, still nursing that 2K lead. It's not really growing all too much. Some slight pressure is happening. Wisdom runes have been picked up by the Dire, and no one's going to steal one here. Gabby just goes back and grabs it himself. And I believe his Echo Saber's done, too. Yep, man, he's farming fast. He's catching up to his Nagasar, and he's out-farming the TB right now. That's a bad sign.
I feel like the way this game is going, at some point, Entity are going to smoke together, find a fight with Warlock ulti, and then they're just going to get Roche. And I feel like it's down to EG to try and force something like more small scale before then, whether it's like pushing a lane down with TB illusions or... Oh, they're about to find a stack here, too.
That's for dragons.
Pretty good.
And then they block it off after, too, with the Sentry in behind. That's just rude.
Good econ game coming out right here from Entity.
There's also...
Go on in. I can be able to get Gabby here.
They're passing the obs over to Stormstormer, too. He had an obs and a Sentry there, too, to help him just plant them a little bit deeper. And he passes them back at... Or actually, no, he's just keeping a Sentry in his backpack here, too. Probably to ensure that he can grab the Invoker. I mean, he's got his Dust as well, but get some backup.
TB just saw that the stack was taken. He's going to push out mid now. And we'll see if he ends up getting caught here. Again, they could drop a lot onto him.
Yeah, he's pinged for it. He actually wants his team to rotate and try and take this tower with him.
Fishman hiding out.
Whisper's just trying to find him.
Dude, he's
Where is he? He actually never got vision because of the angle of that tree.
That's crazy. Good positioning. Good positioning by the Fishman. Watson?
Yeah, that's a toughie.
Dire structures are fortified.
Not gonna be able to get him. But like I said, this one might go the distance here. There's a decent chance.
I mean, late, I feel like I'm favoring Radiant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just like this CK and Naga Siren in combination, it just doesn't feel like they're going to have the AoE to deal with it, right? Like one of the reasons that Terrorblade, or one of the things rather that can make him upset and tends to be these other illusion carries. He's a single target damage dealer for the most part. He hates fighting PL. He's not really a fan of Naga Siren.
That's true. Now, that said, did you see the recent Reddit post of the Lich Ags with Refresher infinite bounces? Can you imagine?
I do know that the Ags is popping off right now, including in the pubs with everyone picking up Lich. It's very common to see like maybe Drums, maybe Glimmer, maybe Force, and then straight Ags Rush on these Lich players too. You want to get this AoE Sinister Gaze that you can see there. It's very frustrating.
Well, looks like EG trying to make a move.
All
right, here you go.
And already away, Entity playing this map kind of perfectly. They will get the D ward here by Katomi. Jump one time from C-Smile, jump a second time, finds him. Stun goes out, immediately caught. The slowdown is there from Fishman, and don't quite get in range yet. They will bring him down. Still, 7 kills so far in 18 minutes. This is sometimes what happens.
Yep, 7 kills and no towers so far for EG, although they have lost all of their tier 1s. And Gabby is 0-0-1 and just hitting creeps.
Yeah.
I told you, he's having the most fun. I guarantee it. He's just loving this game right now. Oh, like he just crit that Ancient for 1,000.
Yeah, he's huge.
Why is it 1.9? That's so much. It's like when Drow used to one-shot creeps with their ulti.
Yeah. Oh, Kaz is gonna find Gabby. Just fight him off.
Eat him.
He was thinking about it. He did force back the CK there. Meanwhile, the chase going on. Song of the Siren is out. They will throw the coil just to ensure that Watson gets away. So nicely done there. They get out of trouble, and then instead they're going to start heading up top where they want to find Gabby.
This is a great play. They want to use that meta.
And they get him. Trying to do what damage they can. The sun is there. A lot of damage because he goes down. They managed to get the finish. BKB used. And now the turn, finding more. A perfect combination coming out from Entity. And guess what? Roche for the taken.
Yeah, the thing is they're desperate. They have to find a play there. So I understand why they go in. They say, hey, I used meta. There's a lot of heroes up here. We can maybe turn this around. But the worst things happen. The BKB from Gabby pops just before the tornado hits. Watson rotates in with the Orchid and catches the Invoker, and that's it. You are just done at that point. There's no way you salvage that. No Terrorize in time to back it up. And well, Matthew knows a few things about playing position 4, and he knows when the game is at its worst, there is one particular position 4 hero that can salvage things. That is Dark Willow. And she does this. She goes Midas and she goes Aghanim's. So I'm going to need some drums on this Lich next. And we're going to try and buff up this Willow. See if she can salvage this one.
They're going to need something. That's for sure. Because this is looking pretty rough right here. Haste Rune for the getting. Has to jaunt away. So 9K gold lead at this point. They're going to need to sort of play catch up here for a while, it feels like, on the side of EG. But who knows? Maybe some solid fights. You take out the Warlock at the start of the engagement. Things could turn around for him.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It feels like it's got to be C-Smile finding some crazy plays off of a BKB. But until he has that BKB, these look like some pretty hazardous fights to go into. And then even after the BKB, there's a few things to play around here.
They don't want to go on Gabby, but they will find the rest of them as they head out to the side and immediately catching Whisper in trouble. Silence, Golem, everything dropped on his head. Tornado, he just walks away from it. Does have the Greater Healing Lotus trying to survive through, but will eventually be brought down. Lich also perished in the meantime. More death.
No, all I can do is really try and push up bottom with Pakaz here. He's at least gaining something off of his allies' deaths, but there's definitely way more going the way of Entity here as they move into this middle tower. With the help of the Golem to knock it down, and Gabby just soloing the top lane, because who is going to fight CK with an Aegis and an Orb of Destruction? Not me. I'm not going near this guy right now. I think he's scarier than the Naga Siren. He's the carry.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this game going 90 minutes, but if they keep playing at this pace, I mean, Entity could just think about, you know, shutting down everything. They could go high ground if they wanted to, you know, if they want to throw. Ace?
All right,
Chase?
desperation. Here we go.
Need to find it. 3-second stun. Orchid. Okay, C-Smile didn't get to play Dota. Meteor Hammer lands, and, well, Whisper is just going to be brought down afterwards. There is no escape from the Gabby. And Panda! Oh, he's stuck by the creeps! No! Poor Panda. Nowhere left to go.
I barely saw
but-
Gabby's health moving there during the Bedlam. Then like, oh right, he's level 10. Like it's level 1 Bedlam in there. The CK just has so much HP. He's just playing with an Aegis anyway, so he has no carrots. Oh, and he's back up to almost full HP because he went and hit a creep camp.
Oh.
So that's cool. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's devastating. This hero is maybe a little bit too insane. He's going to get the freaking wisdom, or this keeps pushing high ground. Oh no, he wants the Tormentor. Give it to him. Look at the heal.
Wow.
That okay.
He thought about it.
Nailed it. Okay. That just happened. This game is looking very rough for EG. Entity in perfect position.
Yeah, most certainly are. The real question is, who's gonna have the higher net worth? Will it be Watson or will it be Gabby?
It's a good question.
Depends how close or how soon they go high ground. If it's soon, Gabby has a chance. If it's
Right.
in 5 minutes, I think that Naga Siren's off to the race at this point. The heart is delivered. These illusions are undying. You just go down the lanes,
Radiant are
sweep it all up.
Yeah, they are in complete control of this one right now. I mean, Aghanims, they have one component of it for Willow. Does have the Midas and the Philosopher's Stone, so the double-double for the position 4.
Panda's got the drums up as needed.
Minute left on Aegis. C-Smile walks high ground, sees Katomi, will get stunned. Meteor Hammer combination. The swap away, and then getting the kill onto Whisper. Watson finds Panda. He's done for, but they did get Katomi.
On the minute left on the Aegis, Gabby, he's just going to go throw it away on the Tormentor, I think.
Love it.
Yeah, he'll wait. Okay, maybe he'll let his allies help him.
Dire's bottom tower is
And no, he's got another one. Stormstormer now with a shard. The gold lead continues to
And
expand.
here's our replay here as well. You see Kataomi, this swap in to allow the double follow-up. That was nice. Made it really easy for the second stun. Get the swap in. That brings Evoker close. Then he gets pulled in from the Reality Rift by the Chaos Knight. They get
Right.
golems. Easy.
And that was the first, BKB charge used for C-Smile. Not able to get a ton out of that, obviously. Rather unfortunate. But yeah, still looking to claim a second tower for EG. They're spamming out the illusions at mid. They did get some damage onto it, but yeah, pretty rough. Yeah. Another one. As
That's
they
a
will.
Bloodthorn.
Yeah. Song of the Siren. EMP. Oh, is it enough to kill him? Fishman, he dies while they're sung. It is going to be a route now onto the Invoker. Whisper tries to get away, but the 3-second stun. It's just too much.
It's okay. Matthew the carry's living right now.
True.
He's find something to Midas. Luckily, there's no panic anymore.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How do I find this? I love how he has the Hyper Stones for the Moonshine
Because-
queued up. Yeah.
Stunned, Orchid, Manta, and then the follow-up Silence. He has not been able to sunder this entire game.
Radiant's
Nope.
top tower has
That
fallen.
hurts.
Oh, Matthew is doing his normal thing of hunting couriers, but he will be the hunted here. Kataomi.
Does manage to TP away. Nicely done there. But yeah, this is the slow, steady death that we've become accustomed to a little bit. When Gabby can just farm out the enemy ancients with a Bloodthorn. It's tough to be here in this game for EG.
Yeah, the disassembly too. And then he's going to build it back into the Echo Saber again here after he gets his Mage Slayer, Bloodthorn. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to have to agree with that one there, Dota Plus. That might be a little generous to EG, honestly. I mean, there is a butterfly on this Terrorblade, so perhaps he could be the luckiest person in the world.
Right.
As long as he doesn't get Bloodthorned.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it would require a tremendous screw up from Entity at this point. I think it's worth talking about again. Entity, a team that had some good success there early on in the year, then struggled a lot as we're going to see Panda get brought down again. But really, I think with Gabby in tow, it's looked like an entirely different team. And one of the, I think, instances where, a swap in players ended up better for both the player that, left the team and also the team itself.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to mix it up a little bit there. Find the right combination of ingredients. Instead of a chicken pesto pasta, you got a pork pesto pasta,
Wait, what? Pork pesto pasta?
I was out of chicken. So that's what my kids are eating for supper tonight. I had to make it last night because I won't be there when they're eating.
Poor children. All right, we're going to see how the poor person as Matthew gets brought down. They're going to go up high ground. They've had enough of it as they're ready to take down this tier 3 tower. So you smell, ooh, good dodge. Silence gets away. Well done, well done. Now the Chain Frost, but immediately turns around. Whisper able to get some separation. All the illusions going down. This is about the most you could hope for at this stage. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. My goodness.
I won't even be leaving right now.
Yeah.
There's not really, until Terrorblade at least comes home, I'm not going anywhere if I'm on Enemy. And I don't even think I'm leaving then.
Cause time for the base race.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I hear you. He's trying to cut waves. Matthew's trying to take down this one. He's, 300 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter? I mean, realistically, they actually are backing out, and I think you're pretty happy about that if you're EG. Got a tier 2 tower, got the tier 1 mid. You only lost 1 Rax?
All right, well, he's got the Paladin Sword, so that's kind of hype.
You got Whisper Alacrity on him? With maxed out Wex?
The problem is that the Midas you need because of the levels too, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got to get to 20 for the Shadow Realm duration.
That's true. But he has the Midas.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, let's go. Matthew, can you imagine if they somehow managed to turn this game around based off of some juiced up Dark Willow with drums and Alacrity?
I mean, I've seen crazier things before. Drums, Alacrity, Dark Willow, and then you also have like the heroes that can kind of go in. Terrorblade now has the BKB. If nothing else, this fight is going to look different than all the other ones previously. It might not be into EG's favor, but it's at least going to look different.
They went through the Twin Gate and then they just smoked from Entity as well.
Radiant's courier has been
I wonder
killed.
if EG decide to go
Radiant
through.
are scanning.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, it's happening. No, they're not going through. All right, that was wise. That would have been crazy.
Is anyone going to dare? No. Okay. All right, easy Aegis, easy cheese. They will give the Aegis over to Watson this time. Who got the cheese? Stormstormer did. All right. Gabby's decided that he's unkillable. He's probably correct as he builds in towards his harpoon next.
Oz manages to kill off a courier and gets an illusion rune for himself. Important stuff. Still
the wisdom rune.
4,000. Gabby will get that. That's unfortunate for EG.
Maybe Matthew will go and take theirs after seeing his own. Like seeing them down in that area, if you noticed. Not sure if they made vision. Don't think they do.
No. Oh, jump in. Frost Shield, keeping C Smile alive. He just doesn't get to play Dota, man. It doesn't happen. Chain Frost is out. Whisper BKB runs away. Matthew goes in to the Shadow Realm and, well,
wow.
can't hit because of the butterfly. So Yeah, no, and Whisper just explodes. They're going to find another. Entity are going to take this one down, it looks like, as this is close to the end of the game unless some crazy play happens. I mean, Pakaz is trying to split push. GG's called, though. Unbelievable. Just devastation. Entity, clean game.
Yeah, total destruction here. EG, they did not hit any of the marks that they would have needed for this game to succeed, really, right? Like, I mean, this is an off-lane invoker who starts with a meteor hammer, so you either need to pressure the tower with the meteor hammer or you need, like, a crazy amount of stacks or something to make this worth it, which you didn't really get either. And then the other play would be like, okay, use the meteor hammer to hopefully pressure the tower, but if not that, at least farm into the spirit vessel, roam with the vessel to try and set up some kills. But it wasn't necessarily an amazing vessel game. Like there's some natural dispel happening there with the Naga Siren, with the CK as well. So then you have to try and fight these tanky heroes, and they just never got the ball rolling in a way that you would hope for in this team. And you're just going to get out carried by a CK and a Naga Siren with such easy starts.
No, absolutely. I mean, that really is the crux of it. It just didn't feel like things could get going. And the last pick, Naga's a problem. Something that, I mean, maybe needs to be addressed earlier in the draft, that you like at least have those outs with other heroes that you can pick. Because we can take a look at some of the highlights from the game. Yeah, and you know, from this point on, this is that moment that you said it felt like desperation.
Yeah, they just felt like they knew that they had to have a fight, because that's what their lineup's supposed to be doing at this point, is finding some fight and hopefully being able to win it based off the heroes and the tempo that you're trying to play at. So they go for it. And once you fail this fight, that's when it's like true, just like darkness mode. Just like, you know, the comms get quiet. Everyone's just trying to find some farm somewhere on the map, but it's not going all too well.
Right. And EG, it's worth noting, this is a team that, you know, has, in a way, struggled throughout certain elements this season. I would say since Lima, pretty much, which feels like it's been a bit of a turning point for several of these teams. Entity, a team that's been able to re-find their footing, and EG in a lot of ways just not able to. They haven't been able to get stuff done. And this is, you know, another one of those examples, perfectly layered stuns from Entity to make sure they get that kill from full to zero. It, you know, helps being up 25,000 gold. But no need.
They're also a team that the engine that typically tries to drive them, I would say, is Whisper for the most part. I mean, there's definitely been times where I would say that he's been considered one of the best players in the world, especially, of course, during his like long run with Beastcoast, where he definitely felt like the best player on that team in terms of like what he could do and the various heroes he'd pull out. So having a game like this where he's put on this almost like tricky afterthought in a sense, invoker of like, they felt compelled to take it since they were versus Entity, and they were hoping to get a draft advantage with this. Maybe Matthew needs to work on an invoker. I mean, the guy has a ton of position 4 heroes. He hasn't been playing it like that recently, but maybe that's a better out for them rather than trying to go for this Whisper one. Or maybe this was just a bad game. Maybe he is confident in his invoker and they'll be able to find some better tools for it, some better setups. But for now, he was on a hero that I see him having a very hard time moving in on like anywhere in this game, because it's hard to scale off of creeps with this hero, and that's what feels a lot easier in Dota right now. I'd much rather be able to just farm Ancients like Gabby on a Chaos Knight than have to run around this map and kill people.
Speaking of which, Gabby had, like we've talked about multiple times, standout performance, for me at least, definitely feeling like the MVP, who is able to just go from camp to camp, get things done. 10-1-3. Just under 300 last pits, a heck of a lot of XPM. And of course, with those like blink stun initiations, it's pretty hard to get 3-second stuns over and over and over again, but he did it. That's some skill right there. Love to see it.
As Jin says, you know, your RNG is just luck, but his is pure skill. Right.
Absolutely. Well, an impressive showing. Still one more game still to go in this series. We'll have to see if Evil Geniuses can pull things back together. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have game number 2, so stay tuned. We got more from the Road to the International right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're here taking a look at our second game of the, I guess, what would I say?
Road to TI.
Well, right. No, I was talking about, what was it? It's not quad. It's the quintuple stream of madness. Trent.
Yes.
Penta.
Yes. Or is it pentakill in Halo? I forget what it was. It's definitely overkill.
I think quintuple is a word, right?
It is.
Quintuple mean?
Yeah. But he plays on a different team. So
and
he lost. Spoilers.
He did. Quintuple. What is quintuple?
It's 5. It's a quintuple. It's like you can have a quintuple.
Why did you correct me then?
I didn't.
Unbelievable.
I said you're right.
Okay.
I'm just saying penta is also 5, like a pentagon.
Okay, but they don't call it penta, not
pentuples.
Pentuples. Exactly. Well, we do have a draft coming up pretty soon here as we work our way through this. Entity, I would say in terms of a type of a loss that you could have, I am more happy with that type as EG than other ones. You could just be like, they got us. All right, we're not going to try and like run this counter to them. Let's just run our style of meta, you know?
Explain, show your work, because I'm of the complete opposite opinion.
Okay. So my thought process here is that it feels like that is just a draft loss, right? And so just saying a draft loss, maybe to me feels like it could be the least bad on morale. It's like, Naga Siren, they got us. You know what I mean? And maybe there's something else where it's like if they can just like that, it allows them to most mentally reset. Now, in terms of the strategy, you've learned nothing, you've gained nothing, you're in a bad spot. But maybe you feel good about that.
My thought process is the draft was like definitely riskier. It was worse for sure. But I think that at least had a path to victory, but it just required at least one of their plays going well. And all of their plays went poorly, like quite poorly. So for me, that felt like a very demotivating game because I feel like, as we said several times in the game, he didn't even get to play Dota. He didn't even get to play Dota. It was like a broken record because they didn't. So I hope they can go with that mental reset, though, of just saying, shoot, they got us.
Exactly. That's what needs to happen here. And maybe, C-Smile can get one of like the first 3 runes too. That could probably be a little bit helpful. Or play a hero that doesn't rely upon it as much, like Slark mid. We'll find out. Bans, though, going into this one, EG are going to have first pick again. Interesting. So the bans are looking the same across the board, unless my eyes deceive me. I think it's all the same.
Looks pretty similar, just with the... Yep.
Okay. What else do we have taken up? I'm trying to figure out the best way to organize things so that way I can see what the picks were before in these ones.
Same thing again, though. Just
the Invoker.
So that's the mix-up. We're gonna ban the Invoker and take the Chaos Knight instead.
I like it.
Definitely more viable.
That's a mental reset play. It's like, all right, it wasn't the Naga, it was the CK, which we identified as the MVP too. So shout out to them, I guess. I don't know. They're gonna get to run the CK. It is a hero that I feel like I've seen for Kaz a couple different times. Could also obviously be run in the off lane still for Whisper, like at either position.
Yep, 100%. Very good. It gives that scaling aspect that we're hoping for Whisper. It can let him play in his more traditional style as well in terms of an initiator. If you go for like an earlier Blink Dagger, because some games that's very valuable depending on what you're getting out of your mid laner.
Ooh.
But another hero who's got some stocks on the rise, the Dazzle. And also another hero that's quite flexible. Seeing teams try this off-lane Dazzle, just playing straight up support Dazzle. The Shard is incredible. It's very good versus all illusion heroes, including CK.
Well, I think that is a pretty nice answer. Like you said, the Shard. Although, wait a minute. That doesn't work anymore,
whole
right?
Strong illusion thing and that.
Yeah, that shouldn't work anymore.
Because it shouldn't work on CKs necessarily, right?
Yeah.
But it would work on his Manta, though, if he goes Manta, if he goes carry mode.
And I'm not sure about the Shard, to be honest, either. I'm not sure if it works on that or not. But then again, if you're getting stunned by this,
I see what you're saying.
Not going to matter anyway.
Yeah, the one that's created from when he gets his own bolt thing.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
You know-
I don't think it does because the Phantasm.
Can I just say, please, if you're listening, somebody at Valve, make wall illusions, strong illusions, please.
Okay, that's a bit much. Relax.
What do you mean?
Nah, he does not need that. Darkseer is fine, okay?
Dude,
he is actually fine.
48% win rate.
Oh my
Lion-
God, 48%? Wow, I flipped a coin and a couple more times he lost. Okay.
Listen,
There are heroes that are
Lion-
40% win rate. Do not sit on this soapbox and spread Darkseer propaganda.
Lion mana drain, instantly gone. Your ulti is just done. Doesn't do anything anymore. Thanks. Appreciate that. Freaking, you get a, Pugna? You get a Dagon? You just buy the best item in the game, and it also counters out the ulti. Unbelievable. Or
Pugna.
this guy. God
Yeah.
dang it. Whoa.
Matthew has been playing a lot of Pugna. It is his most played hero in pubs. So classic situation. You lose. You go back to immediately what you've been grinding out the most. So this is probably going to be a 4 Pugna. That would pair pretty well with a 3 CK and then likely going to be Panda on the 5 Grimstroke here. These are some pretty good combos here. I think they actually banned out this combo last game on the side of EG. They saw the CK on the side of Entity and they got rid of this Grimstroke. The biggest change for Grimstroke and why the hero is now really strong is humongous changes to Inkswell. It's a lot more powerful now. It lasts a little bit shorter, right? I think it's shorter overall. But anyway, you can manually. Oh no, it's actually longer, and then you can manually pop it, which is the biggest deal because you don't have to time it as perfectly. So it's just overall a lot more useful. But the next 2 heroes coming from Entity also extremely strong. We already talked about Tusk and why that hero's on the rise. Dawnbreaker, right from the back of the TI qualifiers, was one of the best heroes in the game. She was slightly flexible in terms of the lanes, but we saw most of her success in the off lane, being this like global supporting fighter who also scales really well and hits some pretty heavy timings later on in the game.
Man, I gotta say, I like what you're talking about there for all the things that feel like it's good for Entity. And when I'm looking at this draft for EG, and also, I don't know, just body language wise, it's feeling a little bit rough for the boys out there. They're not looking super happy. I'm a little bit concerned about the way this is going, mainly because they picked Troll Warlord.
Yeah,
that just is unfortunate. And they also picked it with Pugna, which feels sort of odd, I guess.
you're worried about some decrep situations where Troll can't hit them.
I am. But the thing that is kind of nice about this is, I mean, there's that classic combination that we've seen before, which should be really effective this game, of decrep into Phantom's Embrace, because then you're guaranteed to get the damage if the target's solo. They can't knock the bug off of themselves, and they're just stuck there silence. It's a pretty nice combination, and I think a pretty underrated part of Grimstroke's kit.
And that last overall pick there from Entity, I mean, I think Razor is kind of standing out. I guess we'll wait to see what the last hero is here, but I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like pretty aggressive. Oh, I guess that it depends in terms of how they're going to set this up, too. Who is going mid on the side of Entity?
Oh, right.
Like, are they going to... I guess it looks like it's either going to be the mid Dazzle or the mid Dawnbreaker for Stormstormer.
Probably Dazzle.
Most likely, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say Razor anyway.
Player.
Because Razor could go mid and is one of the, like, theoretically, like, depending on what this last one is, like, maybe they pick something that could be weak to that. Razor is traditionally considered one of the best counters to Troll Warlord, of course, because if he ever uses his ulti and you have the link ready and it's just over, like, he's, you know, he can't do anything. He's not running away.
5 seconds remaining.
He's got no real choices in his fights.
Yeah.
So, what are so these bans from Entity though? Sorry, I might just be catching up here. They were thinking that this is going to be a core, either Pugna or Grimstroke.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I mean, Pugna sure is like kind of possible, but I still think that hero looks way more like it's going to be a 4 or 5 right now.
It does kind of feel like a C Smile hero though, right? He's like running around, taunting, dropping Nether Blast, trying to dodge things. Oh my God! And they want Marcy. Okay.
Ooh, interesting. There's a lot of flex here.
Yeah.
A lot of flex. I mean, we've been seeing the mid Marcy. If you guys remember Mikey, who stood in pretty famously for Shopify, right? He was replacing for Abed.
Yeah.
When he played at Dream League and last got quite a bit of attention. Yes, that's right as well. He was a really good-looking puck player. And another hero that he plays when his puck gets banned is he'll often play Marcy. And he plays his Marcy a lot like a puck. It's pretty cool to watch. Because if you think about it, it's like similar like tempos in terms of when you want to be ganking and stuff. And anyway, so we'll see if that's going to be mid or just support for the big buff for the Troll Warlord, which would also be great, right? And yeah, it's C-Smile Pugna. But the Watson Pudge, before the stream started in the chat, they were asking, they said, Trent, are you ready for Watson Pudge? And I said, I hope so. And you know what? There he is. So he's been playing his Pudge and Pubs. I believe he's 4-0 in the last week. So he wants to keep that going to the TI group stage.
Dude, I'm telling you, I am worried about EG. So like they first pick the CK, and I feel like they have two of the best heroes in the game to deal with it in Dawnbreaker and Pudge. I think both of these heroes have some really cool things that help deal with this. Because again, CK is sort of that like weird bursty hero, but a lot of the burst does come from like these little sources of illusions that become big sources as he gets big. But Flesh Heap, you pop that, you're suddenly taking a lot less damage. You get a Shiva's Guard, you get an Aghanim Scepter, and then you just got Dawnbreaker doing a little like whirly twirl right off top. It could be rough. Did you like my whirly twirl, by the way?
Sorry, I couldn't actually see it, but I believe
How
in
dare
it.
you.
I can picture it in my mind. Okay. Would you like to know in his last? Oh my God, he's just getting
still
better.
Weren't looking, were you? I did it twice for you.
I'm
Trent.
sorry, but this is more important. In Watson's last 4 Pudge games, okay?
Okay.
All right, he got Aghanims at 13 minutes, and then he got Aghanims at 15 minutes, and then he got it at 14 minutes, and then he got it at 13 minutes. That is terrifying.
Okay, all right.
That is such a frightening timeline for Pudge Ags.
All right, well, let's do this as we get ready to hop into this game number 2. As we are off to the races, no pause this time. Total number of smoke gank kills. All right, unknown error occurring. Hopefully they'll start.
It's probably because we're casting. Probably works for people viewing.
Yeah, no doubt. Oh no, they got the ward. See, smile. No, not like this. Well done, Katomi. Ooh, look at that punch set.
Oh, I love that one.
The sombrero. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's nice. I like this Pudge. It's a little less grotesque than normal Pudge, right?
Seconds to
Yeah, he's like a doll.
Yeah,
you know?
it's nice.
It's like Coraline. You ever see
the
that
other
movie?
guy. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. It's by the same producer that did Nightmare Before, or no. Nightmare
You know
Before
his name's
Christmas?
Tim Burton, right?
Well, no, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
the
was
thing,
really
is that-
confused. It's not a Burton one.
Well, so the thing is that the producer that did a lot of the work that gave that
The
distinctive
battle
feel
begins.
is not actually Tim Burton.
I see. So he
that's-
just gets the credit.
Exactly.
So I'm showing my ignorance here.
I only know it because somebody smarmily told me that as well. So I'm just passing it on.
I'm just trying to use as much smarm as possible. They were probably a Dota player. That sounds like a Dota player. Well,
Exactly.
actually, you know,
Yeah.
Actually, it's they're phantasms. They're strong illusions, so they're not
Yeah.
affected by spells in the same way. Kind of like that.
I like that. It's good.
All right, those creeps are going right into that tower.
Wait, what now?
Shibuya down bottom.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
they're pushed in. Take a look at all 3 of these lanes right at the beginning, of course. And Katomi taking a couple punches on his way out of that top lane. Couple more hits, but he does manage to get away in the end. But you can see already the power of Marcy getting that dispose off.
See, Katomi also starting with the early Blightstone is very aggressive.
Ooh, hook. Got him down bottom. Good damage on to Matthew there, but was able to back away after the fact.
That's so scary, though. They got to get this going pretty early if they're going to be pressuring down bottom, right? Because Pudge, notoriously low armor, has brought the Ring of Protection because he's versus CK. And so you can imagine just like the slow into Ink Swell, stun. He is going to get walled pretty hard. I mean, obviously, they're picking into this, knowing that. So They're just going to have to try and fight back. But I could see a world in which you run into some pretty serious trouble if CK gets a couple kills on you.
Right. I mean, that snowballing potential that this hero has starts to become really evident. And particularly, of course, when you have, that's why we're seeing the Ring of Protection already get taken by Pudge.
Yeah.
That extra star ability. Matthew trying to back away, draw some creep aggro, but then heads out. Up top. Good damage. Ooh, Gabby hits through with the Starbreaker. Lots on to Panda. He might be actually dead. They still have a blood grenade as the pause comes out.
Wait, sound from Stormstar? Who? Oh, Fisherman pause. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Just in the middle of killing their opponents. Just need a little pause here.
We did see there's the axes that still have a little bit of extra duration on them, which will also make sure that there's not a chance for a really turnaround here from EG. I don't know if Panda can get out of this one. Does have level 2, so can take a point and rebound if he wants.
We haven't discussed this one yet either, but this is a extremely good combination. The Dawnbreaker Tusk. This was used a lot the last time that Dawn was really good, is because you're getting yourselves the tag team in combination with the Starbreaker. So it does a lot of damage. You're just swinging and attacking and getting the bonus damage every time, slowing them down, smacking them. It's pretty gross. And of course, they just get hit by everything because they're stuck in the shards.
Right. Panda jumps away. Oh! No! He died! The burn down damage. And Katomi tries to back out. Oh, one more hit. Picard gets the finish. Matthew even makes the rotation over to help out for that. Wow. Okay. Are they swapping lanes?
We'll see. Potentially.
No, it's just Matthew going to go back through the gate, it looks like.
Just doing his thing. I mean, Whisper's kind of fine, right? So it's a situation where you really want to get levels up on Whisper as fast as possible because he wants to get multiple points into the Chaos Strike, so he doesn't have to worry about any sort of like Watson Rot Harass. Got tongue twister there. And he's back just in time for the 3 minutes. If he goes Inkswell, he can stop Watson from channeling this for the Lotus.
Yeah. Oh, nice to ensure that he just gets it. So that stun was just to make sure that Watson didn't get it himself, but now it's not going to be a chance for a kill onto him. Most likely. He does still have the stun.
It's so much damage.
Oh, mana Wrath on Matthew. Still creeps under tower. This is not going to be easy for Watson to last it. He has to actually back away. That's super annoying for him, but still will get a couple of these, it looks like.
I mean, they've got so much damage there. He was trying to go and get himself a free Lotus. He just tanks all that instead. Matthew gets space as well to get the D ward here. So that's going to get a block on this small camp. Bad news for the entity lane.
Hook, though, back underneath the tower here, but good play.
Nah,
yeah.
Nice glitch.
Definitely kept him alive. The other story that's going on is, a hero that oftentimes wins these lanes pretty hard. The Pugna, not really able to do it in this one. It looks like Stormstormer's been throwing some difficult things his way. Is already 24-7 versus it's going to be 16-5 after this. Is up top, more damage going out, trying to take down the troll. Turns around with the axes, wants to fight. A crazy person just staying up in their face. He's got Hammer back up again soon, but not going to go for him.
Yeah, this just does not look like a fun matchup.
Ooh, Whisper. Oh, Watson can't get him.
It's Pugna does have the highest individual attribute game in the entire game. As they grab that kill on Picard, not surprisingly considering how low he did stay in that lane. So you gain 5.2 per level, which is kind of crazy. Cause that's almost like universal hero levels of like feeling good about damage per level. But Dazzle still is 4.3, and of course Dazzle just buys Wand and Circlet and hits for 77. So you're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage on that one just from the pure right clicks, and also can't easily harass Dazzle out of lane. Going to be using the healing for last hitting too, so just not a lot of advantages you can gain from this. But this was something that they counterpicked. Like they probably knew this was either going to be off lane or mid Dazzle.
Right. It just is, I think, a little bit funky too. Like, I feel like it probably takes a couple of waves to get used to the dazzle in terms of like the wave shove from Shadow Wave and how to play around it. As up top, Panda will go down, and now Kaz just forced to run away. They are sending so many heroes up here. He's level 4. This is not a good time for the troll. I don't know how you salvage this.
Yeah, part of the problem too, of course, is that, I mean, it's a troll. Is he going to be doing a Battle Fury? Like, is this guy going to be taking a long time to come online? The game is resting pretty hard in Whisper's hands right now because this Pugna, you know, maybe they're just hoping to get earlier tower pressure, which will open up the map a little bit more and try and provide some roaming capabilities for their 2 supports. But
oh god,
double bounty room for Matthew.
And Whisper might just be dead now. EG are just not all on the same page. Every hero is getting ganked. They just ran through the portal, found that kill, and now they might go on a C-Smile too. In trouble. Backs away, no hook. Your angle for it, and yeah, they're going to be able to get the turnaround kill. Much needed. Nice reaction from EG. Would have loved to get out of that with Whisper alive, but you'll take those kills.
Yeah, that's a perfect mop and bucket situation there for C-Smile to come in with that haste rune. And with nothing left to get rid of that life drain, just turns into a free one. Another great buff, of course, for Pugna to keep in mind is you can use your decrep now when you are using your life drain, which is really cool. I mean, it's been that way for a while, but I feel like you still see players not use it, so very useful both defensively and offensively. And of course, you also don't increase the damage on your allies, which, I mean, that still feels weird to me. I still have to think about that every time I'm watching a Pugna.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that salvaged things a little bit. It was looking like things were going to start snowballing out of control, but making some more room for a Troll Warlord to start to come online. They got a couple of kills. It still is not the same type of opening that Entity had last time on their CK, but Whisper is, you know, he's getting at least something here going.
Yeah, the downside in this game, though, for Whisper compared to what Gabby had is that Gabby had no need to like have initiative at all. Like, he had no reason to ever cross the river. He was just mad chilling the whole time. His goal and what his team needed of him was to just farm. Whereas I think Whisper is going to be drawn in a little bit more, unfortunately, because of what they need of the Troll Warlord, who is looking to be building in towards that Battle Fury. So it's not going to be as simple, unfortunately.
No. Panda finds a couple heading through the river, takes away that Observer ward. More D wards going into their favor. And have yet to take the Wisdom Rune yet for Entity. It looks like Katomi is heading over that way now, almost getting towards the medallion completed. But still very much defensive posture coming from EG.
It's gonna be tough to get levels on these supports right now for EG. They're both pretty low. We haven't talked a whole lot about Panda's Marcy. I mean, I guess you're kind of hoping the sidekick is going to be useful in these team fights, but right now he's just so low level. Could maybe set up for some Pugna plays, though, with a couple more levels. I'm curious how he tries to build it. Like, does he feel like he has to move around the map and put more points into rebound? Typically, you want to stay on the 2 points rebound, or even 1 if you can, and try and max out the sidekick. That seems to be the most beneficial part of this hero right now. But if your Troll Warlord is just jungling the whole time, you know, also doesn't feel great.
The second time now, they haven't quite been able to connect with the shards there. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's another very passive game right now from EG, and that would signal to me the need for Panda to get more involved. Potentially with C-Smile, because you can imagine like a life drain into Panda rebounding and then disposing somebody back. That could be a play they could make. But in the meantime, they're kind of just hanging out now, hoping to farm up where they can and sort of ride out the storm.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke up. Yeah, Tommy Watson heading over. Scan is going to connect. Break it. Matthew gets pulled in. Has the stun available. Ooh, good dodge. Well done there. And they're going to have to back out now.
Panda does steal the rune. Ends up only being a regen, though, so will mean that it'll be a power rune next time. Meanwhile, up top here, Pakaz going for it. Doesn't have an ulti yet. Oh, it does kill it. All right.
Ooh. Sidestep.
Where's Marcy?
Keeping him low.
We need Marcy ulti.
In trouble. Turning. Immediately gets eaten. Mana drain. Life drain. Pakaz still chasing. Any way to get him? Not going to happen in
That's
time.
Troll Warlord, baby. That's my hero.
God. That feels bad. That is unfortunate. Man.
I don't understand this hero, dude. Can we give him a new ulti?
Just anything.
The hands off the keyboard mentality.
You know, in like D&D and stuff, they have like trolls that don't get hit by fire damage or something. Give him some like base magic resist or something. Just anything for this guy.
Ooh, nice job, Watson there. Gets the instant camp respawn without the stack, so.
Bottom.
Oh, actually, it
Can't
was
do
a stack.
anything.
Radiant's bottom
Wow.
tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Okay, here we
Now,
go.
there's the combination that I like to see. Decrep into Phantom's Embrace. No way to get out.
I'm so glad he's going 3 points rebound. I think he just has to get rebound points this game. I think he needs to be an active Marcy. Because part of Sidekick is that it doesn't work when you're outside of the range of 2,500. The ally gets no bonuses. You get half the bonuses, but
Right.
like Troll isn't just getting it throughout like the whole map while he's just farming. If he did, that'd be pretty crazy. Kind of broken. But that's not how it works, unfortunately. And so if you skill the whole way for that, unless you're going to be like following the Troll Warlord, you're just wasting a lot of your abilities. And they need these initiations right now. Mid lane, Watson.
Can't get it.
Would have been pretty crazy.
They were trying to wrap around a little bit down bottom, it looked like. And see Smile now here with Panda. They're going to hope to maybe finally get a tower in the early side of the game compared to last game where they really were not able to get much going.
They're going to end up trading for mid, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
A little unfortunate hook there.
Dire's top tower
Might have
is
saved his life.
I mean, I don't know. I know you don't love to trade for mid, but like Entity
And
feels
top.
so much stronger right now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They lost 2 towers, too.
Yeah, it's not great, man.
Man, pretty even on the net worth across most of the cores. The only one who's really the standout here is Gabby again.
Oh my God, he gets the hook after. See Smile trying to do what he can. Good play to get him away. The heal coming in. Will it be enough to turn? Yes, indeed. And now trying to bring down one. Whisper thinks about going, but no. But he turns back in. All of Entity's just going to come say hi. And that is devastating. That is 4 Flesh Heap stacks for Watson. Almost an Aghanim Scepter. They're taking the Ancient stack, dude. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's looking like it might be another 14, maybe 15 minutes on the Agnums this time. Bit of a slow one when he plays against an actual professional team. What a hook, though. It
Yeah,
goes
take
from
a
just
look
being
at
a
this.
clean pick onto a support to just gets him.
And what a swap right here, too. If he doesn't break that life drain, I think there's a chance this actually goes okay for them.
Yeah, and
Damn.
Gabby is just the cherry on top, too. Just once again, waiting and farming throughout this game. Currently sitting at 5-1-3. Has the Blade Mail, too. Sure, it got nerfed a little bit, but for a Dawnbreaker, still a great item.
Oh, yeah. Stacking up some camps while he's at it.
Just gross, honestly.
Is he going to leave this? I want to see Watson come and take this, honestly. Like, him getting to, you know, his Ags at the same time that Dazzle's going to get his. Stormstormer's chased. Can they get there? This is big. This is a
big
nice
silence.
kill for them, but it's not going to be their time. The hook save. Oh, they kept him alive.
Give him a break, Watson.
Dude. Oh, that's so painful. Yikes.
Oh, yeah, that's just, I mean, it feels like you maybe got something going on, then that happens to you. Gabby's just cleaving through these Ancients right now on the way to the death. So the other reason why Dawnbreaker really came back into fashion was the buff on this item. She likes to fight, she likes to get kills, and she likes to stack up some more corruption on that thing. So it's going to be a little bit frightening if she gathers that while gathering a few more kills. But yes, the Battle Fury's online.
I mean, look, Trent, you got to remain positive in the face of adversity, but holy crap, this is a scary one. You're gonna have Ags Pudge, Ags Dazzle, and Dawnbreaker sitting behind both of them to heal them up, just walking at buildings.
And
I don't know
snowball
what
saves.
EG is gonna do.
And 2 medallions, because they're crazy like that. Fishman's going to finish for the Solar. And Kataomi will just keep the medallion.
What do you do? And all of their damage is physical except for Pugna. And like, I mean, Pugna, sure, he's got some damage. But he's building a freaking force stab. This guy's not scaling like crazy.
They also have a lot of ways to just cancel that life drain too.
Yeah.
Without a BKB to cover you, there's so many options here from Entity. I think everyone has a way to cancel it, right? Like, I mean, I guess theoretically Decrep might save you from Tusk.
Right.
But I mean, he probably will have snowball up, so he just snowballs you, and yeah, I mean, yeah, they can all just cancel it once the shard's up for Dazzle.
Dire's top tower
Hook
is under attack.
finds him. See Smile gets caught. He just saw him. I mean, that was actually almost a blind hook by Watson. He saw him walk off the creep wave and just predicted his movement. Pretty devastating last couple of minutes here for EG. Down bottom, hunting, wanting to find Panda, but won't be able to get him there. Wowie.
Well, if things weren't frightening enough, Watson is considering going for the Blink Dagger next, just to get even more in their faces right now and keep snowballing this game. Gabby won't find Matthew in time here to cancel.
Nope.
Would love to get a couple stacks going here on the Soul Stealer, but no kills yet for this Desolator. Speaking of kills, Roche should probably be on the menu anytime now, friend.
Panda, no way out. Gets brought down. Whisper taking a bold step forward here. Are they really going to come in and try and fight this? I mean, it's one of those things where it feels like you have to do something if you're EG because, but at the same time, like you've got Battle Fury Troll. You have to just sit back and try and outfarm them, I guess.
How is it fair that this Dazzle has 153 damage just with eggs,
Radiant's
wand,
bottom tower is under attack.
bracer? Like, what, Universal heroes are out of control.
They are. It's not fair. Bottom. Are they really going to go into Watson right here? If they can get him. Oh, he just hides away though. Oh God, that would have been huge if he was just out a bit too far. But heads up play, stepping back away, keeping himself safe.
There's swaps. There's Dawnbreaker ulti. I mean, it gets used now so they can kill C Smile, but
poor guy. Man.
All right, that's 2. Plus 2. It's not just Silencer anymore.
Yeah, I'm feeling mighty concerned as down bottom they're gonna find another more rounds of flesh heap stacks, and now Whisper gonna pop ulti. Stormstormer, they turn onto him, try to bring him down, they get the kill. That is what they need. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna come at the cost of Whisper's life. Does have a TP scroll, but they have stuns everywhere. There's no way. Oh man, Matthew goes down also. Just more blood thrown into the faces of Entity.
I think Stormstormer was thinking he could easily just get a grave off there, but good layering of the Suns from EG will at least pick him up some kill here. As oh no, the man who's been hiding this whole game, Pakaz, is found.
Pakaz will get brought down. No way out. Yeah, and Watson is just racking up the flesh heap stacks. They're ripping them apart across the map. Really good wards down. You see that one that saw the vision of the troll up there on the top side.
Mm-hmm. Just very casually able to go on the Roche now here too.
Oh yeah. I really like that Radiant ward up there because so often that spot is where teams are like hiding out trying to farm. But
yeah,
to hold that thought, they're going to try and contest it, looks like. Scan, they know they're in.
They can stroke in, then what's up?
Pop in, jumping in. Oh, Panda gets the stone on a 3. Do they have enough follow-up? Do they have enough damage? The snowball save is there. C Smile is out. Watson in the area.
Oh my goodness.
Much damage. Oh God. It was looking good for a moment, but only a moment. It is way too strong on the side of Entity, and now C Smile just trying to run away. Will get chased, still hit with the poison touch. They take it off though. In the end, it won't matter. Hook out. Watson finds him. We'll be able to give the rundown to Matthew too as they eventually kill off that Grimstroke.
He took 1,100 damage just from Starbreaker
Yeah.
on a CK.
Dude, this year is good against him.
Is under attack.
Whew, well, Roche takes a little jog, hoping to avoid the rest of that battle, but unfortunately it won't matter. And here's a replay here. Maybe if it was a bit later, could have been something. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough there. Had the buff there as well. Wow, watch his HP. Look at that. Like, what?
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
it was way too much too quick. They didn't have everybody in to hit at the same time that the stun went out. So even though he stunned 3 with the jump in from Marcy, there's just no follow-up. And of course, the cleanup.
Yeah, something they're just straight up lacking in the rest of this draft, too.
Man, 23-7. Entity, this is the way that you want to start your TI group stage. Coming in, looking strong through both of those games, playing very different styles of drafts, too.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive this time for Watson. He's definitely the one who's mostly switched it up in this one for sure.
Smile. Found. Again. Brought down.
Trying to get almost a defensive medallion at this point here from Panda. With the medallion and solar being available on the Radiant is a gross amount of minus armor.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is
And
under
there's
attack.
that Blink Dagger finished up here for Whisper. So some initiation here outside of just Panda jumping. But yeah, everything has to go so right for them. They need like the perfect jump. They have to find some way to get some extra AoE damage, and they just don't have. I mean, look, that's the support. Can't even kill him.
Turns. Onto 2. Stun out. Pretty good. Do they have enough for the follow-up? Get 1. Got to get out now, though. Panda trying to run this swap back in. Whisper. Pakaz showing up after. Axes out. Good damage there, but not enough. BKB tries to hunt down anybody. He's going to get the connection onto Fishman, but they wanted a bigger kill than that. Gabby goes down with the Aegis, and everybody from EG going to try and run away. Watson there for the chase down, and now Stormstormer nearby ensures the bring down. Again,
That's an ultra kill for Gabby. Oh, he can't even get his way over there, unfortunately. No rampage this time.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, and they're pinging as it's 23 minutes, so you can go and do the Tormentor. Grab that for their team. Life's good.
Dude, did Gabby just need to be playing offlane this whole time? That's key.
Dire's
Goes through
bottom
bouts,
tower
you know.
is under attack.
Be a Fire 5 someday, too. It's okay.
Radiant are scanning.
My goodness. Yeah, what a performance. Him and Watson, like, putting the team on their backs this one. 23 of the team's 28 kills between those two players.
That is ridiculous, actually.
14, 1 and 8, and 9, 1 and 10. They've just been everywhere.
Well, we'll see if they really want to wait this one out. I mean, they did use the Aegis to try and corral that troll in to help get that kill. And going high ground still stinks. Oh, the blink back. They're going to punish you for that one, Panda. That was just mad greed. There's no way you should be allowed to live on this Mercy.
Yeah, I think
I won't have
slow
it.
Steady bring down. It's happening. They're going to get him. And meanwhile, up top, they're hunting. Whisper will manage to get away, it looks like. But yeah, EG is just full in guerrilla warfare,
Dire's
dodge
middle tower
fights
is
whenever
under attack.
possible, send out illusions to shove waves, and just hope you can get away with delaying this game out for something.
Oh,
in the
Watson.
future.
Watson. Oh, he hits this. Oh, he just missed. Oh, it's okay. Oh, no. Oh, get him.
Look
Get
in.
him.
Oh, the creep.
Oh.
Dire's middle tower is
Dude,
under
he has
attack.
17 flesh heap stacks.
He's going E-Blade.
Yeah, why not?
Get him.
I mean, particularly against Pugna now because of the way that E-Blade works.
Yeah.
It's going to be insane damage. And
Yeah, what is he at right now? Oh, 107. Oh man. Oh,
well,
my.
but it's based on the opponents now.
Oh, that's what I was looking at. He's got 107
oh,
in.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 107 in. Well, we'll see. Thought you're talking about Pudge's strength, which is
No, that's a little
was
higher,
wrong.
unfortunately.
132 strength on this Pudge right now.
Dire are scanning.
Still kind of maneuvering around the bottom side of this map here. Katomi runs into Panda and Pakaz. They both immediately back away from this Tusk. Well, mid lane, they're going in for a little bit of a bout. Watson in onto both of them. Finds both. Gabby is there for the follow-up. And
Is it DD?
I don't know. I just don't know, man.
Well, don't worry, guys. We get this to a maximum of 30 now, so we got a few more to add on to Gabby.
Is under attack. Dire structures
Once again, Dota Plus being quite generous for our losing side, frankly. I also think in these situations versus a Dazzle, it's got to be one of the worst heroes to be up against, where it just feels like every single item that gets added to this hero is just going to be more and more obnoxious. Like, it already feels like you can't deal with them. And then there's going to be an Octarine. Oh, and then he's going to be hexing you with a shard.
And I feel like, again, what do EG's heroes do at this point in time in the game? I don't think that there's a way that they can kill Watson. And this might be the biggest caster curse ever, but I really don't think so. Because, like, the damage at this point is like Pugna Life Drain, which is going to do nothing with Flesh Heap. Same for Chaos Knight Illusions. Troll tickles him. Like, I don't know. He's got 3,400 HP on Watson.
All right, well, we got Sidekick. All right. That's plus 48 damage. And Troll hits really hard
Yeah?
and really fast.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's something. A flat 48 is nothing to scoff at.
All right.
Maybe that's the plan. Has he considered just getting level 25 on Mercy for the plus 65 talent?
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah. You know, we just got to think a little bigger here.
They are waiting to try and get that Scotty, which would make a pretty massive difference, I think, for the Pudge in particular.
Yeah,
I think
that's the big
Watson's
one.
about to E-Blade somebody. Oh, God, Matthew. No! It's dead again.
More importantly, the kick is online. So we have swap,
He found
hook,
him.
and kick.
He found him. Oh, my God.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dude. Watson
Bart's kick-
TPing back.
Bart's
He wants
kick
to kill more people.
It's
He's
350
ready.
damage.
Jump in. E-Blade.
Oh,
Right
he's
onto
getting kicked.
Whisper. BKB. The chase down. Get the hook. Get the finish. More kills.
Dire's middle tower.
Smoke
Just
out.
smoke.
Stormer's just pushing mid. Does not appear to care.
He's 16, 1, and 11 on Gabby's Dawnbreaker. What is his streak right now?
I have no idea.
I think he's beyond godlike.
I mean, surely. I think he.
Oh.
It's hard not to.
Oh, the troll, the courier spotted by Kataomi.
That kick. They're sending the team over to find him. Because nowhere left to go. They jump in everybody under the tier 2 tower. They pull in C-Smile, TPing into Pudge. It's always a dangerous proposition as they will find them both. Stormer with the double. This game is freaking over. Call it. Oh my
7,
God.
25 just from a Shadow Wave. I mean, you know the game is over when they're kicking you into your tier 2. That's
Yeah.
supposed to be the safe spot. And you're supposed to be running there. When the Tusk sends you there, you got a problem.
I mean, my God, that was insane. I think, I mean, I don't know. For Entity, you got to be feeling good. Both Watson and Gabby, I think, had amazing games in that one. I also think Stormer did a really good job of like making sure that he came out on top and mid.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that was a beatdown. Holy moly!
He was kind of just the backbone there the whole time. It's very similar to last game where there's just no real way to get a solid jump in from EG to make them feel confident to have any sort of like initiative in the fights at all. And so the whole time, if you like go back to these replays, there's a lot of situations where Stormstormer's just kind of back there, and he's throwing out the heals. He's got this Dawnbreaker and Pudge way off in front. If something does go wrong, there's swaps, snowballs. I don't think Stormstormer really gets touched all too much this entire game. And yeah, I mean, you look at the damage that he received, and it's not. Frankly, there really wasn't too much damage dealt at all from EG, unfortunately.
No, there was not a whole lot of anything. I'm trying to calculate something real quickly, so you'll give me a second here if you don't
I apologize.
mind.
Yes, but you're doing some math.
I'm trying to do a little bit of math because I feel like this was just the most quintessential of beatdowns. But it was insane how strong and how much they were able to do so quickly.
It's part of it too is that like the only thing that really slowed them down is they didn't necessarily have like the best tower hitters, but because the Dawnbreaker got left completely alone, Gabby just really focused on knocking down the tower early, and then they sort of grouped up around the Dazzle. And although Dazzle doesn't necessarily attack the towers, as long as you can get the wave up there, sustain it with the Shadow Wave, creeps are very good at knocking down towers, and they did that in a 2-for-1 trade. It was kind of like in chess where you just, you start trading pieces, but you see a path that's going to mean that they just have to trade in a much worse way than you. And that's kind of what opened up the map for them,
Oh, yeah.
They snagged a rook and a knight for a pawn and a bishop.
Well, that's not good.
No, that's a bad swap.
That's a mess up in the Rui Lopez. Well, I was doing some math. 26,000 damage done by Gabby. And I wanted to see what the DPS of that was, and it was much less impressive than I thought it was going to be. It was only 15 DPS, but 15 DPS throughout the course of a game, that's pretty cool. As you see the blow up there at the end by Stormstormer. Wow. I think I might give the MVP to Watson this time. What do you think? Even though Gabby had a hell of a performance.
Apex Pudge. Day one, TI, you get an MVP. That's just the rules, okay?
I like it.
Doesn't matter if the hero's a little bit more meta than he used to be, and it's not as surprising. It's still Pudge. He's still the most played hero in Dota 2. We still love this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's approaching like 1 billion or something.
Really?
Yeah, he'll... this month there's been almost 5 million games of Pudge. That's actually insane. Pudge is currently at 966,435,713 games of Dota 2. He's picked in 1 out of every 3 Dota games that ever occurs. So we're only 40 million away from 1 billion Pudge games all time. That's pretty cool.
And Watson is leading the charge and showing how to do it. If you want to be the 1,000,000th winner, I hear that the 1,000,000th Pudge game is going to be invited to TI next year.
I don't see why not.
That's actually just a lie. Don't believe that. Don't go
funded
that.
by Lyrical. That's crazy. Wow, you're such a good community figure. That's amazing.
That would be pretty cool, though. Man, Entity with the 2-0 looking really impressive. We're actually one of the earlier games to get finished off here. So go check out the rest of those streams as we get ready for our next series. Stay tuned, everybody. More Dota 2 to come in the road to the International.
is under attack.
My people died for me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I outshine these men and shields. Grant me life once more.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
My people died for nothing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fraction of my best. I outshine these men and yield supply. Grant me life once more.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're already here and ready for our second best of two in the road to the international. Lyrical and Trent going to be taking you through another wonderful game. And this time we're into the group that people have called the group of death, Trent. Ooh, boo, spooky, scary. Team Liquid
It's
versus
October.
Azure Ray. This should be a good one. Yeah,
Yeah,
October, that's right.
It's spooky time indeed.
It-
Would you like to see a draft? I have one.
Sure. What's
Yeah.
the draft?
Blah! Well,
Oh,
it's coming up
I
on your
thought you
screen right there.
wanted to like show me the drafts that we've already seen or something.
No,
This is
I can
a
show you
new one.
this. I just found it in my pocket. It's a
is that?
super sweet dinky here. And I think that since I did just find it in my pocket because I had to take it from my kid earlier, it represents Team Liquid quite
Okay.
accurately, much like your Juggernaut pin does. Because Team Liquid, you know, they're just like this speedy. It says winning formula right there.
Wow.
Oh, you can't see it because it's a little bit green. Do they have the winning formula? That's the question. They have the winning formula when it comes to gaining fans, getting a fan base. They seem to be one of the most popular teams in the world. They all seem really well liked. You know, they had Nisha to their team this time, but the winning formula, unfortunately, wasn't there throughout the year.
That's a spooky guy right there. Look at that guy. He's super spooky.
That's true. He's also a race car because he zooms around really fast.
Zoom,
But
zoom.
if you guys maybe didn't follow Dota or you did follow Dota, well, let me tell you that it was mostly silvers and below for Liquid throughout this year. They couldn't quite get to the top. They couldn't quite get the big win because of a certain monkey on their back. So the question is, do they finally have the winning formula to come in and win this one? They just released that beautiful documentary about Boxy, little short one there if you guys
Right.
want to watch it. Very cool. They have Zai, who is the highest earning player to never be in a TI Grand Final,
That's crazy.
as was posted, I believe, on Reddit recently, which is nice research there. Redditors, well done.
Well done.
So it's all adding up here.
Well, and the interesting thing, too, that I think going into this one is going to be how well, I mean, we talked about Liquid, how well are Azure Ray going to do? Because this is a team that, you know, didn't really exist at the start of the year all that much. And now is coming together. They looked really good in the last tournament that they played. Were able to get pretty freaking far. Took down Extreme Gaming in the regional qualifiers to get here in a best of 5. I think that this is a team that potentially could go quite far, but it's going to come down to this group stage, and they are in that very tough group with a lot of other top tier teams. And Liquid, after letting through the Primal, are just going to pick Muerta.
Yes, the big one, the Muerta. So she has been extremely popular in top tier pubs, one of the most picked and rather successful carries, and also seeing quite a bit of support play. So she is being known for being a little bit flexible in that regard. So we did see earlier one team has already lost with the support Muerta. I won't like fully spoiler just in case you don't want to know the results and stuff, but that didn't go too well for them. So we'll see if it goes a little bit better for Team Liquid here. As this is probably going to be the off-lane Primal Beast. That seems to have been the most popular one lately, but of course the mid is still viable. He has received some slight nerfs because of the changes to Blade Mail and the heart recipe increase. But the actual nerf to the hero, I don't think is super impactful because it just reduced the damage by like 1 or something. It was like 1 per level, so -1, -2, -3, -4
Right.
what he gains. But you don't actually utilize Uproar in the laning stage very often. So that you might use level 1, but you barely lost it on anything. I think this hero is still very strong.
I think so too, which is why we've seen it first phase ban in both of the previous games that we watched. I think it's pretty interesting. I always think about this, I almost called them LGD team, this Azure Ray team.
You just see
as,
FY.
like, some of the old men in Dota in a lot of ways, right? But
Yeah.
realistically, because they all got so good so early, they're actually not that old. I mean, by esports terms, kind of, right? Like FY is 28, but Chalice is 25. Somnus is 27. Like, it's not like these are grandpas like you, me, or Fear yet.
Oh, I know.
You know, these are still young guns in a lot of ways.
It's crazy to think that he started on VG Gaming, he was 18 for
Yeah.
FY. And he's just been gaming since then. I mean, certainly, you know, one of the players who a lot of people would love to see win TI, right? There's no doubt about that. He's been so close. Third, second, fourth, second. That hurts. That's a painful bout of TIs.
I remember so clearly being at TI8 watching the grand finals. You know, I was up in one of the like raftery areas or something looking down at the game. And I remember the moment when I realized they're going to lose. They're going to lose this game. And obviously one of the thoughts that I had was, oh, shout out OG, that looks awesome. But the other thought that I had was, oh my God, I feel so bad for FY.
Yeah.
You know, like I think everybody collectively probably had that mixed emotions of like, you know, in any competition, win or loser, amazing for the winners, but oh man, and to have it happen over and over and over again, it would definitely be that this is one of the teams that I think people are hoping to see some good stuff from. But likewise, Liquid also a fan favorite, so this should be a good freaking game.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And they're going to go for a hero who's been relatively ignored, the Bat Rider. This guy has not been seeing a lot of love lately, despite being an all-time one of those powerful hero in terms of professional Dota. He's seen a bit of a resurgence in the support role, like much earlier this year. That's fallen off a little bit, though. But he is notorious for being a great counterpick hero. But he's got a couple of heroes that he doesn't like seeing, and one of them is over there, and that's that Vengeful Spirit, of course. The swap, being able to take care of the lasso, has always been a bit of a thorn on his side, but it hasn't always fully stopped teams from picking the hero. It can just be at least one good save that you have versus that guaranteed grab.
Right. It's sort of, I feel like now Bat Rider has definitely morphed into more of that like lane bully and trying to like, you know, play Boots of Travel, drums or something like that, instead of like blink 4 staff, snatch somebody and pull them away, where the Venge counters that as hard. But we'll see how it goes. They pick it into it, still feeling confident. And then the other thing, we talked about this in the last draft, Nature's Prophet. Hero looked so good last patch, so annoying to play against. Still pretty annoying to play against this patch, but not as strong. You got to imagine, though, FY, if he's the one that's going to be playing this, is going to be getting massive amounts of farm all over the map.
Oh, and they're just going for the immediate shutdown on that Bat Rider here.
Yeah.
Saying, if you want to run this mid, we are putting the Queen of Pain there. We have 10th pick last as well, so you know, theoretically, we can do some crazy shenanigans, but they're committing hard for the Queen of Pain. It is a great niche hero, so no reason not to. She also doesn't get dumpstered too hard by a lot of matchups. And some of the heroes that she finds rather annoying are already removed from the pool just by nature of them being kind of good right now, in particular that Spirit Breaker. So that's a nice handy one. Going back to those first bans as well, I think you can really see how much prioritization Azure Ray are putting on this Primal Beast opener. And it's going to be something that a lot of teams are going to be looking back on, because when I'm going through of heroes that are pretty good versus it, two of the ones that I want to go for are Shadow Demon, because of the ability to just dispel your charge there, the onslaught. If you are being constantly disabled for any reason, you can't actually use onslaughts. That's really annoying. So Shadow Demon tends to be an extremely good counter. And of course, with the low cooldown save of disruption there too versus your ulti, it can be a little bit too much here. So they really wanted to play Primal Beast is what I see.
Yeah. No, I agree. It feels like needing to ensure that hero has a good start to this one. Liquid now, having picked this Tidehunter, revealing a lot of the different things that they're doing. But I also like Tide, given what Azure Ray have. It's very like single target focused, right? Primal Beast, that one bang 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 spell. You got yourself the lasso coming out, and Nature's Prophet sort of likes to either come in at the end or like solo target one person to make him feel sad. And Tide should always be able to get Ravage off at this point. Do you think it's worth it for Azure Ray to try and pick a Tide counter, or do you just try and like build the rest of your draft not thinking about it as much?
Oh, well, There's your answer. In terms of a like lane counter, they don't go for one of the more dominant ones, like this idea of like, oh, we have to commit for Ursa or Monkey or something, right? They go for a ranged hero who is a little bit harder to bully for Tide, but at the same time, might not have the damage to actually bully out this Tide Hunter. So this might make Liquid want to keep the Muerta as a 1, just, range versus ranged. The jump isn't too crazy for catching this Muerta right now, but it's really going to depend on this last pick from Azure Ray. If they have like a little bit more catch and the ability to like close in on you, because I assume it's going to be mid hero last year from Azure Ray, or they'll just do Primal Beast mid, one or the other. If I see more of that ability, like that's why they're banning out the Centaur War Runner, right? They really don't want these heroes that allow them to get on top of the Muerta, because that's going to take away their opportunity to keep her as a 1.
I like that. I also feel like Azure Ray could swap things around a lot. I mean, as much as I was talking about, Nature's Prophet being a position 4, they could also run an NP Luna lane. That sounds horrifying to play against for Tide Hunter in particular. That is going to be so much right-click damage coming in. And if they did that, you could potentially even like pick a mid here last if you wanted on Azure Ray. Take Primal Beast as 4, run Bat Rider position 3. There's a lot of swap-ups that we could still see.
Yeah, which of course is very important when you don't have the last overall pick.
Right. I guess they would have to probably reveal what the hero is, but it could still be a flex hero coming out.
There's a lot of mix-ups these days. You never know, honestly.
Dude, you know what I want is a puck. Puck for Azure Ray.
Try and slow down that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, slow down Queen of Pain, and then I think it sets you up better lane-wise.
Well, they're going to target a couple other carries there, saying that we believe in the power of Muerta 4. I mean, it is set up from a Tide Hunter, which would really give a good lane to the Muerta 4, so I can see why. That seems pretty solid for me. And they go for a hero who, yes, he's been nerfed again and again, but we've seen him in the first phase of bans earlier today in our Entity series. So that's a pretty sweet grab late in this draft.
It's the better puck.
It is the better puck, truly.
Wow. All right, I like the swap. Liquid, what's your answer to this now? Did they put Queen of Pain somewhere else?
No. Queen is definitely going mid. The real question is just what do you want to do with this Muerta? Because that is definitely some ability to crash and fire into where this Muerta is going to be positioned. So if she wants to be positioned 1, that could be a bit frightening. You would have to pick a very beefy hero here in the position 4 role, I think. And then those beefy heroes don't necessarily lane that well with Tide Hunter, particularly into either a Bat Rider Luna or a Nature's Prophet Luna. Either of those two setups is going to give a bad time if you do a melee combo. But I feel like you kind of need the melee if you want to pick a different position 4. So I think this is Muerta 4, and we're going to get a different carry.
Okay.
Who that will be, I don't know.
If you do like Spectre or something, I think that takes too long to come online.
Oh, no. They're doing the melee. Okay. Now that is pretty good with the Tusk. Just because, he has the snowball, so he's got some mobility.
They swapped it though. So it's Chalice Pango, and it's going to be Primal Beast, and then they're doing Tian Ming on the Bat Rider. That was not what I was expecting.
I think that makes sense for sure. Because if it's melee, I'm definitely sending Bat.
Right.
Like that's just disgusting. He has to be careful not to feed to a snowball play if he gets a little bit too aggressive. But I'm pretty sure that sounds like a bad time there for Liquid. But they're confident heading into it. But yeah, offlane Pango, not something we see too often anymore, and for good reason. Yeah.
No, for sure. I think it's bold and it's going to be scary. And I think the question mark for me is how much is Boxy going to be able to get done through this laning stage? I think Nisha is going to be left on an island this entire game. Like, he's not getting rune support. They're going to be running between those two lanes, I feel like, and trying to find kills. Because if things are static, it feels like it's probably bad in those lanes, right? Like, Zai, Boxy just sitting there getting hit by Bat Rider Luna, that doesn't feel good. But if they can rotate between the two of them and then set up like 3v2s or something and get kills, that maybe is better. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm really curious about this Pangolier. It's a pretty cool idea because like versus Queen of Pain in the mid, you don't really get to abuse any of your typical Pango things, right? Like the idea of trying to like jump back with Swashbuckle, you're still going to be eating daggers. You're not going to be able to punish her. in the end, you're not going to win that lane. Like, Pango can do Pango things and get out of it and try and rotate and stuff. But with all the nerfs, just over time, those things have gotten harder and harder. But in this off-lane situation, I'd say Venge is a relatively weak 5 in the laning stage. She shines a little bit later with like the swaps and with the Wave of Terror constantly throughout the entire game. So they're just hoping to get away with it in the off-lane based off of that.
That makes sense. Okay, I'm with you there.
During the load in there, I don't know if you noticed, it said Mickey's last game, 12-1-5 in Muerta. I believe I actually watched that game when he was playing it because I wanted to see, it was one of his pubs. I wanted to see like how he's been playing the Muerta and stuff. It was absolutely ridiculous. They had no cash get on top of him. He had fantastic positioning throughout the entire game, so he's definitely been practicing up his Muerta quite a bit. The main issue, of course, is he didn't lose.
Oh, Boxy is a nice play to get down to the low ground and then ends up getting pushed away and brought down. It's interesting. I remember during Season 1 DPC, we did a lot of interviews with the players, and then they asked Liquid, what is the sort of sign that you're going to have a good game? How do you feel like you're having a good start? And Insania said, as long as Boxy and I don't feed First Blood, we know it's going to be a good game. Unfortunately, that time, Boxy did get the First Blood given over.
Oh, yes, and sorry, I actually have the wrong game. He went 15-4-19 on Muerta. That was the one I was watching. But then he lost. And so now he dominated the entire game on Muerta. But what happened was he got jumped like twice. And that was it. The game just ended. And that is kind of the life of Muerta. When you start watching this hero, you're seeing more and more people play it in these top tier pubs. And if you can get the positioning, it's basically a sniper, right? No surprise. Like she's another person with a gun. It's kind of the same idea. So you have to be watching to see just how bumped and rolled she gets from this Chalice Pango. Nice fear into the Wave of Terror there.
Love to see it. You managed to get the last hit there with FY, though, on the Sprout. The thing that's going to be interesting to watch, too, is I think there's going to be 2 stages of how this laning goes. And the first one's going to come in at, this time period. But after 5 minutes, when everybody starts getting the Luna or Blessing damage, this bottom lane, I feel like, is going to be pretty scary again down bottom.
Yeah, and the rotations from FY at that timing as well can get pretty good, too. So, pretty cool concept of those two on the same team. Chucking out that damage. And then up top, the question of how annoying is this Batrider going to be? For now, no stick on Zai. There is a stick on Boxy, but you don't really go for the mad spam anymore that you kind of imagine on this Batrider. He just does a flame break to sort of stabilize for Lou and make sure he doesn't get into trouble. Because early on, nice bounce into the tower. Oh, it went for the creep.
Dude, down bottom too. They are just laying into Liquid here with FY. I mean, he's got a full magic wand in the circlet, and every time he steps forward, Insania just has to run. Holy moly.
Yeah, and they've been trying to deward that small camp down bottom as well, but FY just keeps body blocking it. He runs all the way away from the wave, body blocks, and they don't really have a great way to punish it. I mean, one of the benefits of ranged carries typically is that you can join in on these ganks while still farming, but they're not quite able to get that reach and catch him with the stun, because it's obviously a pretty short stun early on from the Vengeful Spirit, and can't get the damage.
Over in the mid lane right now, Somnus is chasing up on Nisha and gonna force him back. Sort of weird positioning going on, battling it out for these runes. Somnus was able to get the refill, though, it looked like, on the water runes. That helped out a bit.
Yeah, good old Onslaught. Gonna give you a hard time there. Tan Ming is getting so much value out of these flame breaks. Getting them with the double over and over again.
Right. Now, 3-minute mark comes in, and Sania's going to take a beating here. As the chase down comes out, FY pulled back in. We'll end up getting the kill, though, onto Insania. At the very least, the small camp spawns now, so they should be able to get some pulls when he comes back in.
That is true. Finally getting a win on that one. 20 last hits, though, so looking really good up top right now for Lou. This Luna, obviously a hero who desperately needs these last hits, and Luna, interestingly enough, has a big win rate advantage on the Dire side. She is one of the biggest differences when it comes to that right now, and that is most likely due to the Mighty Mines up top there. So giving you that HP buff, 'cause she's a hero who can farm stacks and farm larger groups of camps, but she doesn't have a great way for regenning early. This is not the year of buy Morbid Mask is the second you can and go hit jungle creeps. She loves just having those mines to rely on instead.
Yeah, it's super nice if you can get away with that. And it feels like that needs to be in the thought process for Liquid, finding a way to shut down the farming of Lul. Because again, this lineup, I think, from Azure Ray is very clearly really aggro right now. And you can see already with the rotation coming in from FY, he does get over to the creeps, but they're going to find him and pull Boxy in for the finish. FY picks up the kill. I mean, this is too easy, right? Like,
yeah.
He already has an earn done now, too. So earn charges online.
They definitely knew this risk when they picked it. If anyone did watch the Boxy documentary that was just released, there was actually a specific part where they talked about last TI and playing Tusk. He played like 15 games of Tusk in a row or something. You know, at least that's what it felt like. It was just non-stop Tusk over and over and over again. And he was a little tired of it. So starting this TI off the right way.
FY going in far, trying to kill Mickey, and it looks like he's going to be punished. Gets brought down there. So a nice rotation coming in from the Boxy Tusk, able to get involved in a kill there.
Chalice just almost got bodied by Roche there. Barely snuck around him. And yeah, Boxy, of course, back up here with that potential backstab here. As unfortunately, he is holding the point on Zai. But I don't think you can gush for... I mean, they could go for it, but he actually doesn't have tag team yet, so probably not worth it.
A little bit too scary. Although now they're going to see Tianming heading up over to the side. And will they go at that point? They do have some damage out, and Mickey, he just explodes. Yeah.
FY. I mean, he was kind of teasing mid as well, throwing the sprout near Nisha, but now he comes bottom, gets his 2 earn charges, 6-minute rune coming up here soon. So Somnus going to try and fight for the bottom one versus Nisha. 3 points in the dagger and a Tusk nearby. Does he onslaught for this one? Can he get it? No.
Boxy will get the regen. Somnus gets over to the far side and TP's out. Nicely played there. I mean, the other thing to mention real quickly about that kill and Mickey, he might be going down again. Oh, man.
Oh, that's bad.
It's also the bonus damage, right? Like,
true.
They have enough to get the kill. That's 2 times in a row Mickey going down. Nisha makes the rotation. Not enough mana for the Sonic Wave, though. And now they turn, trying to run at Nisha. FY still hoping to stand tall. How much damage do they have in the tank? Can they bring them all down? FY pops the stick. Not enough. Chalice ends up getting the deny onto FY, though.
Oh,
and now
no.
Nisha gonna steal it away. Turn, hit, damage, dead. Oh, Chalice, and that gives him 6. What a turnaround. Chalice, the god, he can bounce off that. You're in the new pain train, the zone. From 0 to hero, Chalice does it again.
He just drowns him in the Lotus Pool. It's supposed to be a place of safety. Rejuvenation.
Oh, and FY killed Boxy. And Boxy at least got the wisdom rune, but they are really starting to turn it up here on the side of Azure Ray. And with the rotation to top side, Zai is also in trouble. They chase, they hunt, they find the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was trying to figure... So that... Who got all that XP? Did they split the XP on that kill? Am I crazy?
Middle tower is under attack.
Maybe.
FY... All right, now he's 5 1/4. Okay. Oh, no, he did get all the XP. Okay, there we go.
Is under attack.
Not bad, not bad. God, it feels like should get a little bit more than that. I guess it's just support on support, so it's a little bit weak this early.
Right.
We gotta pump those numbers up, you know?
True.
Get a little bit more XP for these kills. We're working hard for the kills.
The other thing I'm noticing right now, Azure Ray, this is going to be 3 stacks now on Ancient and Hard Camp. And with Luna already off to a hot start, has a Morbid Mask done, and starting to get into the Mask of Madness, this is going to be a really farmed Luna.
Doesn't even need the Mighty Mines.
Right? Down bottom. More. On to Mickey. Again, in trouble. Rolling. Wait, what? Oh, the shards.
Shards.
Great placement. He's going to still end up in some trouble here. Chalice trying to find the finish. He misses. Oh, he didn't hit Mickey. Oh no!
Oh, wait,
From 0 to 0, but it doesn't matter because FY gets the double, gets the triple. 8 minutes in, FY is 8-2-2.
And
What
Luna
a
just comes down
dog.
here. He just takes the goal. He just takes the creeps. He's going to come and take the tower. I mean, Zai's going to meteor hammer their tower, but it doesn't feel that great.
Dude, what the hell is FY on?
He's insane. He's 8 of the 12 kills right now. This is an incredible Nature's Prophet. And now he is ulti too, so he's just going to be waiting for more. He doesn't even want to go home. He's healing
the
himself
replay.
up.
Chalice able to stay just out of there, and it looked like it was going to be good. The shards block off, but in the end, the snowball couldn't keep him out of it long enough.
And that was, I believe, a self shards from Boxy to push himself out of the sprout anyway, right?
Yeah.
And then it ends up also trapping the Pango and still can't win that fight. So yeah, it's certainly a bit painful there. They're in need of Nisha right now. Got to get some plays with this Queen of Pain. Try and use the Sonic Wave for a good pickup, but it's hard. He just tumblers in.
Okay, and then the turn, Boxy heads up to get him into position, takes down Tianming Somnus, gets the return play, and then Luo moves in, not able to do enough with that Eclipse. So really good when all things considered for Liquid there. Able to break up the fight mid and keep that Quap alive.
There's so many carry players that just saw that. That's why I don't level Eclipse and Lucent Beam. I'm sorry. I'm just Moonglaze and Lunar Blessing, guys. Like, you know, if the pros can't hit this spell, I'm just gonna go hit creeps.
There. Up top, Zai looks to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh wow.
He will Ravage for that. Tumbler's Toy in a second. 2, 1. Yeah, he's gone. More than enough for the finish.
Melron, you need to find a new favorite.
Bit of a greedy one. Maybe just felt like he didn't have any opportunities in the near future with it either way. But that's a 6K lead at 10.5 minutes right now, folks.
Dude, look at him.
Radiant's top tower
They're just running down these lanes. Like, who needs to farm? Like, you've got 4 points in Lunar Blessing. If you stick a bunch of heroes together in the lane, they're going to demolish these towers.
If it's daytime, we just hang out. Nighttime global, it's fine if it's daytime. We'll just have a little party, take it down, go take some ancients too. Why not? Has the duelist glove too.
Yeah, dude, they're building up ancient stacks and then playing together in the day around Luna, and then she's probably going to finish them off at night while the rest of the team runs around.
Oh, wow. So he got the Lance of Pursuit on the Pango too. Incredible item on Pango, obviously, because it gives you the bonus damage if you hit them in the back. Now, will Luna get the axe?
Grove bow?
The Sacred Axe.
Oh, right. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
The Vindicator's axe.
Yeah,
sorry.
Vindicators.
Yeah, with the Mask of Madness. That's always a gross combo as well. We gotta wait till tier 3 for that one. I don't know if this game's gonna last this long at this rate.
I mean, they still have incredible amounts of damage coming out from Huerta if she can just feel free to sort of hit in the later stages. Trying to get towards this Maelstrom here. You also obviously have yet to get the level 6s online for both Boxy and Insania, which definitely hurts. This is one of those games where it feels like they're going to need to outplay Azure Ray over the next couple of minutes to try and pull this back towards even.
They most certainly are. I mean, I'm not the biggest believer in Luna, but I am when she has this much of a lead.
Yeah. Chalice down bottom. You can see he is very comfortable spreading out across the map, farming this up. Look towards the top side. Boxy is going to be found again. Tianming is there. Can't get pushed down to the low ground. With FY TPing in. They will eventually... Ooh, deny! Can't do it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A nice try there. And you know that this diffusal blade is broken on Pango when you're still getting on this off-lane Pango. It's just too good, right? Like, then he's going to go back for more of this like team-oriented item in potential Greaves later after this mech.
Is under attack.
But Diffusal is just way too strong, too annoying. I mean, you're supporting the team by just burning the resources of your opponents, but Mickey, gonna try and burn him up there. Got the lightning, trying to greatly improve the efficiency of both the farming as well as the fighting, if they can find one that suits their needs, because right now these fights are looking tough.
Oh, yeah. Grouping together now for Azure Ray, though, trying to shut down the window where he can do that in by pressuring these towers and Does look like they will manage to take the tier 1, force Nisha to blink away. I will say, seen a pretty nice stack that's just been waiting here this entire time for Luna to go hit into, but have not been interested in playing on that side of the map with her. Just continuing to farm out, and right now is going to go and probably push the Tidehunter a little bit back. I mean, he's got to be careful. With FY able to TP in, this could very easily be another kill here on Decisive as they manage to break the Pulverize with the Kraken Shell, popping Eclipse. Not really getting the most out of this. Zai keeping him back. Nisha gets the kill on Xiao Ming in the meantime. They will finally bring down Zai, though. Didn't even need FY.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, can they actually get this kill here? He's looking pretty vulnerable down here. He has Atos. He's making a quick play with it.
Oh, nicely played by Mickey. And Sprout back up again in a second. Sprouting one, trying to walk away. Atos, but the snowball is there. And they will find a much needed kill taking down FY.
Yeah, that streak goes to Boxy. Mickey ran away. I kind of wish they just put it on Mickey.
Yeah.
The streak would really put him back into the game, but he wanted to just go back to the wave instead and hand over to Boxy. So Boxy gets really close to the blink dagger. Maybe that's the idea they wanted, because that's a ton of gold added in.
Yeah, that's
really
nice.
going to increase his value. I was curious about Somnus. So this is the most basic build that we're seeing a lot, is the Blade Mail directly into the heart for the Primal Beast. Sometimes you'll see a blink in between, though. But they're so far up right now, and Luna's going to have a lot of space to farm on the map right now. Don't think they really need the initiation of his blink at the moment, so he's going for the big one.
Right.
It's going to be so hard to kill him with that heart.
I mean, yeah, that is definitely going to be a huge amount. And I mean, the other thing is just in general, Blade Mail against Muerta is amazing, right? Like, she will kill herself on that Blade Mail, and more time to do it by just having the heart ready to go.
Got it.
As Azure Ray looking to continue assert dominant, 7k gold lead. They do have the Blink Dagger now done on Zai. So with Blink Dagger, Meteor Hammer, if they can get into position to take a good fight, Mickey could maybe blow them all up in the duration of a Ravage, but oh, it's hard, and now they're gonna move right in. They're trying to take this fight before he can even get here. Mickey hiding? Oh, he didn't find him. Oh no! Mickey pops ulti though, the turnaround. Somnus shows up, finds them with the Pulverize. Mickey still trying to stay alive, back away. There's no way out. Can't do it.
Man, I don't know. I feel like when they saw how many heroes were going to be like jumping right on top of them, when that Pango comes out, I can't say I want to see it carry Muerta. They certainly had the confidence that they could make the space with the Tidehunter and the Tusk, but they're so far behind that those kind of fights just aren't happening, unfortunately.
This is interesting, though. They're moving in with Boxy and Nisha now. They want to find a jump. Getting him on low. Oh, the Manta gets into the high ground, but the Ravage is there. Sonic Wave, no! He went on the illusion. Doesn't matter. Meteor Hammer should be enough for the finish.
Holy
Chalice still nearby. They also have FY who's TPing out. Decisive does not want to be here. FY shows up, gets the kill on Nisha. Really heads up play there to TP in for that one. Insania swap, trying to keep Mickey alive, tries to back out. Does have another dead shot in a second, and that will keep away Chalice, but the big problem is going to be Somnus. Meteor Hammer, well, it's not really feeling like enough. They take down the Luna, but it costs them 3 lives.
FY is owning, dude.
He really is.
He's
I thought he was
crushing.
keeping away. He was going in.
No, he just killed Nisha. Oh, man. He just got so much XP for that kill. He's level 11.5 right now. He's catching up to Luna. Oh, wait. But wait, there's more. They caught
Dude,
Nisha
oh my God, they're going to get him again. They're going to get him again.
To be clear, the middle's the replay. Yeah. Down bottom, he is dead again. And look at that. There's that TPN. He was getting pretty low to the urn, and then boom, sprouts him.
Man, trees uprooting him, taking the life away, and yeah, I mean, what more can you say? They are, Azure Ray came to play. They are looking so good.
But you've been leashed. Okay, so Tidehunter versus Pango. This is one downside, right? The new Dead in the Water. This leash is kind of crazy.
Oh,
basically, yeah, I mean, do you blame him?
Fair enough.
Yeah, no matter what you do to this thing, it's not coming off. You got to attack off this this anchor. It's a very funny spell. So hopefully that'll give them some chances to lock down this Pangolier and maybe even Somnus as well in the Primal Beast, of course.
Oh, Nisha, he's just got to run. Curse of the Old Growth couldn't quite find him there. That's something else to consider now, too.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's good to be able to find, and yeah, they do leash up the Bat Rider here. This is at least where you need to start if you're Liquid. And to be honest, that type of a play right there is what you need. Can they buy enough time for Mickey to really come online, though? He needs to get into this BKB, and I just don't know if Azure Ray are going to give him that time.
What's interesting about the Shroud on Tide 2 versus Pango specifically is that if you catch him off guard and you get that Blink, Ravage, and you just anchor him, he's probably dead. I mean, to be fair, he does have like some Greaves and stuff, so maybe he can survive a little bit, but if the team is focusing, it's a great way to take away Chalice. And I do think he's been a pretty major thorn in the side of this team, particularly for Mickey, right? Because he's the one who can really get that good vision on Mickey and allow them to get the kills onto him. Atos on Anisha.
It's a good swap. Insania there for the save. That's what they need to have happen. I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm looking at this game, and it obviously looks devastating as, well, Mickey is going to get caught again and most likely brought down. Yeah, he's gone. As bad as this type of thing looks, it doesn't feel as bad as that Entity EG game we saw earlier. I still see ways that Liquid can pull this back. It's just a very hard way to go. If they can, like, get to the other side of this Luna timing when she has Aegis, there's maybe a chance, but this timing is going to be hard to beat.
I think, I don't know, I think this might look worse. Like, the high ground looks so easy for them in comparison. Yeah. I guess if they get caught out, it could be a problem, but 9-second BKB, this nice fresh Aegis at 20 minutes, maybe a Tormentor for perhaps your opponent's Tormentor. That might be something that Liquid could consider trying to go for right now.
Right. No, I guess to me, I think that like high ground feels easier for Azure Ray to do in this game. But if there is a mistake that happens, I at least see a way that Liquid win super late game, whereas I didn't see that at all for the EG Entity series.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's true.
The problem is that the high ground is going to be scary as hell with this Luna coming in with Aegis. What the hell are you going to do, Liquid?
They're thinking about it. They got to take this Tormentor because they're going to lose it. They know it.
Yeah.
All right, very nicely done. And it goes to Insania.
That's pretty good. That's an important one. Oh, Nisha?
Stuns are good.
Blinking forward?
Sir?
Oh, no.
Sir?
Oh, God. Oh, he's in a scary spot. TPing away. They find him, though.
Oh,
Nisha gets caught and going to get brought down. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whoo! All right. Tower is going to fall. They are coming for the high ground. There's a heart. 3,208 pounds of muscle on Somnus right now. That's his HP.
He's a big boy.
Oh, he's big and beefy. He's a starling steak. He's a good cut of meat. Definitely the most delicious
steak?
hero to eat. I don't know. Just thinking of, I'm just saying words I've seen on steak packages.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
He's a Kobe beef of a cow.
There you go. That's the one. I feel like he's more of an Angus.
He's angry. He's an angry Angus.
He's a round butt of meat. That's what it is.
Radiant's top tower.
Uh-oh. Do they find Mickey? Again. They get him again. Dude, this guy, he can't catch a break. That shot's not going to be there. He's just going to be caught. And FY way too strong, doing more damage than him at this point in the game.
I mean, dude,
FY almost has an Ags.
He's level 15 and almost a half. Mickey's not level 14.
Dude, look at the net worth.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to find one here in the mid. This catch on to Lu could be good, but he has the Aegis. This is not going to happen. Boxy in further trouble as the roll-in comes from Chalice, slowed by Diffusal Blade. Have a swap if they need it, but they won't need it for now. God. FY Nature's Prophet, huh?
Yeah, that's a pretty easy pick for me for my MVP. Like, he just made this game free. Like, he took away the hopes and dreams of Liquid with how aggressive he was early. I mean, the whole team obviously playing around it there too, but he was definitely the keystone piece of what really cemented their wins in those lanes. And very quickly took over this entire map and took it away from Liquid.
Tidehunter Courier is nearby as Zai tries to finish off these Ancients here. He's going to see the Luna Illusions. They finish off Nietzsche's Aghanim Scepter, and now hunting. Oh, not quite breaking the smoke. He is playing in a really safe position there.
Yeah, and he has the Aghanim suit for this next fight.
Chalice going crazy. Mickey is over by him. They're instead trying to find the hunt on the other side. They're going all the way in up on high ground. So the fight is going on mid where they managed to pick off Tianming, but their base, Zai dropping the Meteor Hammer in their face. Nisha throws out a dagger, trying to get a little ways away. But this is another set of racks that's going to go down. Yeah.
He doesn't care.
You can't do anything to this guy right now. Shards are there. Jump in. Connection. Can they swap him out? Can they keep him alive? Sonic Wave. Snowball out. Mickey does not want to buy back. The Eclipse is going to be there. Insania is about to fall.
Ravage.
As they finally throw that Ravage. The daggers do some good damage. Oh my God, the daggers. The dagger's destroyed. Wall goes down. This is still a full set of racks dead, but they do a lot. They have Mickey back up. Buyback comes now from the Venge. They find themselves another kill on a Boxy, and then the root from the Aghanim Scepter on NP. Make sure that everybody else can get out. It was a lot of damage from Nisha, but in the end, you just can't do anything to Somnus.
What a blink. Almost got grabbed by Bat. Yeah, that damage was insane from the Queen of Pain. Little bit ridiculous there. So great use of the Aghanims. But yeah, they lost the racks and Somnus and Lewis are in your base.
Oh yeah. It's too much right here. Scream of Pain doing what they can. Isha trying to hold on for all his worth, but yeah, I mean, this is the last set of racks. It does look like Azure Ray are going to respect that and not try and go for the all-out Mega Creep play yet. But again, this is set up for, you know, next Aegis. It's going to be Megas, if not before then.
Whew, that's a tough first game in this series, I gotta say.
Oh yeah.
Especially with the drafting style that they went for Azure Ray. Like, they got counterpicked pretty hard.
Oh my God, he didn't even get to get anything off. Dagger goes out, Boxy, Snowball onto a creep. Chalice still chasing, he's in far. Nikkei's there, Sonic Wave control. Chalice down low, can they swap him? No, can't quite get there. Swap in instead to keep Nisha alive. That's gonna mean Insania is dead. That's a dieback. And Somnus still just stepping forward as little eyes on the prize. Is gonna hit the last set of racks. GG is called. Azure Ray looking pretty freaking good in their opener.
Yeah, just insane teamwork. Like, just straight up. That it felt like a well-coordinated team in a pub where, like, they're the 5 stack and you're just versus 5 randoms, and you've also got about 2k MMR more or something. Like, they just ran them over. Like, between the Twin Gate usage and the Nature's Prophet TPs, it felt like they were over the entire map. The mid lane was a bit of a desert. They were just chilling. Queen versus Primal Beast. Beast able to make some quicker rotations with the ability of the Onslaught. Tends to just kind of like run over and do this giant charge. Whereas Queen of Pain might not have the levels on the blink early enough to make the same kind of plays, and they took advantage of that. But again, just, I mean, FY, like, come on.
He did the second most damage on their entire team.
Insane.
On FY. I think that there needs to be some serious looking at Nature's Prophet Luna in general. Obviously, FY played amazing. You can see right here this show up at the end and getting the triple kill. You know, soaking up a lot of the damage to make sure here also that Tianming doesn't go down, or that Chalice doesn't go down towards the end. Look at how close Tianming is to death there, and FY just soaking up all the damage to make sure he gets out. It was immaculate.
Yeah.
Tough stuff for Liquid. Very tough game.
every time that I was watching FY through this game and I'm thinking of like, oh, what's the little play he could make here? He made those little plays. Like, another one, this TPN, he grabs Nisha at the end. Like, it's just, they were already winning and they're already making winning plays, but every single time he's just finding that next little piece. Like, would it have mattered if one of his heroes had died under that tower? No. But he makes the little play to ensure he gets every tower hit put onto him instead, so Tianming doesn't go down. He's a better game because of that. All those plays really added up as to why they have such a huge advantage, because you guys have been watching Dota lately. We don't see that many stomps like this because you really need a huge advantage to go high ground at this point in the game. You want to wait for that second Aegis, maybe that third Aegis, because it can be risky. But when your build-up is this hard, when you're this far ahead, it's not that risky. And we kind of found that for 2 series in a row so far.
And I mean, you don't necessarily want to harp on it too much, but I think to me, this at least exposed a big problem with Muerta as a hero, which you talked about right at the beginning of the draft. If you can just get in on top of her, how many times were they able to find Mickey in this game? How many times did he go down? 8 of them,
8.
as a matter of fact.
there's a number.
0, 8, and 1. And you know, part of that is a function of just the hero itself, I feel like. You know, I don't think that's all Mickey having just a bad game or something. Some of it, well, definitely towards the end, felt like he was getting caught out a bunch, but that's what the map closed in because Azure Ray has FY Nature's Prophet and Tianming on Batrider.
Yeah.
Damn. Big stuff. And FY MVP, 13, 3, and 15. This guy just manages to find a way to keep doing it.
Ah, and he's so handsome, too. He's got it all. That's the worst part of it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Impressive.
No doubt. And sweet jerseys, by the way.
Gotta love it.
All right. Well, I hope we're gonna be seeing a lot more of this page. That's what I'm hoping for. I gotta say. I want to see FY do it, baby. Am I wrong here, folks? Come on.
It'd be pretty cool.
He needs the W.
I would love to see it indeed as well. Well, an impressive showing to start their group stage off. And for Liquid, need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, or at least address the strength that's coming out in terms of that early game pressure. We'll find out more to come in just a little bit as we get ready for game number 2. Road to TI, continuing right after this. Welcome back, everybody. After that extended slight break, we got the coordinator updated, making sure that everything in the Dota 2 world is ready to go. Trent, we saw some masterpiece coming out in that last game from Azure Ray and from FY in particular. We'll see if Liquid can come up with some answers, but holy moly, man, that was spooky.
Did you want to subscribe to FY Facts?
Tell me.
Is that what you were trying to do here? Well, courtesy of a friend of the show, Knoxville, FY at 8 minutes and 45 seconds was 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists. That is the most kills at 9 minutes in the international history.
Wow.
And only 2 players have ever had more on land before, which was one with Arteezy, who had 9,
Okay.
the One Esports Invitational in Singapore, and Emo, who had 9 at Dota Summit 11. So there you go. Kind of insane. International history being made here once again by FY, because that's just what he does.
Love to see it. And we're already into the draft for game number 2. See if they're going to give it to him again. And spoiler alert, no. Liquid banned that out in the first phase. Like, get the Primal out, get the NP out. We're not seeing any of that business anymore, which I like. I think that's a good decision to go for. Just don't give them the same stuff that they ran with previously and try and make them uncomfortable, as we're going to get the Brewmaster.
And you can also notice that Shadow Demon not removed this time. Again, showing that Azure Ray are looking at that specifically for the Primal Beast.
Right.
But that might mean they also still value the hero pretty highly, because I think it is still pretty solid with a lot of other combinations in the game, as you mentioned, like maybe even some classic illusion shenanigans. A counter that we had discussed, guys, the bug is back. All right. Weaver did a little time lapse, went back into the past where he was actually a good hero, and has reemerged. Possibly through a metamorphosis, which I keep trying to explain to my kids about. Turns out going to a pupa and becoming a totally different creature is extremely confusing to a small child. Frankly, it's confusing to me as an adult, but we make it work. Weaver's good again, and we've already seen it once today in this matchup versus the Brewmaster. People are looking for this in their pubs right now at top tier to see just how good Weaver is, and Shiro already made it happen versus Gaimin Gladiators earlier. It's the bugs. It's being able to click down those Brewlings pretty well throughout the game. It's a frustrating time. And, Azure Ray.
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting.
That's an early Queen of Pain.
I mean, for Somnus, give it to him. Why not? And it should be noted that LGD versus Gaimin Gladiators series that you're talking about, where it was Gaimin Gladiators that ended up dropping to LGD, there's some carryovers there. Liquid, very much a team that's been influenced and has influenced Gaimin Gladiators, and likewise Azure Ray, I'm sure, as well. A lot of crossover between those two teams. And in terms of, like, again, what we're kind of, and I think a lot of people are expecting, there's a lot of mixed questions about Azure Ray. And Somnus, like, even before this, again, another shout out here to the China Dota in a Nutshell Twitter page. But he said that basically, before the group straws came out from Somnus, he said, I don't think the results at the STI will be that bad. At least that's how I feel. I might just be bragging here. At least I won't get eliminated in the first round this time. Otherwise, my heart will be completely broken. And then he basically said that if that did happen, he wasn't going to be a pro player ever again. He was just going to retire. Coming in with a lot of motivation to not get dropped in the first round. And I mean, it's the scary thing. You lose a couple games and things suddenly turn on their head.
Well, I mean, I already feel like I've been turning my head with this Queen of Pain so early, especially when they have last pick. Like, that to me says that they want to get something crazy for one of their other 2 cores, most likely here. Potentially even that Weaver coming out last. If it looks really good, it's probably not getting banned. That could be some solid reasoning here. Straight back for the bat. Don't blame them at all. Fantastic game from Tianming. Definitely doing as well as, I would say, Celery has been the other best bat throughout this year, and you saw a lot of similarities. One of the best things about Train Protector and why he's so broken is that he's really good at abusing the twin gates, because he can just run over the trees, right? You come to the twin gates, and then boom, you're just there. Batrider can actually be even better, because not only does he go over the trees, he can go over the cliffs as well. So he can be like immediate action out of the twin gate. And then, of course, scaling with the Blink Dagger, it's a great hero to, like, snowball the game even further. Because in that last match, all he needed was a single grab. Not even the last one. He just needed a vision half the time, and the rest of his team could grab that kill. So it's not too shocking that they're going to go back for it, even if the Nature's Prophet isn't available.
No, for sure. I think that would make a lot of sense, and why you need to take it out of the pool there. The hero just feels way too insane. Liquid burning through a lot of their reserve time right now. And I think the thing that's interesting about this dynamic right here is that, again, if you're thinking about that Weaver that might be coming out, if you think about anything, honestly, like this is where it determines a ton of your draft. They're taking a lot of time figuring out which way they want to go because you have this sort of like base do anything hero in the brew, and now they're going to try and build up a lot of big tanky boys. They take the Kunkka next, and it looks like that's, again, one of those things where like, all right, we know we want to take this guy. We'll buy a little bit more time, think about next, and then they go for the Oracle. Zai, a lot of thinking on his head right now.
All right, the absolute classic, right? The potentially Insania Oracle, but they also do pass it off to Boxy every once in a while. It is definitely something that they're able to flex between the two. Sometimes Boxy gets on like a big roll, especially if it's really important for there to be a ranged position 4 with quick damage burst to utilize the Brood Up, try and get it from the Cinder Brew. So this could be a really good situation to make a position 4, because also the more farm on the Oracle, the more likely you're going to get these counterplays versus the Bat Rider. So some options here. I love the Kunkka too. We've seen him banned a lot lately. He's on the rise. He can lane versus that Queen of Pain without too much trouble. And try and give you some control elements. But now, Slark, a hero who stalks on the rise.
Yeah.
Okay? The other carries go down. Slark goes up a little bit. And it's going to be in lane versus that Brewmaster. So, obviously, also is one of the most annoying shards in the game and could potentially even be a support. Who knows? I don't know if we're that crazy on Azure Ray, but we've seen it done this year.
I mean, if there's a player to do it, it's probably FY, but I don't think we're going to be seeing it.
Please no.
I will say that I like Kunkka against Slark. I don't think everybody does, but I think there's an element to it. If you can get that X off as you're making rotations, it can set you up for a lot of success. But man, I got to tell you, this looks scary right now for Liquid. You've got so many different ways to start the fights. With all 4 of these heroes, honestly. And I mean, I don't know. Liquid's draft, it like everything takes like a second to get going, right? You brew split after a clap, you X torrent, and like it feels like there's not that big jump in hero. I like that one for CK.
Okay. A big one. That's a good hero. We like this CK around here. Had a couple games. Gabby's game went the best. I believe our next game wasn't so hot, unfortunately, as EG tried to replicate some of the success that Entity had. Weren't able to with a Chaos Knight, but this is looking to be our position 1 Chaos Knight this time, as our Brewmaster more than likely going to be our off lane. I don't know if we're getting some crazy 5 Insania Brew, but thinking that they're going to play a pretty stock standard since it's a very stable hero to go for. And Azure Ray, that great ban there on the Shadow Demon, because again, they have this flexibility. That could be a 4 Boxy Shadow Demon or even a 5 Insania Shadow Demon. It would have worked quite well. Has similar abilities as the Oracle during the laning stage to try and benefit that Brewmaster. And the ulti versus Spirit Breaker is pretty annoying. Versus all these heroes, frankly, it's pretty annoying. Speaking of Spirit Breaker, this could be the 3 or the 4. I believe Claps already had a crushing game on Spirit Breaker today. The hero is on the rise. He's one of the highest win rate heroes right now in top tier pubs. And obviously likes to dominate the map. Loves playing versus Queen of Pain, but on the same team, he's a great way to try and enable these easier jump-ins in the earlier parts of the match there from Queen of Pain, when she only has that limited level on the blink.
Well, that is something that, I mean, obviously, the first phase, the QoP, there's a lot of different ways that you can try and come up with answers to it. In terms of the dynamics of this game, I mean, I feel like big tanky heroes in the Chaos Knight, Kunkka, and Brew against sort of like capped damage in a way on the QoP, that Slark is going to become really important, right? Like his ability to build up those stacks continuously. And that's the main hero I feel like I'm super worried about at this point on Liquid. Is Slark just getting away with doing whatever he wants in this one. I don't know if you can really address that super well with their last pick, though. If there's anything that really comes to mind to mess him up a bit.
I mean, I think when you tend to think of counters to Slark, it tends to be like the enemy carry. You think about like the big like faceless void or something like that, but they didn't go that way.
Right.
That used to be the most common one, of course. They went for the CK instead. So support wise, you just want some sort of catch or some sort of quick kill. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, one of the better heroes statistically versus the Slark. Obviously, you can do some damage versus the Dark Pact and the Death Shroud. Or, sorry, not the Dark Pact, the Shadow Dance and the Death Shroud.
Right.
And again, great combo with the Bruise. So that's very likely to be Boxy on the Sky, Insanity on the Oracle, Nisha's Kunkka, and then probably Mickey, CK, and the Zai Brew. So no mix-ups here for Liquid. That means Azure Ray have a great look and a minute of reserve time right now to just cherry pick exactly where they want these lanes to go.
What are we going to see? I wonder if like a Veno could be good. Am I crazy?
I think you're crazy.
I
just think that, but
I'm kind of feeling like, you're just they're just walking in all the time, right? Just drop a bunch.
Imagine if Timber was just good.
Yeah.
And not the lowest win rate hero in the game right now. This would be a pretty gnarly Timber game.
I mean, I think the thing is that you want to kite these guys, right? I mean, I guess you can't really kite Brew, though. All right, the other Venom.
Ooh, okay. All right, that's true. He does shoot disgusting blobs of green. You were very close.
That's basically what I wanted. You want somebody that just, can kind of stand there and make them feel bad about, trying to run in and fight you. This is, the tankier, good version of it.
We've actually just combined Timbersaw and Veno.
Yeah.
We were both right. It's just if you morph them together, you just get Bristleback.
That's awesome. Okay. Chalice Bristleback. Man, gonna be really interested to see if they can build up some stacks for him, because this is one of those heroes that loves that acceleration.
Oof. All right. That's pretty cool, though. Rocking this in the offlane. Chalice going offlane Pango into offlane Bristle.
Yep.
A little unusual. I see people in the chat. That was today. Yeah, we're live, by the way. So what you guys, we got new Bristle? Is that what I'm seeing? Just hours ago, apparently.
Really?
Okay.
Interesting.
Yes. So we're getting some plays here already. Thank you for the heads up. We're a little busy on this stream. You guys got the multi-streams.
I mean,
helping us out.
I think one of the things that's interesting about Bristle too is that it sort of gives you another option to scale damage as the fights are extended. And I feel like that's something that Liquid, in a way, with their big tanky heroes and having this Oracle, they want the fights to kind of extend but get one pick off with Skywrath. Now, against Bristleback, you hate to play into that. Quills are going to be devastating. As those start stacking up damage, if he gets into an Aghanim Scepter, that I think that Liquid are going to need to play for pickoffs more so than otherwise. But we'll see as we get into this game. Number 2, every series so far in the first set of games was a 2-0. We'll see if that trend continues or not.
Yes, thank you for the heads up, chat. I'm looking at that game right now, and you had a absolutely insane game on Bristle. He went 11, 1, and 10.
What the hell?
Not versus any of these matchups. The only hero that actually was there was a Skywrath Mage. Different core heroes in the matchup, but pretty much crushed it. I'll be curious to see if we get any abuse of the stacks. I think that's something that is missing with some of the nerfs that's come into play lately, is the stacks are harder to farm up. Less stacks means less free support and, less free experience and gold for the supports. Right. I think that's hurting the earlier rotations in the game right now. So when you can get these offlane heroes that can still farm stacks, who seem kind of decent, like Bristle and Axe, maybe they could be pretty powerful in this patch.
Chalice slowed. Gets him there. Long duration root and the stun. Nisha, nice, taking that first blood.
Perfect gift there to the hero that you want the most, of course.
You can try as you might, but Nisha's still going to end up playing Storm Spirit. Look at that set. It's the weirdest thing ever.
It kind of just looks like you.
What do you mean? How dare you? Actually, kind of does. Maybe I need to cosplay as that.
I think you need a monocle.
I could be like Tobias. I blew myself. Look. The rest of development?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Well, good stuff. As they get the first blood for Nisha, he's ready to go. Already a good chunk of the way towards that bottle, and I think what's that coming out to him right now? The full bracer to start. You'll love to see that one.
Oh, big and chunky. Yeah, that's a safe way to start a lane, huh? Versus a Queen of Pain. The grabbed super early Queen of Pain. I don't even care. This will be my mid hero. I'm letting my fellow core players flex a little bit, and that's how you wind up with a Bristleback. Giving it a little bit more time as the draft goes later and later. So Bristle, I guess the biggest change we haven't really discussed is his fancy new Agatives. Oh, nice.
Dude, FY bash the courier. Oh, one shot, one kill as FY is grabbing that creep wave right now. Then the stun onto Bristle. Chalice building up the stacks. They pull the creep wave past. Chalice wanted to. He could have kept going under tower there. But once
Insane even getting netted here. You know, a bit worrisome. But yeah, that Agnes on Bristle is kind of crazy. I'm sure a lot of you have played around with it since it's been added. And it is a main thing that you're going for with a lot of these Bristle backs, pretty much in any role, as it's kind of crazy. So we'll see when Chalice can get into it in this game, probably after the Vanguard.
Now, there is going to be an issue as we're seeing the mid lane, at least so far, go relatively even. But up top, I'm a little worried about Zai and what he's going to be able to do in this one. I think probably at these early levels, things aren't looking too rough for him. But as time goes on, Lula's probably going to be able to get some good harassment out there onto him.
I think Boxy probably stays a little close and kind of makes it okay. It's hard for Tamming to get in, right?
Yeah.
You just get slowed by the concussive shot. You're getting constantly whittled down as well from Boxy using arcane bolts. And as long as they can just keep pulling the waves apart and never commit onto Zai, he can farm. But the downside is it's going to be a little bit harder to stop Lu from getting too much XP and gold there at the same time. So that is the battle they'll be fighting, is trying not to give this Slark too much. As you know, Slark, not a hero who likes to go to the jungle too early. He's trying to get as much XP as he can out of the lane.
Fair. No, and I also am seeing more of the playing around the Drunken Brawler right now on the Brewmasters. We've seen more and more often the movement towards that build. As Nisha taking a lot of damage there, but yeah, again, up top, contesting the pull. Nisha will back out. Regain themselves some status in this lane. They're doing well in all their lanes.
On bottom, a charge in there on the Mickey is. He's already got 5 stacks of quill. Oh, that's bad.
I have
that's a good bash.
Cursed them, doing well in all their lanes. This Chalice is going to get the kill. Sorry about that, Liquid fans.
Now, can they get a punish on him at 160 HP, or is he just going to get like Ring of Health, Tangos, and Lotus Pool? Oh, he gets the Lotus for free. Oh,
Yeah,
that hurts.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And FY grabs the wave too. Takes that opportunity while Mickey's still not back. Can't be punished. So that's going to get forced under the tower. Again, it's just more space for Chalice, right?
Yeah.
He's letting the wave just chill there while he heals up, gives him another Tango. And by the time he sees another hero, he's going to be back up to almost full HP. But Lu's getting punished a bit here, right? They're staying really tight, and Boxy's not going to have a lot of rotations on the Skywrath Mage as of yet. He's just staying very close to Zai, trying to give him a good lane right now and try and slow down this Slark. Well, he's got about a 7 CS lead on him right now. So far, so good for Liquid in the top lane.
Right. I think that it will be interesting to see how the rotations come out later, because Nisha is definitely
rotating.
FY will get hit by the Torrent, and Insania is there for the turnaround, gets some good damage. The X comes out on this. He's going to find that deny in the midst of it. They can't do anything. Yeah, this one hurts. God, just getting daggered over and over again. Got to be frustrating.
You can see, though, that Liquid did also block off that hard camp, so FY is not able to stack that up for the Bristle. So they're aware that Chalice is going to be looking for these stacks.
Boxy trying to back away. The Cinder Brew is there. Zai runs through. Does have the clap. Turns now onto Tianming, seeing if they can get the finish. And indeed, it looks like they will. Zai's the one that gets the kill. And now FY pops the stick charge and just going to TP out of there.
Dire structures are fortified.
As Nikkei able to get away from Chalice.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, with this charge coming in,
Oh,
he's got a couple more quills. It's not going to line up right.
I mean, he's
A little bit too low mana to hard commit, I think.
Oh, they wore off. Oh man, the quill sprays wore off. That was close. Holy moly.
I mean, he played a little dangerous there, too. I mean, he's got 2 points in the bristleback, so already getting quite a bit of help on that one. And 4 charges, but unfortunately, hard to get a rotation to make this play. I mean, there is level 6 on Nisha, but he's the one who's being charged on right now as we approach the 6-minute rune.
Goes in. Boat is there. Somnus doesn't get hit by the torrent, though. Oh, he went torrent boat because you can TP out otherwise, or blink out, rather. But that was just in time for FY to break it. Interesting.
It's a bit of a tough one. It is a rotation from Boxy, though, so it's less pressure on this Slark. And as you can see, he has leapfrogged him already.
Nice.
As that pressure starts to whittle down. But yeah, there you go. At least they get the grab onto FY.
It does hurt not being able to get anything with that first boat, but at the very least, those rotations in helped out a lot in this mid lane.
Will they be able to slow down Chalice is the question, though. Vanguard into Soul Ring. He's having a lot of mana problems right now, so even though he has a wand as well as an infused raindrop, so hoping to try and fix that with the Soul Ring before going into that larger Aghanim Scepter more than likely.
Right. And of course, talked about the importance of it. The stacks not there yet for Azure Ray. They've been running around a little bit too often, it looks like. 7-minute mark coming up now, and already in position. Boxy going to pick up the Wisdom Rune. Nobody on the side of Azure Ray yet over there. Don't know if they're going to be able to send somebody to try and steal that one away. Instead, it's on the mid lane. Nisha, boat, back up now. And probably just going to XTP to heal back up again.
Although he is playing another hero with some global capabilities like the Nature's Prophet, it's so much slower on the Spearbreaker in comparison. And like a lot harder to do a lot of these plays. Like it's hard to keep the stacks up as that's big.
Can they get him though? He's not quite level 6. Oh, gets away. Arcane Bolt. It's enough. Nice kill. And Zai gets out. Such low HP for the TP away.
He held that Lotus for so long too. Thinking maybe be able to kind of squeeze one out at the end there, but does pop it and still goes down. So going to be missing that as well. And great stuff there for Zai. That's before the level 6, of course. He's going to come back, get into the lane, get the XP, and maybe even go for a kill again right after if Boxy looks around long enough. So there's quite a bit of mana left.
Isha.
So don't be surprised if he goes down again.
Gets found. Boat is there. Will land. And the follow-up damage from Insania. Somnus pops the haste. Run chase. Wants to get a kill. Does not have another point right now. Rather, Fortune's on cooldown. But Fate's Edict doing a lot of work. Keeping both of his buddies alive. Moves in for the deny.
Oh, it's a deny.
Nisha in trouble, though. He pays the price. Boxy trying to take down Tian Ming. Getting close. Is it enough for the kill? Yes, it is. But it's 3 for 1. What a fight from Azure Ray.
Well, it ends up giving Boxy a streak just before he dies. So then he hands a streak over to Somnus.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of bonus XP.
This is a little unfortunate there, isn't it?
It's up top. Zai does have the ulti. Lou almost hoping to force it at this point, really. If you can survive after, that would be great. Keep the stacks up while he knows there can't be a support rotation at the moment after everything that happened mid. Boxy's pinging and he's like, I'm on my way. I got no TP, but I'm coming.
Yeah, they got to do it. Feels like this would be really nice for them.
Oh, bounty.
Nisha.
Just remember there's a CK in this game.
Yeah.
Kind
of forgot.
I mean, he's just kind of been chilling on Mickey, getting towards that armlet. This is a little bit of a weird window right now. Nisha, level 8. Would love to get to that level 3x to allow him to find a couple of these kills around the map. The change in range starts to become pretty significant there. While Zai is pressuring the tier 1 tower, it looks like it's going to be an attempted trade-off of one apiece. Lil shows up, he gets X'd, but already there, FY. Torrent is going to connect, but Dark packed it off.
Yeah, unfortunately, those combos a little tough versus the Slark.
Well, also just the Spirit Breaker to interrupt things.
That too. Great anticipation there from FY. Seeing a lot of these movements here, and now they're going to bring up the Queen of Pain too, so Somnus in the backstab.
Gets away though. Good TP, Zai. And they back out. So they force a bunch of rotations, buying more space for Mickey to farm bottom. And in the mid lane, it looks like Insania is going to be ran at. likely dead. TP coming
He's
in.
baiting, though. He's baiting.
Gets the kill. Nisha finds one. Now the connection, and now the Mystic Flare. That is the trade that you want to see. Can they
Yeah,
find
and then
more?
Can they get this kill? I mean, he's got 12 seconds till charge. Surely he's dead on FY as well. Will they get another kill, though, as Boxy's chasing Tian Ming?
Trying.
Turn this into a triple.
Looking.
Oh, Mom, get the camera. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, there's a bristle.
TP out. Boxy manages to get away. Nicely done.
No third kill here today, but lots gained here for Liquid. A lot of gold as well for Nisha. Who, I mean, the double bracer, waiting to get to that bigger item of the arm, or sorry, the blade mail, and then of course going for probably a TV shortly after that.
Wonder if he ends up going for the heart that we've been seeing some Kunkas go for. I like.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
We'll see.
I think it kind of depends on the timings that Zai gets in this one. I mean, it's also the eggs, right? Would be a great way to get kind of aggressive in this game.
Oh,
I think would be kind of the goal.
you can see here they moved over to try and get some good vision down, and Mickey is just going to be found. Oh wait, does he turn and kill them both? Oh my God! All right, he took that Tian Ming. Mickey's mad. There's a bunch of them nearby. He is going to finally get... Oh, no. Insania shows up.
Oh, big,
the leash,
big, the
the
heels.
chase, the catch. Oh, Mickey with a little bit of help from his friends. He's large and in charge and starting
Toggle.
to take him down. Pops the ultimate. Armlet toggle. Every little bit of damage. Almost able to make something magical happen there. But that's what you want to see from your carry.
He's got to be feeling good after that. I mean, that was a lot of toggles he got away with at the end there. He did 4,191 damage, in case you were wondering there, alone. Did more damage than all of those heroes who went after him, as they obviously had to keep dealing with those constant armlet toggles.
Yeah. I mean, did end up dying in the end, but, you know, they got good damage onto the mid tower. It's almost down, and a lot of space created for the rest of these heroes to start to come online.
Well, especially because Zai needs this space right now.
Yeah.
Like, you're not finding these... this super easy lane. He managed to get the Midas, and now he's going to farm towards this Radiance. This is definitely the most common build that you're seeing on Brewmasters right now in pubs. We're still not buying the Aghanims. It doesn't exist yet. We just buy Radiance.
Dude, every time, FY just runs in as soon as the X is there because he knows he can get away from anything else. It's a really cool answer to Kunkka in general.
Smart lad. And Nisha is looking towards that heart as of now, so probably the most common build that we're seeing. Doesn't feel like he needs the BKB. Feels like he can just get the heart and survive through things, which is probably right for the most part here. This time, though, Somnus.
Nice connection. They get him for the kill. I mean, in the meantime, Chalice is taking that stack, trying to get towards the Nagano Scepter, but any kill like that on Quap is huge.
Yeah, it's about to be 14 minutes, so if Tianming could get over, that'd be great to get an Ancient Stack and a Wisdom Room. But they're going mid instead on Nisha.
Trying to do what they can.
False Promise is there, so he has no real concern.
Blade Mail. Instead, they're going to kill off the Oracle here, maybe. Insania, TP out.
Bash?
Oh, oh, that one is frustrating.
I mean, everyone knows FY has a bash button programmed in from Valve.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Going on to Nisha again. No boat this time. Lots of damage. Pops the blade mail. X, torrent, turn, stun, long duration, gone. And FY hoping to get something. Can he get another bash here? He needs it and more, and he won't get it. Double kill for Nisha. Liquid are feeling back a bit.
Yeah, 5-1 and 4. That's a quick pickup in towards his Reaver.
Yeah.
And of course, all set up by Insania, they're saying, by dying in the mid lane.
He's had a good game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Who, Insania?
Yeah.
I mean, I like this little drive-by heal onto Mickey and how he just like left after. He's like, false promise, bye. Yeah. It's like, you can clean up a couple supports. I don't really feel like dying with you, though. Someone who we haven't seen a whole lot of is our Slarky Malarkey up here. Still just kind of chilling, trying to get as much wave farm as possible and going towards that Aghanim Scepter, one of the best chase down abilities in the game. So combine that with a Bat Rider, a Spirit Breaker. It's going to be a lot of lockdown to try and stack up these Quill Sprays and then, of course, create the opportunities for the big machine gun firing of this Bristleback.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is still the big question mark for me, is when eventually everybody kind of gets their items online, do Liquid have the damage that they need to like bring down these heroes in the fight? You know, I'm wondering honestly if at some point we end up seeing like a Silver Edge build for Nisha instead of going the more normal
Mickey's grabbing it.
Okay.
You're on the right track. Yeah, someone has to get it. I mean, we haven't brought that up, but the break versus the bristle very much necessary, and Mickey will be the one, which makes sense. It's a great item on CK anyway.
Yeah.
He's happy to grab it. And Nisha probably going to need, at least at some point, some more survivability in the middle of these fights too, because he's going to be a major focus point for them.
Right. Well, a little bit of downtime here as we see FY get brought down by Insania and Mickey. A really good ability to take off that bulldoze with just Fortune's End. We gain a ton of value out of that on this Oracle as, well, up top, they do find Brew, still has ulti ready. They're going to pop the split at the last second. And now the rest of the squad's coming in. You guys want to come party with us? They find Tianming. He's in trouble. Chalice now the turn. Zai's going to be really low when he comes out of this, and the X into the lift up. A little bit of the zigging when they should have zagged, but now they find and kill the Quap. Hunting for more. Nisha is low. Does have, the save at the last second from Insania. That might have been enough to take down Nisha otherwise. He has so much heal coming in. The charge is through. But again, Chalice, he's too big. He's too strong. The Aghanim Scepter takes down Nisha. They managed to find the final kills. Imagine how different that fight looks if Zai has the Radiance at that point.
Or if he just dies and the rest of his team doesn't go in.
Yeah.
Because he gets out, but that's a classic situation where you feel like the fight has to be good because he was almost dead. He's done the dream situation of a Brewmaster where you absorb all this damage and then you manage to get your ulti off anyway.
Right. No, it's true. And I think that, again, you know, these really important timings, Azure Ray hitting the fight right before that comes out, it makes all the difference in the world. There's a little bit of a hunt going down now. Mickey will find Tianming. Did not get the punch off on him. And that might have been the difference maker, as in fact, now he's in some trouble. Lul on to Mickey. The illusion's starting to rain in. We're seeing just the power of CK. Somebody get a Crimson Guard, my God.
Allies are rotating around here too, so if they keep chasing it could be a bit of a problem, but Zai has finished farming. He's done. He's back on the map with his Radiance and his Midas in hand. Looking to try and take this one over here as Nisha does some safe pushing.
Yep.
To help the X marks the spot. They do have the Yules on Somnus, so don't get too cute. You never know.
True. That's a good point.
The rare occasion that does happen.
Also, the potential for the outplays there that you can have going both directions. You've seen a bunch of times where X into Quap blink away thinking that you're safe, and then they just don't pull it back until the Yules has already been used or something. But we'll see. 15-9. Very back and forth game, very fighty game. And while Liquid do not have any tier 1 towers left, Azure Ray still have the bottom tier 1 up and online.
And I love what Lou's doing here. He's picking up the Mage Slayer on this Slark. I know we see it from time to time, but pretty solid just for getting in here. It's pretty much good just versus all of them, right? Gives him a little more survivability. Because he knows that they kind of have this like mixed damage lineup thing where he doesn't have to be like a super hard carry. This whole game doesn't really have a mega hard carry. I mean, CK is, you know, kind of one of those heroes, but I feel like he fits more of that semi carry where he likes to be active, likes to fight a little bit. And he doesn't have this like, you know, I'm weak, I'm huge. It's more like he's just going up a nice flight of stairs where he's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger the whole time. He always has these little intervals where he's ready to fight. He's not a PL who has to go AFK for 30 minutes and then win the whole game. And it's pretty similar across the board for really all 6 of these cores.
I mean, the one difference I would say maybe is the Bristleback, who is mega strong right now.
That's true.
The Aghanim Scepter. And I mean, it is still going to continue to be strong for a while. He gets that level 20 Quill Stack talent, and that's going to be an issue too. But we'll see. It looks like Liquid are ready to take a fight, though, with the Radiance at this point, as they're going to rally behind Nisha in the mid lane. It doesn't look like Azure Ray in a position where they want to fight right now, though. They're kind of spread out.
Zai also moving around with the Earth Brawler up too. Interesting. Not the Void.
Oh, yeah. I guess there's not much that probably kills him with long duration disables. Moving around now pretty quick. Facing Tianming. Not going to go for it.
A little bit frustrating. You can't find anything there.
Radiant
He's life stealing his way up there with the Vampire Fangs, though. Kind of cool.
They scan and realize that the Wisdom Rune is gone. FY gets it. And he's also going to get the other one.
Well, that's a big bonus for them. So there's a charge coming down bottom onto some creeps. Insania pops out, throws down the sentry. They want to fight.
Rooted, chasing, hunting, don't get vision. Instead, they pull back in one. Mystic Flare down. Lotus Sword
broken.
keep him alive. Very well done. They get the courier, but nothing else.
Dire structures are fortified.
It is giving them this tower, though, as they go for the
lift up.
glyph. That's the reveal of the Silver Edge.
And they find Tianming. So the Wind Panda finding one, and now they run forward. They get vision on Insania and want to go onto him right at the start. Trying to back away. The rest of Azure Ray move in. Another lift onto Chalice. He's in trouble on Insania, and they're going to get him caught and killed.
Oh,
on
wait,
the other
he's alive,
side,
though.
boat is not going to connect onto Slark. This
Radiant's top
battle
tower
kind of
is
separated into two different parts. With Insania dead, this fight becomes very strange.
Dude, they gotta get this Slark. There were 4 heroes killing an Oracle.
Yeah, that is not what they want to see. The jumping is there. Nisha ends up Xing himself. They do get some good damage. Isn't enough to take down Chalice. He's under control. A couple more hits. They need to get him, but the charge through FY. Keeping his buddies alive. More Torrents thrown out. Good hit by Nisha onto both of them. Somnus has to back away, and this Radiance burn damage finally kind of starting to pay
Chalice?
off. Do they have another X2-1? Chalice in trouble if they can get vision. They find him there. And with the Torrent pullback, this should be enough. Mickey moves in, broken, killed.
So ridiculous in so many ways. Just constantly being able to get this break on top of him makes his life so hard. You see FY just zoom right through the middle of the map here. Boxy's trying to do something a little bit crazy here and catch him on this wave, but I don't think he's going to have the mobility for it, especially with the invis there.
Wait. Oh.
Yo, FY? Are you kind of crazy?
Oh, no. No. FY. Oh, man.
Sir?
Well, Boxy is going to go down. I don't think he has...
Is he?
Wait. Oh, yeah. The
Oh,
right
that was
clicks
close.
coming in were too strong.
Yeah, I thought maybe he could save with the Fates, but... All right, interesting.
Jeez. Well, it's set up for Somnus to get the kill, and now he is next. Although he's low on mana, he doesn't have Blink Away. Has it now. Tries to get out. Burning. Cinder Brew. Is it going to be enough? They pull him in. Get the finish. Wow. And now a boat in mid. Tianming. He also is going to go down. Liquid.
Cleaning him up right now.
Yeah, managing to find a bunch of kills after the fact.
You know, it's funny because like earlier in the game when Insania died mid and they got those big kills and they tipped Insania, the same thing just happened again. Like
They got a
big kill.
3-second stun. He's gone. Damn, dude. They hit hard. They
But a
are
sashimi in the jungle.
they are really starting to hit on all cylinders. Liquid are making the moves. They're just ahead of them. And look, even mid here. Nisha's finding FY, getting some good damage onto him. He should be able to escape from this. Yeah.
And Mickey, he's going for the raw heart. I thought maybe he'd go Blink just based on like how these fights are breaking down, how nice it would be to have. But with the Silver Edge and arguing some mobility, he's just going for the big one. So really tanky heroes right now. 3,500 HP on Nisha. He's going to be probably over 4K when he finishes up the heart. Yeah, he definitely will be over 4K by the time he finishes up the heart there on Mickey. So that, I mean, that's really all you can do versus this like big stacking damage of the Quill Spray, right? Like armor and just like mass HP. I mean, you think armor versus physical, but with the way that it adds up, especially the new one, it's a lot of just getting some health.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, it'll be interesting, if this dynamic starts changing. But one of the things that we've seen is that Liquid have done a good job of kiting when that Ag Scepter comes out from Chalice. Good stun through from FY, holding this high ground with great vision. The game is going to start to get weird. They jump in. The break, Shadow Dance already used. Sonic Wave out, silence. Yule Scepter keeps him alive for the moment. Needs to blink away. Somnus able to get out for a second, but X back in. Blink away. Control dead on FY. Lift up now, finding Chalice. Tries to back out. Stun on stun. Gets thrown back onto Mickey, and well, everything thrown back onto Insania. Size? Pandas are starting to die, but he does manage to get away. Tianming low. Mystic Flare finds him just on the edge. Good play from Boxy. Now Nisha in front of everybody. Chalice is still there. Doesn't have another round of the Bristleback for 7 seconds as they throw back more stuns, more silence, more everything. Mickey died, but saved at the last second. The control is still there. So much damage thrown out. Is he going to be able to bring down Chalice? A couple more hits. He's gone. They do get the Aegis reclaimed from that, but they finally got that Bristleback down.
Lou's running back there with the gem, cleaning up a couple of wards, but he can't get the backstab to reinvigorate the fight for his team, and Liquid win another one and go immediately for the Tormentor. Just constantly getting these breaks onto that Bristle, and yeah, they got a little bit caught there with that ward on the high ground. It gave that first initial charge to FY. They've been farming there for a while, but didn't actually go for the D ward, and they kind of create this situation. Nice depth round save here when he comes down out of the Yules. That could have been bad. So yeah, right there, your ult, he probably gets stunned up. Unfortunately, FY wasn't quite as lucky. Liquid just really pushing with this Aegis though the whole time, and able to just give vision the whole way through.
This find onto Tianming was so clutch too, because he basically got nothing off. And then Boxy right there at the end, able to snipe him with the Mystic Flare. It was exactly what they needed. And yeah, Liquid just kind of playing better right now than Azure Ray, and having a strong timing too.
And just outplaying during the team fights too, because again, like they had pretty good vision on Azure when they came in there, but quick reactions from Liquid, nice dedication to the damage in those ones, especially going to be the most important thing versus the Bristleback, ensuring that you're finishing them off before you have these problems of the stacking quills, especially with the hairball's out.
Yeah.
And they're making it look pretty easy right now. They can look like this hero's not much of a problem if you just break him.
Absolutely. Keep him at bay. Don't let him do all the things that he wants to. He's trying to get towards the Bloodstone, which again is important, but Chalice now being hunted. They don't have another round of Silver Edge for a couple of seconds.
Oh,
Mickey finds him. Mystic Flare, the full combo. You know, you don't even need to break him if he's just facing the wrong way. Easy kill.
That's a bit tough there, and that's right as FY picks up the Aghanims too, so he's hoping to maybe create some aggressive situations for them. As the scan is out, they go for the Wisdom Rune here. Boxy grabs it first, and he'll just get pulled right on back.
Nice.
Thanks, team.
Yeah, perfectly done.
And now level 18 split ready to go here from Zai as they approach the high ground.
They're not trying to fight. They don't want to do anything right now into this. Although FY gets the stun onto several and backs away, and maybe we'll see a similar situation to last game. Somnus throwing out these daggers. They will catch him for a moment. X is there. He's gonna Manta dodge it. What? Okay. That's kind of crazy. Screams going out. More bigger screams. Zai pops ulti, and the Reign of Destiny. Oh God.
How could we forget?
Oracle actually is so important to this strat working. It was the perfect pick.
It's some excellent plays. It's just required way too much attention this game on the side of Azure Ray. It's ruined a ton of their fights. And, you know, you think about these turnaround heroes like the Brewmaster, you know, you can never quite be confident going on him. And then there's also an Oracle.
Right.
So he's being charged right now. They're going to try and force the action onto him first. Do they have a gem? Do they have any way of seeing this or no?
Jump in, find one, push him away. God! Oh, Lou didn't get to do anything. He just got silenced. Boxy there with the control. Insania saves himself and now going to get lassoed, pulled in. The rest of the team is dying, though. Sure, you might kill this Oracle, you might not. But at the end of the day, the whole rest of the team is going down.
Insane.
Yeah. That's terrible. Oh.
To survive and just ruin their fight that bad the whole way through. I mean, it's always good for Liquid when Oracle's looking like a solid hero with the way they're able to flex that between the 4 and the 5, make it look good in either one. Well, pretty stark contrast to last game. not as one-sided. It's looking that way now for sure, but through a lot of this mid-game, there was definitely some opportunities here for Azure Ray, but they could not convert on them, and now you just have these 3 beefy heroes with a combined HP pool of about 12,000 hitting your tower.
Extra when you add in all the Brewlings, too. Ain't no joke.
There they are.
As they are going to take down the rest of these buildings. They have the lift up on the wall. It does get Dark Pacted off. They'll throw some screams around, but again, got the issue of the Reign of Destiny of all the heals. Can they run these heroes down? Torrent Storm now out dead on FY. No buyback available, controlling and taking down the Slarge, killing the Quap. Buyback onto her. Chalice, supposed to be big and tanky, not looking like it. A triple kill for Mickey as Liquid trying to close this one out and push us to an even 1-1. They will claim this tier 3 tower. Somnus ready for a scream, but it is not going to do enough. GG is called. What a return game from Liquid here.
Fantastic. And, I mean, they drafted with some confidence here on Azure Ray. I mean, the opening Queen of Pain, going for this late Bristleback here, choosing to give Chalice's hero late instead of the one for Lou. So the Bristol was supposed to tie this together, and they missed a few things, right? They miss out in terms of getting the big stacks early. Great block in the early parts from Liquid. They were quick on the attention on that to ensure that FY didn't even have a chance to stack up that early hard camp to try and give a bit of a foot up for this Bristleback. And then after that as well, they just kept getting the Silver Edge break.
No, absolutely. Man, I love to see it. And like you're talking about, it just sort of felt like this continuing snowballing type of game that continued to go their way. I mean, I will say that, like, in general, this felt like a very clear direction draft from Liquid of being like, we're going to pick three big beefy cores, put them in your face, say, come deal with us, and then put Insania on the Oracle right behind. And in my mind, at least, they were doing well in spite of everything else that was going on. But the most valuable part of that draft was Insania. I want to give it to the support players regardless. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we're talking a lot about Insania, but Boxy was super clean this game.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. I mean, how many times did they even die? He died 4 times. Not that clean. But a lot of these fights, yeah, he's lurking back there. He's throwing out some spells. He had some clutch silences to slow down Somnus's game. That was a big part of it. I mean, he had to grab this Yules, right?
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't break out of these combos anymore because of the way that Boxy was always helping to catch him there. So well done in that regard. And yeah, it really was a lot of insanity, though. I mean, think back to how important this fight was, too. It's constantly drawing out these engagements. Right. And you think, like, drawing out fights for the Bristleback can end up being a good thing, but so many times later on to the game, they just targeted him down because he was the problem, and they quickly solved it.
Right. I would also say that, like, an honorable mention to me would go to Mickey. He felt like, the one making a lot of the stuff happen throughout a large portion of this game. And particularly considering how bad his first game went for him. 0-8 on the Muerta to turn in a performance like this of 13-2-9, doing, and in the most damage in the game with the exception of Somnus on the Queen of Pain. He had a really, really good performance. So shout outs to him as well. A good series between 2 good teams, and the first one, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to go 1-1 across all of the games that are happening here at the Road to the International. Cool stuff, Trent.
Yeah, being down 0-2 is really bad, obviously. 1-1 feels kind of okay. I guess we only eliminate one team in groups. So, if you keep going 1-1, there's a good chance you'll probably be okay. And most teams right now, I'm sure, are just thinking like, yeah, I want to win the group, but I really don't want to go home after 2 grueling days of nonstop Dota. So that's what they're hoping to avoid right now. And these 2 teams will start out with another 1-1 here. Feeling pretty good about both of their strategies overall, though. Obviously, Azure Ray, definitely a bit of a crazy snowball. Felt like they were never out of control the last game, and almost feels like they tried to find something like that in this one too, but couldn't quite get that same pacing out of the Somnus Queen of Pain that maybe they were hoping for.
Right. I agree. And, again, one of those situations where I do not ever want to see these, Nature's Prophet getting through with Luna for FY. That just feels too freaking scary to me. But in this game, it was a solid draft that people need to be watching out for, which is the Insania Oracle playing behind a bunch of big beefy boys. That's a scary situation to see. You can take a look at the fighting pose. I love that. It's so good.
Oh, no. Oh, sir, please, no. Oh, imagine you're in a dark alley and this guy approaches.
Can I just say,
He's like,
too,
I play Oracle.
like, imagine the disparity between his stance and every hero that he ever plays ever is like the greatest that I've seen. But he is committed to it. He's got a nice little scowl going there.
Oh, he looks angry. That's a frightening guy right there.
True enough. My God.
Whew. All right, the player photos are on point. Thank you very much, Valve.
19 last hits. Love to see it.
Yeah, he's absolutely crushing it.
Well, an impressive showing. We do have now, another look real quickly at the standings as they currently sit. If I'm not mistaken, we are a decent way through the first part of our day. And so far, EG 0-2, 9 Pandas 0-2. Those are some of the heroes that need to be a little bit scared. TSM, Thunder, and Gaimin Gladiators against LGD. All these matches still going on. A lot to be played out.
Yes, as expected there. Gaimin Gladiators 0-2, bottom of the group, like everyone thought. Yep.
I think
normal stuff here.
I think them and the 9 Pandas are probably the two biggest surprises. If I had to guess, although Spirit was playing against 9 Pandas, so that's maybe less
I was going to say.
Yeah. I think LGD Gaming Gladiators is probably the only surprise that we've got so far. And Liquid Azure Ray, I feel like, is one that a lot of people would probably have at 1-1. Pretty cool.
Good stuff. And well, for us at least, we're done for now. We got our friends coming in.
Oh yeah,
to cover for us here. I believe it's Dan and Aries.
Absolutely,
are showing up. They'll be taking over, and we'll be back later. We're gonna be on line 1 later.
Oh yeah,
like on the main stream. Yeah, we get some fun series over there. So there's streams everywhere. There's games everywhere. Make sure you're checking them all out. Am I right, Lyrical?
Absolutely. You are correct indeed. 5 streams, best of 2s the whole day through. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Aries and Dan are going to take over as we continue the road to the international.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
should not be allowed so near the heaven.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rival split!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Three sheets to the wind. Not so safe harbor, eh?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Such things should not be allowed so near the heaven.
His middle barracks has fallen.
Sick of your face.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our third series of the day ready to go. We're going to be covering Liquid once again, but Danog, we've got the boys on BetBoom battling up against them as well. Two favorites overall, or two teams, I should say, really expected to have a good showing here at the road to the International, and then hopefully make it all the way to the International as well.
Yeah, and this is Group B, right? The group of death that a lot of people were labeling it, and they've got some really hard opposition to be able to have to face up against. We saw Team Liquid have a little bit of trouble with Azure Ray in their first game there. It ended up being a 1-1. Not too bad at the end of the day, but it's really those top two positions that they're looking for, just so that they can be playing against some of the lower ranked teams in some of the other groups when it does come time for that playoff, that little mini group stage playoff that's going to be happening. Because at the end of the day, between first and fourth, it's one best of three to determine if you go up a bracket or lower.
Yep, all you need is that best of three victory, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get to that position where they do have the favorable seeding as well. So, of course, we've seen these teams battle it out against each other so far as well throughout the year. They've had three series as a whole. Two of them were a 1-1 tie, and then at Riyadh in the group stages, BetBoom were able to get the 2-0. So, a little bit of recent history with these two teams across the year. If we want to go back to the last chance qualifiers, Liquid knocked out Virtus.pro, and of course, GPK was on that team as well. And now with this format of the road to the International, every series is incredibly important in the group stages.
I'm happy for GPK that he finally gets to play at TI. He's not being blocked by, what his actual DPC points are, by Pure not being able to close a freaking browser. Now he's actually here. He's playing at the road to the International, and, they looked pretty impressive in their first series overall. Yes, it was against, a team that a lot of people were saying that they should probably beat in Tundra Awaken, but we saw that Tundra Awaken are no jokes, right?
No,
They're
not at all.
one game up against Shopify right now, so that is pretty exciting to see. Some SA fans are going to be very happy about that, and of course NA is going to be the ones that suffer as a result. But we get into the draft here. From a lot of the games that you've been seeing, are there any hero picks that you've been surprised with seeing, or a lot of bans, or a lot of just contested stuff that you're a little bit weren't expecting to see?
I'm trying to think of all the games that I was covering this morning, or at least watching this morning as well. At least coming into it, I noticed a lot of people were spamming like Venge and Pugner. Weaver, I should say, instead of the Venge in the support role, which I'm intrigued to see if that's going to continue to be picked up. Seems like everything else, like not too crazy. Carries, I think we've seen CK have a lot of success today. I feel like Spectre is still not really worked out at the moment as well, but there's a couple of heroes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, everything seems pretty standard from what I was expecting. CK, like you mentioned, is a very, very strong hero right now. I think it's got it's been picked 4 times and banned twice out of the 14 games that have been played so far. But it's won 3 out of the 4 games that it's been picked in. It just looks incredibly strong. Laning stage is insane. Your base damage is nuts. You can just outlast hit anyone. The hero that I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that it's been the most contested hero overall is Phoenix. And I really feel like a lot more of these percent-based heroes, and we can see it's going to be contested again in this draft with Liquid banning it out. These heroes that do percentage-based damage are going to be so vital. Even just the healing component from the Phoenix as well, right? Think about all of the beefy heroes that we're seeing these days. We're seeing the Kunkka, we're seeing the Lone Druid, we're seeing the Bristlebacks. All these sorts of things hate percentage damage. So Phoenix, Wyvern, even Witch Doctor, pretty decent against tanky sort of heroes with the Maledict. And I'm a little surprised we haven't seen too much Underlord as well, but I really feel like that's going to be one of the things that potentially change later on into this tournament when, if CK does continue its really big show of prominence, that you got to make sure that you're considering Underlord as one of those big counters because historically it has been the big CK counter.
Thoughts on the Pango hero still after the patch? Still pretty strong, or were you expecting maybe it to be picked a little bit less?
It's pretty strong. I really want to see if people do some creative stuff with it. We're going to be covering EG later today, but I've actually seen against these really low base damage heroes like Huskar and Pango, Chris Luck likes to go mid-Ogre and then just completely outlast hit these sorts of heroes. We've seen that, I think it was Chalice that played the Pango in the off lane as well, so it's not like a mid-exclusive hero. And, well, you would have to imagine that Zai is capable of playing it. You could play anything under the sun, to be honest, but it does really just still feel like it's going to be a mid-hero for GPK this game.
And we see the response from Liquid as well with the Grimstroke. This is maybe your year ago counter in a way where the Soulbind can be a little bit frustrating for the Pangolier to deal with. We've seen Grimstroke picked a decent number of times as well so far to start the road to the international. So obviously teams are having a pretty high priority on the support at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much more reliable these days, right? You can actually manually pop the Inkswell to make... That's why Witch Doctor wasn't picked for the longest time, right? You didn't know where the cask bounces were going to go, but then they minimized the break between each bounce, and they also made the Death Ward giga-busted, so that's why he's getting picked up a whole lot more. And that's really all the Grimstroke needed, right? It's just something that was a little bit more predictable, allow you to have that cohesion that you need, both in pubs as well as here on the grandest stage of them all.
I mean, now with the Grimstroke, we're already looking at some heroes like, Spirit Breaker's banned out. So Tusk, of course, comes to mind for Boxy. I mean, Nisha's Ember as well, which has been known as a pretty good matchup versus the Pango in regards to the chains being very frustrating for him to deal with in the early game. I know Diffusal and Swashbuckle can kind of turn it into Pango's side as well. But, are those some of the heroes you're kind of looking for Liquid to potentially be considering this second phase?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you could even look for things like the Kunkka as well for Nisha in that mid lane. It does a pretty decent job against the Pango. You don't really care that much if your mana's burnt, as long as you're able to get the full combo off to start with. And you can even go for some cheeky plays, right? You need to be really careful about when you're trying to escape with the Rolling Thunder, because you could still get X-marked back into another combination afterwards if Kunkka has some mana to play with. A hero that I was expecting to see banned and picked a lot more. It's not that it hasn't been. I think it's been picked banned about, 6 or so times across the matches so far, is the Spirit Breaker that BetBoom just got rid of. It is crazy good right now. It seems a little insignificant, a lot of the mini buffs that it received, but the one where you get... It previously was 30% attack speed as damage, attack damage as movement speed, sorry. Movement speed is damage. There we go. Got on the third try. Now it's 40. And so basically what that means is previously you needed to be level 20 to be able to one-shot creep waves. Now you can do it at level 9, which is insane. You just get so much farm across the map. It's really, I think, not undiscovered tech, but underappreciated tech, because we've seen Tundra, what they did at TI11, right, where they were able to just exploit how much farm there is on the map. And I feel like if you can have a Spirit Breaker who is going to get to that level 9 really quickly as a core role, then you could just be way too strong for people to deal with. And worst case, if you get countered by, let's say, a Shadow Demon, you just toss it to a position 4 or a position 5, and you're able to make it work. BetBoom is actually one of those teams that really does value the SB as a position 5 with Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah.
He picks it up a whole lot.
Yeah, it was kind of his first support hero we really saw him shine on. I mean, the Undying as well was another big one for him when he was transitioning into the position 5. And it's really, I mean, had one of the cleanest transitions, I think, to a different role as well. I've really been impressed overall with just his read of the game. I mean, of course, TI win, no doubt, but I think really importantly is just the warding is something that can be very difficult to pick up as supports as a whole. Eastern Europe, you always praise them. Oposhko always comes to mind, but a little bit further through the draft now, there's that Conquer pick, like you were mentioning, responded with the Venge, though, from BetBoom.
Yeah, it seems like they were expecting it. They might be looking to go for a little bit of a minus armor strat, just to be able to, take away these portions of the map, be able to secure an early Roshan, find those quick pickoffs, because, like we were saying, Kuggo is just so incredibly tanky that you need to be on point with just blowing him up if possible. I'm also a little surprised. I mean, surely they could look to go into it a bit later on if they want to, but we haven't seen too much of Toronto Tokyo's hero pool yet. I'm expecting to see potentially an Enchantress come out. He's been spamming the Ench and the Chen lately, but I'm not sure if you would want to go for a Chen army against the Stroke of Fate and the Tidebringer. So we'll see if they want to put a little bit of that additional pressure onto the map. Well, okay, how can I forget the Dark Willow? I mean, that feels like such a strong hero right now. I still think that throwing Bedlam onto another hero is just way too strong. I think if you're going to do that, it's got to be a nerfed version of it, because this is just a crazy amount of damage. And we've seen some teams, I was casting the Asian Games just off of a community stream, and Mongolia were able to win with it in position 1 as well. So it doesn't even need to be played as a support. So this is crazy stuff.
I mean, of course, it's also one of the staples for Save too. I mean, at Dream League, he played it 8 times, 75% win rate. He knows how to play the hero at a very high level. So you get it picked up now. You got a lot of damage just with the 3 heroes currently from BetBoom.
Cool. Give Save his moment in the sun. He's just sitting off to the side, letting the coach take the seat for now. But I really feel like this series is going to be the battle of the position 4s. I think Save and Boxy are 2 of the top 3 POS 4s in the world right now. And I'm going to give you a quiz. Who do you think is my number 3?
That's an interesting question. Miro?
He's a god, I'll tell you that much. No,
FY?
Miro. Yeah, FY god, correct. He is, and he showed it. Like, I think his, 9 minutes, he had 8 kills already, and that was a new TI record, which is kind of nuts. And looks like they are going down that route of beefy boys once again. We saw him have good success with it in the second game going up against Azure Ray, where it was just, a Brewmaster, a Kunkka +1, and then it was an Oracle to be able to save. But, you got Shadow Demon to save as well now. So that's a nice way to be able to counter this. You could also get rid of that Shield Crash buff for the Pangolier with the Demonic Purge if you're really wanting to. This feels like just a nice, stable, unkillable draft for TI. And I know Tundra kind of did it, and there's no Wraith Pact in the game anymore, but it feels to me like that's going to be a similar sort of meta this time around. Just be hard to kill.
Which I think is where we need to start looking towards the lifestealer hero as a whole. Got buffed up a little bit, and if you're going for this meta where it's a bunch of hard heroes, and
good call.
Speak of the devil, there we go. So lifestealer is going to be picked up from BetBoom. Of course, there's a potential for you to go down the Desolator route, which can further your minus armor. And if you look at Liquid, like, these are some heroes that can have some difficulty in that armor department. I mean, Conquer, what's the build going to be for Nisha? Is the Blade Mail hard? Is the Scepter going to be picked up there? He's an AC, can go Shivas as well, but this could be pretty scary as a whole. So I really like Lifesteal for overall what you're mentioning about this kind of tanky meta we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, and even just for the lane as well, right? Like, Venge Lifestealer is a scary lane for a Centaur to play into. Most commonly, the Centaur does buy, like, 2 rings of protection to start with, because he only starts with 0.5 armor. That's the way to be able to abuse it. And, maybe you go up Blightstone, like, just really cheeky for the laning stage. You're already going to have the Wave of Terror for -3 armor, but just to make sure that he is sitting in those negatives, you could really just look to punish him in that way. Also, just thinking, like, what position ones they could be going for. I mean, nowhere near as strong as it used to be, but the PA is always an option. Again, if you're going to have these heroes like the Shadow Demon or the Grimstroke to be able to make stacks with, something like PA feels very effective. You've also got that burst potential against the likes of Avenge or a Dark Willow, and I mean, even against the Lifestealer, right? It's a great carry-to-carry matchup for the PA.
Do we feel like it needs to be like specifically melee or range? Because I'm kind of looking towards Morph. I think they need a Tower Sieger as the game goes on. I know it matches up very well versus the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that was one area of the draft that I felt Liquid were a little bit lacking. Just not too much of that tower taking potential. I mean, I guess the Centaur can, sort of. It depends really how the laning stage goes. I think there's going to be a lot of attention given to this Liquid off-lane, BetBoom safe lane that's going on here. Because if Centaur isn't able to open up the map, then you're going to have a lot of trouble being able to get to the stage where you're like really tanky and unable to be killed. So I think right now it's just prioritizing what is going to keep this Lifestealer alive as long as possible.
Versus Void's going to be banned out. So another hero that also matches up pretty well versus the Lifestealer in regards to the Chrono and the control through Rage. The Dawnbreaker for BetBoom, so always has been an Eastern European staple.
I feel like they would be considering something like the Razor if they didn't have to face up against Avenge, you know? That's just the swap to be able to instantly break the static link. Always feels very effective. Obviously great against the Lifestealer, but for a lot of these other things. And it does put even more emphasis onto being able to, again, blow up targets. You know, the Centaur has a lot of that potential in the laning stage, and they're actually going to go for a Luna instead. Ooh. So, I mean, you've got two people to be able to stand in front of you, right? With the Kunkka and the Centaur. So Luna is able to just stand there and man fight. You've also got that extra attack damage through Luna Blessing. And you've got a way to be able to create illusions and take advantage of all those stacks that I mentioned that the SD and the Grimstroke look to be making for you.
I'm not going to lie, I don't have the greatest read on the Luna hero at the moment, especially with the changes to the Ag Shard. I know a lot of people were theorizing that they feel like this is probably one of the, let's say, like top 5 carries at the moment, but I thought traditionally, like, Lifesteal has always been a pretty decent hero versus Luna, just a hero that wants to get up in her face, has Rage, because Luna's kind of mixed like a hybrid damage, so... but we'll see. Maybe the tempo could be really difficult for them to deal with. Like Liquid just group up early, like you said, take stacks with the tankiness, walk down lanes, and maybe that's going to prove to be a bit of an issue. So we'll see overall. How do we feel about the draft in this game 1 here?
I'm just interested to see how the Luna goes, right? Like you mentioned, the Lifestealer against the Luna matchup. It's an interesting one, probably a little bit more Lifestealer favored, but we're not looking at a 1v1 sort of situation. This is team v team. This is the road to the international, and Liquid have a game plan, right? It's going to be... Basically, Mika is going to be able to just stand there and right-click. That is the big issue that Luna has a lot of the time. She doesn't have a ton of mobility, and she needs to just stand there and right-click. Not the greatest range either. And if you've got, you know, the repositioning potential from a Kunkka, whether it be Tidal Wave, whether it be X-Mark, whether it be Torrents, whether it be extra sustain from the boat, you've also got the Stampede, you've got the extra movement speed from the Ixwell. You've got a lot to be able to enable this Luna. So it really just is... I mean, I mentioned that it was probably going to be the battle of the position 4s, but it comes down to which position 1 is going to be stronger. Mostly for the lane, you should say Nightfall needs to be the one to get off to a better start. But if they do get to that stage where these Liquid cores get a good amount of farm, I feel like Mickey could do it on his Luna.
Okay. Who do we need to see have success on in regards to BetBoom to be able to prevent Liquid from getting off to that good start?
I would say it's really about just making sure that GPK has a decent enough lane, right? I mentioned the strength of the Kunkka versus the Pangolier, both in terms of just his last-hitting potential in the laning stage, as well as the kill threat once you've got that X-Mark, even, you know, disregarding the Rolling Thunder. But for me, you still do have a good potential to be able to kill the Kunkka early on if you make rotations happen. And we know that Dark Willow is one of those better rotators for the start of the game. So we'll see if they're able to do it. Are we going to keep calling the BetBoom? I kind of liked what Sunscan and Syndra did, where we just different B things.
Yeah, Boombox Team, BB. There was a lot. We can go with it. I think there was specific tournaments, some issues with the betting there. So
yeah, whatever. It's fine. We can Ossify it. You know, we can make them the Bludger team or something like that.
What's the second B though?
Bazza, I don't know.
Bludger Bazza. We dive down into it a little bit. We'll see though. What do we what are expectations for these two teams as a whole? I think that's a nice thing to be able to speak about as well. I know we're not at the international yet, still getting towards that stage, but for these two teams overall, as we look at all the formats at the moment, what do we feel like are the expectations for Liquid and BetBoom as well?
I mean, you look at Liquid and their journey throughout the season, right? Second place, second place, second place, second place at every single LAN this season. It's crazy, the form that they've had going into this one. And they would have had a bit of a scare in that game one against Azure Ray, but they claw it back. And I feel like they've got the goods to be able to make a top 4 run. So do BetBoom, honestly. Like, these two are both in my top 6.
Okay. So anything...
Yourself as well? I know you're a bit of a Liquid simp, so guaranteed.
I am, and honestly, I'm a really big fan of BetBoom as well. Just overall, I think when you get down to it, these are some of the best players in their region. You merge them together, they can have some incredible games. Anyone can take over. Any of the cores, any of the supports. We've seen it multiple times. So overall, this is a treat to be able to get to witness these two teams going out against each other already on day one.
Yeah, for sure. And, well, in terms of that individual skill that we were talking about, Nightfall was really quick to put the brakes on that one. You know, like the team's been called like the generation of miracles. That's a bit of an anime reference there. But he's like, you know what? If we were, then we would have won more tournaments. We would have played better than what we have so far. Obviously, you know, maybe it is better to go into TI. Not necessarily the favorites, right? You want to have a little bit less of that attention onto you because that means that teams are actively trying to counter you. So maybe this is the time for them. Who do you have winning TI, by the way? I'm gonna ask you early on, straight up.
I don't know, honestly.
He's gonna say Liquid. He's gonna do it.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Do you want to go first? Because I feel like this is one of the closest TIs we'll have. Bottom lane pure might be our first blood. Able to get some separation away, save turns and take some damage. They're going to be able to drop the Bramble though, so they will still bite back.
Buyback team. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, it's not like we've had expected winners of the past few TIs, right? Like, Team Spirit came completely out of nowhere. No one expected OG to be able to do a repeat, you know, with Ana coming back at the last minute. Same sort of thing with TIA. Tundra probably is the closest we've had to that. And I think Tundra are going to do it again. They are my pick to be able to win this tournament. Just the strength of the CK right now. Tapson as well coming in. And I really feel like he could be that point of difference there.
Well, they've already had a pretty good start so far, so we'll see if they're able to continue. And of course, overall, like we said, these two teams as well are ones to really keep our attention on. So far, anything really been surprising in the lanes? I guess if you look at the last hits, Nightfall is having a little bit more of a difficult time, but has kind of pulled the wave next to his tier 2 tower, so should still be able to get a little bit of farm here.
Dire's top tower
should be
is under
fine.
attack.
What's going on between the supports? Toronto Tokyo, is he going to be able to win the man fight? Boxy. Toronto Tokyo. First blood solo experience as well for the Venge.
You love to see it if you're a BetBoom fan, and I'm not calling him BetBoom anymore. What could be next? Yeah, let's call him Boombox for now, but we'll come up with a new one soon. And just looking at a little bit of the inventories as well that they did have picked up. No Blightstone to be able to start with, but you can see that Zai did start with that double ring of protection, really making sure that he was able to sustain a bit more in that lane. I'm honestly a little surprised that Nightfall hasn't gotten off to a bit of a better start than he has already.
I think they were, with the early pressure, with the banishment into stun, was proving to be a bit of an issue. Bottom lane, saying you might be in some danger with the Bramble landing. Mickey does a pretty good job with the beam. They're still going to try and turn it around with a return kill onto save. Insania without a doubt will go down, but Mickey looking for his own kill. He's still going to have a bit of an issue. Try to round, but the beam is back up. And there's not really much Save's going to be able to do, or maybe, hang on a second, kill his damage. Hammer's back up. They got the glyph as well to be able to dive onto the towers. This is going to be a double kill for BetBoom. We'll see the TP back in from Insania, so BetBoom, they'll think twice about that.
I mean, they're very happy to just get away with that trade there. You can see Mickey seriously hindered in terms of his HP now, just to be able to contest.
What's going on here? Another battle across the map. Looks like Toronto Tokyo. This time won't be able to get Boxy. GPK, though, is able to crash over the top. So multiple kills across the map as somehow even Nightfall goes down solo. Still mid lane, though. Nisha continuing to be pressured. Not going to matter in the end. And now bottom 2. What's going on, man? What is this?
I don't know. Like this was what I was talking about, right? Mickey just being on such low HP. I think he had only just used the second shared tango given over to him by Insania. And all while that previous gank was going on down bottom, as well, there's another gank going on mid, actually.
Sure. Should be alright by the looks of it.
He'll be fine. Yeah, all the creep waves were just underneath the tower all the while that was going on, right? So it really just is so heavily BetBoom favored if they do continue to make those sorts of trades happen.
This is wild. I mean, still, I also have no idea how Nightfall died solo to Zai. So
yeah, solo I wasn't really expecting. You know, maybe with a duo. Centaur is crazy strong at level 2. Just the burst damage potential that you've got. And, you know, if you're able to weaken him, make sure at the very start to Lifestealer's game is not quite as effective, then you can certainly have that burst potential. And, well, now that he's looked to get into that Vanguard, or at least the first component of it, he should be feeling pretty confident with himself.
what do we feel like Liquid can do to kind of stabilize this bottom lane in particular? Because we have seen Mickey be under the pressure a lot. That's not going to change anytime soon, especially with GPK's level 6 being shortly picked up. So are we expecting a rotation out of Boxy? Does Nisha even need to go bottom as well with his boat?
Potentially, but you got to make sure that you're dealing with this mid lane wave first, right? If GPK is in a little bit of trouble, but again, the rotation from Save is just so on point.
She's got 6 now. Should be fine, putting a lot of damage into Save. Protected with the Shadow Realm. Nisha's still going to continue to hunt if he feels there's a possibility there.
Save's been playing so well so far. Just that rotation, making sure that GPK doesn't go down. He's been involved in 2 kills. He was a big part of the Luna dying previously, just baiting that extra little bit of movement. And, well, Mickey is going to be happy for this brief moment of safety down on this bottom side. I really don't feel like he's going to be able to stick in this lane for too much longer. As soon as those level 6s start to come out for BB Team, then it's going to be feeling a whole lot better for them to be able to continuously go for those dives with the Bedlam, with the Solar Guardian. They've just got so much damage and sustained potential.
See, first point up in the glaives here for Mickey. So it's going to be the treads into the Mask of Madness. We'll see Insania is going to start to make some stacks as well, just behind the T1 tower bottom. They've already got stacks of their triangle. Not quite sure. Would you prefer Nisha to pick up the ancient stacks, or would you just leave that for the Luna?
You've got to be very careful, right? Especially with how good of a game GPK is having as well. Like the fact that he's equal in net worth to Nisha would be.
Lane. Stampede. They wanted to go for Nightfall, but Zai, a little bit of a stutter set, goes back towards the left side. So quick and easy kill onto the Toronto Tokyo Venge. They want to stay here though on Liquid.
You can't leave these creeps in the triangle stack for too long, right? We know that what a Pango is capable of, just with levels, basically. Being able to spam out that swashbuckle every 8 seconds. Probably won't be able to wait until the defusal is picked up, but I think once he's even just got his arcane boots, he should be totally fine to look to try and yoink a lot of that away. And that's what's being pinged out right now. Like, Boxy is there stacking, Insania is down bottom stacking. This is what the Luna needs to be able to pick up farm. And if you could steal this away on BB Team, you're going to be very happy.
Again, they're putting a lot of emphasis for the power in as well, so maybe with the arcane, they can definitely look to take it.
Bit of a scout.
You give it for free though. Nisha's nearby. Right at the ready as well. Box is going to be there to start. Well, is it a perfect timing out of the tone? Looks like it will be. Oh, we use the swashbuckle now. Zai as well. With a follow-up stun, it's not going to matter. Look at BetBoom's emphasis to bring everyone here for the team fight. They'll roll over to Zai inside the river. Meanwhile, Pure as well is beating onto Nisha, splitting their attention onto multiple Liquid members. Will only result in 1 kill, looks like, onto Zai, as GPK is able to secure him over the trees. They should be able to get the stack as well. Now, can they get the Ancients? It might be a little bit too early for that.
I think it'll be too early for that, as I think Insania ended up securing at least one of those creeps, but that's the strength, right? I wasn't expecting Nightfall to be able to show up too, but we saw there the effect of that bait because of how good of a lane Pure had to be able to start with that early Solar Guardian usage, end up saving GPK, and again, the sustain is just way too strong on, well, they ended up being Bamboozle Team that time around. I got these all day. Don't worry about
All
it.
right, you bet. I hope I don't hear some stutters though.
All right.
I'm gonna be quick. What are we with my friends? You're gonna see Nisha and Boxy hand in hand. BetBoom's still got some members nearby though. Nisha's boat's on cooldown in a lot of danger. Gonna try and get him out with the Stampede, but GPK's able to catch up to him. Nisha ducks into the side of the kill, but it's not enough. GPK killing spree out of the Pangolier, top of the net worth as well, and this is all without a diffusal blade.
Even yoinks a courier while all that's happening, and I mean, this is the big bonus for him, right? He ended up getting about half of that stack. He ends up being on that killing spree, like you mentioned. He's got constant assistance coming through from save, and well, you can see a lot of these rotations that are happening, but it's going to be that 10-minute mark, and they've got to have rune control once again. It's a regen rune up top.
Yeah, this is incredible job from BetBoom. I mean, we are seeing their attention, of course, with being put around mid lane means that Mickey is being able to catch up a little bit, but they obviously feel like it's so important to give a good start for GPK because he can be that playmaker, he'd be the tempo hero, and we're going to see that once again, another move out of BetBoom.
Yeah, they can see Insania D-warding, so they know there's no safety there for the Luna if they end up finding her, and well, that's exactly where they're going to be heading, down towards this bottom side of Luna's not in the jungle. If Luna's not taking those, he's doing it though.
Well done.
Really nice presence of mind there. Not even TPing all the way back just to the safety of his tier 2 tower, so that little bit of an extra safety net there for him. Great job by Mickey.
Did you see if they smoked under the river ward? I didn't see.
It was way back, they didn't.
Okay. Well, regardless, a very good read though for, I have to imagine, Mickey there with the scan, so able to get the TP on. I mean, his counterpart though, Nightfall out of the life stealer. We are seeing him go down this Midas route and the Radiance as well, which is something he's been putting a lot of priority on inside his pub games. Oh, top lane save. I'd be able to get solo kill into Boxy, but the banishment already used. They're actually going to Stampede to keep Boxy alive, and it also helps the reinforcement shot just in case a further fight's going to break out, which we will see. So much emphasis just to keep him alive, but the boat comes crashing down. Nisha, a beautiful
Now he doesn't
combo.
have to stay for himself.
Gotta be cautious though, because GPK, he's been a menace so far throughout the early game. Be able to close the distance onto Zai, but the rest of Liquid will get out.
Really nice spellcasting coming through from Liquid here, and just frees up so much space for Mickey, right? He doesn't want to be part of any of these fights right now. He is just not going to be that at all. He needs to be that big carrier. He needs to be the one that's opening up the map, and well, they were forced to be able to respond to that one on Bippity Boppity Boo team for the top side and protect their towers, because that's not what you can allow Liquid to have. You can't let them have map control. Told you I had them all day.
Got them written down next monitor or something? What's going on?
No, just all in the old noggin.
All right. You can't repeat them though.
Maybe I'll talk a lot about Liquid then.
Oh no. So, let's see, a pretty even game, 12 minutes in. Once again, Liquid continuing to keep a couple of heroes towards his top side of the map, and again, BetBoom not really changing their early, at least, idea of wanting to play around mid. Another rune for GPK with the shield rune. Is very close to Diffusal, so it's going to be pretty big timing for them once the ultimate is back up here for Pure.
Yeah, that's really what they're playing for right now. I mean, they're sure they probably will be losing this top lane. What's the TP status? I mean, they can make every rotation happen. They would love to be able to withhold this one for another 20 or so seconds just to allow Pure to be able to come in with the Solar Guardian as well. But, I mean, that's why they're playing so far forward on Nightfall. It's a very risky place to be.
Get the Rage out early on. Now they're going to be able to chase him down. Once again, Nisha's boat comes crashing onto 2 Liquid. Able to find multiple heroes. Now they might even turn to save as well. Be able to get the tower if they want to first. Not even going to matter. Save continue to be chased down. He does have GPK nearby and the Solar Guardian if they want to bring some extra members. GPK is going to try and put some damage onto Zai, but the instant use of the Stampede gets him out of the beacon. BetBoom now, have they just sent more heroes into the grave? They haven't addressed GPK though.
They got
Swipes
Diffusal
away
now.
the life of the Shadow Demon. Now they'll turn to Nisha as well, completely out of mana. He's got some one charges to work with. Allow Nisha to be able to send him away with the torrent.
And speaking of Nisha as well, his X-Mark usage was perfect in that last little skirmish there. He used it immediately after the swap came through from the Venge, so ended up getting them both inside of that Torrent boat combination. Really, really nicely done by him there and showing why he is so confident on his Conquer.
I want to say best Conquer. I mean, we saw what he was able to do with Secret last TI. Let's just say top 3, because, you know, we're forgetting some other people, but this dude's Conquer is, without a doubt, no joke. He's the best of the best.
Oh, yeah. Him and probably like Somnus is the other one that I would really put up there as Conquer.
Yes, I mean, Old Day Somnus was ridiculous with his Conquer, so, I mean, hopefully we get to see him pull it out as well.
I'm sure we will. They really wanted to get a late-ish run into this tournament. They want to play in front of a big crowd again, Azure Ray, from all little whisperings that I've been hearing. That's why they came back, you know? It's not enough just to be able to play. They want to play in front of people. They want to give the Chinese fans something to cheer for.
12 stacks on the Shadow Demon. Fox
Yep.
it's been a work.
Been work, yeah.
I mean, man, look at the net worth though. So again, all right, die.
Oh, you thought you were
Nice move from BetBoom again. Going to be able to secure a kill this time deep inside Liquid's territory, so they might be able to stick around with some pretty decent ward placement as well. I was going to mention though, like Mickey's net worth, and then you compare it to Nightfall's, 3 deaths on the lifesteal. He's really struggling to be able to keep up in farm.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are incredibly happy with how this early game has gone. They might look like the KDA is pretty equivalent, but it's the fact that Luna is that far ahead. This was supposed to be a much better lane for the lifestealer. That's why they picked it up when they did. And then even on top of that, you mentioned the supports. They've got a good level or 2 ahead right now on Liquid, as well as the net worth lead that they've got too.
Mickey might be the first point of contact though. BetBoom, they're going to swing over from the western side of the map. They'll start up to Pure. But they got the damage to blow him up before the reaction, so Toronto Tokyo just out of range, and now they can turn to the bench as well. Stampede gets some separation, but Bramble's going to stop Nisha from retreating. It will not matter, that was BetBoom. They're not even going to be able to kill anyone. Liquid find 4. Toronto Tokyo somehow scurries away, but Liquid, an incredible fight from them. They'll get the tier 1 tower as well.
It's little things, right? Like Mickey just knowing exactly when to show up. He finally had the 4th point in the Lucid Beam after picking up that early amount of farm. And they want to make use out of this this lead that he has over the Lifestealer. And I mean, if Nightfall TP's in a second earlier, you get the Infest off onto that Dawnbringer. You probably are able to pop the Blade Mail and have the Solar Guardian available, and maybe you end up living at the end of that. But because that TP comes in just a fraction of a second too late, all of that stuff doesn't happen, and it results in not only 4 kills, but also a tower being given over to Liquid.
Yeah, throughout the fight, I wasn't watching actually GPK's angle in. I was looking towards the lifesteal, but just didn't see how much damage Luna was able to do to blow her up. And
yep.
Now what can we expect out of BetBoom? Because their early game was incredibly strong, but something we brought up in the draft is that Liquid with this 5v5 is going to start to look really scary.
Oh, for sure. And you just saw the effect of the Stampede, right? As soon as you start using things like the Terrorize, like the Bedlam, all you need to do is get away from it. Same sort of thing with the Rolling Thunder, right? Just get away from this team. They've got great ways to be able to kite them out with the use of that Centaur Ultimate. Yeah, it's back up again.
I think his Stampede usages has been exceptional so far from Zai. We've even seen it to address the Dawnbreaker ultimate as they're starting to set up onto Nightfall bottom. It's going to actually drag the crew wave further behind the tower. A sense from Nightfall.
If they have any wards, Sania could look to drop one up on this high ground. Just give them that little bit of extra vision. They're already playing with the Luna at nighttime, and yeah, they might find Nightfall. It's a bit deep though to dive only 18 minutes in.
I wonder if they got a glimpse of Toronto Tokyo. Pretty good positioning out of the Venge though, so potential bait deep onto the tower. So Liquid will think otherwise, and meanwhile BetBoom across the map, a little bit of damage into the tier 1 tower top. You've got GPK continuing to farm. You've got Pure continuing to farm as well, and the Dawnbreaker is second in net worth. We've seen at the recent TIs and what this hero is able to do, and Pure has kind of gone for that scaling route with the Desolator into the Aghanim Shard. Top lane, Mickey.
He's getting gone on.
He's going to be in a lot of danger as well. Instant Solar Guardian's going to be able to come out, but he gets out of range. Mickey, he's got some reinforcements coming through from the right side. He's going to be more than okay. They'll turn to GPK, and he actually swashbuckles right towards Liquid's direction. And now they're not even done as well as Pure. He's going to be caught out as well. Save is nearby to maybe offer some assistance. I don't think there's much that Dark Ruler is going to be able to do. In the end, they could potentially find him after Eyes as well. It's a decent try with the Terrorize, but Mickey brings him down with the beams as Liquid. They're starting to build a high net worth lead that might be difficult for BetBoom to be able to amount to defense or find a way back in, as they're not even done. Insania, he finds a third.
I think it's going to be almost impossible for them to be able to mount a defense against this. This is the farm that you're wanting. They've gotten off to the start that they were desiring here on Liquid. And I mean, we see once again the impact of that Stampede. You don't have the Stampede. Luna gets caught inside of that Solar Guardian. No questions asked. Didn't even need to make TPs at the very initial moment of engagement there. So I mean, it's a big attempt that was tried there to be able to pick him off. And I mean, Insania, his understanding of vision and warding game is on point too. He made sure to get that D-ward off to be able to provide a little bit of safety if Liquid even do get forced back to their side of the map another time. But that's not why they want to be playing. They want to be suffocating the busy B team right now.
And be able to get another kill. Suffocation continues. BetBoom lose Toronto, Tokyo. You do not have Mickey here to potentially help out with maybe getting an objective, but it seems like they're incredibly happy with continuing to shove these lanes out. I mean, Manta Illusion's getting sent down bottom. Mid's already been cleared as well, so Liquid have free reign in the map. You've got a heart now on Nisha as well, and not even that. We've spoken a lot about the cause. Look how rich the supports are, dude. What is his net worth on Boxy? Even Insania as well. Glimmer, Agshot, they are so farmed.
Been a part of a lot of successful team fights without any of them dying, essentially. I would love to... Oh, Boxy even able to prevent the initiation there by GPK. I'd love to get another stack count by Boxy to see if it's grown even further, because, I mean, again, he could just look to come back. He wants to be able to get into that demonic clan. Nice.
All right, another kill. And this is your top net worth here on BetBoom. So I should be able to get in range. Oh, never mind. All right. Oopsies.
It happens. You can't do everything perfect.
14 now. No, well, it's up to. Importantly though, after that, you're able to send Pure away, so you get the Wisdom Rune, potentially Tormentor if you want to. They're going to think twice about that though. They do have some really good wards top though, BetBoom. Might be an opportunity. Let's see what they can do with the Cliff Ward. All three heroes up with the triangle. Boxy, they need to be able to deal with the Shadow Demon first before they go towards the Luna. And where's the Stampede? It's going to be too late. It will not matter in the end. BetBoom, all right. There's those wards coming into play. They catch out two stragglers while Liquid are trying to deal with the Tormentor, and they're struggling currently.
A little surprising considering you've got the heart available on Nisha. Are they even going to be able to kill this? Even giving bottle sips over to Zai. Is this worth it? I'm not sure it is. I mean, of course, it's great to be able to give a free shot over to Boxy, who was just about to buy it for himself anyway, so even more net worth increase. He's almost overtaken the Centaur as a result of this. I know what trade I would take. And look, just like that, the net worth shrinks down from 8K to 4K.
Dude, Nightfall's got Radiance. He's going to go Lincoln's next. I wonder what the thought process is.
Before the... Before that gank attempt, right? Like, he almost had Radiance, you almost had the Yasha completed by GPK, you almost had the Ag Shard for the Doorbringer, you almost had the Yules for save, and now they've got everything. Even prior to that gank, that's what enabled them to be able to have that happen, not just that high ground ward.
Why do you think he's going Lincoln's before Manta? Because at least my thought process potentially with Manta is to be able to stall the game out with the split push. Maybe you feel like you already have that with the Pengu and the Dawnbreaker.
I think he just doesn't want to get kited around by the Demonic Purge. That's the biggest issue for him. Like, you need to be able to get onto these heroes and hit them, and you already have, like we mentioned, so much mobility with the Centaur, with the Kunkka. You've even got a free Demonic Cleanse now on the Shadow Demons, so you're not going to be held in place by things like the Ghoul Frenzy. You're not going to be able to be held in place by the Brambles. Like, all these sorts of things really do add up.
We're going to see Liquid.
Slowish Roche, though.
Without a doubt, it is a BKB getting delivered from Mickey, though, so a big item timing for him. But importantly, BetBoom, they've been able to stem some of the momentum, so they're not taking a fight too far behind. It is an early Rolling Thunder usage. They'll trade it with a Stampede, though.
Oh, they already pop out of the Infest as well.
The Liquid have really good vision if BetBoom continue to retreat towards this area. They're going to see Pure and Boxy jumps. Mickey's going to be nearby as well. What can BetBoom do? Just nothing. They're not even going to make an attempt at trying to keep the Dawnbreaker alive. They'll get Toronto Tokyo on the retreat as well as the X-Marks stops the teleport out as once again, we've seen kind of both recent fights. BetBoom with the 2 kills towards a secret shot was all enabled thanks to that ward, and now this time Liquid as well with the cliff ward by that ancient area to the right side.
They do finally end up dewarding it, but it always seems like it comes just one team fight too late, right? We mentioned that they are a little slow at being able to take this Roshan, but not if you're able to win a team fight and just have no concerns that there's going to be any sort of big gank potential coming.
What do we feel like is kind of realistic for Liquid to be able to get out of the Ages? We know how easy it is for Luna once you get up to the high ground to be able to take a full set of barracks. Do we think this is the Ages where they can maybe crack high ground, or is it still, it's only 6,000 net worth lead? We can't be looking there just yet.
I don't think you can go there just yet. I mean, you're playing as a freaking Luna, right? Like, you can farm so much more of the map. I think this is really just going to establish their control over on the BB team side of the map, right? Like, you don't want to give them too much space to be able to potentially catch up. I'd be really surprised if I didn't see the net worth league grow at least 5k in the duration of this Ages.
Save up to. What is save up to? What is my man's doing? Alright, he's just playing around. No way, dude, he's making so much space.
Yeah.
Multiple heroes just for a measly Dark Willow. But I'll get him in the end. Another Shadow Realm usage. Such a pesky support.
I mean, he takes away 3 heroes, right? And that's the farm that they need to be able to, catch up. Already had about 1 or 2k increase after that Roshan, but every little bit that Nightfall's able to get, I mean, he just wants to have that Linkens. He wants to be able to fight. He wants to make sure that he's just not concerned about anyone coming to gank him. If that means you give up supports for the cause, well, so be it.
Liquid might push them back here. They've got a pretty good board bottom that sees Nightfall and Toronto and Tokyo. Maybe if they feel like in a position where they can continue to shove out top just to get some teleports back to control the map. Looks like that's
the thing, right? Yeah, they just need, like, I would have said at least 2 tier 2 towers, but with how quickly they were able to take this one, I think they're probably going to be able to take all 3 if things all go to plan. Again, it really just is around that next big item.
Oh, actually jumps over the top of them. The rest of Liquid is starting to sweep down. There's a pretty quick movement out of them across the map. Should be able to get away. No, Mickey just there in time with the beam. They also caught out Toronto Tokyo as well. Nisha and Insane Young conjunction together.
Dire are scanning.
I like the fact that Zai hasn't gone, like, the super greedy, I'm also going to get Blade Mail route, because at the end of the day, like, you can just disengage, right? I think it's important for Kunkka to have it, because we've seen how important Nisha is in terms of his amount of control that he's providing. Now he's got the Torrent Storm as well to be able to play around with. Oh man, Dove is going to be raking it in. Any voice lines you've been spamming?
No, not any in particular. Just, have you got any that you've been you spam now? You're a fan of?
Well, I thought you were going to say mine because I did buy yours.
You're so kind.
Supporting my casting partner, I know. Even check my profile. I've got your picture on it, bro.
I do actually? Wow, hang on. I was going to say you're still offline, but no, I see. Oh, wow, look at you. Look at you. Isn't that cute? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. I gotta look out for my little brother, you know? That's the thing. You're an annoying little shit, but, you know, it comes with the territory. It's fine.
On a turn like that, hang on a sec. I'm not, it's just nothing like that. Just a nice little friendly person, nice little Aussie. Mm-hmm. I don't no swearing, best behavior.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Catch me on camera, I don't know. I say some nice things. Nice swear words.
Yeah, off camera though.
Nah, come on.
Which you will see us both at TI. We're going to be heading over, which I'm excited about.
Did I get to see what TI is going to be like in Seattle? Very excited to be able to go back. I mean, this is seeing some photos of what it looks like inside the stadium. I know they changed it as well a little bit. So I am, dude, I don't know. I'm so excited.
It's going to be hype. And the fact that it's over 2 weekends means it's going to be packed out. It's not going to be any of those like midweek days, you know, where basically only the the true Dota champions are there, you know, the ones that don't care about work or income or money or anything like that are able to come along.
I get to see the NA supporters have something for the first time in a while.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how
We'll
the
see
teams
how
do
well they
in the
go.
groups.
No good, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Ready? Never mind. Not yet. Another disconnect. So, yes, they are. Wait, oh, he's back. So that's a reconnect. I saw a disconnect into G's, but no, we're good to go. So back into it. 9,000 net worth lead. Liquid still got the ages for another 3 minutes. Very close to the butterfly on Mickey as well, along with the level 20. So soon to have a pretty big timing.
I mean, they've still got 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis, right? He's level 20, so he's got those extra glaives coming through from the Lucent Beam. I think what he really wants is to be able to, of course, get into the Satanic and the Aghanim Shard, which he's got queued up, just because it gives you... Like, right now he's relying on others to provide him safety, but if you could just have that yourself...
You can't be there. Oh, no.
Yeah, a little too far forward there.
Dire's structures are
This is just a full set of barracks, it looks like. They are not going to stop. So you're going to see...
You know, once you crack the high ground, right, as
Yes.
Luna, what happens? And it's still nighttime, so you got to take advantage of it. Nah,
No?
not too.
No?
Dire's bottom barracks. Dire's bottom
Yeah.
Anytime you go towards tier 4s, you've always got the risk of a swap, you know, coming back. It is still level 1, I guess, but... That's,
Mid lane.
Probably a step too far.
Nisha called pure. Needs to be pretty on point. He's going to get lucky as well with one of the torrents coming up from the ground. And now Zai is here to have the follow-up as well. So another kill out of Liquid and all set up from Nisha tipping over towards the T2 tower. Now, they will lose one of their wisdom rooms, but of course you already have Boxy being able to take away BetBoom. So
Dire's middle tower.
nicely done. They still got a minute 20 out of the Ages as well.
It's still a pretty valuable one for Save to pick up, though. That brings him to level 12. That brings the bench to level 12. So now you've got those little bit increased potential coming through. It's an Aeon Disc finished on top of a Ghost Scepter, a Blink Dagger.
Dude, what?
I told you about Liquid's hard to kill strat, right? Yeah, Boxy's got more net worth than Zai does right now.
What?
Like, this is just insane how much utility they've got across the board. And then Mika's just there to dish out the damage.
And we've got to keep in mind as well, I mean, GPK was top net worth hero for a little bit of this game, and his item progression just has not been there overall.
Still got 50 seconds left on this Aegis, so might try one more time to be able to crack this high ground.
Dire's middle tower.
Why not, right? You've got the Butterfly available.
Structures are
And something you brought up,
Using their last blip as well.
something you brought up before with the saves outside the base. Get a glimpse. Got to be careful about that
got
nighttime vision though. Got to look towards a swap though. That's a big thing from BetBoom. That one thing in the arsenal for them to potentially use. When they get a glimpse of Toronto, Tokyo, Zai always going to try and put the pressure on, but he said he's
Just
X.
space. Just need Mickey on the front lines. 5 seconds left on the Aegis. Might look to just use his own Manta Illusions as well as Shadow Demon ones to be able to keep this push going, but looks like they'll be able to withstand losing one lane of Brax as well as a tier 3 tower, but it is a heavy cost that they have to pay as a result of this. Look at this annoying illusion. He's still doing
They're
it.
nowhere near the base, man. No one's home. It's just two heroes. They were going for some crazy wraparound with the Infest on Sape, but it meant that GPK and Toronto Tokyo had no boys nearby.
Dire's middle
No
barracks
boys at all. They
are
desperately just feel like one more item is all they need. They're going to have the BKB at least on Pure. Got Pythix available as
Sape's
well.
going to reveal himself now.
You're gonna
But
need
it's
to buy
all or
back.
nothing. You've got to buy back. You get multiple heroes out of this investment.
He's so
Jump
tanky though.
niche, but I don't know, dude. This guy's got a heart. He's got the run buff as well. You're only tickling Nisha, and it means that Mickey can freely go to work on tonight for his life stealer. It's all done. Liquid. A very convincing game 1 victory. They had to get the ball rolling, but once they did, there was no looking back from there.
No, not at all. And Foxy ending that one, top kills, 11, 4, and 10 on the Shadow Demon. He ended up losing that early trade, giving up first blood to Toronto Tokyo, but it does not matter at the end of the day. they were able to just dominate that one. And I really think it goes back to the laning stage, right? It did not go well enough for Nightfall. You pick this Lifestealer to be able to dominate the laning stage. You've got Avenge as well to give that minus armor against a relatively squishy hero to right clicks in the early game in the Centaur. And they just gave so much attention towards making sure that he did not get off to the start that he wanted.
This was kind of that fight, right? Because for the couple minutes beforehand, we saw GPK's Pango be able to... this was just a diffusal fight, and he wasn't even there for it. We saw him get a lot of the power runes, but that boat combo from Nisha was huge to be able to give them that early kind of net worth lead. And, you know, we saw how much it was able to come into play throughout the entirety of that game.
Be hard to kill. Remember, that's the strategy. Looks like both teams went for their own variant of it, right? Like, it's not like well, we can call the BetBoom now that they lost, but they're not exactly easy to kill, right? Like, you've got the Shadow Realm, you've got the Swap, you've got the Wave of Terror, you've got Solar Guardian, Rage, Infest, all this sort of stuff. But it just started out way too well for Liquid. That was the difference there at the end of the day, and it never felt like they were able to truly take advantage of their timings together as a unit. And we even see there, you mentioned the Rolling Thunder, how he was able to die just from the Eclipse while still inside the ball on GPK.
I mean, you said to start the series, you felt like it was going to be a battle of the position for Save and Boxy. Definitely some of the best out there, and definitely in this game, you have to say Boxy takes the cake, and I think is probably MVP performance out of him as well. It's just an exceptional showing out of him on the Shadow Team. And if you get this man rolling, if you get this man with some confidence, he's a scary man to be able to go up against.
Yeah, and it just felt like the draft came together so well, and it's just too good. I mean, you see the reason why Liquid banned out that Phoenix in the draft, right? Second phase ban, I believe it was actually, that they were able to remove it. If you're going to go this tanky strat, you need some percentage damage. You've got that in the Lifestealer, but it felt like it just dropped off after that. And, you know, if Lifestealer is the issue that you're going to have to deal with, just put all of your focus on him. Make sure he doesn't have that start, that he was really wanting to, so that the thing that counters you most is the thing that you put the most attention onto. So I feel like Liquid just played this one, not perfect, but as close to it as you could possibly expect.
Yeah, and that's really what you're needing out of them in this series as a whole. I should say the road to the international as a whole, with how we've been saying that every series is incredibly important. You'd won Azure Ray. We've been mentioning that Group B is the group of death without a doubt. So it's crazy the fact that you're able to look this dominant early on. But you know, are we giving it Boxy with MVP?
I think Boxy gets the MVP. I think personally, but yeah, look at that farm, man. In 30 minutes, that's the farm that he had. He also had an axe shard on top of everything. It was given over to him by the Tormentor, of course, but you know, he tormented BetBoom this time around, even just some building damage, you know, and involved in so many of the kills across the board. So the man has a point to prove. If you haven't checked out the Liquid's mini documentary on Boxy, please do check it out. It's a great view and gives a lot of perspective into his last few years. And, well, the man just wants to show that he is better than everyone else. And, well, this game certainly showed a good portion of that.
Yes, it did indeed. Of course, you know, Liquid coming out with a dominant start in this game one. With that being said, though, you know, we did see some signs of life out of BetBoom. Really, a lot of the early game movements around the mid lane, that was a key focus for them with all they were able to enable GPK. In the end, unfortunately, it was not enough, but that could potentially be another recipe for success in this game too, if they're able to get him online and continue to play towards that mid lane. We're going to have to wait and see, though. Game one goes the way of Liquid. Let's see what we have in store for us in game two after a quick break. Well, good start for the boys on Team Liquid in our third series of the day. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum, though, because in that game in particular, we did see there was some signs of life for BetBoom towards kind of the end of that game. I was mentioning, I think really how they were able to play around GPK with the supports rotation and through that early game was something that, maybe we need to look for in this game too in particular, because it was at a stage where it could have gone either way until a couple of fights went the Liquid's way.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the big thing was just giving up that Aegis, right? Losing that fight, making sure you use the Rolling Thunder, and then they had no way to be able to initiate beyond that. It's all about the counter initiation that they were going for, and they were just off by a couple of seconds that time around. So buyback team ended up losing that one, but Team Liquid, they really played around. I know you like to mention the Slark nighttime. Luna nighttime is basically as effective, right? You get that additional bonus from her passive. You could just group up and always have the additional vision compared to your opponent, unless you're playing against a Slark or a Night Stalker yourself. So I think it's a really positive thing that they just looked to farm when it was daytime, push when it was nighttime, take objectives, use the Aegis to its fullest potential. It was just and in focusing down the lifestealer in the early game, right? Making sure he didn't get off to a good start. It was really a lot of different checkboxes that I feel like the coaching staff from Liquid would be giving claps all around. The team just followed the game plan to a T.
It looks like with this second draft in particular, we got Liquid on the DIE side. They're going to be playing with first pick this time. And of course, your BetBoom on the Radiant side playing with second pick. So both is changed in game 2 in particular. Trying to see if there's any difference in regards to the bans. Brew is the only thing. And the Brew and the Druid were the remaining 2 bans from the previous draft.
If I see a Phoenix band, I just think tanky boys. I really don't see any reason for them to change. It's there's the Brew. We're going to see the Lone Druid gone as well. It's a possibility. They might even pick it up first for themselves. I'm expecting to see Gaimin Gladiators pick it up a fair amount as well. I mean, Ace, when he was playing position 1, he was a Lone Druid spammer, and we're seeing a lot of it in the offlane as well. That early timing around like 15, 20 minutes is just way too strong. You get into like a diffusal blade plus a harpoon, way too good. So you can just run down anyone, basically act like a Lycan that can also take towers really effectively.
Do you feel like it is a first pick material? Because I know teams have put a lot of emphasis on picking that hero to be able to address spirit, like your Pucks, your Storm Spirit, your Ember, and like the mid lane in particular. But do you feel like overall, because we're seeing a bit more of a trend to like this off lane Lone Druid with just 9 branches and like Diffusal Blade, do you feel like overall that hero can be first phased?
I think it can be if you've got flexibility to play it across multiple roles. Old Liquid, for example, could do it across 3 different roles when you had Koikva playing for the team. We're going back a few years now. So I really feel like that's the sort of thing that you need to be taking into consideration. I believe Nisha tried it once at the Bali Major, and it didn't work out too well for them against Gaimin, but they've got the potential to do it. He's got one of the biggest hero pools out there, so that's really what I was expecting to come through. Instead, they're going to go for Muerta, which I don't think I've seen played on any other role than Mickey.
For Liquid in particular?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Boxy play it so far. He must be able to, though. You're not going to pick a hero like this unless you truly feel like it is top 3 carries, and I think it's strong, but I don't think it's top 3. So
it's definitely in the top 7 or top 5 or top 7. Yeah.
We saw them play it earlier today, right? And I mean, Mickey did not have a good showing on that. Azure Ray did an incredible job to be able to punish the kind of like, this is still a very slow hero. I know she has been buffed up a little bit over the most recent patches, but she still takes some time. Nothing has really changed from what we saw in that Dream League event where like Muerta was this ultra late game threat that not a lot of people were able to match.
No, definitely not. And I mean, I guess it's risen a little bit more into prominence with the new-ish shard, right? The one that gives you 30% lifesteal during Pierce the Veil, the one that gives you those permanent buffs if you are successful around fights. So if they are going to be playing this one, poor Nightfall, if we are going to be seeing this one played by Mickey, I really wanted to see like a draft that comes online around the time that he's going to be wanting to buy that Aghanim shard, typically around like the 20 or so minute mark. I think it's like 17 to 20 minutes or so, he's able to get into it. So, heroes that hit their big spike around that time, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go back for the Conquer again.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
but they're going to ban it out wisely enough. And I mean, with that band, you're a lot more free to pick up something like this Enchantress. You know, I talked about it for Toronto Tokyo in the previous game. The Chen and the Enchantress, in my opinion, plus the Spirit Breaker, are the big three that I'm wanting to see him play. And I feel like it enables him to play a little bit more towards his style, which is a lot more on the front foot, not these Venge-style heroes which require that counter-initiation.
Definitely a hero that can continue to have a lot of impact through multiple lanes as well in the early game, which is still something we saw from him previously. So we'll be able to continue to help Pango to be able to pick up those power runes, potentially go through Portal and even pressure some of the towers on Pure's side of the map. So we'll see how Liquid are going to be able to respond to this. There's the Dark Willow. We mentioned Save has got an incredible Willow, but Boxy also does too.
Don't think we've seen too much Primal Beast from Pure. I think he's recently added it to his arsenal a little bit more. Sorry, this is Liquid playing it anyway, but it's going to be...
5 seconds remaining.
What I'm really looking for and what I'm wanting to see is, like, I want to see more of that Bane. Like, Liquid have banned it out, but I'm really seeing the prominence of position 4 Bane coming through just because of what it's able to do in the laning stage. Like, denying a flag bearer creep and a range creep every second wave is huge. You could probably even get it every wave if you put 2 points into the Enfeeble, just with the attack damage reduction that you're able to get. But, well, instead, we're going to see a save specialty coming through with his Keeper of the Light, his best hero by far, in my opinion. Probably Pugna's up there as well, but definitely one that you can combo together so well with the Dawnbreaker. And, I mean, we saw how effective they were in the previous game in terms of the laning phase. Well, you've just given yourself a really strong lane once again.
Yeah, what do we think about this, though, from Liquid? Because as soon as you see the Dark Willow getting picked up, you know it's... You know Boxy's playing it. Like, I really don't think Insania's going to be picking up this hero, so it reveals Moeta being carry, and you see BetBoom go for heroes that can easily dive under the tower early on. Do we like Liquid have already shown the Moeta? Because, again, earlier today, this hero was very much punished from the early game aggression out of Azure Ray.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Insania is considering picking up to be able to counter this. I mean, you can't really go these uber squishy heroes like the Oracle, like the Shadow Demon. They've already banned out the Treant Protector. Maybe something like an Elder Titan wouldn't be the worst. You know, it does provide a lot of that magic resistance reduction, provides that big strong body for the front lines, and, you know, even just able to disrupt a lot of this initiation isn't the worst. Maybe, I mean, they buffed up Ogre a little bit, and providing that extra attack speed to Aberta is never bad either. Extra movement speed for the Primal Beast, not bad too. I could see both working.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
You think Nish has been hitting the gym? I never saw him do that before he joined Liquid and started working out with Blitz constantly.
He's definitely hitting the gym. He's filling out that t-shirt. I'm actually quite impressed. That takes a little bit of time to be able to do that. So.
You know from experience, do you?
Yes, I do. But from struggling to do it out, I mean, he's already doing it, so that's why I'm impressed.
You just got to get the right shirts, the thin sleeve shirts.
Baggy shirts is where it's at. You got to hide everything.
It could be anything under there, you never know.
What do you think of this Bristle here overall? I don't know. It seems like it's pretty silly at the moment.
Yeah, it seems pretty strong to me as well. Yeah, I mean, any tanky boy, right? Like, this is the Liquid style. You just go a Primal Beast and a Bristleback. How are you supposed to kill him? I see no break heroes so far. I guess you could potentially go into a Silver Edge on the Dawn, but now they're just going to either ban out Silver Edge carries or heroes with like an inbuilt break. So, you know, PA may be a possibility, but probably not against the Muerta, right? If you are able to just pop the Pierce the Veil, there's nothing that the PA can do against you. I mean, even just the... who could even deal damage to you during that? The Coddle and maybe a bit of the Pango?
10 seconds.
On Slark for BetBoom, I think maybe if you go down that route, you have difficulty with taking objectives, or at least late game objectives. Early on, Enchantress can, but late game Slark doesn't help out that much with it, or towards mid game as well. What do you think about the hero?
It's okay. I'm also considering, like, could they think about something like a TB? They are playing together with a Keeper of the Light, so the meta is going to have a little bit more uptime. They gave a bit of buffs to Demon Zeal recently, so, you know, that feels a little stronger. You could just keep that pressure up on the map, and you don't hate facing up against a Bristleback, right? It is physical damage that you're going up against, and a TB with all of his armor feels not too bad.
That's the only thing with TB is that, again, we did see in Dream League, Muerta was pretty much solely being played against a TB, but I think
Your timings are a bit quicker.
Yes, that's 100% the big thing. That TB can still have a lot of impact in that matchup. If you go late game, then it's a different story, but that hero can still play regardless on who he's up against. So we'll see the last supports though banned out. There's that Elder Titan like you were mentioning. Grimshark, that Insania has been putting a lot of emphasis on recently, and we saw last game. So still not a lot of supports left for him.
Are they considering like a Morphling or something like that, just with the Grimstroke being banned out as well? I mean, it really doesn't feel like something that you would necessarily want to pair together with a Muerta. It doesn't resolve the issues that we were talking about, but it does mean it feels like it's protecting something of theirs. You know, a Giga carry like the TB, you know, not wanting to give the Dark Portrait over to him makes a lot of sense. The Morphling as well makes a lot of sense, right? Same sort of thing with the Elder Titan ban out, both the strong lane as well as the counter through the natural order.
I think also the Grim just helps you play early with the Primal Beast, because I think you need to amplify him and make a lot of space, especially with the two, well, at least the follow-up support you have from Liquid. So
Silencer feels pretty good too, though. Maybe not for the lane, but definitely for the game.
yes, that's my concern on how the lane's going to go. So we'll see what BetBoom going to try and round out their giraffe with in regards to Nightfall's carry.
Okay. I mean, you can reach that timing faster, right? That's the big thing. And you are playing with save. On his Keeper of the Light, you're going to be able to make stacks. Basically play a similar sort of draft style to what Liquid did against you in the last game. But while all this is happening, you've also got the potential to be able to make stacks for a Primal Beast, for a Bristleback. Like, you are still quite hard to kill, and it's just going to depend on, can you find the jump? I think that's going to be the big difference here for BetBoom. Are they going to be able to be playing a little bit more on the front foot? That's why I do like this draft from them a little bit more relative to last game. It is still going to be hard for them to be able to crack this Liquid front line, but if they're able to do it, if they're able to have a really strong laning stage, particularly for their off lane, which they should, it's a Coddle and a Dawnbreaker, very strong against two squishy ranged heroes. I feel like BetBoom have a bit stronger of a chance this time, just because Toronto Tokyo is going to be playing aggressively, Save is going to be playing aggressively, shoving lanes, as well as being that consistent kill threat alongside Pure.
Yep. I think also importantly, you pick a carry that's able to fall back into the jungle earlier, so Nightfall won't be as concerned about being left solo when Toronto Tokyo is going through the rift. So I'm very worried about Liquid safe lane. This is a double ranged, maybe early on you can spam out, but again, I'm going to bring it up. We saw in game one against Azure Ray with getting dived onto the tower, pre 7 minutes, even earlier than that as well. I think it's going to be no different in this game. And then we need to look towards Nisha's Primal Beast and potentially what Zai is able to do on the Bristleback as well. But I do like what we see out of BetBoom. So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform. Again, the early game in game one was really solid from them. Let's see if they're going to have another showing here in game two. Every game is incredibly important, very vital for your potential to be able to get those seeding placements for the best of 3 kind of series that we'll have later on.
The group stage tiebreakers. No, are they tiebreakers though? We're going to have tiebreakers as well.
I hope we get tiebreakers.
Phase two.
That's easy. Phase 2. It's just simple. You say group stage playoffs, but that gets a little confusing. The phase 2. It's just simple. Makes it easy. This is a big wraparound from Liquid.
It is, but doesn't look like too much is going to happen. Just wanting to get some vision down nice and early. Is still blocking up one of the camps, so I wonder if they're going to be able to get double value out of a D ward plus a high ground D ward. But that's going to be the main thing, right? They know stacks are going to be happening. They know that Save is going to be making those sorts of rotations, and they know that that's going to be the sort of time where maybe you can come back into the lane a little bit more on Mickey when it's just the Dawnbreaker that you're having to worry about. And they do have the stuff to be able to yoink those stacks away. I mean, a Primal Beast plus a Bristleback.
The battle
Definite wave
begins.
clearing potential.
Looks like it will be a 2 for 2. No real fight going on for the bounties. Nothing too crazy. Everyone pretty happy with the start we've gotten so far. So this mid lane, I think, again, is a beautiful thing about Dota, where across patches, matchups kind of change a little bit here and there. If you go back to last TI in particular with the introduction to the Primal Beast, we saw Pengo was probably one of the better heroes to address it, just with your easy way to get out of the trample damage. It's much different now with the Primal Beast. With that Pulverize being able to go through the BKB, you actually play quite well into the Pangolier. So we'll see in the lane. It still is a little bit Dino favored, but of course Pango is just a stupid laner overall. So I think they're both going to be fine.
I think so too. I mean, the laning stage, like you mentioned, it really just comes down to that attack damage differential, right? He's got a good 8 damage, I believe, over the Pango. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. But I'm really considering, like, when is Nisha going to go into something like a Blink Dagger this game? Because, just having that potential to be able to take away a lot of that team fight control is going to be huge. The potential of, like, finding out someone like the Dawnbreaker, for example, to be able to start out a team fight, enormous as well, right? You can't give them that turnaround with the Solar Guardian.
Which there are ways to address it overall this game. We're going to have to see the vision be very important for BetBoom to be able to address Insania's global silence, because they have not only that to deal with the Solar Guardian, but also, like, if you want to use Rolling Thunder as like a more counter initiation tool. So that is definitely the one big thing about the silencer, to kind of disrupt whoever BetBoom jump. But again, very concerned on how top lane is going to look in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that led me to feel a little bit more confident about BetBoom this game was the fact that you are playing with this Enchantress on Toronto Tokyo, right? You can see he's already getting much more aggressive against Boxy. I think the lane should go a lot better for Nightfall as a result of this. And you're always going to have creeps, like, scouting out, where exactly they're playing. You're going to understand if they're making some sort of rotation against you. And it means that you just get provided so much more information than what you got last time.
You feel like there does need to be importance on Liquid from maybe blocking up some of the camps down bottom to minimize what Toronto Tokyo can do?
Like, are we talking above the lane or below the lane? Because there's so many camps these days that I really feel like blocking camps other than the one that's just going to allow you to make pulls is not as effective as it used to be. The options are just so plentiful.
So he's got a Hill Troll Priest to work with currently for Toronto Tokyo. So, like you said, really everything at the early game should be looking pretty clean as a whole. Excited to see what Zai is able to do on the Bristleback. I know we're getting some interesting builds with, like, Vanguard into the Arcane Boots and the Rush of the Scepter. Then kind of the Bloodstone is considered after that. So we'll see if that's going to be the choice for Zai in this game.
It'll be interesting to see. I want to see if anyone ends up buying the Boots of Bearing as well, just to enable you to use that Ag Scepter Bristleback at full speed. You're not actually diminished by the reduction there. As we actually see a pretty aggressive attempt up on the top side made by Mickey and Insania, but they're out of mana, and again, you're up against a Dawn who has a Bracelet, who has a Healing Lotus to be able to play around with. They should be just fine. Never short on mana either.
Where would you like to see the next set of wards placed up in particular for either side? We spoke a lot about how BetBoom can go through the portal with Toronto Tokyo, but we've seen this Primal Beast even rotate, at level 3 previously. So what do we need to be considering?
Who's the one that did it?
Dobson.
Dobson last time when he was playing last chance qualifiers with T1, right?
Yes, indeed. So what do we think? Where does the vision kind of need to be set up from either side? Because there is definitely some early potential to rotate from BetBoom and Liquid.
I would say the main priority is still just going to be Insania not dying, hopefully.
Might be okay. Mickey being able to drop the calling is going to send them away. Not the Courier. Not your Courier. Alright, at least got the Falcon Blade. Maybe the extra damage might be able to get the killer. Maybe Insania steps up a little bit too far. So BetBoom, a fine first blood. Of course, the rebuttal is going to be there, though. Nice sidestep from Save. Gets through the Bramble Maze. Should still be able to chase him down, though. The damage is enough, so Boxy finds a return kill.
It's a lot of damage onto this tower, though. A lot of creeps going underneath it, and a Mud Golem, one of the better heroes at being able to soak up a lot of those tower hits. He's being as annoying as he can. In terms of the vision, I just want to see them maintain, if you're thinking from Liquid's perspective, an understanding of what the stacks are going to be. Because this is the best space for Nightfall to be able to find that accelerated farm so that you can hit those early times.
Whoa, it's a lot of damage. Liquid, nicely done. Keep Boxy nearby to be able to slow down Pure's early game.
Also see Nisha just cutting waves as well. He realizes that this lane isn't the easiest, and he might be able to take stack somewhat, but he knows he's going up against a Pangolier, right? If he gets it low, it's just a simple swashbuckle away.
GPK's almost 6. He's going to get it from the range creep. Nisha might be in a little bit of danger now. GPK doesn't have the mana just yet. And the chase, definitely not with the phase boots just getting delivered. So Nisha's okay. We do have the power rune, first one of the game, spawning shortly.
Really does feel like the supports have played the majority of their game around those side lanes, making sure it gets off to the best start. But this is the real one that matters, right? As GPK is going for a really aggressive attempt, and he gets slammed into the ground.
He does, but they're still going to have the numbers on BetBoom from continuing to chase Nisha under the tier 1 tower. And they'll be rewarded thanks to the rotation as well. A little bit too late from Boxy. Is he going to be able to get GPK though? Runs into the Bramble, and Sane is here as well. So in the end, Liquid, they will be able to get GPK as well. Both mid laners take a spill.
I'd say generally you're pretty happy on Liquid for that trade. Yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Yes, you ended up being the one to get the kill. I guess it was even Toronto Tokyo that got it. So yeah, absolutely then. It's Liquid favored, right? You know how important these ultimates are for their chances early on.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at Nisha really quickly looking to yoink away that stack that he scouted out previously just while the Pango is dead. Ends up getting a few of the creeps as a result of it. So definitely not looking to give away his own Wisdom Rune. Looks like it should be a 1-for-1 trade as a result of that. But yeah, you just got to make sure that on Insadia, you're getting up onto that level 6 as quickly as possible. You don't want to give Pure that potential to have that Solar Guardian. You only get one shot at it, where he's going to have the Solar Guardian without the Global Silence being a factor.
We'll make an attempt down bottom. Oh, Zai gets so unlucky. The break creep from the neutral grab might actually get him killed in the end. Rifles only used the stun, unfortunately, so not going to be able to continue to chase him down.
This is almost more fun.
Creeps have a mind of their own, you know? Sometimes maybe Zai did something bad to him in a previous game.
I'm sure everyone's done something bad to the neutral creeps. And not Toronto Tokyo, though. Yeah.
No, definitely. They're his friends.
Yes. He uses them against him, right? We'll see what he wants next. He's just running through the jungle. He's got the pick of the litter. Does mean he's not going to be around mid, though, once again for the power rune.
This is the sacrifice that you make, right? A little bit less lane securing by... is GPK going to be okay here?
I go for save. Nisha actually uses the Pulverize early on, so GPK is going to be able to stop Nisha's ulti. No Solar Guardian's going to come into play, though. We'll get cancelled. A little bit awkward from either side. Some spells getting used, but no one's advantage.
Really good use of the fog there by GPK, realizing that, you know, if save is up there, he's wanting to be interrupted as much as possible, because if save's dead, there's no stacks being made, there's no chakra magic being provided to GPK, and the Rolling Thunder just ends up breaking that Pulverize perfectly.
This is quick. It's really fast out of Liquid. Smoke up. Nisha doesn't have the greatest resources, but he feels like it's enough to get the kill into Nightfall. And no one else is here. Toronto Tokyo's on the high ground, but it's not going to matter. Nisha swipes the kill away, and this is going to be able to open up bottom now for Zai. He'll cut the wave. Should be able to get a decent chunk of damage into the tower as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just take multiple stacks at the same time. Still those cheeky break creeps. Ending up ruining his life a little bit there, but he should be just fine. Getting into that early Aghanim Scepter again. It's just so irrepressible, the damage that you're having to sustain against. And, you know, a lot of the time when you pick an Enchantress, you're a little bit, you know, you feel safe and secure in the fact that they're not able to just right-click you down. But not the case here. You know, you're going up against a Primal Beast, a Bristleback. They can absolutely look to destroy this Ench.
Overall, how do we feel about the start for BetBoom? Because, I mean, again, I harped on it. I really thought this top lane, Mickey, was going to be in a lot more trouble. His top net worth on the Moeta. Do we feel like there was an opportunity missed, or did I just completely misread on how BetBoom were able to potentially pressure the Moeta?
I don't think it's an opportunity missed or a misread, to be honest. I think it was just a good play by Liquid, making sure that Boxy was able to rotate up there pretty early on. He made sure to bait himself, you know, not showing in the lane a little bit, maybe thinking that he'd taken the Twin Gate back down towards the bottom side. Speaking of Boxy, looks like he's getting initiated onto.
A lot of emphasis put onto him. Can they get the return kill afterwards? Nisha doesn't have much help. They're actually going to bring Moetsu in off the back of the teleport. Nisha, relatively tanky. They'll sidestep the Solar Guardian as well. And now, how do they want to continue to follow up? Nisha has to go over the right side, which is further away from the reinforcements, but It's enough distance to keep him alive, and in the end, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Again, ultimate's getting used, and it's just supports that go down.
Radiant's bottom
Just
tower
supports the
is
go
under
down.
attack.
Sven continues to farm, but the map is opening up for Zai. Like, he is just taking so many stacks at the same time, making sure they've got plenty of neutral tokens to be able to play around with. And now you can look to rotate down to this bottom side of the map when you're a little bit more worried about the potential. They're actually going to go for a smoke here. Just a half HP Nisha. It's a ballsy move to be sure, but if they're able to catch out the Sven and just wipe him out, that's going to be such a big kill.
Might be able to. This creep wave about to be crashing onto the tower. So if they want to go for it though, Nisha with Boxy nearby. They don't have the ultimate from Boxy to be able to pump in that extra damage if it's required before the TPs, and looks like it won't matter. Never mind, it will. Nightfall gets back to the safety of the tier 2. Now they've gone pretty deep. Ready, they're starting to rotate over, and Insania's in a good position, maybe cut some of the members off.
Just a little bit short on damage. That's, of course, one of the advantages of the Sven, right? We talked about Bruzy here later. It's one of the advantages of playing the Sven, right? Up against the Bristleback. All that physical damage, not so worried about it.
Wonder when, like, what the progression's going to be from Nightfall this game. He's got a juicy stack to be able to catch back on. So, of course, at the moment, Echo Saber is going to be worked on into the BKB. Definitely will need to be considering a Silver's Edge at some stage, but just wonder when that is going to be. Of course, you have the Diffusal Blade as well from GPK now getting delivered to help deal with kind of the tanky strength heroes from the boys on Liquid, but overall, it will still take some time for the break to be completed on Nightfall.
Speaking of Nisha, he's in a little bit of trouble just farming his own ancient camp. He should be okay. Just back off in time. Might just end up ulting the strongest. Nisha? Okay. That was close. Maybe let Insania have this one, bro.
Come on,
Give
dude.
it to the support. Come on.
Dude. They don't get anything. Come on, man. There's a call as well.
I think this is a very different game, though, in terms of, like, the effectiveness that this Diffusal is going to provide. I mean, we saw... I hate keeping on referencing him, but Thompson, the gyrocopter Diffusal Blade, right? You saw how effective it was against a Bristleback, reducing his effectiveness. Because if you're not able to just press your Quill Spray, you're nowhere near as effective as you used to be. And I feel like that's very different from, for example, the Kunkka that we saw last game that can still just tie-bring every 4 seconds.
Well, how do fights work out then for BetBoom? Because overall, Diffusal has, like, you want a longer fight. We're able to slowly kind of drain that mana over multiple swashbuckles, but a Sven is kind of jump in, blow someone up, maybe retreat with another combo, but long drawn-out fights can be a bit difficult, especially when you need to commit a BKB.
They can. I mean, he's going the BKB first, which I understand, right? You're going up against a Muerta and the Dark Willow even, the Primal Beast even on top of that. But I really feel like they need a way to be able to initiate the fight on their terms. Yes, you've got the Pango to do it.
Oh, this is a great smoke from Liquid. Perfect timing of the Wisdom Rune coming up in forward scene as well as Pure.
Oh, he's used his mobility.
And he's gone. Really nice play from Liquid. They get a kill onto a core and they get the Wisdom. They're coming over though.
I don't know, Save. I don't know.
I don't know either. Everyone's coming. All right, they want to take a fight.
Maybe.
Why not? GPK is in with the Rolling Thunder. They'll be able to clip both supports, so they'll be rewarded with multiple kills. Unfortunately, will not be able to get the Wisdom Rune, though, in the end.
I think the thing is, 2 for 1. You don't secure the Wisdom Rune. Oh, wait, no. Did GPK get it on the Dire side?
Yes, it looks like it. So, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good overall. But, again, Zai and Mickey are farming, and that's really not what you want. They haven't even hit these big power spikes yet. You know, I was mentioning the Mjolnir. Of course, that's going to be very effective, especially against the likes of the Swashbuckle coming through, and no Ags yet on the Bristle, and he's still this much of a threat. 0-0 and 1. He's just been fully focused on farming. It's like having an extra core. Of course, you're going to be lacking in utility, but Bristleback itself, talk of the ability, not the hero, is just so effective this game at providing that early damage.
Really trying to pick on Pure. To the bottom portal they go. Nisha and Insania together. Should be able to get the kill. Let's see if they're going to be lacking actually some of the damage. Pure 1700 health. Blade Mail is going to be awkward from Nisha, especially once he takes the full Starbreaker, but Nightfall won't be in range to cancel the Pulverize. Once again, back-to-back kills onto the offlane Dawnbreaker.
Won't even be able to secure the bounty rune there on Nightfall. Needs to just go back to farming, playing a little bit more conservatively. You can see he's already got that Silver Edge queued up as well. He really wants to make sure that... I'm just worried that it's going to come a bit too late, and he doesn't have that lead that you expect to see from a Sven at this stage of the game, right? That's the big advantage of picking it. Yes, it's good against the Bristleback for that physical damage mitigation, but you're really picking it to have 2,000 more net worth than most heroes at this stage.
It's a scary stage now. Just going to start to run down lane after lane. Let's see where the damage is going to come into play from BetBoom. T1 Tower gets cleaned up. Tokyo, we'll see them starting to pivot their attention over towards the Ancients. Nightfall has already taken camp away. Oh, is he going to go back? We do have a cliff ward. Nightfall. Hang on. I thought he was going to get out of danger. Run straight back into Liquid. They're going to overlap some of their spells. Can he be able to activate the BKB in the time? It's not going to matter. Nightfall ends up going down, and now Nisha tries to turn to save over the right side as well. Toronto Tokyo now getting chased down as well. So I should be able to get the kill onto the Enchantress without much assistance required. And meanwhile, back over to the north as well. GPK is trying to do whatever he can. He's got the damage at the moment. He's got to be cautious. His Rolling Thunder's about to expire. Does Nisha want to go for the kill, though? Pretty good dead shot from afar. Not matter, though. So what happened there? I thought he had the BKB completed on the Sven. Did he disassemble?
Yeah, no, he didn't have it completed. You're seeing things, bro. And then it's reached this point, though, right? Like, once again, Liquid are just so hard to kill. You've got the Global Silence. We saw the real effectiveness of why they picked this hero up against the Dawnbreaker. Pure was stuck on the bottom side of the map. No TP, no way to be able to join in with the rest of the team, considering he TP'd out after that previous death inside of the Radiant jungle. And, I mean, you're going up against a hard Primal Beast with he's even got a Shield Rune bottled, plus a Blade Mail. You're going up against an Ag Scepter Bristleback. Like, it's just so much that they're having to deal with.
See BetBoom are running around trying to de-ward inside their own triangle, but both these wards are still up for Liquid. Maybe they'll be able to get the cliff one now with that sentry place, and it looks like they will, but this really cheeky ward behind the 2-2 tower top might catch them off guard. Mid lane, Nisha wanted to save. Looks like they will target the Coddle down at the moment, so pretty easy kill onto the form. Really nothing BetBoom can do. Once again, it's a game of them trying to give as much space to Nightfall as they can. It's like GPK wanted to try and snag up the double damage rune. Had to use the ultimate for that, though, and are they going to be in trouble afterwards? Nisha senses a sign of weakness.
He's got a Shield Rune, why not? Good just to get a little bit of scouting information as well. But now knowing that Rolling Thunder isn't available, again, low cooldowns, right? This is what you're looking to play around. On the top side, Pure looks like he'll be able to get away just in time. His role basically is to try and shove out these lanes and make sure that Liquid aren't taking too many objectives with this big timing that they've got. Are they considering Roche here?
Sorry.
All right. While it's still on the top side, while it still favors Liquid, got the Maelstrom, sorry, the Mjolnir coming out to Mickey, just gets completed. And he's going to go straight into that Aghanim Shard afterwards. So this was that timing that I was talking about, right? 20 or so minutes is really where Liquid are going to hit all of their strides, and they've basically done everything possible to be able to just be at a full advantage here. The Primal Beast nearly having a Heart of Tarask. You've nearly got not really close to any big item coming through on Zai, but he's just so tanky at this point that it doesn't really matter.
Again, we've spoken a lot about the cores, but this is another game where supports can have a lot of impact as this game goes on. I mean, we're looking at Box in particular. And the hero that we also see is, the Coddle being able to scale in regards to his farm and have a lot of impact in items, but Save doesn't have that this game. Bottom net worth out of the supports. Maybe that's going to be up to Toronto Tokyo with the Treads and the Dragonlance, but he's going to need some time as well.
Oh, nice dead shot as well. Scouting them out inside the trees. Nisha might go for a backline jump here.
He's going to do just that. What a way to start. Nisha with the Global Silence as well to cover the Primal Beast, but they don't get any kills. Really nicely from BetBoom, able to reposition, split their forces, and now they should be able to get Nisha as well with the help of Pure getting involved. So, all right, a little bit messy there in the end. Liquid will be able to get everyone out, but that is a tier 2 tower that doesn't go down in the end. And now with everyone here, look at the Tormentor too.
May as well. They had a good observer ward to be able to scout out everything that was going on, so they knew that the rotations were generally coming. I just didn't think I think they didn't expect the observer ward from Insania to be here behind the tower, giving them just complete understanding. Maybe thought they would have an extra couple of seconds to be able to make a move. But that's big. Big. We saw the Backstreet's back team be able to make a good reaction play to Liquid. You know, Dota's semi-predictable, right? You know this timing was coming. So it's just about how best you're going to be able to react to it. Pure, they were able to delay it long enough that he was able to just TP in with the Solar Guardian as well.
And maybe that if that is a fight that goes the way of Liquid, all of a sudden you continue to control that area and get the Wisdom Room. Now that's not going to be the case. BetBoom should be able to get their own. They are going to go through the portal though and look to connect with Pure, and they do see Nisha currently farming this bottom wave.
Is under attack.
A bit difficult though. 2600 health.
He's got that
Global
heart there as
Sounds
well.
still on cooldown though to protect him. They got a force staff to maybe get some separation. Bit of an awkward start though. There's no real damage follow-up at the moment. And like you said, with that fresh heart, Nisha's incredibly survivable. Nightfall's going to be into the middle with the God Strength activated. What is the damage? Nightfall runs into Mickey. He gets blown up. Can't even right-click anyone. And now Pure's getting chased down as well. They made the attempt on Tanisha, but he shrugs off the initiation and Liquid blow multiple members up.
Well, they were just using Nisha as bait that entire time. He's able to get that onslaught back down to the low ground, let the Heart of Tarrasque regen kick in, and well, unfortunately there for Nightfall, he wasn't able to get off the Warcry, so you had full damage coming through from Zai with the Bristleback Ags coming through, and even, you know, you talked about the effectiveness of these Liquid supports, having all of this this farm, this net worth, but it's the Veil of Discord that just combines together so well, together with someone like the Bristleback to just absolutely rip apart this Sven.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What happened to Nightfall? Oh, okay, yeah, BK nice. Fair enough. Nice BKB, bro. First usage of the game, back live as well. Somehow Foxy ready to save in the tree line, so we got a cheeky smile. It's the classic, sometimes the eyebrow raise when Anisha dies, but sometimes you get a nice cheeky smile as well when he baits two heroes like that. Pure. Oh, they're going to cancel it. Insania with the global stance, and this should be another kill as well. Pure going down. I mean, you get those couple kills from BetBoom, importantly the one on Tanisha behind the T2 tower. Game was cut down to 1,000 net worth lead. Now all of a sudden, we're back up to 6k for Liquid and another T2 tower as well. So just, it's very similar to game one, where BetBoom make a good move, but they just cannot continue with that.
The thing that's concerning for mine is that, like, yes, you've got the BKB on the Sven, but Nikkei didn't even use his Pierce the Veil in that previous fight. Like, that was just pure right clicks coming through, and he's got a lot of magic damage as well with that Mjolnir picked up, with the Specialist's Array as well, plus the Gunslinger. Everyone's getting hit in these team fights.
So it's like, yeah, cool. You have this Warcry, which is usually very strong against a lot of heroes, but not against Muerta. And the Sven, you need to be able to have this, regardless, it doesn't matter about the carry matchup. Sven excels because you have this built-in farming mechanism. And if you're not at least an item ahead, we can see this hero really struggle, and also that change as well with the recent patch of the God Strength damage. It's going to hinder his potential to be able to get on Mickey and blow him up from 4-0. And we might not get to that stage now with how far behind he is.
That's really why I was emphasizing the Blink Dagger so much, right? Playing on the offensive, making sure you're the ones to be able to make the jump, because we've seen that Liquid have great counter initiation, right? You've got the Terrorize, you've got the Global Silence, you've got all this sort of stuff. But if you are able to just God Strength blink onto Insania, stun him and blow him up, you don't have that potential. Suddenly Pure is so enabled in all of these team fights.
From lane again, Pure should
Just
be able to catch.
The Echo.
Yeah, it's going to be too late, it looks like. Pure, yeah, they'll hold the Pulverize for the last second. That's his 6th death.
Yeah.
Pure has been a vital member of BetBoom through a lot of their success recently, and his Dawnbreaker overall has been really struggling. Now, top lane Zai, they are well aware this man is learned. Let's see how broken this Bristleback hero is going to be, though. He's got Lotus, he's got Bloodstone. They're going to try and continue to protect him with the Global Silence, and this is buying some time, because Liquid, they're starting to come. From bottom to top they go. Can Zai stay alive long enough, though, for the team? Mickey's going to try and chuck in a dead shot. Zai's not dead just yet, dude! He might not even die as well as Zai turns his back, and they're not even going to get a kill, and they might not for the entirety of this game. Now, Nisha a little bit too late with the charge, but if you're not going to kill him there, when will you kill him this game?
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest JoJo reference I've ever seen. He was, oh, you approaching me? And then he just turns around, runs at him. 4 heroes doesn't matter when you're as farmed as Zai on his bristleback. He's going to have that hairball as well, coming up very shortly.
Cool hero, bro. Very cool hero.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? He's got Van Bracelet in? What are we looking at? What is this hero?
Yeah, you got that spell amp. I mean, he's just using it to make sure that he's got that Bloodstone lifesteal coming through. Again, I mentioned the Veil before from Boxy, just buffing him up even further. And then your favorite item. They've been able to purchase that one up too on Liquid, the Gem of True Sight. So having a look at what we could see. Big Bang Team have no way to see what's going on the map, and it's nighttime. So they are just playing in complete darkness.
It's 1%, dude. I mean, I guess it's 12,026 minutes in, but would you really say it's 1% chance for BetBoom?
Yeah. Like,
is it that dire?
Again, like, I feel like this is just another one of those cases of you pick Nightfall, a matchup that's supposed to excel in the early game, and he just hasn't, you know? And, you know, I don't think that's completely on him. Like I mentioned before, it was Boxy's rotation up towards the top side, and he stayed there. He stayed there longer than he would have expected. That really changed things for them. That made that lane not go as bad.
Not again. I mean, this time we popped the BKB, but this time you also have a blink from Nisha to close the distance. He's near the base, but it will not matter.
He is not
at
enough.
all. Wow.
Close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, unfortunately.
Radiant are
A
scanning.
Nightfall?
That base.
He's going to take you out. He'll be fine. Dude, how devastating would be for BetBoom if they get 2-0'd from Liquid? I mean, we've been mentioning that. Group B, dude, we just saw Thunder took a game off Shopify, and if now you're getting 2-0'd by Liquid when you have to 1-1 tie. Like, you have to get this 1-1 tie. These are two teams that are expected to be top, near the top of the group, but this is going to be so much confidence for Liquid if they can close out this game.
Sure. I mean, the one thing that you might leave confidence in is Nightfall. He's walking forward. He's alone. All the boys.
And all the boys are there to follow up with the damage. Mickey again pierced the Veil. He's going to be able to get some of those stacks as well. Thanks to that Ag Shard picked up. 16,000 net worth lead. All the lanes are shoved in. How do you get outside the base?
You don't. That's the thing. Like, you just have nowhere to go. They've just struggled to choke you so effectively, and now you can even look to approach this high ground. Don't even need the Aegis. You toss one of these beefy heroes on the front lines once again, and what are you supposed to do against it? Hasn't even popped the Bloodstone.
Top tower is under attack.
Even dragging the mid creep wave so that there's multiple lanes being pressured in at the same time. Doing his best with the Manta style to keep at least bottom away as GPK, but it's not going to be enough.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Wait for Nightfall. Maybe poke on him, Mickey. We get some separation.
Yeah, we're reaching up onto that level 20 as well for Zai. I'd imagine he goes the cool spray, cool stack damage, just considering how quick he's going to be able to stack them all up. Even getting a Paladin sword as well. Like, this man is not dying, at least until you get the break, and it's going to be a ways away. What is that, about 3,000 gold or so? 2,500? At least he's got Shadowblade now on Sven. Again, though, the downside is... I don't know, man. Dumb. She is raking it in. You're going to have the gem that you're still contesting against, right? So you might think the Silver Edge is good, but how are you supposed to walk up into this when you have no map vision, where the only observer wards on the map right now are Liquids? They finally placed down one, but it's just in the safest possible place. Maybe just try to bait them out to go on them?
How do you even, like, Nisha has so many ways to be able to use his pulverizing in his next fight. So if you want to deal with the Rolling Thunder, if you want to deal with Sven's BKB God Strength, and he needs a full duration, or at least multiple seconds to be able to blow someone up. So he can just do whatever he wants on Nisha. They're going to have an Aegis, they're going to have a Cheese as well, to make him even more survivable.
I guess Mike's, you know, like, just give it to Nisha. He's the front lines. No, give it to Zai. Why not? All right.
Michael comes to be able to deal with the mid wave. There's an arcane bottom for anyone who wants it.
I think
cautious though.
They can't get baited in by trying to go onto Zai, not until they've got the Silver Edge. And I think the bigger thing as well is that you're playing with a Spirit Vessel with 0 charges. You don't want to die because it's at this stage where if you die, they're just going to siege high ground and you're going to be one person down. So the only way to get a charge is getting a kill onto a squishy person. But just with how Liquid are playing, they're not giving up the supports for free. They're playing very defensively behind all of these cores that are so sustainable.
Blindly into the high ground. Pure set up currently. Mickey's going to stand strong, get some force staff to move away to the northern side. Pure's going to try and close the distance. Nightfall fires Insania, but he's able to get the global silence off on his dying breath, and that should be enough to help them chase down the Sven as Nightfall BKB soon to expire. We'll be able to go down without a buyback to help them out, and now Liquid should be able to continue to chase down the remaining members. I mean, GPK, they'll deal with the Ages. This Defender's Gate's proven to be a bit of an issue for Liquid, and they're going to jump over the top. In fact, they've already called it as well. So, BetBoom 2-0 from Liquid. 31 minutes is what they need to be able to find their second game victory.
Woo. This is the Liquid that I came to see. You know, the 1-1 against Azure Ray, I was like, you know what, Azure Ray are a good team, but Liquid have been second at LANs all year. This was Liquid playing on a different level. They were playing their fast tempo, and I think that's when they play their best Dota, when they're the ones, you know, making a lot of the decisions, when they're the ones dominating the laning phase. You know, I think Jabs, one of the assistant coaches, put out an article recently about how both them and their LoL team use the map very effectively in the early stages of the game as a result for the stats that they're able to play around with. And yeah, this definitely was the case once again. Really solid draft coming through from them. And a lane that isn't supposed to go so well does, just because of the rotation from Boxy. And yeah, once again, a really solid team performance across the board. I think the MVP is going to be a little harder this time to be able to pick. I mean, it was clearly Boxy last time. Would you give it to Nisha or would you give it to Zai?
Probably Nisha, I think, with what he was able to do on the Primal Beast. I mean, one cool thing is that we saw, I think it was Boxy who had a shovel and just kept feeding himself. So Nisha was able to run across the map, and we saw multiple times like he was making plays on like half health from the Primal Beast. They'd just fill him back up a little bit and then he'd look to go once again. So it was very impressive what he was able to do with the Primal Beast in this game.
Basically every single dead shot from Mickey hit as well. Like, he was really on point with those two.
He seems very comfortable with Hero. If you're going to first pick him, man, you have to look as good as what you did in that game in particular. And it was very impressive from them overall. I mean, we saw some signs of life, but they just weren't able to convert it into like a second fight in a row for BetBoom. Yeah,
no, they weren't. And like, even in that previous replay that we saw, sure, you get 2 supports for the 1 core, but you still ended up just allowing this Bristleback and Huerta to farm, and that is not what you drafted these heroes for. You drafted Sven to be using that God Strength to, you know, find a pick-off with the Enchantress, giving you that extra vision, and then take a tower. And they took, what, 2 towers for the entire game? The gameplay just didn't come together for BetBoom.
What do we feel like overall about the Dawnbreaker here for BetBoom? Because Pure played it 2 games in a row, and didn't look like if we felt that much impact out of his Dawnbreaker. I don't know if it's a draft thing, a game thing. I don't know if it's him specifically, but do we want to see him on some different heroes as a whole?
Of course I want to see Pure on different heroes, but I think part of it comes down to communication, where a few times maybe he'd used his TP with the assumption that, oh, I've got Solar Guardian, I can join any fight that I want. But if you're revealing on lane after you use that TP and you've got Global Silence available on the other side, that was Liquid's trigger to be able to just say, right, let's go, let's make a play happen. We know that we're going to have the +1 advantage at an absolute minimum. So it's that. Plus, like what I mentioned before, Boxy did a great job of rotating up towards that top lane, making sure that it went really well for Liquid, even into what appeared like a much more difficult lineup for them.
Okay. Well, so far for Liquid, they've got 1 more series up against Shopify, and for BetBoom, they are done for the day. So Liquid still have to get a very difficult series out the way. Shopify, of course, we saw 1-1 versus Thunder early on, so we'll see how they're going to be feeling in this upcoming game. But of course, MVP over Nisha, solid performance overall. Tanky Boys reign supreme once again.
We talking the Primal Beast or him?
Well, Primal Beast, but yeah, I know my man's looking buff.
Mm-hmm.
I need some tips. Actually, you definitely need some tips from him. That's
wow.
I do.
I've been trying lately. All right, I don't want to hear it.
You been going gym?
Of course, of course.
Oh wow, very impressive. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe give a little flex as we pump that chest a little bit. We've got to see a flex we go on. But Liquid definitely flexing in this series and game as a whole, looking very clean with this team to start the road to the international. So we are done for our third series of the day. Next up, though, we've got the boys on Evil Geniuses taking on a team SMG. We'll see you guys after a quick break.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling.
Everywhere sticks. At least we're not stuck in coins.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Children of light, my strength is not enough. Catch up with me. Silence. This means nothing.
Team Liquid victory. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling.
Everywhere sticks. At least we're not stuck in coins.
Dire's structures are falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Children of light, my strength is not enough. Catch up with me.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling.
Everywhere sticks. At least we're not stuck in coid.
Dire's structures are falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Children of light, my strength is not enough. Catch up with me. God, I silence. This means nothing. A little petty falls. Team Liquid victory.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling.
Everywhere sticks. At least we're not stuck in coid.
Dire's structures are falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling.
Could be worse, Six. At least we're not stuck in coy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Children of light. My strength is not enough. This means nothing. Another petal falls.
Team Liquid victory.
Well, we've got our fourth series about to get underway. EG taking on Team SMG. Two teams have already played a series so far today. Denog, unfortunately, they weren't able to get a victory. EG 2-0 lost to Entity. We saw as well Team SMG 2-0 lost to Team Spirit. So no victories on the board for these two teams. Of course, has to change here though.
Yeah, this is over in Group A instead of Group B that we were in those previous series. And this seems like a really competitive group across the board. I think I have Spirit. They're my TI finalists alongside Tundra. I think we'll see TI10 versus TI11 champions in the grand final total. But other than that, it really is open from 2 to 5 in that group. So this is the sort of game that you need to win. This is that extra points, because not only are you getting points for yourself, you're denying them away from someone else. So for both of these teams, you're wanting a 2-0 here. You know, I could really see the Entity series going down to the line as well. It could really go either team's way. So we'll have to see how it all pans out at the end of it. And what a story for SMG to be able to get through. They've had some trials, they've had some tribulations, they've had some moments of not so great PR as well coming through. But you know what? Mind Control's here with them as well. I really feel bad for Masros that he isn't able to be participating in his first TI ever since, you and I have been following him ever since 2019, 2020 when he was playing on Motivate Trust. A lot of members of that roster now firmly entrenched in the Dota scene in Southeast Asia and elsewhere. But it's such a shame that he's not able to be there, but what a stand-in to have. Probably the stand-in of the entire year. Mind Control completely transformed how OG played when they finished, was it 4th at the Berlin Major? They had a really good showing. Top six. Okay, so still not too bad. And the thing that I'm happiest about is that we get to see some Australian representation at TI with Zhao Nuel playing the mullet god himself, doing it for us down under.
At least get some representation, right? It's good enough. So, yeah, you mentioned the stand-in MC. I mean, if we even want to go back to 2018 when he stood in for NIP, Kuala Lumpur, there was a top 4 finish there as well. So, MC stand-in is a different beast. But for SMG in the qualifiers, Masros was a pivotal reason why they were able to get over the finish line. I think MC and Masros have a pretty similar hero pool in those qualifiers in particular. We were seeing Darkseer and Doom played a lot, which will go back and forth between the hero pool, but the big one that we will not see MC play is the offlane Naga. They played it in 3 games. They never gave it over to mid one, and all those games were victories as well for SMG. So that is going to be the really big difference in regards to kind of the hero pool between the two.
Man, this team is like just stacked with both like underdogs as well as fan favorites from over the years. Like, who said Secret's not at TI? You've got Heen there, and you know there was rumors of even Puppy being the one to stand in if Zhao's visa issues did continue. Luckily for Zhao, he did end up getting that one. So, fortunately for Puppy, his streak of attending every single TI is now over. But I mean, what a player to be able to get a chance in Zhao. I know he was really stressing for the longest part, and well, finally he was able to get there. But we haven't even talked about their opponents in EG. I mean, they are looking pretty strong over the year, but it really was that first half of the year that they had a lot more strong moments. Of course, playing at the Lima Major in front of a home crowd, finishing top 6, I believe. And then at the Berlin Major, they came top 4 off the back of a big lower bracket run. But ever since then, it really hasn't been looking too great for them. They dropped out of the Bali Major pretty early on. They dropped out of the Riyadh Masters pretty early on. And, you know, they've been looking a little bit shaky. Of course, losing 0-2 in their first series can't be a great way to start. But these guys have so much potential, man. And I really think you could get the vibe of how well they're going to perform just based on, like, the body language. Like, are they upbeat? Are they looking positive? And if they are, they're on point. But if not, then, you know, you're in for a little bit of a struggle here.
Yeah, definitely feels like they're a team that thrives on, you know, that confidence overall, if that they're feeling themselves on a particular day. So we're going to have to see if they can shrug off that early series loss, and you know, if SMG are going to be able to do that as well. As we do go a little bit into the draft here in the second phase, EG conquered Treen, SMG with the Pango and the Coddle now as well. So we kind of see a little bit back and forth. I mean, Conquer, kind of flavor of the month, Treen Protector, really good support that was not nerfed enough, one of the better 5s, and also to deal with the Pangolier with the overgrowth. And then SMG, if Arfu's going to play range hero, Coddle is one of them, and now you can amplify the Pango with that Chakra.
Wonder what you play now. Do you play something like the Underlord? Do you play something like the Beastmaster here for mind control, just to be able to pair together with this? Just because with the Keeper of the Light, of course, you've got that Chakra Magic to be able to keep you up and sustain to the lane. Of course, it's great paired together with a Pangolier as well. But I really think you need some sort of melee hero that's buying a Quelling Blade, just to make sure that this Treant isn't going to have that same level of effectiveness in the laning stage. You just can't let him play around the trees, and Coral doesn't want to buy a Quelling Blade.
Well, just all go for that. I mean, this is top 3 of his heroes that he's played overall in regards to the Batrider. I mean, you can also give it to Januel. It's not like it's going to be MC playing. We haven't seen a lot of Batrider core. If anyone's really going to do it, it's potentially like some South American teams in the offlane. We know Whisper really likes that hero, but there is some flex for SMG.
Speaking of Whisper as well, it's not a guarantee that this Conquer is going to be mid either. You know, see Smile as well as Whisper do flex it. It's why they feel confident enough to be able to pick it up first. You can be versatile with the sort of build that you're going for, the role that you're playing it in. So I like it as an opening for them. Now it's just a question of, like, what do they want to be able to contest into this bat? Is Slark banned out? I mean, dual melee doesn't ever feel amazing, but I feel like a Slark into a Batrider generally feels quite good. And you're one of those heroes that can actually look to get on top of that Keeper of the Light and look to punish him. You know, all that movement speed and that blind isn't all that effective if you're just able to Dark Pact it off and land the pounce.
Yeah, well, they go for at least showing one of their supports at the moment, which can be really nice against the defensive swap for the Batrider Lasso. Against Rolling Thunder, it can be nice as well, just because, I mean, Pango kind of relies on being able to chain control someone, and Swap can disrupt that. I must say.
I mean, like, you just look at EG's draft, though. Pretty hard to kill. You know, Conquer plus Overgrowth plus Living Armor plus Leech Seed plus Wave of Terror plus Swap, and Phoenix is banned once again. Like, this is the thing that I'm always considering. And a bunch of Spirit Vessel buyers, too. Brewmaster, Earth Spirit, Invoker, all gone. And I'm seeing a lot of flat damage coming out here from SMG. So hopefully, for their sake, they've been watching some of these other games, if not them, then their coach, and being able to say, look, we need to find a way to make percentage-based damage happen. You know, maybe it is the Underlord that you're pairing together with the Keeper of the Light. Who knows? Maybe they want to wait until the position 1 on EG is revealed before they end up revealing that sort of thing themselves. But this is the sort of thing that they need to be considering.
You can definitely have the Coddle go the Vessel route if that's something that's required this game.
Yeah, I suppose, but are you really wanting to be in like Vessel cast range on a Keeper of the Light? I feel like you're in a spot to just get blown the hell up if you are.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to come down to Arfu's positioning then and how he's able to play this Coddle and what the choice is going to be for him. They're using a lot of their reserve time here from EG to work out how they're going to try and close out the second phase.
Well, the Conquer against the Pango is good, right? But like part of me still really wants it to be the mid-ogre Magi against the Pango that I was talking about before. Just, you know, I want C-Smile to be playing this mid-ogre, right? He absolutely crushed his pubs when he was playing it in the past week or so. They're just going to go down some normie route. Boring, nothing to do. I mean, they've got a lot of minus armor now, though, right? Wave of Terror, Tide, could potentially see a TA, Tide TA. How do you beat that? But, you know, it feels strong, right? And you're a Meteor Hammer buyer, so you're not really lacking in that tower taking potential.
Are they potentially slow, though? Like, I feel who makes plays on EG besides the Conquer? Like, Tide is Ravage reliant. Tree's
when
not
you
your
say
playmaking.
make plays, what are you looking for?
Well, like, who's going to be the active hero, the roaming duo trio from, like, 10 to 17 minutes, even maybe a little bit later?
I wonder if you even need to make plays, right? Like, maybe you just cordon off an area of the map and say, right, we're just going to play around this Tide Hunter and make sure his Meteor Hammer is the one to take the objectives. And, you know, it's a Tide Hunter, right? If he gets lassoed, he can just crack and show it off. You don't have a lot of damage right now to be able to burst him through. And then you could just look to still stay farming around that area of the map. So if worse comes to worse, you can look to help him, right? So that's really how I'm thinking that they're going to be playing around this. But of course, you need someone else. I feel like that then allows you to have a lot of the map to be able to play around with. So I think they can get away on EG with going for something that's like just takes up a ton of the map. I'm not sure if Batrider is the one. Nagasari is the one, just because you're going up against a lot of heroes that have that AoE damage that are able to deal with it. But something in the Nagasaran style that's just able to completely take the map. I mean, even TA can, right? You could use the traps to be able to do it. You can push waves relatively quickly. I could see it working.
Also give them Roche taking potential, which is something, sure, you have the minus armor, but you kind of need someone to be able to get that damage out. So maybe some questions on if they're able to deal with the TA early on, though, with maybe the Batrider burn and the Swashbuckle.
They might have just Sven. Like, again, you're against a Bristleback, right? And you just want to be able to blow people up. And I feel like if you go that, it's a viable route. I feel like if you go PA, again, viable, break for the Bristle, burst potential for these squishier supports. You've got minus armor already on your draft. These are the sorts of things that I can see working.
What do we feel like SMG, though, are looking to pick up? They currently feel like it's still MC's hero that we're yet to find with the Darks here and the Doom getting banned out. Do you agree that it's probably mid-one playing the Bristleback?
Yeah, I really don't feel like he's going to be given too much grief at all in that side lane. You know, going up against a Tide Hunter feels pretty safe to me. So for mind control, what are they really lacking? I mean, they're lacking some tower taking of their own. Sure, you could just shove the waves and let the creeps do the majority of the work for you. But yeah, I wouldn't hate to see something like a Beastmaster come out here. But no, okay, slide. All right. Against the Tide, I mean, it does fix what we were talking about, right? With the beefier heroes, just go for longer fights.
Void as well to be able to play into the Slark.
Bloodseeker?
Banned out, second phase.
5 seconds.
I mean, honestly, can you still just PA? Yeah, just anything that blows up. PA or Sven were always the two that I were backing towards, and it's a Pakar's PA as well. You got to remember that, like one of his best heroes by far, and something that he has just carried games on games on games with. So I could see this working for them. Again, I feel like the mid matchup is favoring EG. I think the off lane, maybe not so much, but Pakar's into the Bristleback, probably not the easiest to, but again, you've got that Treant Protector to be able to play around with. It is going to be that position 5 Batrider that you were talking about. I'm probably slightly favoring the SMG draft. It's really going to be on the back of C-Smile to be able to make a lot of those plays happen and just try and dominate the lane, because you're not really going to have a lot of freedom to be able to make moves with Matthew or Panda. They're very much stagnant-ish heroes.
It feels like really EG just you're hoping that Picard is able to get to that stage where he's going to be the late game threat we've seen from Pierre. We know this hero has been nerfed. Regards to the Scepter route, has been nerfed pretty heavily, which was a core item on this hero. Overall, still feels relatively strong, but we'll see if Picard is going to be able to get to the stage or not. So all eyes on C-Smile and what he's able to do in this early game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it really is around him. And again, he's going to need to do it pretty much solo, right? Like, you just can't have that potential there. I mean, you've got Panda, who's going to be playing the Venge, so it's not going to be a Treant into the Bristleback, which does make a lot more sense. You can obviously just harass the Treant a whole lot easier just with a Quill Spray. So, yeah, I could see this one working out quite well. But again, even just Zhao playing the Bat Rider into the Treant Protector's lane is going to work out pretty well for SMG as well. So I think overall, slightly favoring SMG for this one. That is zero SEA bias coming through.
All right. Well, we'll see, of course, some representation from Zhao with the mullet as well. We'll see both these teams who's going to be able to get their first victory on the board as well in Group A. So overall, you feel like it's not like too big of a draft advantage from one way or the other. It's going to come down to execution.
I think it's going to come down to execution, as well as SMG not getting too passive, right? They have the tools to be able to get off to a pretty good start. It's just, what do they do with that? You know, you go able to win team fights and then still with those S and shift stacks, use that to assist with taking towers. I think similar to what we saw from Zai, I think this is going to need to be mind control given a little bit more space. You know, he is the farming core. You need to be making plays around no one a whole lot more. And that's really what he did really effectively all during those sequels, right? Like, he sacrificed his game a fair amount to be able to enable not just mid one, but, you know, Masros at the time. But mind control is no slouch either. You're feeling very confident in giving him the keys to be able to carry this game too.
Yeah, it was a bit of a different role that we've seen from no one as a whole. And of course, he had his stint on OG, and I actually think he was really transitioning into a pretty solid carry overall, but he made the rotation over towards Southeast Asia. It's very interesting if you take a look at kind of the names as a whole on this team. I mean, Arfu, really, when you think of this member, you go back to like the LFY days. I know he's been on SMG and C for a while now, but you know, when he had his bid showing, it was in a China team. Your mid one, you're really over in Europe. MC as well, of course. I know over in Europe, and no one with that Virtus.pro lineup. So this is a mixed bag of people that we have on SMG up against a team that really made their name, I think in particular, because in last TI. Like, that was the big one. We've always known Whisper has been, without a doubt, has been your uncontested, you couldn't argue against, he was the best offlaner in South America. You know, there's maybe been some argument now with the recent showing that we've seen out of EG, but this roster as a whole really showcased how strong they could be at last TI. So they're going up against some veterans, new guns, against some veteran in this series.
Yeah, you heard it, Sacred. Aries thinks you're trash. Absolutely cannot hold a candle to Whisper. No, but I completely agree with you. Like, I don't think Whisper was the best offlaner. I think he was the best player in South America for like a good 2-3 years. Now, you've got a whole lot more players coming to the front. You've got 4 SA teams at the road to the international. We see, we saw earlier today, Thunder Awaken taking a game off Shopify. I had a quick look over, and Keatstars was pretty neck and neck with Quest as well. So, certainly not the easy beats that a lot of people had tipped them as being.
There's a lot of eyes on South America. I think that there's just going to be, especially when you get 2 qualifier slots over some other regions. There's going to be a lot of people looking at how they can, continue with, honestly, a lot of success that we saw. They haven't been able to get any victory so far, but they're showing so far in a lot of the majors, e.g. in the first 2 majors, and again, with Thunder in last year's TI as well. So I think it's deserving of a lot of eyes to be on them. And I think one thing that often has been praised about China is just the all the third-party tournaments that China have gotten for such a long time, they've been up there towards the top. We've seen multiple TIs with 4 Chinese teams, sometimes even at a TI, the top 4, top 5 has got multiple China members. And I really think a big reason was these third-party tournaments where they were grinding and improving. And this is now happening in South America. We're getting a lot of these grassroots tournaments where key stars, where also Thunder have been grinding, and we'll see. It's going to take a little bit, but this could be a region and some teams that can really grow up and potentially take some of those top spots in regards to Western Europe and the likes.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm really hoping to see? I'm hoping to see position 5 Venomancer come through for Zhao, specifically because of the suffix to his name. The hashtag for Cuckoo. The Cuckoo Mancer has to be part of TI in some way.
Yeah, definitely just for Cuckoo. It's not for your own greed about liking.
Bro, I'm happy for the heroes that I'm good at to be buffed because they are quote-unquote trash. If I'm winning with them, that's all I care about.
I saw a little bit of buff from Wyvern. I also thought that hero might be played a little bit so far through...
I'm surprised it hasn't. Again, It's the percent damage. That's what you really want. And I think maybe it needs to be played as a 4 instead of a 5 these days, just because you need that little bit of extra farm to be able to get into that Aghanim Scepter. That's really the big difference maker for mine.
It's definitely going to be an interesting hero as we move on towards the road to the international, when we get to that main stage, as well as how he's going to be played. I think we've seen the likes of Katomi on Entity really liking the position 4 went to Wyvern, so we shall see how that hero comes into play. But we do have lanes about to
Katomi.
Yes, he's quite the player indeed, so it's going to be exciting to see how he's able to go, and everyone as well. There's a lot of people you want to see have success at this TI. Unfortunately, there's only one that can come out on top, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, success means different things for different people, though. Some would be happy enough just to be able to play in front of an international crowd as topside. Zhao is getting gone on a little bit by this early kill threat, but certainly can look to try and start clearing away a lot of these towers. You can see mid one's putting a lot of attention onto that. Every single time that Quelling Blade comes off cooldown, as long as it doesn't disrupt his last hitting, he's going to be able looking to try and remove that laning threat from Matthew. Careful about these couriers, though.
There's one. Yum.
Mid one, he's the one getting the business now. Ends up bumping him actually a little bit further forward.
That's not good at all for mid one. Another blood grenade. Back to safety mid. Well, Genuel's pumping a decent amount of damage out into Matthew too. Whisper's got another out of the gush and a right click. It's not enough. Mid one. Dude, he's got no resources though.
That extra armor underneath the tower, and that means that the courier kill is worth even more, right? It had a salve on it that Matthew was able to take from away from Zhao. At least he's got 4 tangos to be able to play with. Might even end up planting one of his trees just to give mid one that little bit longer duration.
Bottom lane. MC might be killed off as well. Arfu's going to trade blood grenades to maybe help MC be able to get back into the tree line. Of course, it's stacking up, so Picard has to think twice about this attempt.
Yeah, I can't look to stay for too much longer, unfortunately. Has to back off. Again, EG, they're hoping for a slower game. They want this one to go to 40+ minutes. They want this PA to get absolutely out of control without losing too much of their map. So really the onus is on SMG. At least for the start, though. See Smiley's having a pretty good time in that mid lane. I know it's only 2 or so minutes in, but it's already opened up about a 200 or so net worth lead over no one.
And you feel like all eyes are going to be on no one with your playmaking potential early on to make sure we don't get to that late game for EG?
I suppose so, but again, I understand the issue that you were having. It's more prominent for EG, of course, but it's not like they have overwhelming damage for SMG either, right? You can make a rotation towards the Keeper of the Light and, with an Illuminate plus a Chakra Magic onto the Pango, end up taking out a hero. If it's the PA, even better. But still, what you can do beyond that is still not quite so simple, right? They don't have that great tower taking potential themselves.
Yes, that's going to be kind of the biggest issue in how you're able to convert these kills into objectives. I do think, Genuel gets off to a good start. We've seen in the qualifiers for us, when we were casting the China qualifiers with the lack of Ice on the on the 4 Bat Rider, he was able to have a lot of impact. So Jia can somehow get some farm, then we can see what he can do. Maybe mid one as well with that second night time. Could get active depending on when his items are going to be.
Might even see some old school Treant Meteor Hammer come through as well from Matthew, just to provide them that little bit of extra pushing potential. Maybe for now, not even just focusing on the tower pushing, just focused on surviving, focused on not giving up too much net worth over to SMG on Whisper. He's going to phase boost first before considering even starting to build into something like the hammer.
Precious bounty.
Overall, everyone seems very happy with the start though. So no one having to TP back to mid after being able to get that bounty rune to refill some of the bottle sips. Orb corrosion completed. Another water rune as well for him to pick up. So not going to have any attention until maybe a minute 30 with some of the support starting to rotate. Any stacks as well. There is a double at the hard can created from Coddle, but Ancients has been blocked from EG.
You have to say, though, that like we were saying before during the draft, is SMG by far who have the more suitable supports for being able to make these rotations towards the mid lane. You know, it's eventually going to get to the point where mid 1, if he can get to level 6, then you obviously have to potentially stay in the lane. It's going to become nighttime as well, so you know when the ganks are coming before EG are able to make it happen. They might actually make it happen themselves.
Matthew getting burnt out at the moment. Nature's Grass though proving to be a really big issue from Januel to keep on to Matthew. But the pounce off the mark as well. Looks like he's going to be okay for the moment.
Don't even think about it.
Mind control though, what a nice lane for him. Already up into the Vanguard, and it's one of the things where Panda able to body block up one of those camps. Yeah, nicely done. As the Observer Ward, it's just about to expire as well, so Mafu would need to have a sentry and immediately deward it. Not going to be able to do so.
Ooh.
Actually ends up placing one down right at the end. Let's see if they were watching it. Might not have been. But yeah, like, you could just leave MC on his own down here. Honestly, there isn't too much threat of being able to take him out, and we'll see.
Yeah, actually, is it kill threat? Because Bakaz has gone down the Orb Corrosion route.
MC, look at that. He's like, I think he's a little frustrated that the cart ended up doing that. The creep was perfectly placed in outside of tower range, and because it just decided to move on forward, he's not going to be able to keep the siege creep alive.
Mid one top lane's going to be in some trouble. Oh, nice timing out of the pounce. Just gets away. That nighttime vision coming into play there for the Slark. So first rotation from the mid lane. Sees Smile. Didn't have a power rune to use, and unfortunately wasn't able to get the kill. Now, meanwhile, we've got a couple back and forths going on through the portal. Panda will run straight to Januel, and I think this is more than likely going to be our first blood. Unless he somehow gets denied, and that's not going to be the case. Fu claims the reward. Meanwhile, back over to the northern side as well. No one in mid one. Should be able to catch up to Matthew as well. So one perma Agi here for the Slark. Gets involved early with the use of the Rolling Thunder.
Nice little start there. Don't end up taking out the tier 1 tower bottom, but it's already at half HP. Mind Control did a great job of just using his body. Obviously a lot tankier with the ring of protection plus the Vanguard, that he's happy enough to do that. But he would have loved if he had the full creep wave hitting into that tower unopposed.
I didn't see Smile. This time he's got a haste. Again, mid one's able to duck into the trees. They won't fight him. Very nicely done, Slark. Put himself in a bit of an awkward position, but see Smile's going to run all the way around and won't get him. Like a job.
Nice for mid one. Yeah. He's hunting around for hoping for the Wisdom Rune. Don't think he'll be able to claim it, but I mean, if you're taking away 3 people, you're generally okay with this. At least it's going to be C-Smile picking that one up, and it's actually going to be Arfu making sure to secure SMG's own while making some stacks. It's not like they're suffering too much. Again, you're wanting a not passive early game, but they don't exactly have too much kill threat until you've got like level 6 on SMG. Then, you know, you've got that Bristleback available. Sorry, you've got the Warpath available. You've got the Slark able to go for dives. Oh,
whoa, mid one.
Once again, a nice pounce.
Are they gonna keep chasing mid one?
Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Simultaneously, we see SMG, their own little play across the map. They're going to be too late to catch up to anyone, though, because it's gone through the portal, farming up towards his top side, where the rest of the team is. Mid one will run into him shortly.
Oh, wow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're not going to stop there. Panda, yeah, drops the one on the cliff. Picard jumps over the top. It's going to be a kill onto a Slark, and in fact, it's Whisper that claims it as well with the gush. So nicely done. Picard dodges the gank down bottom, gets involved as well. Now, they do have to be cautious, though. SMG, we're going to buy back coming through the portal.
I was about to compliment Mid1. I think the big difference from him from, times past is that he puts so much more value onto his life. He's not going for these super deep dives, but he just stayed around far too long without the level 6, and it really heavily punished him. Obviously maybe feeling a little bit more confident with that Mighty Minds buff.
I don't know if you're getting this kill. Is he gonna drop the low though? Doesn't get knocked to the high ground. Again, doesn't get knocked. No one though. Oh, that's so awkward. Trying to predict the knock to the high ground. That doesn't get the shield crash mitigation as well, as MC is too late. So they take the stack, they get the kill, they waste the Rolling Thunder. Once again, see Smile now 2 kills in the name of the Conquer. This tower's going to take a little bit of damage with the remnants of the double damage rune.
Very, very nicely done by them. Mid1, at least he's been able to pick up his level 6. And something else I want to point out, I was talking about Meteor Hammer all this time for Whisper, but he's going straight into the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? You got Battle Fury coming up for the PA. You've got a Kunkka as well, so that Tidebringer Cleave is just going to be doing so much damage, and it even provides you the ability to potentially kite out a lot of these team fights a lot more effectively. Maybe we even see a 10% Gush Slow at level 10 Talon instead of the Anchor Smash.
He's going to run into Mind Control with Januel nearby. Should be able to get the kill though. TPs are starting to come out, and this Bristleback is not at the stage where he's unkillable. Not with every single member from Evil Geniuses. The Ravage clips onto 2. Whisper's got the double, and now C-Smile is here for the cleanup as well. A little bit awkward with the spell casting, but nonetheless, they'll catch up to the Batrider. As EG, 5 members required, but they're able to kill off 3 from SMG.
It's exactly what you want, right? Like SMG, this is their timing to be able to make sorts of plays. Not quite yet level 6, so maybe they were a little bit too aggressive with a lot of their positioning, but it's understandable considering how far Mind Control was on that Bristleback. But every one of these deaths just creates so much more space for Pakaz on his PA. Now he's picked up that Cornucopia, he's got a little bit more sustain and damage for farming, and you can't let this one get late if you're SMG.
What are we hoping out of Mid1 in regards to his item build this game? He's got the Diffuser Blade currently queued up, but we're going to see the Echo afterwards, because I'm kind of looking at the PA and how he wants to address this hero. If Silver's Edge is something he's considering, if it's MKB is like 4th, 5th item, what are we wanting out of this lock?
I mean, I'm wanting a Silver Edge, but I feel like it's one of those cases where if you get it and you don't get a bunch of kills, then you feel horrible about it all. But it's really a balancing act, right? Because if you go the Echo Saber and PA continues to have a pretty decent start to the game, then you know that you're not going to farm at the same speed as the PA does. You might be a whole lot more enabled around the map at consistent times, but you're just not going to be able to keep up. And it's like, maybe if PA gets dumpstered, you can afford to go the Echo Saber, but if she is part of a couple more kills, then I think you need to maybe go into the Silver Edge route and just bank on your team being able to find one of those quick kills.
Has been denied.
Again, though, like you mentioned a lot, that this game, AG wanting to try and get towards the later stages and been able to take that top tower, continue to slow the game down, and maybe able to get a kill mid lane as well. Genuel, drive back with the boat. C-Smile's going to be rewarded off the back of this as well. They're going to make him work for it. No one's starting to move on over. Oh, great use of the ultimate, swap into the overgrowth. No one. Not going to get a whole lot of value out of the Rolling Thunder. We'll still bounce back onto Panda. Oh, misses as well with the swashbuckle. So, yeah, kill onto Januel. They force some rotations. And SMG unable to convert.
It's a couple of times now that he's been a bit off the mark there with the swashbuckle on no one. Certainly when I think no one, I don't necessarily think the Pangolier. I think more spirit-style heroes. Maybe the Invoker, maybe the Puck, Whop. Maybe not so much.
He's enabled though with this Kodo. It might also be under a little bit of danger. Cars and Panda scouting out the Pingo. Meanwhile, down to the south once again. Mind Control. No boys behind him, so they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bristleback. He'll make him work for it with the wand. His quills are starting to stack up, so they'll have to respect the Bristleback and his potential to maybe find some turn kills. Looks like nonetheless, though, they'll be able to bring Kim down. They do need everyone nearby to kind of help out, so still, I guess, Are you okay with that? I mean, mid one's getting farm up top. You see Genuel as well with the Bat Rider also getting a little bit. Never mind.
Generally, no. I mean, the thing is, again, like, you just have to consider what you're giving up. And this is a game that was set up for Mind Control to be the one that's enabled to get a lot of this farm. So I like the fact that they're responding to it. They recognize that they don't exactly have a mid-game bristleback killer. So you got to kill him while you can in the early game. This is not what mid one wants to be doing. He doesn't want to be hitting a tier 1 tower.
I don't.
Kind of forced to.
They are not going to win this fight if EG bring multiple members. Whisper's got the Ravage to the ready. You got the boat as well, and you see the read's going to be there. Or is it? Mid one actually wants to charge in forward.
I don't know.
Starting to feast onto the backline support, potentially getting the kill onto Panda, but the Ravage will protect him. And now mid one, what's got no one here? He's got the ulti to work with, jumps over the top as well, gets the kill and now gets some separation. No one might be forced to use the Rolling Thunder as well. Defensive factor. What a turn. They see an opportunity to chase down C-Smile, but the overgrowth, that's perfect. Matthew enables them to turn it back around as C-Smile. He'll stay alive momentarily. No one tries to snipe him over the top. He'll get the last right click, but of course, he'll still go down. And nonetheless, as Bakaz is here to clean up.
And he cleans up a killing spree as well. So very well worth his rotation towards that side of the map. It was a really ballsy dive, like you mentioned, with that Ravage available, with the overgrowth. You just don't feel the same level of effectiveness coming out from this Pangolier. He's going into the Aghanim Scepter, but I have to wonder if he's asking for someone of his team to go into something like a Lotus for himself.
Agshot still dispels, right? I think this is also something you might be considering. I don't know if I would imagine it's a bit early on, but something you definitely need to be thinking about.
Got even more
Five MC.
Replay, yeah, replay is getting MC, excuse me, is getting dived up here.
This time he's got the boys though, and it is that second nighttime that mid one's looking to fight. Should be able to close the distance onto Matthew. This is really the window where SMG need to start playing aggressively.
At least they have. And that's the thing. You want to make sure that you're taking out this Dream Protector. He recognizes that they don't exactly have the strongest tower push. That's why he's only got the 1 point in the living armor for right now. I mean, it can end up biting you on the ass if you just end up surviving longer against the Slark with one of these heroes that isn't all that effective, right? Just enabling him to pick up a lot of those Essence Shift stacks, and good rotation from Mind Control as well to be able to take away a lot of these stacks that Bakaz was hoping to be able to pick up.
Again, without a doubt, this is the time where SMG need to start to build the lead. Battle Fury is not enough from Bakaz. If you're able to sweep across the map, look at the wards they've placed as well. Like, really aggressive in the triangle between the tier 1 and tier 2 top. And they are going to do whatever they can just to roam, sweep, go from top to mid to bottom, and continue to repeat that, especially knowing that EG are cooldown reliant with Ravage and Overgrowth, which are back up though. So this can be scary if you don't execute perfectly. They will. Never mind, they don't get Matthew.
They do keep their ward up though. I'm sure they're going to try and deward that as much as possible. It's another tier 2 dive.
Oh, swap in, Whisper. Now in a position where he might be able to land the Ravage. A lot of damage onto the Bristleback. Are they going to be able to confirm the kill though, Forstaff? But it's an overgrowth once again onto 3. Meanwhile, no one in mid one. They're trying to deal with Bakaz, but it means they're not protecting their supports as Januel will now be chased down. And that strong window from SMG continuing to be stalled once EG are able to play with their ultimates.
And they just did so much kiting around, right? The boat hit onto the Bristleback. You had the Torrent hitting onto him as well. He was slowed down. He had minus armor on top of him. Everything just stopping the Bristleback from moving forward. And Mind Control even had the Voodoo Mask in his backpack as well instead of the wand. So he wasn't even able to lifesteal. He took like 13 seconds to die, so it's not like it was a quick death.
Dude, Matthew's overgrowths this game have been incredible. I mean, just that jump in. And we're just seeing how difficult it is for them to be able to deal with all these AoE spells that EG are working with. And I wonder how different that fight would look. Actually, hold that thought. Maybe mid one trying to get Matthew, but Trian's already okay.
It's cat and mouse right now, right? They're just trying to stay away from this Slark while baiting him into not farming or not taking objectives. You've also got a Treant Protector, right? Who now has put the second point into the living armor. So, you know, if you take... Oh, no one? Hello? They see him. Like at nighttime.
Is he going for it? Dude, this is...
Overgrowth. This is the time.
And no Ravage as well. This is super deep. It eats the boys. Is it going to be enough health coming back? It's not. Mid one blown up. And now Arthur as well. There's no escape for the poor COD, who is just here to try and protect his carry. But he will give another kill over towards Evil Geniuses. And meanwhile, because this Phantom Assassin is going uncontested on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, 2-0 and 6, almost finished up into his Desolator as well. Probably just looking to play around the next minute or so, right? As soon as it... Oh,
He's going to get a free kill.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe... Oh, not long enough. Crit. Okay.
But yeah, they're just playing for the next minute, basically. Like, you'll have Desolator completed, it'll be daytime, Roshan will be on your side of the map, you've got Minus Armor as well, you've got a Solar Crest on Panda, like, they have all of the tools that they need to be able to take this and just continue to play for the next 5 minutes, and isn't that kind of fitting? That's around the Aegis' duration on the Dire side of the map. Even having a 4-staff now on the Treant, so you've got even more survivability against this Slark. You can kite away from the Bristleback, you can kite away from the Rolling Thunder, even if you Diffusal Bladed up. And see Smiley's got the Water Park available as well.
This build's a little bit interesting from Mind Control. I hope that actually sees Smile. They were going to try and steal a little bit of essence before a fight breaks out, but mid one in some danger again. This Conquer X, such an issue for the Slark, and he's going to have to pop the ulti early on. Guess one thing is C-Smile doesn't have the greatest mana pool, and no one's going to jump in the middle. But SMG are in two minds. No one wants to fight, but the rest of Dire want to get out. Mid one's starting to get some health back. They won't continue on.
Cheeky little attempt there. You went for the swap from Panda onto Matthew. He could have overgrowth there to be able to land onto the Slark as well as the Pango.
Ravage out early on. Dark Pack is going to be there in the nick of time. Magic Missile still connects from the low ground. They get another kill as the lasso is too late. Mid one playing with fire, and Uppercars is here with a Desolator completed. Let's see if they'll be able to deal with Mind Control. Maybe they go from everyone else. So Arfu stuck in the river. Gush connects. No one's starting to come back over. Again, they need to leave the Bristleback till last, because we see what can happen once Mind Control's damage does come out. As the Water Park is there from C-Small, but this is starting to look a little bit awkward from EG.
Yeah, he just needs to be acting as that bodyguard, and he's going to continue to do so, allowing a complete retreat away from EG. Nicely done by them. Not giving up a single hero, and once again getting multiple in return. He's even lucked out in being able to secure the Vampire Fangs for himself on the PA, so doesn't even need to go any sort of lifesteal. He's already back up to full. Just see how much you're able to do as well on the Tide Hunter. One of the better answers, I mean, traditionally it was like, Slark counters you, but mid-game, as long as you get the dead in the water, Slark has a horrible time, right? He is all about, especially with this Aghanim Scepter, mobility. Jumping onto the supports, bursting them down, not being kiteable. Well, suddenly you are very much kiteable.
This is pretty big, though.
It is. It's a really big call by them, and it's a pretty smart one as well.
Looks like they're going to get it, too. Ultimate's on cooldown. Really good ward set up in case a fight breaks out. Scan will come out, but it's too late, unfortunately, for EG to contest this. So, who do you give the Aegis to? Is it mid one?
Yeah, I personally would look to give it to him. Like, you picked a Slark because you're going for a dive comp, right? And at the moment, the dives have resulted in his death a fair few times. So it's really just about getting into that next item, the Echo Saber, and then what can you do with it, right? Like, you need to make sure that you're getting this next item, securing your farm, and not allowing the PA to get any more big than she currently is. Speaking of PA, she might be coming up here to help.
Yeah, mid one's in a lot of danger with using all these pounce charges. One is back up.
Cast range.
Oh, the hero's cool, man. No Scepter, but we'll still see late game potentially what he can do, especially with being 3-0 and 6 and having a flawless game so far.
Still hunting. Be a little bit careful, of course, seeing the creeps disappear next to him on mid one will provide him with that little bit of understanding of where exactly he can look to play.
So we're going to have a window here where Mind Control won't have to deal with a break with this Scepter Bloodstone. but very shortly Picard is going to have this Aghanim Shard. And once you have the Fan and Knives, then there is definitely potential for MC to be able to get blown up inside these fights.
I think they've got about a minute or so once you finish up. You've got the Bloodstone now finished up by MC. I feel like you
away from the team.
Yeah, but you need him to get the Echo, that's the thing. He should be able to get it slightly before, maybe not. Like him and PA will have their items at around the same sort of time, so not making the best use out of this Aegis right now. Again, this is just a remnant of what happened in the early game, and EG's really good job at being able to counter out some of the moves that, I don't want to say they were obvious, but they knew exactly what SMG game plan was, right? Yep. You know that you can't go late game against a PA.
Might get to that stage. Both sides are hitting their timings. I have EG look to try and smoke as well. So we do have the Blink Dagger completed for Whisper. He could be the one that wants to look to start with the Ravage, with the follow with the Dead in the Water as well. Again, they're playing pretty separate though from SMG. Mid one is not with the boys. And this ward's going to give them so much information, and Whisper can utilize it perfectly. And look at the follow-up. Evil Geniuses flying too, and they don't even sweat.
And they know the Slark's not ready, that's the thing. Like, if they're not making plays on them, doesn't matter if it's daytime or not. It's because Slark still needs to farm, and it's going to take a little bit. I think he actually went for the Depth Shroud instead, so that's even going to delay the Echo Saber timing even further. He's getting TP'd on down on this bottom side. Looks like they'll be just fine. It's really just to make sure that not too much of their map control gets removed during this point.
Hands up. It's difficult.
Yeah.
With a difficult game so far from SMG. So what they're able to do though, Ravage on cooldown. Everyone's starting to move down bottom as mid one's going to start early on. As soon as the X is out, it starts to get a little bit awkward for the Slark. They'll poke and prod, trying to deal with the first life. Meanwhile, but just blows up the Cuddle. Now he's got the Ag Shard to work with as well, but it's an early use of the Fan of Knives. It's not going to matter though, as they won't protect mid one. Age is taken care of. Look at them just setting up around their observer alongside the cliff, and Picard gets another kill, and he's not done, man. No one's in, but is it too little too late? As now they'll turn to the Bristol back. The Torrent Storm is out. It's an ultra kill for Picard, and he's at the stage where I don't think they can deal with him at all. Picard's 8-0-7 is EG. They're going to try and continue to chase no one. They've got this high ground ward, but we'll be able to get some distance away, but it's over, is it?
I think it's over. Like 8,500 damage done by Picard in that single fight. He's already got 16 charges on that Desolator. Like, he's increasing his damage even further at this point. He's going to be level 20 in not too much time at all. Just make things even more difficult for SMG to be able to contest into. Might look to try and go for maybe a cheeky wraparound behind, but I think he's happy enough just to be able to take away a lot of this farm. And you see the effectiveness of the Dead in the Water, of that AoE gush coming through, and really just enabling these quick pickoffs. Like, it was 3 hits from a Slark, 100 to 0.
Yeah, what the hell? It's at the stage now where, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna find a way back in here for SMG?
I have to wonder how much of the neutral item RNG was a factor as well, right? Like, because you're going up against a PA and a Kunkka. I would have to say Gossamer Cape gives you pretty good value against both of those, and I see 0
no
on
way.
SMG's side.
Oh, Matthew, are you serious? They're still hunting. They're still hunting.
Got Midas as well on the tree. Why not?
Philosopher's Stone too. He's only 3,000 gold behind mid one. This has not been... Slark has always been one of his better carry heroes, but it's also something in regards to his play style and overall, like, he plays a very fine line of, you know, maybe too far or not far enough. In this game, potentially a little bit too far. Bottom of because
you gotta be perfect,
the chain control before the BKB and Nemo Pen. It's just perfect positioning. Again, he blows up mid one. They'll get the return kill into the Venge. But now he's got another target to be able to jump away, and he might even go back in. MC is a different beast, so this bristleback's not easy to be able to blow up. They'll need the Fan and Knives if they want to consider it.
They know you're going up against a Ravage and an Overgrowth and a Death in the Water, though.
Poking, dude. He's trying to force some reactions out. Now Whisper's going to jump behind him with a Ravage, hoping he clips multiple members, and he does. All 4 get caught by Whisper's ultimate. Bakaz again, beyond godlike for the Phantom Assassin. Januel can hide under the glimmer, but the Firefly's a bit of a beacon of where you're moving. It will not matter, those. They do not care about him. Towers, it's the only thing on their mind currently.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They've even got a heart to be able to play around with as well. So you thought it was hard to be able to take out heroes before. Well, now it's just so much more difficult. They just don't have the tools for that perfect 100-0 kill threat. I mean, I really don't feel like we've seen a single like lasso usage in combination together with everything else, you know? Like, you can't use the perfect Rolling Thunder anymore. They changed that. You're always going to be able to have that ability to be able to pop the BKB, even without the bench swap. But Panda, his positioning, like you mentioned, has just been on point all game. Both supports by EG, honestly.
Oh, they've had a phenomenal game. That is nice. Corey sniping with the gem. Something. Doing SMG's away, but it might be too little too late, unfortunately for them, as EG just continue to get whatever farm they want. They do spy out Matthew, who also again somehow escapes.
Protect a good hero.
Oh yeah, definitely needed maybe a little bit more nerfs and what he got in the recent patch, and that's what Matthew's able to do with it. Very impressed with, yeah, like you said, support so far, what they've done this game. So
man, Big One has just completely gone away from the Echo Saber. His item progression has been basically nothing ever since the past, like, 5-10 minutes. He's going into a Silver Age instead, wanting to make sure that he can take out that Tide Hunter. He wants the Dead in the Water to not be a factor.
he got the Scepter on because very interesting.
It's still good, man. He's just 100-0ing people.
Yeah. Trying to see if that dispels any value. I mean, a little bit this game. Can you get the close? No, you can't. So maybe just the Bat Rider, maybe Blinding Light. Could be a little bit frustrating. Of course, it still has all the other bonuses as well, just not as strong as before. You have Roche up in 40 seconds as well, so EG starting to move down bottom to try and get some vision set up inside the area for this Roche fight. They might even get Januel too. So we'll be able to catch up to him. And the rest of EG is shortly there to follow as well. So Byron is going to be dead for a decent chunk of time, which will mean there will be no fight for Roche if EG scouted out straight away.
I don't think there's too much reason for them to leave the general vicinity, right? Like, this is what you picked your draft for. You made sure to go a lot of this finest armor so that you can secure a lot of these Roshans, and it should be pretty quick that they're able to take it out, and that'll be the cheese as well. So, honestly, who do you even give that one over to? I don't think the Smile is killable.
Oh my god, mid one. I'm still right clicking because gotta hope there's no vision there. Fine with the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, who do you even give the cheese over to if you're EG, honestly? Maybe the Kaz? Just give him the, like, third life?
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe just the Tide or Conquer in case they don't have mana because Diffusal.
Yeah.
I don't
They don't need it for help.
No, not at all. Not at all, dude. They are almost unkillable. As smoke from SMG. Too late, unfortunately for them. Aegis gets claim. EG, they're going to use their own smoke as well. It's a call, SMG.
Get out of there. Get to the other side of the map. Shove in lanes. The Kaz has to be a little careful of sticking around for too long, especially with people not revealing on the map for this portion of time.
Yeah,
Get out, though. The fact that the map is pushed in and...
BKB's in the backpack. Alright, they might be able to deal with the first life. Everyone else is so far away from the rift.
The long TPs, remember.
They're going to start to TP in at least Whispers first so we can use the Ravage to buy some time. The Kaz can turn. The stun is there preventing the BKB, but once he gets it off, how are you going to be able to address him? As you killed him the once, but I tell you what, there is no chance to get him a second time as EG show up in full force. It'll take some time to deal with mind control, especially with the Phantom Knives on cooldown. But a slow and painful death it'll be for the Bristleback. They'll drag him back inside the lane. And because he's got that break back up now, a big crit to shut him down. And Arfu will join every single member in the grave.
They're still not going to tap out. They feel like they are able to find a way to be able to fight for this, but they can never find that true initiation that they're wanting. Was able to hold all the cooldowns for the second life, given enough space for the entire team to be able to TP in, even that long 6-second TP, it's plenty when you've got that Aegis available. And when you consider the alternative, maybe the Rolling Thunder needed to start a little earlier. Maybe you needed to just be looking to try and roll back and forth over the outpost. But if you do that, then where's the control for the PA, you know? They already used so much just to be able to take out the first life. So you've got the Missile Blade now. What are you supposed to do?
Fire.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ah, yes.
This is what the value of having that last pick overall. This is what you want to see coming out from the team.
Especially for Kaz, right? I mean, giving him last pick, he does have a very, very wide hero pool. So he needs to use it incredibly
Seems to
well.
peak around TI time as well, doesn't he?
He's a scary carry, dude. It's something when the stakes get a little bit high and something you would not say for a lot of people that don't, I mean, really, because they have a lot of experience. I know he's hit the scene big last TI, but nothing if you look towards your mind control, four times TI veteran, your mid one, 4 times TI veteran as well. But apparently that doesn't matter when the stakes get too high when you're moving to 1 TI for Bakaz.
Almost level 25 as well. Crazy how much impact he's having so far, and even looking to go into a Lincoln Sphere after this as well, just making sure to take out any sort of initiation attempt on
mind control? You're just not at the stage anymore where you can play like that. Not with the farm that Bakaz has got. I mean, you get a kill on Matthew across the map, but that's a kill on a Cord. You get a tier 2 tower.
It's something, right? Like, what's he got coming out to him now? He's got the full Silver Edge. Okay, I mean, it does allow you to have a lot more of that roaming potential. It's also just about to turn nighttime. You've also got the Wisdom Rune available. Honestly, like, either Mind Control or mid one claiming it wouldn't be the worst, just to bring them up to that level 20 mark. Got big boosts, especially from the Aghanim Scepter build on the Bristleback, if you're able to get that plus 25 core stack damage through.
Mid one instantly starting to set up onto him bottom lane. The car's going to reveal with the pistol and yeah, very cool. Very, very cool.
I mean, to be fair, it was pretty far forward there.
It was. But...
right in front of a tower, solo. I mean, if you asked me to, like, pick a mid one hero, Slark would be at the top of the list.
Yes. Unfortunately, 8 dash here for mid one. The game that he was hoping for at all, and EG start to steamroll down some of the lanes as well. Clear the vision, put themselves in a position where they can look to go higher. And I guess always that is one of the critiques about your Phantom Assassin is that you do struggle with high ground sieges, but not if everyone is dead, and not really if you have a 23,000 net worth lead as well.
And a swap to be able to get you out of safety. You can even just X marks the PA, right? Make her hit a few times. If you get going on, pull it back.
Or Conquer with 4,200 health can siege, along with a Tide right next to you as well.
Shiva's Blade Mail, Gem. You're supposed to contest that. Spoiler alert, you're not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bakaz still wants a little bit more. He realizes that, you know what, the one thing that probably will stop them from winning is just a big lasso back underneath the tier 4 tower and getting blown up before he's able to pop his BKB. He needs that linkage. He's not even willing to use the X marks to be able to finish off that tier 3 tower. So taking it safe, he realizes what a big stage this is, especially with the past couple of months that EG have had. The strongest timings.
In the middle of multiple SMG members, Blur's gonna pop. Over to the left side inside the river though. I mean, we do see what Bakaz hasn't been able to get the kill just yet, and now no one's there with the Rolling Thunder. BKB activated along with the Overgrowth. It means Bakaz should freely be able to turn and kill off no one. Doesn't get the full control out of the Overgrowth, actually still held it from Matthew, so has a second ulti if required as Whisper jumps in with a Ravage, and the AoE control is just too much. Almost every single member of EG have some big teamfight ultimate that can come into play, and you look at SMG, they do not, and so far AG, I mean, just no one dies once again.
It's just another one of those instances, right, where unfortunately they're not able to fully connect. I mean, Bakaz was caught in no man's land, and then you end up using a lasso and the Rolling Thunder onto him. Once again, Matthew, fantastic positioning with being able to just 4-star Finn, get the Overgrowth off, make sure that Pangolier does absolutely nothing. But yeah, the Slark not being there, the Bristleback not being there, you just are completely lacking the damage to be able to make the most of that lockdown.
We shall not tap
too
out
late.
though, my friend.
Dire structures are falling.
3,000 net worth lead, 38 minutes.
2% win probability somehow. I'm not
Yes.
sure how.
I see 5. Hang on, is mine not up there?
No,
Oh no, it's 2
gone
now.
back.
Yeah. That's nice.
Dire's bottom
I mean, you look at it back at, what was it, like 16 minutes? It was about 50-50, which is where it was at that time. It's just that EG took these fights
Yeah.
so much better. Like, it really is the supports that got them through that difficult part of this game. And because might find another, might get picked up though.
Also just gets a first hit bash as well. And he's going to jump over to deal with the Coddle. He's got a buyback. Matthew will be able to jump in and off for the control, which means Picard should be able to freely siege down some of the members. You got the Torrent Storm enabling the Phantom Assassin to go to work, and they can try and cover themselves with any of their items, but it's just not enough. Triple kill, looking for the Rampage. Unfortunately, Ultra was still needed nonetheless. He's happy with going 21 0 and 10, a flawless performance out of Bakaz, and EG as a whole looked incredibly dominant in this game one.
They did from start to finish. And both you and I, we've seen over the years the minus armor strats come through, whether it be the TA, the Slardar, the PA, whatever it might be. As soon as Venge is in meta, that's the sort of thing that you're looking for. And it does help that Solar Crest is probably the most busted support item out there right now. And it really felt like they did the absolute most with that. Going a little bit of an unorthodox build, that first item, Aghanim Scepter on the Tidehunter as well, instead of the Meteor Hammer. I feel like it worked out really well for them, and they were able to get early towers despite lacking that true tower taking potential.
Yeah,
It didn't feel like they were on the same page, did it? I mean, maybe this is the effect of having those standards come in.
and unfortunately with the group stage set up, you can't lose too many more games, so you're going to have to work it out pretty goddamn soon here for SMG, otherwise it might be too little too late, unfortunately for them, which honestly was a team I thought would have a pretty decent showing overall at the road to the international, and potentially maybe some upsets once if we got to the playoffs, but so far they are just not gelling currently for these boys. So EG able to get their first win on the board. Wonder if we need to see maybe, I don't know if this game is just a bit of an outlier, but it really felt like all the team fight ultimates for EG was very pivotal. If we look aside from because we didn't really see that from SMG, where when we got to the 5v5s, the Overgrowth Ravage and Torrent Storm were just too overwhelming for Dire.
They were, and like it's the damage felt a little weird by SMG as well, didn't it? Like they didn't have percent damage for the longer fights, and they also didn't have burst damage to be able to remove people before you saw, like you mentioned, the supports really start to come into the equation, right? Multiple overgrowths, multiple swaps, Ravage, Dead in the Water. And I feel like a lot of people aren't going to be picking the Slark up against the Tidehunter because we saw what they were able to do just with that Tide Shard. It completely immobilizes the Slark and led to, a fair few of those deaths. Some of them were self-inflicted, let's say, by mid one, farming a little bit too far forward. But in terms of MVP, I don't know. Like, do you want to give it to Picard? Do you want to give it to Whisper?
Nice, yeah.
I kind of want to give it to Matthew, though.
Shut up. All right. I'll take it from here if you're trying to suggest Matthew and we see someone go 21, 0, and 10, because you can take it. You can take it. Do you want to give an argument? Nah, that's all right. So your opinion is not needed because can get the MVP. I will. Look, I agree. I think Dream Protect had a very good game in regards to his overgrowth. I think, I just see KDA like that. I don't know, 21, 0, and 10.
Who enables it to happen? No, but I do appreciate what I did like, what I saw at the very end there. Like we were mentioning, the glyph happens for the tier 3 tower. Aegis is expired. Slark's respawning. You've got the lasso available. Picard is clearly the one that made the play to say, we are not going high ground right now. I need my Lincolns. You're like, covering them from any avenue of potentially throwing this game is what's going to serve them really well once this... once the road to international potentially becomes the true international, coming through and just like having those plays, because we've seen, was it last TI, right? Where it was Thunder against Liquid, right? Where it was like top 6 or top 8 maybe, where they lost an unlosable game pretty much. And this is the sort of thing where, it takes a lot of these difficult losses to be able to learn something. And this is just the start of that journey for them this time around.
Yes, and Off to a good start, though. Again, I mean, they did lose their first series 2-0, so it is really a much needed victory for EG to be able to get some momentum on the board. And for SMG, they were just unable to get that in this game in particular. But again, like we've been saying, you need to try and find a fix really goddamn fast, because you do not have a lot of time with this format, with the road to the international, with one team out of every group being eliminated to start before we even get to phase 2. So let us see what we have in store for us. EG dominant game 1 performance. Will they continue with that momentum? We'll find out after a break. Oh, AG able to get their first victory on the board to the road to the international. SMG still unable to find their own. So see what they're able to do in this upcoming game. Danog felt like it was just a very clean showing from EG. Nothing too crazy. Only 9 deaths as a whole from them through the entirety of the game. What differences do we want to see from that game 1 draft to the game 2 draft from SMG? Is it even maybe drafting as a whole in regards to some execution issues?
A bit of both for mine. Like, I think there are a few times where they were just way too far forward for the stage of the game that it was at. Maybe not necessarily. Like, I feel like Mind Control could have been playing as far forward as he was, but he needed someone there with him. You know, and he was just like right next to a tier 2 tower solo. Same sort of thing with mid 1 towards the end of the game when it was already coming up against a giga farmed Pakaz on his PA. So that's the execution side of things, as well as what I was talking about in terms of like using spells together so that you could actually kill the PA before she gets a BKB off. But on top of that, I feel like if you're going to go this draft that's on a clock, let's call it, where you can't let PA get huge, you got to have some sort of push, and they just didn't. They didn't have any way to really open up the map outside of the Bristleback, and if that's going to be the case, then you need to play with the Bristleback, and they just didn't. So it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately for them. And, well, wisely enough, they're taking away Matthew's Trio Protector. One other thing, like, I feel like Zhao didn't feel super confident on the Bat Rider, personally. And when I think Zhao, I think more like the saving style supports, the ones that provide sustain. So, you know, your Io, your Enchantress, your Treant Protector, your Pugner, your Dazzle, your Warlock. That's what I think when I think Zhao. I don't really think a Bat Rider. That's more of like a, I guess not really Arfu either. I think it's just not really an SMG hero.
Team SMG.
Yeah, let's see if they want to go down into that then. Well, they will go back for the Pango. Nonetheless, though, for no one. So let's see if we get the same response out of the Conquer from EG. I would be kind of surprised if we don't, yeah.
Especially for them, who, like, they're so comfortable putting it into 2 different roles. So I really don't see a reason to go away from a successful formula. Clearly, Heen has something in mind. It's not Mind Control sitting in that seat, he's sitting behind, just waiting for it. Those chairs look comfy as well, don't they?
Yes, they do. It also looks like a very comfy room. I kind of like the
vibe
pattern. Yeah,
you like the downlighting. I think you just want to stand in front of a mirror and look at yourself.
Okay, well, that's just all right. Now, come on, just because I gym,
that's just true.
Just because I gym doesn't mean I want to always look at myself. What's going on now?
It doesn't mean that, but it is what happens.
What? When? What if you see me? I feel like you're generalizing gym lads. Come on now. What are you doing?
Like I'm not a gym lad. Come on.
Oh, you're not. Let's be real.
All right.
You were even.
Matthew's got the papers.
Oh, mate. Where's the stack of sheets? Come on now.
Coach is holding on it. It's a fat stack right there.
What do you reckon it says on it?
Car's PA just in big text.
It's all you need apparently. For Car's mode chill. Just lean back, looking comfy. He's worried about when.
Got to get some lean in that chair. It's not good for the back, you know, especially these first 2 days, right? They're pretty long. You know, you're playing at least 2 series. I guess it's not that long actually. If the groups were like the old ones that had more, like the 10-team groups, then sure. But they're 5-team groups now, so you play 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Shouldn't be too bad.
Some, if you're unlucky, got 3 today. I don't know if you're gonna do them eventually. So. Definitely, it's just not good if you're... Sometimes that day break can be huge for a team just to reset and honestly just see what else is going on and be able to think about potentially some strategies. Because we've heard a lot from people be like, ideas is the most important thing when we look towards TI, where it's just teams come in with a different set of ideas. They feel like theirs is better than the other team. And unfortunately, in a day, you can't really change things. Even just multiple days, you can't. Like, you need kind of the break. And that's going to be the difference here at this TI with the format where you have like a full week to work that out, but we need to get to the international as a whole at the moment. So even one day might not even be enough for a team to reset and be able to actually analyze kind of their strategies and their ideas once you have a couple of games.
Especially if you get unlucky and you're one of those teams that has 3 games on day 1 and then 1 game on day 2, right? Maybe that's not enough to be able to come back. And, you know, there is notorious slow starters like, old EG, now Shopify Rebellion. They're notorious for not doing super great at the start of a tournament. And then as the tournament builds, they gain momentum and more and more and more. But, you know, maybe that kind of was the case, dropping a game to Thunder earlier today. But at least they've got games to make up for it. This time, though, this is the second series. SMG cannot afford to drop this one because they believe they would be uncontested dead last because 9 Pandas was able to pick up 1 game against Entity. Entity already got a 2-0 on the board against EG, I believe. And then EG, of course, would be 2-0 against SMG if they ended up winning this one. AoE.
Again, lots of AoE like we saw last game from EG. One difference as well is SMG didn't protect the Pango with the Bloodseeker ban. They changed it for the Venge instead. So felt like the impact was a little bit too much out of Panda in the previous game. And now he's got his Comfort Warlock as well.
Also feel like the Bloodseeker isn't anywhere near as strong as it used to be, though. That's another factor. And these bans really feel Afu targeted, don't they? You know, like the Earth Spirit, you want to see Afu play Earth Spirit at TI, and the Elder Titan, the Enchantress, even the Invoker. They're things that they've had come back to them. This I feel a lot happier about. So this is the style of hero that I like to see. Either Afu or Jiao playing, it's percent damage, it's sustain, you're able to, you know, deal with a lot of that damage over time that the Fatal Bonds is doing to your team as well. They feel a lot stronger about this, and even this, right? Like, we get to see probably Afu playing it, but you were mentioning before when we were talking about MC and his stand-in runs, when he was playing for NIP back at the KL Major a few years ago, I think it was 2018, he dominated in the offlane on the Earthshaker, so we'll see if that's the case again.
And it just overall gives you a little bit more team fire, right? Like, that was kind of the big thing. We're sure, like, if their last draft works, it's because you get a huge lead from 15 minutes and you just look to run over the map. But once you weren't able to get that, we saw team fight be an issue. Now you've got Earthshaker, Phoenix, and Pango on top of that.
So I wonder if now it's a case of, like, okay, do we feel like they've revealed their offlane, for example? And if so, then maybe we can get away with playing something like a Slark that has relatively little downtime compared to, you know, the Supernova, the Echo Slam, the Rolling Thunder. Like, that feels to me like a way that you can look to try and abuse this a little bit. Yes, you're playing with a Warlock yourself, but the Chaotic Offering is not the strongest part of the kit by any stretch. The Fatal Bonds is just incredibly good. The Upheaval, we know how good that is, especially when you combine it together with something like a Torrent Storm from the Kunkka. So, you know, Kunkka notorious for not really having too much of a downtime as well, right? You can just use the Tidebringer, you can use the Stampede for safety's sake, as well as just having Blink, Double Edge plus Hoof Stomp. Just so much damage early on that you're able to dish out here with this EG roster if they decide to go down that pathway.
Really big fan of the Centaur. I think we saw the power of this hero in the earlier game that we covered with Liquid versus BetBoom, with Zai's Stampede just against the Rolling Thunder, and it's going to have a very similar effect versus the Supernova as well, right? Where SMG are pretty committal with their ultimates, and you can just reposition and you go back into a staple. Rubik Centaur, very strong combo with a lot of kill threat in the lane, and of course Rubik against the Earthshaker to be able to steal the fissure as well is exceptional.
That or Rolling Thunder or Sunray, it all feels really good at this point in time. And I mean, who knows? It's 99% not going to be the case. It could be a position 4 Centaur and a position 3 Rubik. Whisper's been known to make some great plays on an offlane Rubik happen, but probably more likely to just be the standard.
Team SMG's turn.
There's that Lifestealer. So again, like, at least this deals specifically with the draft that you're going up against, right? Like, Telekinesis really doesn't do that much in the lane against the Lifestealer. You've got a strong lane against the Centaur. Feast is very effective against these beefy heroes. You don't necessarily worry too much about them buying a Blade Mail or a Heart because it just makes you deal even more damage. You've got more percentage damage from the Phoenix with the Sunray, and you've even got a little bit more in terms of control, right? I would have to say that the Shaker, just to be able to deal with the Warlock Upheaval, is going to be huge.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Would you agree?
Yes, sir. I would indeed. Just trying to consider about what we get from Afu. Looks like they're currently...
It could be an Afu Shaker. He's played plenty. But it could be offlane as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Wonder if it's one of those things where if it is a
5 seconds
if it is off lane, then you maybe only put 1 point into the Fissure and don't give Rubik as much of that steal potential, obviously because you're going for a little bit more of that like right-click style. And look to try and hinder him that way. Also gives you another form of early-ish initiation, because obviously you're going to get into the Blink Dagger a bit sooner. You're another vehicle for the Lifestealer, who already has 2 with the Phoenix and the Pangolier.
10 seconds remaining.
How are they going to round this one out?
What are they lacking? You feel like they need to cover overall? It doesn't matter what the role's going to be. What do they need to fix with the draft?
I mean, for me, it's always tower push, right? Like, what are you going to do to be able to open up this map, to be able to play aggressively, to be able to take fights in choke points where, you know, Pango and Phoenix and Earthshaker really do thrive. You know, you just want to make sure that you're locking down these enclosed sorts of areas, and you can't do that if you're just forced to stay back in your lanes because you haven't taken any objectives.
That's
So,
how do
a
you
lot,
get
I
that
know,
though? Yeah.
I have to deal with. And I'm also just thinking, like, what can you afford to give away? You've already got a bunch of great spells for Rubik to be able to steal. They seem to think that it's still Mind Control's hero, which I probably would agree with as well. It's just more teamfight, more stuff to be able to lock people down. Like, would Underlord be the worst? I really don't think it would.
10 seconds remaining.
5
seconds remaining.
I mean, I don't know how you fix it, but I feel like you're going to have, if it is your Earthshaker Phoenix support duo, these are very reliant on levels as a whole, which can, and they're not the strongest laning supports either. So it feels like you should be able to get away with the Centaur and whatever the Bakaz hero we get.
I mean, they've got a huge amount of damage output at level 2 on EG in this offlane. Centaur Rubik is nuts with what you're able to output. Maybe you're going to see like a Gyrocopter or a Muerta come out from Evil Geniuses, just something that's able to really take advantage of the Fatal Bonds. Like, you just bonds and dead shot the entire wave, and you're on like half HP. Same sort of thing with the Gyro, who can still be doing things in the middle of a team fight while dealing with the Supernova. Of course, they get the luxury of choosing last.
Exactly, yeah.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Let me get the Willow. Okay, so
More control, offlane Shaker, probably.
what is the
Let's go
pick
on
here
offlane
for
Phoenix.
Bakaz?
I doubt it.
We've seen earlier on the Festus Void was banned against the Lifestealer. So that's something you want to be considering here for Bakaz.
It's probably like Pakaz, Morphling, PA, and Faceless Void are the 3 that I think of when I think of him. So that certainly does seem like a pretty valuable option to me. But again, into the Phoenix, it doesn't feel amazing. They're going to go TA instead. I mean, minus armor is decent against the Lifestealer. Maybe they were just thinking of a good core-to-core matchup, but the Phoenix makes your life a little bit challenging. So does the Willow.
Earthshaker's got decent armor as well, right? I guess, I mean, Sideblades can still cut that away inside the lane. I'm just trying to think of how they're able to play. So I don't know, how do we feel about the Tempo Assassin? I know Bakaz really does like the hero a lot. It's going to be able to give you a lot of vision across the map as well, which could be frustrating for like something like the Dark Willow Phoenix, which are pretty position-based, and you have the Earthshaker as well, if you're able to potentially enable Centaur to get the jump in, or even Conquer as well with the X as well. But how do we feel overall? Is this a lane that can be punished with the double range on EG?
I don't really think the lane is going to get punished all that much, to be honest. I'm just worried about once the laning stage dissolves and like your Phoenix is around your level 12 or so, that's where things could start to become a little bit more challenging. The plus side for EG is that that's around the time that the Centaur and the Kunkka should be looking to spike in terms of their effectiveness. But to me, it still just all comes down to, are you able to find that quick burst? You know, if Wisp is able to go into a Blink Dagger, plus Pakaz also getting a Blink Dagger, find the Phoenix, Hoof Stomp into Melt Strike, into Double Edge kill, then suddenly the team fight is just so overwhelmingly strong in your favor, because this is a game that Januel, I think, can not solo carry, but he's going to be a big reason why SMG win if they are able to do so.
Are you putting all the emphasis on the Phoenix in this game in particular because you feel like it's strong, or you just feel like this hero as a whole is in a really good position currently?
Both. I think, like, with the current meta, it just feels incredibly strong. You know, you always want percent damage, you always want to be able to out-sustain, you always want to provide yourself and your team the potential to, like, live longer, to be able to get into the
always
right
wanted to be a
positions, to
giant
be able to
space
set up for more things like
Always wanted
ultimates.
to
You
be
know,
a giant
MC
space
can
craft.
potentially get an initiation off, then back up, then while the Sun Ray or Supernova is going, use that as setup for an Echo Slam, things of that nature.
We will see. We are back in the kind of the history books here with MC offlane Earthshaker. He is completely taken over games, and we also need to look at SMG, how they're going to be able to get the Tormentors across the map, because they have some very valuable shards, in particular Phoenix. But if you get an early one for the Earthshaker, I mean, yeah, very, very important for him. Even the Dark Willow is pretty nice as well. So you look at Dyes, maybe not as impactful. It's definitely not the worst, though. So have to see the fights with the Tormentors across the map.
I mean, even just the Lifestealer open wounds as well feels pretty nice too. And, I mean, if it gets super late, Arfu could turn into a carry himself. That's the thing that we also need to consider. You've got the Bedlam, of course, against the TA with the refractions, plus the Phoenix, all of his spells as well. No one.
Looks like it will be 3 for SMG.
I mean, I was watching the Asian games, and Willow was the reason that the Mongolia and Chinese teams won every single one of those games. Once played as position 1, and then twice Jingqiu played it and carried China.
We'll see if Arfu is going to be able to get to that position. We can help out SMG as this game goes on, because it was all EG in that previous game. And again, though, we will see identical mid matchups. Ismail on the Conquer, no one on the Pango. So both heroes should be fine. I don't think we're going to get any difference from what we got in the last game between these two.
Do you think we're going to get the mid ogre at all this tournament?
I think so. If he had success in pubs, I think we'll get. I mean, EG have always been a team that will pull some flashy heroes out as well. You just kind of need to be feeling yourself. Something I think you brought up to start the series was this was a team that is like very confidence driven, where you know, if they're feeling good on the day, then they'll pull out some flashy heroes. We've always known Whisper has a bit of a peculiar hero kind of pool as well. So we'll see. When do we get the Matthew Ricky too? That hero is buffed up a little bit, so we get some of the traditional heroes, or you know, some of the quirky ones as well. Another Chorus Snipe. It's going to be a bracer this time.
We've seen very little Bounty Hunter as well, which I'm a little surprised about. People have been spamming that one in pubs as well. It got a base attack time decrease. So we'll see if that is going to be a factor both for support and core. Also, historically against Bristleback, it's been a pretty solid support just with how much armor you've got. You really don't care too much about the Quill Spray stacks, and you're able to just keep Janatering him, yoinking that gold. Don't let him get into the Bloodstone or the Ags.
I think something that you've brought up, whether it's been just with me in private or just in some of the games we covered, is that you feel like, you know, there's always potential for bounty offlane against like some very high sustained carries, and I wonder if that's even more now with the changes. So even, you know, mid bounty potentially, because we're at the moment in a meta where, perfect example, we got 2 melee heroes mid lane, Pango and Conquer, and I don't think that's going to change, especially with like Primal Beast being really strong as well. So what we saw previously when Nine was playing mid, in I think it was a Dream League game where he just absolutely bodied I think it was an Ember with the Bounty Hunter. So you know, we could even see that as well in a particular game.
There was a period where everyone was doing it. I remember Yopaj doing it as well in the CDPC game. I want to see Yopaj back at TI, man. It's too good to not be here.
Well, she was not their year. And I do hope we get to see, nonetheless, SMG be able to kind of... You know, they looked... I know this is not their full roster, but they bodied the qualifiers. Like, they really didn't break too much of a sweat, and I hope we get to see them at kind of their strength as well, and what they're able to showcase, because so far they haven't been able to do so. Maybe this game will be a little bit different. I mean, the lanes are looking pretty solid for them overall.
They are, especially this bottom lane. This is what we were expecting to see in that previous series between Liquid and BetBoom, with the Lifestealer going up against the Centaur. You've just got so much potential to be able to stay in lane against
top lane, because should be able to find first blood here. He's got a little bit to play with in regards to the ones and the Lotus. MC's got another round of the Enchant Totem. Because is proving to be a huge issue with this Melda. Now, Arfu might also die as well to the Fatal Bonds.
You set sail for fail.
It's really dangerous territory, though, to be playing around in. Just hitting up onto his level 2. I wonder if they look to go for any sorts of plays down bottom, but they are very beefy right now down here. Already Bracer picked up by mid 1, already level 3 as well. So yeah, the Ghoul Frenzy and the Beast just provides him so much survivability and sustain. For mid, pretty much as expected, right? No one, very slight disadvantage, but C-Spile, it's really just around that X marks that he's looking to play once the laning stage breaks down, and they're looking to try and make a few of these skirmishes happen.
Back to 4.
Any stacks as well? Except Matthew, maybe.
It's twice now that he's been on point with being able to make stacks. Last game in this one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Are we expecting a Radiance build out of mid 1 as well? A lot of the pubs that I've been seeing has been kind of this Armlet Radiance. I know we've got the Nightfall Radiance earlier in the day that didn't have success, but what do we feel like is going to be the item progression for the lifesteal?
Against a TA doesn't feel too terrible. I could certainly see it working. Might also just be considering something like the Deso, considering, I'm not sure if you really do have a Solar Crest builder for your team right now, but certainly with the Lucky Shot armor reduction, does feel nice to be able to have something else that's going to be able to enable you to take things like Roshan. Especially denying it away from someone like the TA is a vital part of ruining her game somewhat.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, it's a hero that has a really big kind of 3-item power spike. It has not changed a whole lot, whether it's going to be, Dragonlance Blink BKB, or maybe, if a Desolate is in there instead of a Dragonlance. So, see what the choice is going to be. We do have our lane starting to dissolve as well. The one and Arfu is going to combine together to maybe put a little bit of damage into C-Smile. Does have the bow now to work with, so turn to the Dark World with Matthew here along with Panda. They've got the numbers superiority. Is it going to be enough to get this first blood? Looks, oh no, Arfu's actually still alive for the moment. Matthew's still trying to drag him back. Uphill miss, not there just yet as Matthew finds first blood. Rewarded with the gold, and might be in a position where they can't contest the power rune though, which will be something.
Dire's middle tower is
See about that. It does come down to luck a lot of the time.
way.
It's like, oh, nicely done, Panda. He knows that he's tanky enough. They're still getting in the bubble refill. Yeah, nice start though for EG once again. Of course, would love to give it over to a core instead of Matthew, but just with that, we're going to enable him to pick up his boots of speed.
Gold for my chest.
He's got ways to be able to make a few more of these rotations happen, and able to make a few more stacks.
It's going to get knocked down to the low ground. Nicely done from no one. First ultimate usage of the game. Going to be able to convert into the kill. And you see what they're getting out of the map though. Mid 1, of course, uncontested down bottom. You've got Genuel getting some much needed experience on the Phoenix, and now they're going to go to Bakaz as well. So potential for SMG to get multiple kills off the back of this first rotation, and MC's got a yoink it as well. So much better start coming out from SMG in this second game.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what they needed to do, right? Probably pick off that maybe not shouldn't have happened, but they just had really good positioning to be able to scout out exactly where C-Smile was looking to make moves towards, and because of that, they end up getting a kill. Because of that, there's nothing really to stop them from making that move up onto the TA, so it is that flow-on effect continuing forward. The real thing that I'm looking to consider is, like, when are you going to have an understanding of, okay, we're going up against a Centaur, a Kunkka, and a TA. 3 heroes that love stacks. When do we look to prioritize a little bit of vision? And we can see Zhao is already starting to make that move towards the tire try area. Looks like they're going to at least yoink away the hard camp. Nicely done. This is the sort of play that you need to be making.
We got a little bit of support battle going on. Arfu and the Warlock. Might have to go back to a river. No, never mind. Genuel should be fine. So back over towards the Warlock. Looks like they will finally get the kill. Dude, we're chasing each other for a very long time.
You know what, if the core's farm, that's all that matters. And you'd have to say that you're very happy to stay 1v1 in a lane as a TA versus an Earthshaker. Like, there really isn't too much that a Shaker can do to oppose you. So that's the sort of thing. That's why Bakaz, even with that death, is still top in the network.
Ooh, no one. He's in trouble now. Might have to ultimate. That's going to be the case, so we'll be fine, but it's a rolling... it wasn't Arcane Rune used with it, but out of resources and is in a lot of...
Really? He'll be fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
see, though, I mean, the car's top of the net worth, and he's having a very good time. So when do you feel like he has to go back to the jungle, though? Is there a next couple of minutes, maybe? Or is he always going to feel relatively safe to potentially play this safe lane?
Depends who's missing off the map, basically. Like, I really feel like he has the potential to stay up there as long as Willow and Pango aren't there to kill him. I think Phoenix kills a little bit too slowly. I think the Shaker still needs time to be able to pick up that early-ish farm. So I think he can look to stay in that portion for now, but it looks like they were spooked by that previous movement to be able to yoink the hard camp away. They just don't want these Ancients to go uncontested as well. What's important as well, you mentioned the supports on SMG's side, how great their ultimates are if they're able to pick them up. Panda, like another one of those heroes that doesn't really need too much in the form of items, he just needs levels. So if he's able to sit up here solo, push the wave out with the Fatal Bonds, he should be very happy with that.
Doesn't look like anyone's really too at least excited about potentially making rotations. Like, very happy with the status that we have. Maybe there's a little bit of movements out of the supports to secure the power rune, which will once again go no one's way, but everyone's finding a decent chunk of farm. I mean, even Whisper, to be honest, is Vanguard 1300 gold, so he's still finding his way towards a pretty good timing out of his blink.
They all have higher priorities, to be fair, right? Like, supports need ultimates, and the EG cores need their stacks. That's basically it for this point. And, both of them, if they were to make a move and it didn't work out, then that's a huge disadvantage.
Top tower is under attack.
Always going to be important, though, especially for SMG. When you're a lineup that does not have ways to take objectives, you need to utilize the catapults. And we'll be able to do so with this push towards top. So they're going to be able to open up the map. And we do see some similar rotations down bottom for EG. Bring Panda down here as well. Wisp, I think, was getting dived from the lifestealer, but nothing is going to happen.
Mid one's getting a bit ballsy down on this bottom side. Maybe he's learned from last time. He doesn't have any point in the invest just yet. Doesn't even have one to skill up to, if that was the case. But 1 point in the raid should be enough to be able to provide him safety if there is a Stampede use.
We're getting ready to go, though. Here's the ultimates and smoke out of SMG. Do they go through the portal? What's the call? No one's actually going to reveal on the lane, so it'll just be a solo smoke out of Arfu. Trying to connect with mid one down bottom. It's got, of course, the Bedlam at the ready, which might be the damage required to be able to get the kill on Wisp. I mean, it can always stampede away, so maybe you're happy with just forcing out that ultimate.
I think with the haste being popped as well by mid one, he's trying to... All players have like an estimate of how long players take to be able to have
There's the damage. They get him, actually. Okay. The Kaz is also ready here. They're gonna... Oh, nice timing out of the Infest. Dodges out the Rock Stun. Now the counter could be there from Januel. Supernova drops straight on the head of EG, but there's just no stuns to prevent them from retreating, so multiple ultimates are going to be expended between either side, but it's just SMG that get the first kill onto Whisper.
I still feel like they're confident enough to be able to move on forward, but I'm not so
Can
sure.
they? Yeah.
Is under attack.
C-Spawn's coming down to bottom. SMG really got to reevaluate if this is an area of the map you want to be in. Now with the Conquer nearby, no one's still got the Rolling Thunder. Gonna look to try and disrupt the Conquer. Sunray's out as well, but it's only just level 1. The damage is not enough to be able to turn the Conquer away. And now no one, I mean, his ultimate's expired, but it's going to be Mind Control that's in with a big Echo Slam, but the damage, they need the follow-up, and it's going to come through once mid one's able to re-enter inside the river as Evil Genius just bite off more than they can chew, and now Matthew will be chased down as well as 5 members is required, but SMG find 4 big kills.
You just see the impact of that one coming through. Obviously a fantastic Echo Slam coming through there from Mind Control, dealing basically double the damage of anyone else in that team fight. But that's what I was talking about in terms of fighting around these little choke points. That's the point where these SMG heroes really feel their strength. You know, we saw the impact of multiple Brambles. We saw the impact of the Sunray being able to just push down onto that stairs and hit onto multiple people. So not only were you dealing that percentage damage, even just with the 1 point, it's that that mischance as well that you're providing. Doesn't change per level. It's 10% at all levels.
As net worth lead is ballooned up to 5,000 as well now for SMG. Another tower is probably going to go down as well. And maybe another kill? He's got the Stampede at the ready. Whisper really wants to hold on to it though.
I'm happy that we're not delusional with like how we thought that game was going to go between Liquid and BetBoom, right? Because this is much more of the lifesteal of the Centaur matchup.
Wait, mid one?
A little too far. Well, they got the Rolling Thunder available. Go.
Afu might even be able to get a solo kill onto Matthew. Nobody getting range though for the BetBoom. He's still going though. They got the Infest Bomb as well into the tower, and Whisper got no boys here. Your Templar Assassin is not ready. Conker's TP was on cooldown. SMG continuing to play this kind of fast-paced lineup. Or at least fast-paced Dota, I should say, very well.
And with the Swashbuckler as well, he wasn't even able to get the Stampede off. One of the reasons that the Pango is pretty decent, if you're able to get that Swashbuckle first before the Rolling Thunder, he only has about 400 max mana, and it costs 150 of it to be able to Stampede away. No mana boots, no Soul Ring, no, not even a wand to be able to use as that sustainability tool.
This is a bit more of a... What is that damage? She's smart. All right, 1 point Sunray and the Bedlam. Tony goes. Matthew was there a little bit too late, and no one asked from EG. In fact, Panda started to move over. They're able to get a glimpse of him with that Observe Ward, and they will hunt MC. Not able to catch up to him though with a Fissure, but Kaz as well just sidestep it. They've got another ward though. We'll see Panda, and this should be rewarded in the end.
Where are you watching? Sex.
Kaz is being a little greedy here, still moving towards them. He's going to be underneath that ward. He's obviously not going to know that that's the case. Yeah, doesn't have a TP. He's going to just be forced to sit in the meld for now.
Hang on, what's going on here? Blink reveal. This could be decent, actually. The Kaz going to reveal himself onto Arthur. What a timing out of the Swashbuckler. Are you serious? No one somehow reads the blink on Whisper, but Kaz blows up the Dark Willow, but that is all they'll get. His mind control is able to TP out though, and that does force pretty much everyone top, even Panda TP'd here. So meanwhile, yeah, meanwhile just got a T2 tower.
Yep. I mean, he's got the Blightstone, right? He's got the Sustain for the lane, and now he's got the Desolator. So one of those two options that I was talking about. Either the Radiance or the Deso is what he's going for, and he wants to force people back to space. I don't mind this. Like, how are you actually going to kill the man? You're going to need, like, Chaotic Offering. You're going to need a Blink, stun, everything from the... I mean, you can just invest and run away inside the Siege Creep.
Just
absolute worst case.
Casual half damage onto the tower? Okay.
I mean, he was hoping for a TP back so that he could maybe look to join the rest of the team.
What? So close from C-Smart from being able to land the torrent. They'll get the hooks on, but it's not going to matter. Chain control is not there, and now as soon as they see multiple members from SMG, they've got to retreat. Whisper will die inside the base, and now they're going to be able to catch up to C-Smart as well. But the Rolling Thunder stolen, it will not matter, as the fight is already over.
That's just a bonus, right? Like, you're seeing the impact of the Sunray coming through from Zhao. Is just doing so much work right now, and he's not worrying about any vessel or anything like that. He's going straight into a Scythe of Vice on this Phoenix, just giving them that little bit of extra control that they need to be able to start things off. Not even needing to worry about the Roche either.
Not going to get dropped as well with a roll. It's a great initiation, but it's just not enough. Mid one. Yep. Armlet out, Infest on Arfu. Nice attempt, but EG, that is everything used though.
Looks like they might be just pinging Roche. They're saying, you know what, it's top. We can look to take this one. Just shove out another wave and do the safe play. They absolutely cannot fight into us with this. Maybe they feel like they can just because there's only 15 seconds left on both the boat and the Stampede, but no Chaotic Offering is pretty significant. Especially if they're able to find a quick pick-off here, but it might be after they gets picked.
So some boys starting to funnel into the area. MC's ready with the ward. He's just waiting for them to group up to drop the Echo. And they might just use it solo to see small if it's required. It is not, dude. They've got so much percent damage. Now they're even looking for more as well, as Matthew's going to get caught out towards the north. Not the double kill for SMG. They don't have some creeps around the mid side to be able to get the tier 2, but like you said, Roche could just be the prize for them.
Poor Arfu just ended up dying to the blade mail from the Kunkka. Wasn't even able to do too many right clicks to him, but That's suffering from success is basically SMG this game. But you just see how much more effective this percent damage is, right, compared to what we saw in the last game. Like, both the Lifestealer and the Phoenix more than capably deal with both the Centaur and the Kunkka, both in the lane as well as the mid game.
That was
Even like mid to late, right? You've got a Phoenix and a Shaker, like great teamfight ultis and late game Dark Builder. It's not like you fall off.
no, not at all. I mean, Arfu's going to get a solo kill into a Warlock, so I mean, you see the level difference between the two. Warlock level 7 compared to Arfu's 10.5, so the heroes that we are going to see. You already got a 13,000 net worth lead, but if somehow this game you lose a couple of team fights, you still have the supports that could be very pivotal as this game goes on.
Probably has an Octarine core as well, and 20 minutes in, plus the Blink Dagger. They just want to be able to consistently make plays, not have these big weak points where, you know, the lowish cooldowns of the Stampede, the boat, TA's full kit going to be all that effective. So this was the Dragonlance, Blink Dagger, Desolated timing that we were talking about, those 3 items for the TA. She doesn't have that BKB just yet though, which is pretty significant, right? You're always vulnerable to the Terrorize, you're vulnerable to the attack speed slows coming through from Januel, who's level 12 now as well, so the Supernova much tankier.
He's in first bomb. Target down C Smart. Who cares about all your health for when you've got someone like mid one with that feast? And that'll be now the map fully controlled from SMG in regards to top and mid lane as well. They might even be able to chase down another if they sense Whisper. We'll see no creeps. I'm going to continue potentially hunting in the trees.
I don't think they're worried about heroes at this point. Like, if they find them, great, but objectives is what you want to get out of this Aegis, right? Just make sure that TA isn't free to be able to contest on this high ground, because it really does feel like she is a huge portion of the damage output that you're going to have. The start of these games for the Kunkka and the Centaur, I mean, just have a look at their net worth to see what sort of game they're having. Januel has overtaken C-Smart in terms of net worth. Without a Midas, and he's actually got that Scythe device coming out to him now.
Very cool. All right, Hex on Phoenix, 21 minutes in.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Make sure you're killing those imps. Oh, this right. Oh.
Just gonna go back in. See Smile again on the front line, feeling tanky. Crimson Guard this time might stall it out at the moment. Can they jump onto the Rage Expires? Of course, mid one still has Aegis. 3 minutes here for them to work with.
There's always the stressor though, right? Going up onto high ground, even with this much of a lead, high ground is the great equalizer, especially when you've got someone like the Warlock. Full points upheaval, full points fatal bonds, not wanting to give over a valuable tool like the Fisher as well to potentially be stolen by Matthew.
I mean, MC is instantly using that enchant totem. Very, very comfortable. We obviously see with this Shaker into Rubik matchup.
He's seeing a full wraparound here by Arfu. This is a cheeky play if he's able to make it work. Just providing vision up on the high ground, saying, mate, no one's here right now. Just holding onto the gem, seeing if there's any observer wards.
That's...
Can
what
he
is
get
he doing?
the full backlight? He might be
This
buying an
crazy.
observer ward.
Okay, backpacks it, thank
The
you.
gem? Okay.
Dude, I was so worried how deep he was. See, Smile, he's like, hang on, where'd that purple pop out? Now he's stuck. Where does he go?
Ooh. He can't come out now. They see him.
Oh, they'll just take a fight instead. Straight onto Bakaz's head. Stampede help get some distance along with the 4-star. It's a good start to the fight. Multiple ultimates are now down from SMG. What a jumping Whisper onto 3. Bakaz will line them up as well with the side blades. Aegis taken care of. Have they got enough left to take the second round, though? As mid one, he'll just go back to dealing with the objectives.
Got to make sure you get something out of this Aegis. They're going to use the Fortify just to try and live that little bit longer.
Echo's still there for MC. Oh, he gets forced outside the base. Matthew, no buyback. Oh, Whisper just a little bit too late as well with the jump in. They might be able to get Arfu. Torrents are followed, but we see how scared Bakaz is to also continue to right-click. Whisper as well is also in some danger once mid one's able to lock onto his target. A couple of swipes feasting onto the members of EG, and it is a full set of barracks and pretty much for free.
They basically play the reverse card on last game. Mid 1, 6-0-4. Whisper 0-5-0 on this Centaur. This is the sort of matchup that you're really expecting to see from that Lifestealer. You really couldn't ask for too much more. Looking to take away their outpost control, not giving them any breathing room.
How long till the rock? Oh, yeah, very long time. Never mind. 75 seconds, so we're not going to see this one. There's still a while, potential, and to move things over towards the right side, so a little bit away.
Trying to think of an avenue for them to be able to come back into this game. I mean, it has to all be on Pakaz, right? There was a great triple stun coming through from Whisper there with the War Stomp. He's got the Crimson Guard as well, but he's not doing anything beyond that. So is it just going to be around having that BKB so that you're not worried about the Rolling Thunder, you're not worried about the Willow's damage, you're not worried about... you can still get blocked off by the Shaker stun, I suppose.
I don't know what they're able to do with it, but Matthew's still in first, so we'll see if there's some crazy save play with it inside a fight, but... They ain't stopping anytime soon, though. Might have to, though. It's a lot of damage. Mid one's not even going to die, though, again, but... Rolling Thunder...
This is what I was talking about, like, Batrider, not a Zhao Nuel hero. Phoenix absolutely is, right? He just feels so much more confident playing these... like, he is a position 5 at the end of the day, right? This is your role, to be able to back up your carry, both in the lane as well as the mid-game. And I feel like you're just not enabled to do that as much with a Batrider, right? That's just doesn't play to his skill set.
I mean, if we're playing MC, might just drop the Echo, no hesitation, and Matthew's too late to do anything. He now reveals himself, so SMG will charge on forward, but be able to continue to potentially get another kill. Got to be cautious about the fatal bonds onto everyone.
Just rage to purge it off on mid one. It's getting a bit annoying.
Maybe yours.
Oh!
That's fine.
Big hero to be down. There's that upheaval.
Poke is frustrating. Rock as well, and
Infest.
Finally they get the kill. Very nicely done, but it's taken so long, and SMG might still fight.
It's only Panda that gets the unstoppable streak as well. It's not like a Warlock with money is really going to change too much of anything. Maybe if he ends up buying the shard for himself and, you know, ramping up the period where maybe the Kunkka gets lucky enough to be able to pick one up for free. Because Rubik's already got one. You'd love for TA... Oh, she already has the shard too. So, yeah, Warlock just laying down that upheaval from afar, just constantly spawning those imps, protecting the high ground, giving you a little bit more time and space for the TA to get to level 20 or some crit damage. Maybe that's the play.
Very interesting. We see... Alright, well, never mind. No Yules. Car's able to snipe that. So I was going to say your MC wanting to go down this route to deal with potential X to delay the game. But he will not have the Yules for a little bit of time. I want to speak as a whole while we have some moments here that... Do we feel like teams will start to put a little bit more emphasis on like first phasing Phoenix? If you're mentioning a lot, this is probably going to be the TI where we have kind of the tanky meta, and we need to look at that percent damage, which you've been saying. But last game Phoenix was second phase ban. Do we need to see like more priority with it potentially picked in the first phase?
Yeah, I don't think Pango is first pick material personally, but I also don't. I think Phoenix is very punishable too.
Okay.
So it's the sort of thing where a lot of the best heroes are still being figured out, and we see 7 first phase bans now. So it's not like the overpowered heroes are going to slip through.
This is like we were bringing up earlier. Maybe that's where the lifesteal comes in as well with some of that percent damage. So it is still a very long tournament to be able to see teams find ways to address these heroes. Cheeky
defusal.
Very close.
Brings him up to level 18 as well on the Pango, so a little bit less cooldown on the Rolling Thunder.
Let's see how patient they get here from SMG. Do have Roche up very shortly. So much vision as well, just on the outskirts of this base, which is going to make it... you have to smoke to get out. There's no other way if EG are going to try and take a fight. So yeah, looks like they'll back up. Maybe their lanes in a position.
Got the gem back again. Sent it all the way back to base. Got the courier to pick it up. And then has just walked on out again. There's a couple of wards in the lane that he could be able to remove, but hasn't come across them just yet. Good use of just being able to remove those psionic traps as well, though.
Oh, no, go back in, my friend.
Oh,
Yeah, very good.
He heard you.
Radiant are
No!
scanning.
Roshan's guarding the gem. Oh, he picked it up again.
Well, they will see them starting to move over still with this lane ward, so
Yeah, it has been removed yet.
they have this information. What can they do with it, though, in EG? I mean, are they even in a position where you can take a fight? Is it just all or nothing on this high ground?
I think this is a way to get out of the base, personally. Like, if you know that Roche is going on, at least you can pick up some farm for yourself. Maybe the TA gets into level 20. I don't think... Is this the game for Meld Dispels? I'm not so sure. I feel like you really need to just blow someone the hell up. So that Meld armor reduction might be nice, especially if you're able to combine it together. Nah, he goes to Dispels. I get it, but I really feel like Phoenix just living through a lot of this is seriously hindering EG's chances.
That should help.
Radiant are scanning.
That's a lot of bounties.
That helps.
Mentioning the Phoenix being able to live, Genuine, just with the casual play mail at the moment. No, this will be into the Lotus Orb, but recognizing you, like you said, TA is probably your biggest concern. So I was thinking maybe something like an Aeon Disc, but with all this armor, it should be fine.
And you know you're going to be clipped by some random BS as well, right? Whether it be the
Yeah.
Fatal Bonds or whatever, so Aeon just ends up popping, considering you are using some of your HP to use your other spells.
And it's going to be a little bit easier now to siege now. Lotus Orb over to mid one.
Oh, triple stun, nicely.
Oh, he's got a hard eye. Why not? This
I was
is...
just waiting for the Tormentor to come back up to get them something for free. It looks like he is.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
He's going to need to do something.
Because they are smoked inside the base, and if a fight breaks out right now, there will be no Picards. They're going to go for the dive under the T4 tower. Not much is going to stop them, as well as no one veers his attention over to Panda to stop the rock. They haven't got any kill just yet, and now it's looking a bit awkward. Whisper will still go down. Picard is back
Good
inside
on
the
Evil.
base. Supernova
Great
dropped on the
pickup.
head, and there's just nothing they can do against it. It gives SMG firm control of this area, and they can retreat now accordingly.
Picking up a full Lotus Orb as
Whisper,
well.
pretty decent jump in. Picard's as well, lined up again, but Januel will finally go down to the side blade spill. Can they get more as well? Mid one's still playing with the Aegis. They'll snipe R2 on the back line. They need more out of this. It was a pretty heavy investment, and now they're going to turn it with a double
Still got
fissure.
Echo.
Mid one is just freely right-clicking. Will charge down C Smart. Won't be able to guarantee the kill. Whisper will jump back in, controlling no one. Another round of the silence as well. They got the damage from
Fisher.
Picard's. Infest keeps him alive. No one won't die for the moment. And now MC's in over the top with the Echo. Picard's is still alive, and this is starting to get a little concerning for SMG, but mid one should finally go down. Armor toggles mid one still alive. They'll get the kill, but what have they got left?
Oh, the silence. Oh,
MC.
making it better.
Good timing out of the Eels. What's the Infest cooldown? 20 seconds for mid one. Gonna beat away EG, just
diving.
swiping it.
Mid one
flies
plays.
at the moment, and mid one knows no fear. No torrents of concern. C-Smile, separation. Torrent will finally land as Picard's is back in the middle. Sullen Fissure's gonna be very annoying, but maybe
Alright.
MC can help protect mid one. Infest up in fight, but oh, okay, just Genuel's back alive. Sunray get him out, and mid one somehow he lives through it all.
Somehow, and you still get 2 buybacks out of that from both the Centaur and the Conquer. So you're very, very happy with how that one turns out. You still end up living with your AC as well onto mid one as he looks to get mega creeps right now. Picard's playing a lone hand.
Oh.
Doesn't feel like there's too much he can do. Oh, there's a DD bot as well. Haven't scouted it out just yet, but whew. This is the SMG that I wanted to see. The one that just ripped through those SCA qualifiers. I thought Blacklist would have been a very worthy attendee of TI, but SMG just made absolute mincemeat of them.
Yeah, both those series were really not close at all. I mean, to see that on the international stage there from SMG.
Dire's courage.
It's Matthew
has been killed.
pushed inside the base. Smoke now for Nord. This Fisher still with a high ground defense might be something to prove an issue. They're able to get one, but can they get more out of this? An early BKB out of because they won't get the X back as Roll will still last. They're hunting though. Again, the Fissure. A little bit off the mark though with the spellcasting. Genuel still has the Supernova if he wants to use it defensively. Torrent Storm's going to come out. Can they blow him up before the egg? They will be able to do so as MC waiting in the tree line to find an opportunity, but Panther drops the rock to potential cancel the TP. Dude, Matthew spellcasting an overall AG inside these team fights have been exceptional, but is it too little too late from them? It's not mega creeps just yet, 8,000 deficit, but they are showing some signs of life.
The gem's still on the ground. MC pinged it out. Probably someone claimed it on EG's side. Yeah, looks like Pandas picked it up. Yeah, that was a little weird. Just looking back at that, you can see Afu really not doing too much damage in that fight. It was because he was caught next to that weird little side gate thing, and he doesn't have a blink dagger or anything else like that. So they ended up jumping in without any sort of assistance from him. He didn't cast a single spell up until that Terrorize at the very end, which ended up landing on nobody and not really saving too much. So just caught out on the wrong side of the team fight, unfortunately for them. Still though, I'm a little surprised that it's only a 7k net worth lead after multiple buybacks. I know they just claimed a few streaks and they won that team fight pretty convincingly, but you're a couple of lanes of racks down. You've lost the Roshan fight. Is that triple Wisdom Rune that Mid One just picked up as well? Oh, that's a nice little bonus.
I mean,
he's still behind TA in levels.
This game's kind of messy though. I mean, there's a Scepter on Matthew. He will lose Fissure, unfortunately, and we have seen so far it's been very difficult for him to steal it, but I have to do that once again, so we'll see what they can do out of EG. Science of life.
So, what are we thinking? We're thinking steal both Sunray and Supernova, and then use it, suck the teammates in while using his Sunray, somehow use that.
Firstly, just don't have Whisper die.
Okay,
that's very awkward Yules. Might actually pay out in his favor. He kind of griefing his team accidentally. Oh, wasn't him? Whose force was what? Oh, must have. I'm still on cooldown. Oh.
Poor Whisper, even he's got a 4-star. Just realizing he needs to stay the hell away from this lifesteal and kite him out. They know that sometimes it's not about playing against the hero, it's about playing against the player. And they know that Mid One is going to go for those dives, and they know that there's the potential for them to throw this game. Win probability is still only 5%, but certainly looks like it could get to a worse state or a lot better if they take one fight, if they dive a fountain, if they somehow get pushed back with the tidal wave into the fountain, anything.
No, Infestalon again from Matthew. Then you got to keep that man alive.
Use it as well.
The crazy Scepter thing, right? That's the attacking side Infest, so I don't think we'll get any value out of that.
Once again, playing, I don't want to say scared, but conservatively. You know, they know that they don't want to give this one up again. They know they want to try and make sure that the only ones with tier 4 items are themselves. And I mean, that DD might be the difference maker. You know, previously I was saying you could wait for Roshan, but just take the DD and make a play now.
Potentially get the mega creep advantage here from SMG and then look to go from there. Like you said, Roche is up though, so they're going to make the call of fighting without this kind of secondary life and advantage of Roche. We'll see if that's going to prove to be an issue.
And losing the gem means that they're right underneath this observer ward with no awareness that it's actually the thing. They go for some sort of backline stab.
Yeah, just not even going to mess around. We saw previously that kind of poke with the help of the Fissure though was enough to be able to blow him up. This time instant infest to retreat. They might go back in when the rage is up. He's trying to scout out MC. Whisper jump through. What is the damage?
They stole Fissure.
All right, do you smoke now and get out? I mean, you need to deal with the kind of the creeps that are starting to come inside the base. You stole the gem as well.
Second one.
30 seconds, 45. It's gonna be cool. They got a pretty good ward as well that sees no one. They do not know that he's currently infested though.
Control used Ninja Gear just before he was underneath that vision, so maybe they think that they've got fewer people than's actually reality. Looks like the cars will be able to get away. They did have a scan available, didn't opt to use it to confirm their suspicions, even though they were on point with the fact that the cars was up here.
He's got boys behind him. This is not going to be an easy jump, but the fissure onto 2 supports might enable the initiation. MC, well done. And now no one is going to continue to create the chaos in the backline as well. They would love to force out this buyback, and they should be able to with mid one just going straight for the objectives.
No one's just making so much space.
Can he get out though after the buyback? That's not going to be the case. So no one will go down. Glyph as well would use this melee barrack still left standing.
Mind Control again, just cutting off any sort of avenue for them to be able to try and chase him down, and even Matthews Fisher, not enough to be able to catch out the Dark Willow. And you get a buyback out of them as well. So no Glyph, only a range racks left, no buyback on any of the cores. Things are looking good for SMG.
Gonna still stick around as well. The cars who just brought back is now isolated from the team. Whisper tries to jump the cars, blows up Arfu once again. They want to try and turn to deal with the support, so it's Genuel credit out for the Templar Assassin. A buyback out of no one. It just gets to blink away for the trap. They still got the vision though, no one. He's got the Academ shard to potentially protect him for the moment. MC's coming back around with a jump in. They're going to try and get on top of the Templar Assassin, but no one's still isolated. A dive back onto the Penguin. Now Picaz is freely able to right-click, melts apart MC, who gets a defensive yours. Januel's even into the middle of it all, but they will not deal with mid one. Feasts onto the Rubik's Life. Now the TA's in trouble as well. But EG, they also bring some extra members. Whisper playing on the high gun. Mid one's got no boys near him. Does Picaz have the damage though? MC tries to jump over the top. Picaz playing with fire. A couple of right clicks are not enough to get the kill onto Januel as multiple fights are breaking out.
He bought back.
They'll assassinate the Phoenix. Meanwhile, mid one's chasing Whisper down. This is starting to get pretty goddamn messy for SMG. Because straight on top of mid one, what's the call now? Mid one's got no members nearby to enable him with the stuns. He's going to run over towards the Conquer with the Rage. Should be able to feast on towards him. Beautiful stun block. MC. Fissure onto multiple members, but the Torrent Storm proving to be a goddamn issue now, but it's just a life steal at MC against the world like we saw last time. Can they get out with their own lives though? No way. Inside the base.
Tier 4s are getting it, man, yeah.
Oh my god.
A lot of creeps as well. Car's having to deal with that on his own. Looks like they want to try and claim that Megas potentially. I mean, MC, he's got Lifestealer infested inside of him. With the Ninja Gear, they would love a quick pick off for this Rubik.
And they'll get it. Wow. These two this game. Jesus.
There's a lot of trust being given into each other.
Oh, because? If you win this man fight directly on top of him.
Too good. Too damn good. They wanted to hang around for another couple of seconds. Could yoink away the Wisdom Rune, but we'll back off for now. Mid was already picking the tier 4 towers. I mean, why not? You know that there's no buyback on these three heroes. You've got the outpost control right now. You've got the full team lineup behind you. Just got to make sure you don't go in too early without all the boys behind you. No Glyph, remember. No one's happy enough to play distraction. Looking for the quick one-shot on the back line.
Might be able to find an Arfu. He's done it multiple times in these fights.
There's one.
But it does leave Panda... Okay, 4-star over the wall. It gets another as well, but yeah, mid one's just dealing with the throw and the creeps as well, and that's going to be all she wrote. What a performance out of SMG. Took them a little bit longer than what they were definitely hoping for, but in the end, they're able to get their first victory on the board and will tie up our fourth series of the day.
Definitely not as convincing as what we saw from game one coming out of EG, right? That looked like a much more thing that went completely to plan, you know? Make sure to delay it long enough so that the PA gets huge. This one felt a bit messy. You would have to say, though, that the laning stage certainly was something that SMG can hang their hats on. This is what they drafted for, and they made sure that they addressed the big heroes that were giving them issues in game number one. These tanky Conquer stuff, the Centaurs, whatever beefy hero that you want it to be, whether it be Bristleback or whatever, Phoenix is always going to be a good answer. And I believe it still is the most contested hero across the board. It's actually Tree and Protector now with 28, but Phoenix is right behind with 26. So we're really starting to see the meta start to develop a little bit. Dazzle, Treant, Invoker, Phoenix, and TA are the top heroes of the tournament so far.
What are we thinking in regards to MVP that game for SMG?
I mean, it's mind control. There's no questions asked for me.
Mind control can take the cake, and overall, I think SMG very important again for them. They still have another series today as well, so for them having to play 3 out of their 4 series in one day, but now they get some confidence, which is the big thing heading into that their last series of the day. I still very impressed, even though of course this is a loss for EG, the fact they're able to at least make this even somewhat competitive, because for a lot of this game in the early game was all SMG favored. So their creativeness to be able to take these high ground fights and find a way back in was very nice to see. But of course, unfortunately, it's just not enough. But hopefully they can at least remind themselves of that and look into their following series with some confidence too.
They played SMG Dota this time around, and I know they kind of did in game number 1, but to me the big difference was really the position 5. I thought Zhao played a fantastic game as well, constantly in the right position to be able to land that Sunray whenever anyone got gone on. It wasn't just mid one that was able to survive through his own right clicks, but it was really on the back of the Phoenix that they made a lot of that work happen. So big props need to be given over to him as well, but it was definitely the mind control show for mine.
And him on his staple hero that we've seen him play a lot in the past. Now with this hero rising potentially into, well, it's been popularity for a little bit of time now with the mid lane. We've seen it transition a little bit to the 3, and what better hero or what better player to pick it up as well. So incredible showing out of MC on the Earthshaker. I mean, overall as well, I think everyone without a doubt fulfilled the role they needed out of them as well. This man's racking up some jerseys, must add too. He
looks good in an SMG jersey. That's all I got to say. Come to SEA, mind control. Maybe we can make something happen. I mean, we've seen, we're talking about a lot of these other regions and why it is the road to the international and then the international itself. But, I think in the next series, we've got Smiling Knight playing from Thunder Awaken, who came from Eastern Europe, from Belarus, I believe, only 22 years old. And I mean, they've already put a good victory on the board, and he's clearly making waves happen.
Yes, that is indeed. So, like you alluded to, next series we've got Thunder up against Azure Ray, which is going to be exciting to see. Some of these players as a whole haven't even been able to play other teams in the China region. So we'll get to see them having some inter-regional Dota, and that's going to be our final series of day 1 as well. So like we said, we've got Azure Ray taking on Thunder Awaken. We'll see you guys after a quick break.
Until the next day.
In lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I make no such allowance.
Not so safe, huh? Eh? Were you watching? Set. Until the next day.
In lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I make no such allowance.
Not so safe, huh? Eh?
is under attack. I make no such allowance.
Not so safe, huh? Eh?
Where are you watching?
We're back for our final series of day one as well. We're going to be covering Azure Ray up against Thunder Awaken. So we had one South American team prior, and now we get the second one as well. The boys, they came through the regional qualifiers along with the likes of Keyed Stars, going up against a very, very difficult opponent in Azure, who we saw earlier today have a 1-1 tie versus the boys on Liquid.
Yeah, it's looking real good. And you mentioned Thunder as well. They're 1-3 at the moment. So they're able to get a 1-1 record against Shopify, but ended up going down 2-0 against BetBoom, I believe. But it wasn't like there were stomps either. 31 minutes, sure, that one's pretty convincing, but 57 minutes in that second game as well. Same sort of thing happened with their game against Shopify, actually. 62 minutes they were able to be able to claw that one out in. So wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. It was the Saberlight Sand King that ended up being able to secure Shopify the win. But this is a team that is hungry to be able to compete at the next stage. And I'm talking about Azure Ray. You know, this is... They have missed competing in front of a crowd. We can see there, that's not Xianming. That is Lanham sitting in the driver's seat right now, and he's coming fresh off of a gold medal win at the Asian Games alongside Chalice and Somnus as well.
Yes, indeed. So I think they're going to place better than LGD. I think you're coming into this.
Azure 4 and zip, bro.
That they are indeed, but I don't know, Zure, there's something about these boys when you get towards that TI stage, and I think some of the experience is going to be pivotal. I mean, you take a look at LGD, yes, they're 4-0, but they have 3 members who have not played at TI before, so we will see. Also, continue to speak about China with the addition of Niu. He's been in there for quite a while now. I've mentioned to you, I think, off screen that I felt like LGD were going to be, at least that major, were going to win it or potentially contend TI. So I still think they're going to do really well, but I got some feeling about Azure, man.
Yeah, so do I, to be fair. I honestly rated Azure slightly higher than LGD. Like you said, news not new anymore, so that's always going to be a thing. Like the just joined jitters aren't going to be a thing anymore. But Azure Ray, like you said, they've just got so much confidence. They've got so much motivation as well. I mean, any team that's playing without a salary is playing for the passion of it, right? Like that's the big thing for them. And I could tell, like they really want to be able to take this to the next level. They want to do it for their home region. Did you see the thing that Somnus said about depending on how they place at TI, what he's going to do?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so he says he doesn't think their result is going to be bad by any stretch. If they get eliminated at the first round, like group stage, like he was with with Elephant, he won't be able to be a pro player for even one more day. Like he'll consider himself to be done. So that is the case. He wants to top 8 is what he's aiming for. He wants to be in that last weekend. I think they would probably be satisfied with 8th, but probably top 6 is really where they're shooting for. And they're coming off a fresh win, right? So they've got land confidence with being able to beat the lads on Mongolia. But again, that was the Asian Games. This is the road to the international. But good to see that the spirits look pretty high. Somnus and Chalice, they're joking around. Even get a rare smile from FY as well. I don't know the last time I've seen that. Have you ever seen FY smile? I don't think I have.
He doesn't crack a smile too often on FY. So that is good to see. We're a decent way through the draft though. So let's see what we got. Thunder, Shadow Demon, Spirit Breaker currently in the second phase. Azure with the Bat Rider, something they really like to give over to Tianming on the support. He plays a lot of Invoker support as well. FY also, I think China as a whole like Bat Rider as a force, so we'll see them try and flex it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't prioritize the Invoker a little bit more strongly, right? Like both Tianming and FY play it. Somnus is capable, but it really doesn't feel like his style. Yeah.
What are you saying? Somnus Invoker? Come on, hang on. What are you saying, man?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yes, I do agree. There's, it has been a while, and so their supports have been, played it a lot so far through the qualifiers, and we'll see how, if it's going to be Somnus Earth Spirit. This is still, a hero that is very strong at the moment, even with some slight changes. And if you don't give it to him, you can give it to FY. We'll see out of them. Chalice is also an offlaner with a bit more of an unconventional hero pool as a whole. We were speaking about that kind of last game with South America and Whispers heroes, so we'll see what Chalice gets.
Somnus as well. I'm on the bit of a Somnus reporting duty here, but he was mentioning that like the boot camping that they did for those Asian games, I think they were practicing for a good 1 or 2 months for it. Basically, since immediately after they qualified for TI, it meant that big of a deal to them. He basically spammed Earth Spirit and Primal Beast, so 2 heroes that he previously didn't have too much experience with, but now he's got a lot of confidence in playing them. So I really wouldn't be surprised if this is a Somnus Earth Spirit. Of course, you could play it on FY as well, but I feel like he feels pretty confident with this one. I'm just excited to see how this Spirit Breaker works out, man. I really feel like this could do a lot of work. You watch. 9 minutes, level 9, phase boots, wind lays, one-shot waves, and it's just how you're able to abuse that area of the draft.
See how it's going to be able to deal with the Sensor Moetza now as well. Azure are going to go down this route, so we've got our offlane hero, we've got our carry hero as well, more than likely from them.
You'd have to imagine that, I wonder if it's going to be, I guess it has to be a position 3 Spirit Breaker, right? I don't think you play the SB together with a Shadow Demon unless you're wanting to protect it. And I don't feel like you protect a support that much by picking up the Shadow Demon in combination with it. As soon as he gets BKB or Ags, he's totally fine. But when they pick the Bristleback, unless that's going to be a Smiling Knight Bristleback.
He did play carry earlier on.
Okay, could see it working. I think he actually broke an all-time record at TI in terms of his last hits.
Yes.
One of the earlier games today.
So I will confirm now.
Against Luna, against Shopify.
I think he just came 13th, if I'm reading that correctly.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Still, though, for first-time TI attendee, that's pretty impressive. And this is a guy that nearly did attend TI back at TI10. Remember who won that TI? It was Spirit, and that's the team that they lost to in Game 5 in that Eastern European qualifiers when he was playing on Empire. So this is is a guy that's been so close yet so far. He also has done a bunch of interviews himself about his journey over to SA, really the first person from Eastern Europe that's made that journey. And he basically said he expected to qualify for TI, whether it be through points or through the regional quals. And if his goal was to just stay around playing Division 1 and not going to LANs, he could have just stayed at home. So the man is hungry, and I'm happy to see that he's, you know, looking to branch out. And hopefully it'll inspire a whole lot more movement coming forward, especially with, you know, we're not having DPC anymore. So we're going to see a whole lot more third-party tournaments and maybe region-specific tournaments that people will be... people will feel like it's a little bit more reliable and viable to make those sorts of moves happen. Really protecting this BB with a Viper ban. You'd imagine something else that provides a break. What is there? Maybe a Hoodwink ban or something? FY plays a pretty good Rubik. Hoodwink, sorry.
Yeah, that he does. It's just a question of... Are you happy with the Baron and Moeta lane? And then still looking for a further way to address the Bristle? Do we feel like potentially your Spirit Vessel Earth Spirit and Moeta like magic damage is enough?
Well, I don't know if it would be a Muerta Thinger lane, right? If the Bristle's being played as a position 1, then that's probably not going to be the
that's
lane.
true,
What
yeah,
do you think, Centaur bet?
No, I meant overall in the game to address the Bristle.
I mean, it's not like you can't go a Silver Edge on Muerta either, right? Like, the crit, you're fine with being able to pick it up. The Shadow Blade, you've already got so much mobility on the rest of your team, and a Silver Edge would just provide additional on top of that. And you're going to need mobility going up against a Pango, up against a Bristle, and a Spirit Breaker. It's another one of those percentage heroes in the Necro. Don't hate that being removed.
A very like specific ban for the game. I guess that's with the Viper as well, right? There's two heroes we don't see too often. I'm pretty sure Quinn played the Necro earlier in a victory, but yeah, we don't get it too often at the moment.
I gotta say, I'm happy that Illich is going by Illich this game and not his. Do you know
Little
what
boy?
his alternative name is? Yeah, Little Boy. Like, what kind of a name is that?
Where are they playing everything? Below Naga and support Moeta, I suppose.
Moeta, yeah, probably.
Why do we feel like they've gone Naga as a whole? I mean, if you take a look at the support, Shadow Demon, Ancient Apparition, without a doubt, don't deal with Naga illusions, but is that kind of a big thing?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the Spirit Breaker charge should be able to clear through a decent amount of them. Yes, it's, you know, you're going to be able to withstand a lot of it because the Naga illusions eventually come quite tanky, but it's not like there's anyone that likes building into the things like the Maelstrom that you're going to need to deal with these Naga illusions outside of Slutums on his Pango, right? But what Pangos are building Maelstrom these days? Very rarely.
We get a whole lot of Pango Maelstrom, so we'll see what the Thunder Boys are going to be able to do. Of course, going up against the experience out of Azure Ray. I mean, the oldest person on Thunder is MJZ, 23, and of course he has been the only one as well at the TI stage previously with Thunder. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do to help the boys get over the finish line with this Craft the Ancient Apparition pick.
They've already done better than that last time, right? I think they went 0 and whatever on that last attempt, and well, they've won a game now, so they're already doing better than last time, and they've still got a really good shot of being able to make it through to that playoff stage.
Yes, they do, but need to get a victory against Azure without a doubt. And I mean, they're also, keep in mind, this is the Group B of Death, which we were mentioning earlier in the day as well. So they still have some difficult opponents in Liquid and BetBoom that Thunder have to verse. So let's see how they're going to be able to shape up in this game one in particular, though. Do we feel like is there a draft we're kind of favoring heading into this?
I personally feel like in terms of draft, purely draft, I kind of like Thunder Awakens. But
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
I'm
Yes,
worried
I
about
understand.
that Naga late game. That Naga late game is the linchpin in everything here, right? Like that's always going to be the case. I mean, Greater Bash is magical, I guess. It's not physical damage, so if it gets to the stage where Illich just picks up a crap ton of farm, you will be able to deal with those Naga illusions. But Lo is a talented player, so he's going to be spreading them around the map. He's not going to just put them all clumped up into one lane, it's going to be difficult to be able to fully deal with this this army.
Yeah, we'll see if Louis is going to be able to make it towards that TI stage as well. We saw him at least in this position last year with Extreme Gaming, playing in the last chance qualifiers, and that was a team that was really expected to make it out as well. I know, of course, Liquid and Secret in the end were the two teams to be rewarded with their play.
People had them as their top two, yeah.
Yes, they did. So we'll see this time again. I think a lot of people are also putting him and his team probably in the driver's seat to make it out, and potentially off the back of a first blood's going to help them in regards to this first game. It's just a question of who gets the reward. It will be Chalice off the back of the Centaur.
Very, very nicely done. Man, it's so obnoxious, the Naga attack sound, even when you're not getting the Riptide. Why is it so loud?
Thank you. Dude, I was looking across the map trying to see what I actually...
Where is this sound
was
coming
glitching
from?
on. I had no idea what was going on.
You thought you were by the ocean. There were like waves crashing up against the rocks. I get it if it's a Riptide proc, but not a regular attack.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, yeah. Can I mute Naga?
I'm just not going to look at that lane.
Is it bugged? I swear it's never been like that.
Nah, it's recent-ish, yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, let's, unfortunately, I can't mute Naga Silence, alright, or just, look away, apparently. So we're avoiding bottom. Very fun. Sorry, Lo, doesn't matter. You're not important anymore. Smiling Knight is where we can put our attention. Like we said earlier in the day, we've seen his performance out of the Bristleback. And I don't think it's going to be any different in the off-lane Bristle item build that we've been seeing so far. He's got that Vanguard, Arcane Boots into the Scepter. Of course, the Bloodstone will be probably considered afterwards.
Yep. And again, it's a similar sort of thing. Against the Centaur, you don't really feel that bad because Cool Spray, it's physical. Centaur, not a lot of armor. That's why you have to buy those 2 rings of protection at the very start of the game. So you should have a pretty decent time in this lane. Huerta doesn't have the greatest armor to be able to start out with either. Of course, you're able to stay a lot further back, so you're probably not going to get dealt a lot of damage from the Cool Spray, but it still is impactful if you're looking to try and make any sort of kill attempts happen, which they absolutely can. Like level 2, they can look to make a stomp into a calling, into a dead shot, into a double edge. That is a lot of damage output this early on.
What is the more traditional item build you'd expect out of a Huerta support?
I don't think there really is a traditional one. I mean, maybe you go into something like, what would be good for this game? Just thinking of buffing up the Naga Sirenus. Here we go. They go for that big kill attempt I was talking about.
MJZ is nowhere to be seen, so Smiling Knight should... Just those quills, man, were really starting to stack up, but yeah, it does end up going down. MJZ not there. Getting a stack onto the double small camp, but which that is a kill for Azure Ray.
I honestly do wonder what they are actually going to go, right? Because a Solar Crest isn't the worst, but you've got pretty horrible heroes to be able to combine Solar Crest with. Naga doesn't make use out of it, really, unless you're using it aggressively every single time. Centaur, not really. Earth Spirit, not really. Might be able to get another kill here onto the AA, though.
The creeps potentially if you can get in range. Deadshot's still on cooldown. Just use it aggressively for potentially for the damage. MJZ though, he got the movement speed. Chalice has one-upped him there and also has the double edge back to bottom. Now Tianming trying to get the Firefly down to the low ground. One more right click, not enough. Tianming will just stay alive. He's got a Salve as well to repair the damage.
Even dodged out the last little Shadow Poison there, so Knight not able to take him out.
I must say I am a very much disliked as Knight and Smiling Knight. I mean, Knight is not going as Smiling Knight anymore, but I don't know why they've done this to us, but it's okay. I will forgive them if they win TI.
Knight and Knight, yeah. But we're calling him Smiling Knight. There's no other way.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, even then, it's...
One's not smiling, you know?
What is the other one? Oh, I guess we'll see the emotion as this game goes on, on how he's going to be feeling. He's making an early rotation over to try and potentially take away the water and maybe make some stacks as well inside the triangle. Nothing too crazy is going on mid. Slardom's 20-9 compared to the 19-5.
I'm still wondering what FY's item build is going to be. Like, oh, sorry, Knight's getting gone on again. Smiling Knight, that is, as he gets pushed potentially back into the crawling, but he's just going to stand in the middle of it and start spamming out those quill sprays. He doesn't want to get silenced. He wants to be casting things as much as possible. I can see him going something into like the vessel into maybe a Veil of Discord, like one of those two items, or even just an Arcane Boots to make sure that when Pango uses that Swashbuckle Diffusal Blade, that his other cores are going to have the damage output to be able to consistently take these fights.
I was going to bring up Chalice. I was going to bring up just solely the Yules to be able to deal with the Spirit Breaker. I don't know if it's that, like, if it doesn't feel, you don't feel happy with any item, maybe you just really want to address the offlane Spirit Breaker with that. Top lane again, Smiling Knight.
Yeah. It's living.
Oh, into the
FY.
FY, dude, are you serious?
The timing.
Oh my god.
There's a reason I called him a top 3 pos 4, even after all this time spent not so active.
Wow.
And look at what it means for Chalice's farm as well. He's a full 500. Sure, the first blood helps a little bit, but he is well and truly on his way to being super comfortable on this top side. Once he gets into those phase boots as well, you really don't worry about those quill sprays at all.
And we've seen so far today the Centaur has been pretty annoying for the Pango to play up against with the Stampede, just to reset away from the Rolling Thunder. So I've been quite impressed overall with Centaur's ultimate so far through the games that we've covered, and we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case. You can just retreat away from the Bristleback as well.
It's 90 seconds now, so a small decrease in the cooldown for the Stampede. It still feels like this game, I think if Thunder are going to win it, is all on Illich for mine. Like, you need to make sure that you're making the most out of the space that a Spirit Breaking can provide you, and the early farm that you're able to pick up as well.
No, does look like he's been able to pick up that farm though against Lowe's Naga Siren. So 35-8 compared to the 35-3. You're not really going to contest the Naga, which is the big concern. I mean, we're yet to see the rotations out of both these mid laners as well. Slardams has this level 6 now to work with. Somnus is very close to 6 and has an invis as well.
You would assume he's going into an Oxarine, right? With a Voidstone being queued up on Illich?
Yes, I would imagine, yeah.
Can't imagine it being a hammer.
Lane, MJZ. Gonna catch the Ancient Apparition off guard. We'll be able to get out of the calling though. Smiling Knight is starting to stack up some of the spam. And it's gonna result in Azure Ray being pushed away.
And this Fireboy is actually going into the Atos. Okay, I can see it. Dead shot into the Atos just effectively acts like a stun. Also helps to set up for things like the Magnetize, like the Bat Rider, just Firefly down on the ground.
So funny seeing this new hook slump. Like, I'm just not used to it yet.
What, the big wind up?
Yeah.
It's nice to play. You can make it work as a support as well.
Yeah, I was top lane again. Jamin's still going to stick around. They'll push him continuously into the calling. Stardum's rotation is at pretty good timing. Somnus is going to mirror that though. Just stops the Rolling Thunder. He'll get it off now, but with it being a couple seconds late, means that Bristle's not here for the further fight. Illich will show up with the Stampede. Doesn't get him out of there, the strike, but now Illich is stuck here. Azure will turn over. Can they deal with Slardams though next? As the Pango's got some spells to continue to use. So just a good old-fashioned right-click's enough, and now he's going to be able to continue to chase Chalice down over the right side. Hoofstomp to be able to get some distance. It should not matter though, as Knight gets in range for the banishment, and Thunder. Really nice rebuttal from them from bringing multiple members to be able to take that skirmish.
And you even are able to move Knight towards the mid lane. He's a little bit, like he's died 3 times. He's still got an okay amount of farm, right? But you got to make sure that you're accelerating so much faster than what the enemy team is able to do. Again, if you're not going into this Meteor Hammer build on the Spirit Breaker, it looks like it's just a casual Voidstone for a little bit of mana regeneration as well. But he just wants to make sure that he's able to stay out on the map, make consistent plays, get into this Shadow Blade, get into, I would assume, the Aghanim Scepter or the BKB pretty quickly after that. For those that weren't watching when I was talking about the Spirit Breaker previously, I think it's in a position to be Giga Busted and
Top lane?
be okay.
I don't think so. Slardam's even going to rotate over once again, and
Now he's not.
all right.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Very nicely done, Thunder. I mean, you got your Pango top of the net worth. You're making good movements across the map. Illich is getting some farm down bottom. It will be able to potentially take some stacks over towards a triangle with Tianming and FY.
All right, nice little way to yoink away some gold. But yeah, all you need is level 9 now on the Spirit Breaker, who, by the way, I think he did see. So he's starting the charge happening towards Tianming, but it's a little bit too late.
Should be able to get the kill though nonetheless. Also bring some extra members just in case a further fight breaks out. Soddom's actually going to TP down to the tower in case someone was stuck inside the river, but FY already moved away. And I don't know if they're going to get low. Maybe trying to play with a Rolling Thunder. Now with a real one, Illich going to be able to charge forward. FY stops the Rolling Thunder. They're not done just yet. They'll force out the song. They're all grouped up for the potential magnetize. Somna's going to be able to land some spells. Is the damage enough though? Illich will be sent to the north and the Rolling Thunder just gives them some time to retreat, but Somnus doesn't need to fear. Actually, Stampede potentially helping FY close the distance onto MJZ. And they will get the kill onto AA, so the only one that goes down in the end.
Wasn't the greatest magnetized, but it doesn't matter in the end. They're able to secure a kill. You make sure that the Naga doesn't need to actually TP all the way back to base, so she can just continue farming. You still were able to take away that stack from previous. So things still looking up for Azure Ray right now. Yeah, boy, some of these dead shots, the angles are just perfection.
Mid lane, they're also setting up, slot him. Right. A little bit difficult with that D time. Love to be able to find the level 6s though. Importantly out of Tianming, but maybe that extra... I don't even know, do you go Pierce the Veil at 6 on a support Moai top?
I don't know if you do. Maybe you change the way that you play a little bit and act a bit more like bait-ish if you feel like they don't have ways to be able to pierce through it. And I mean, honestly, they don't really have all that much, right? Immune to physical damage. You're going up against a bristleback, that's all he's doing. Tango, swashbuckle, physical. Spirit Breaker charge will hit you, but not much else.
This game's kind of stabilizing a little bit after some of the aggression we've seen for the past couple of minutes. So Slardam's working on the defusal. We do have 3 cores though from Azure, top of the net worth. And they're not done just yet. Somnus and Tianming's going to look to combine with Low, who is up against a low health pool Illich, and they've got the Spirit Vessel as well. Even Kick connects onto MJZ if they're able to catch up to him. Now, yep, Somnus going to do just that. Rolls over the top. Won't continue though.
Nope, Courier. Look, micro. Bristle's just not really farming. He's making sure his Courier stays alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, but they're doing a pretty decent job at being able to take away this bottom tower. Not typical that this would be the first one to be going down, but again, like punishing the fact that they don't really have the greatest wave clear.
Is under attack.
This is a big rotation down, but this just makes space for Chalice. So even though you might not take bot, top's going to take a good amount of damage as well. You might end up getting 2 for 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, we might see the map be a little bit awkward to play now, just because of those rotations. I mean, Somnus now has a haste rune, so big advantage to look to make a quick play off the back of this active rune. See what the call is going to be for Azure. Use it defensively, it does get purged, but Stampede's going to be there. Now bottom as well, MJZ, multiple TPs coming out, Tianming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is he gonna, I don't know if he's gonna die. Illich is gonna try and charge down FY though, stuck inside the calling. Illich gonna need to get pretty lucky with a bash. Unfortunately, his first right click won't be that. I get vision of Tianming though. Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wonder how much this Huerta is like a specific bristleback counter that Azure have thought about, right? Like you can see the way that FY is doing it. Obviously, no points in Gunslinger, you're a support, but maxing out the calling before the dead shot, just to make sure that you can lay this down and bristleback can't just stand around and just spam his spells, right? You're always going to get bumped around by the likes of the Earth Spirit kick, or you're going to get flame broken into a calling spirit, or you're going to get dead shotted into it. It really reduces the impact of what a bristleback is able to do in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, right. It's always frustrating if you're getting kited. And really, they don't have, like, Illich, I mean, you mentioned him earlier. If Bristol's not going to get kited, Illich needs to have a good game on this Spirit Breaker to always be in the middle with charge and Nether Strike and not be worried about getting blown up from 4-0. Even Slardam's as well, who, speaking of him, has the Diffuser Blade now completed. So we're going to need to see something pretty shortly, though, from Thunder, because his net worth lead's continuing to grow, and Azure considering about going for this tier 1 tower mid, especially with the blink ready on Chalice. You should be able to close onto Slardums, but maybe further back was a little bit too scary for them. Oh, jump in, but it's awkward. Somnus, he rolled for the power rune, so they won't have the Earth Spirit to follow up. Still all the attention put onto Slardums at the moment. Meanwhile, Somnus is dealing with Nano towards the back line. That's a defensive banishment away. Slardum's going to be in with the Rolling Thunder as well. Now with Smiling Knight as well. They've got the damage to deal with the Earth Spirit. And Slardums as well catches up to FY inside the river. So there we go. Thunder with the Diffusal Blade from Slardums, able to get some big kills as a result.
And a little surprised that FY didn't, sorry, not FY, Somnus didn't choose to pop any of his stuff. He had a full bottle, he had 21 charges, he wasn't hit by the Frostbitten from the Ice Blast as well. So probably could have survived that couple of extra seconds that maybe you would have needed for some sort of reinforcements to come, or at least to get back behind your tier 1 tower. But I guess maybe they feel like with a lot of those ultimates being used, no Magnetize now, no Lasso, no Stampede, maybe they want to make another attempt of their own, but it's nighttime and you don't exactly have the greatest vision right now.
One JZ. Since post supports from Azure Ray, and somehow Somnus shows up out of nowhere. Does get the Ice Blast though. Signals a position though of the Pango with that Swashbuckle. Finds a shield crash. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough though. There's now Illich. He'll get the charge in. When Thunder is starting to bring some other members over, it's just Knight at the moment, so Illich is still in danger. There's another stuns up from Chalice, lines it on to 2. Nice initiation. And Thunder, they just go down one by one as Somnus rewarded with the triple kill.
And all the time, Naga Siren is just sitting back and farming, pushing towers, letting the illusions do the work. Actually being relatively close by to a lot of where the illusions are getting these kills. So she's level 12. She's highest level in the game. Equal with a Bristleback, which is not typically what you expect to see from a Naga Siren at this stage.
See how aggressive they can be with these two supports, and you know, if Somnus is nearby, he's always going to be with this Earth Spirit. And now you got Blink on Chalice, who can also be super active, so it's going to be very difficult for these two position supports on Thunder, as we saw that be the case in that fight. Other one, this time it's a core and Illich. He's going to go down. Chalice 4-2-7 now.
Far too selfless, I think, is the best way to put it. Like, you need to make sure that you're farming with this level 9 timing that you've got with the Spirit Breaker. You one-shot waves, just with phase boots, wind lace, and popping the phase boots when you're charging. And that's really significant because you're not showing on the map for too long. It means that you're still keeping lanes controlled while allowing Smiling Knight to be the ones taking a lot of these stacks and building up his own net worth. He's still keeping up with the rest of them, but if the Spirit Breaker is going to take a wave and then hang around in the lane and die, it really isn't worth the time investment.
7,000 net worth lead, 17 minutes in. Maybe I could play through the portal here from Thunder, potentially connecting with this wave that's being pushed out to see if anyone defends by themselves.
Wasn't even able to defend this bottom lane. They haven't lost a single tier 1 tower just yet. Slardums actually ended up using the Diffusal Blade there. So he doesn't exactly have the greatest.
This is awkward, Low.
This is real awkward.
Ooh, just gets it off. No mana for TP.
Yeah, he just needs to get into the fog as quickly as he can. Will he TP?
Which is pretty fast.
Get to the boys.
It was fast.
He's damn fast.
Alright, well, Song Use should be a tier 1 tower that goes down with Smiling Knight here. Getting close to his level 15 talent as well, if he's going to opt for it. Side the river, Somnus as well. Trying to find the power, and they had a ward though up on the higher ground. Banish ward set up for the roll. Ice Blast to fly out as well. They should have the damage with 3 members. Really nicely done from Thunder. That is a much needed kill.
Ends up going over to the Shadow Demon. Not the worst, honestly. Being able to get a Blink Dagger over to a Shadow Demon just to enable him to stay super safe. Always have the disruption for things like the Lasso. Very useful tool to have. About the impact of the Shadow Demon. FY just off the mark with a dead shot. And
he's got no Song to work with, so they're going to close under the Naga. Back-to-back core kills for Smiling. And the boys, and they're going to be super happy with this. They can now look to walk it down. You've got the Ag Shard picked up from Knight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hairball just lets you go for those deeper dives. Still making a few TPs happen. I mean, you've got the Magnetize available, I suppose.
They started to move away from him. All right, and Knight's going to be here with the banishment. They need to come back to the area. Spurley with the Spirit Vessel out smiling. Knight is just going to get blown up with the 3 heroes. And meanwhile, Chalice, he was able to block Slardens from getting nearby to offer any assistance. And now Somnus as well is potentially going to try and catch up to Illich. They've got a deep observer that's going to scout him out shortly. Illich will get some distance. They are not done though. These heroes are very mobile. Are you going to be able to get out of this one? Illich steps into the trees, tries to TP Somnus blind roll. Runs into the last second, not even going to go for it anyway. So we'll make it up. But that is a big kill into Smiling Knight. 4 deaths at the moment on the Bristle.
It is indeed, and it really shows the impact of things like that Spirit Vessel and what it's capable of doing, right? He was just a little bit too deep behind the tier 1 tower. It's not the place that he wants to be at this point.
Low bottom. Maybe he's not going to expect more members than just Illich nearby. The chain control needs to be perfect to stop this song. I think they missed the Ice Blast as well. So yeah, the damage is going to be lacking. They might even be able to TP out to get the kill into the Shadow Demon as well. Never mind. All right, they just blow up the illusion.
Thanks, Courier.
Yes, happy with that.
It was once doable at that stage. Somnus is keeping up in net worth as well. TD bottled up. Spirit Vessel, Blade Bell. He wants to be in the thick of things, and Bristleback's one of those heroes that can't really control the damage that he does as well. So you know you're always going to get great value out of that Blade Mail.
So a very nice Ag Shard though to get for Night Shadow Demon. You've got the Cleanse now, so against the Bat Rider, against the Earth Spirit, I mean, the to Nargraven and Snare. Yeah, there's really a lot you can look to do with this. And you might get caught out though. The good reaction out of the Pogo Stick in the Banishment. And now this is going to give them time to react, and they're going to come down from the south as well. Illich through the gate. Will catch Azure Ray off guard. Now FY as well. Yeah, oh, he's out. Very nice use of the calling.
Yeah, but they know that he's TP'd out, so they know that they can take Roshan now off the back of this. 3 points in the lucky shot, so good amount of minus armor being given over to Roshan. Of course, the Bristleback with his physical damage going to be able to making the most of that. Hairball, the Bristleback itself, he's already up to 10 kills, 3 stacks.
How do we feel about the opportunity here from Thunder? Like 7,000 deficit, you've got the Aegis now. Is this a lineup that we're expecting to be a little bit more timing based? Like, do you need to have a net worth lead at this stage of the game, or do we feel like they can combat versus Azure as the game goes on?
I think hypothetically they can, but I think the gold is on not necessarily the wrong heroes. I just think Illich is too poor to be because he's the one that's dealing with the Naga Siren most of the time, right? He's the one providing a lot of the chain control. They're not killing Naga unless the charge comes through from that SB. So if he's not going to be picking up this Shadow Blade, I don't think they're going to be able to have enough to find those pickoffs. I think it'll be pretty rare if Low puts himself in a really risky position again.
Might be able to get a kill onto Tian Ming, Slardens and Knight. What is that? Okay. That's Cap's voice line. That's so funny.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But you and Cap on my profile, right? Not even myself. You know how much I love myself.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Expecting to see an update from yours tomorrow.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's all right, though. I'll keep you off for as long as I can. Shovners? Looking for a solo kill, but Illich is here in your BKB. It's not going to do a whole lot. Nicely done from Knight. He's going to be able to keep MJZ alive. Should still be able to get the kill with the refresh of the Magnetize. And in fact, he won't. Oh, they use Stampede too. What's going on?
Yeah, there's overestimating himself a little bit. I mean, I understand wanting to get those free pickoffs whenever you can, but behind a tier 2 solo, it's not the time to do it. Maybe just wanted to put it in styling shoes a little bit as, MJZ let him know about it.
How the hell did he get the cheer? How did Tsunami get the cheer as well, actually, behind him? I want to know.
He's
Crafty individuals, yes. Yes, they are indeed. Some momentum being built for Thunder here. You do have to go up against a heart on the Naga now, though, so You're mentioning, you know, potentially the Spirit Breaker being able to address it, maybe even Pango as well, a little bit here even without the Maelstrom, but Hard is now a completely different beast.
It is, and I'm interested to see what Illich even chooses for his tier 2 neutral item. He's just holding on to it right now. Obviously, the movement speed from the Faded Brooch providing so much for a Spirit Breaker.
The Spirit Breaker. Uh-oh, gotta be cautious. Yeah, Sentry dropped and... Where do you run to? Just nowhere.
Just run away. Simple.
Bright and breezy.
Huh. I didn't even...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I didn't even notice FY is trying to scale. I didn't see Maelstrom.
I was literally about to mention FY. So, I mean, the thing is, I was wondering, do you just go Glipnir off the back of this? I feel like it wouldn't be the worst, having multiple heroes, for example, caught within the calling, dealing with illusions that might be made by the Shadow Demon feels pretty nice to me. And it's a natural progression of things, but maybe he just wants to sell the Circlet and then eventually upgrade into that later.
That's for me.
Overall, it's slow-paced game, right? You're getting nothing out of the Ages.
Which, I mean, they're getting farm, right? Which is what they wanted at the end of the day. They got a free kill onto Somnus without expending too much themselves. You're getting the Spirit Breaker bigger, which I think is the biggest deal for yourselves, right? Like, he's almost up to his level 15, so he's going to have even extra damage on top of everything else to be able to hit on through.
They do see low. Illich is pretty fast to be able to catch up to him. The rest of go down to the south though. Low ducks into the trees. They're gonna ping him out though. Night will start. Let's see if he's gonna have an opportunity to be able to get the ultimate off. Nice Manta dodge. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What? Low, that was incredible.
Would have only been better if Slutums had a basher at that time and was able to interrupt the TP out, but this is the stage where you want to make all these sorts of big plays, and yeah, Low.
This lead a bottom.
Faith in himself, yeah.
Double Knights together, hand in hand, but Somnus as well.
He's
with
not alone this
Chalice.
time.
It's the trio we've seen so much in the past, playing with the boys. Won't be able to get any kills though. Smiling Knight offering the protection. FI will be able to TP out in their face, but Somnus will not retreat as Slardums cuts off the escape avenue inside the river. And a nice roll as well to block one last opportunities with the remnants of that Aegis Thunder. Got a couple of kills on their side of the map.
They do, and I mean, they're getting a little bit greedy, I'll be honest, on Azure Ray, right? I feel like they are lacking a little bit of that damage potential. FY, he's not quite at the point where he's truly scaling, right? It's gotten past the point where a simple falling into dead shot is going to kill people. This isn't the laning stage anymore, so I feel like maybe if you're going to make that sort of play, you might need that Pierce the Veil for the extra little bit of damage.
The mirrored image dodge, apologies, not the Manta. We got to see it again though, and all its glory. Bottom lane, Chalice and Tian Ming. Any detection enjoyers there are, but it's a little bit too late.
He's actually gone for the Bulldoze cooldown instead of the damage, which, you know, I get. He just wants to be on the map and as unkillable as possible. He's even been able to pick up that planar pocket, which, I mean, feels pretty nice against the likes of Ensnare, against the lasso as well, if you're in the thick of things.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, this game's got a kind of a bit of a weird feeling to it. Azure had the net worth lead for, I mean, pretty much the entirety of this game, and it's been a very big lead as well, but impressed with how Thunder have been playing this, and I mean, they're going to get him too. He's got Moeta nearby, but I don't think FI is going to try and reveal himself. Knight does get the banish out, but it is time now for Azure to respond. Low's going to be here. Slardums can catch up to the Nagasai though. He's a lot of trouble. Low
another
gets
dodge.
The song out.
That was a Manta dodge.
He should make it to it. A late TP song covers the full duration nonetheless.
Damn.
What did he dodge that time?
Yeah, it was a Manta dodge.
What, did he dodge? Was it? I didn't see what he dodged.
He dodged the death. No, I remember he done something. I
did he?
forget what already, yeah.
Yes. Wait, no? What's going on here? Huh?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. It is a little bit of a weird state of affairs, for sure. I'm wondering if Illich is going to get lucky as well with some tier 3 neutral items. Would love to see him get a Defiant Shell as well. Just if he's getting any sort of right clicks onto him to be able to turn it around, maybe get a lucky bash. Always love those sorts of interactions with him, Darkseer, Faceless Void.
Radiant's middle
three.
tower is under attack.
Plenty of
Are scanning.
those tier 3 items available for them to pick up if they were wanting it. And he's finally looking to go into that Aghanim Scepter as well. So I really feel like he's been lacking a bit of this spell immunity for quite some time, as well as just the reduced cooldown.
Dude, this is a huge ward for Thunder to work with. Chalice just blindly running forward, but gets initiation onto Smiling Knight, who's not an easy person to kill. Simultaneously, Naga's going to try and deal with the backline, but still Thunder, they're running rampant. They'll be able to catch up to FY. A 1-for-1 to start. Chalice will also be able to deal with the ancient apparition as well. But it's the Thunder cores that might be able to turn the tides. Is it going to be enough, though? It's up to Knight, standing strong in the middle of it all. They're even wanting to buy back as well, but can they stop the retreat? It's on to Illich's Spirit Breaker, but they lost the cliff ward. They're going to see low inside the lane. They're going to need detection afterwards, though, and it's not going to be the case. So we see a much better fight, though. Once Azure was able to get the backline support, it was all set up from low, and then Chalice was able to jump as well.
Set up for Roshan, though, is the real question. Doing his best to try and clear out this bottom wave as much as possible, give as much information as he can on Smiling Knight. You've got a very small window where these cooldowns aren't available, and I just saw a smoke being swapped in by Tianming. They want to make a play here.
Illich showed across the map. It's going to take quite some time to get there, and Chalice, they're all grouped up. It could be a perfect timing as well for him to go. Roshan's about to fall, and they're going to get him as well. Nice blink. Knight gets over to the north, but it's not going to matter. Low hunts him down inside the trees.
Wasting a ton of time.
Simultaneously, though, should be able to deal with the bat right on that space created. He doesn't even die. Knight's still alive. And now Low, it's a defensive song. They want to go for Roche instead. It's pretty low, but the Cole Slardens. Oh no, the rolling. Okay, he can blink over the top. Gets bashed by Roche. At least he buys some time, though. The song is expired, and now they're back into the middle. The Smiling Knight. What's the call? Do you go for the kills or do you go for Roshan? It's MJZ over towards the northern side. Roche is about to drop. Who gets the ages? It's Low. Snags it up. Chalice. Beautiful hoofstop onto two, but Smiling Knight, he's got full resources, man. This bristleback is going uncontested. How are they going to be able to deal with him afterwards? They just want to avoid him. Get Slaloms over to the northern side and kite Smiling Knight as best as they can, but Low, he might not make it out, completely out of mana, soon to be out of health as well, because he's going to be geared up to go for the second round.
Illich just wanting to make sure he's not getting disrupted here. They want to try and find a quick kickoff onto Somnus if they can.
They won't get it though. Look how strong the Bristle is. He's got some other boys here, but it's just MJZ with a back turn. Bloodstone activated. Smiling Knight, he's not running anywhere. The Quills, the tips are well deserved, but you need to do more than that, my friend. The fight is not done just yet. Tianming tries to run down to the south, but Smiling Knight will lock onto his target, and he's got so much damage to find another. And that has to feel good for the young gun on Thunder.
Yeah, it does indeed. And the one that survives all through to the end of it as well is Illich. He's up to level 18, nearly level 19, has the Aghanim Scepter completed, and have a look at his net worth. He was by far the lowest core in the game coming out of the laning stage in the early mid-game, but he has solidified himself in a solid 4th position right now, and it's only going to grow from here. Like, it gets even better once he gets to level 20, that Charge of Darkness bonus speed. You previously needed that to be able to get a lot of the farm across the map, but now it's just going to be used purely for killing purposes, not just for farming.
Just looking back at that fight, since when did Chalice have a scepter? What?
Yeah, he briefly put FY into it, but didn't really do much.
Yeah, it's such a crazy.
He's going to scale. It's pretty good, right?
It feels like they have the read on how they need to have success in those fights with just avoiding Smiling Knight, but apparently he's just too strong at this stage. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Oh my god. Alright.
They are approaching the period where they can eventually deal with this stuff though, right? Like, FY, he's going towards the Silver Edge. He's got extra damage coming through from his level 15 talent. You've also got a nullifier being purchased up by Low as well. He's hit his own, level 20, so he's got more damage output too. Like, a lot of these things really do start to add up when you consider the Spirit Breaker and the Bristleback are the two main ones giving you a lot of issues in these fights. What they're building will directly address that.
Let's see smoke up though from Azure Ray. Thunder. They're going to mirror this movement as well. Bit separated. FI is not with the boys at the moment. Meanwhile, you have Low towards the north side of the map too.
They know that the charge came up top. They may be thinking that he's just underneath the Shadow Blade, but it's actually under a smoke.
We'll see Somnus near the portal.
Yeah.
They're very close to Low, and they might see the illusion shortly. They're already TPing out, so he'll be fine. Their side smoke does not work by the looks of it, so it's just now where they're able to get some wards down.
Level 20.
Dire's bottom tower.
A lot more
is under
damage coming
attack.
through now from Illich. A lot more farming potential. That Charge of Darkness only has a 6-second cooldown as well, so by the time you get to the lanes, you're basically free to go somewhere else.
Illich bottom. It's onto the Chalice. Azuri's starting to funnel some extra heroes nearby. Illich is going pretty deep though, and he might run into Low shortly.
Gotta love the Hitcher Ride, just a mini stampede for yourself.
Cooldown, 24 seconds, okay. I'd really like to see a gem considered for Thunder. We've spoken a lot about the importance of these supports being very squishy position based, and I think you've got one on Somnus. You've honestly had this gem for quite some time from Azure, and I think it's really going to need one on Dire. Illich?
They don't have vision of him.
Dude, how is he far? Okay, cool hero. It's closer to tier 2. Oh, he didn't get the banishment off. So he'll go down still. I mean, Illich has got a buyback, but Slardam's still going to try and get into the middle as well, but Azure have to be more than happy with that start, and they can go back in shortly once the cooldowns are there to work with.
First time he wasn't able to get that big initiation disruptor off. Got the demonic cleanse, but it just wasn't enough. It didn't pop, so didn't get the heal coming through from it, and had already used the blink dagger as well on Knight, so it's a little bit of a concern for himself. He has got
They don't go for it, do they? Burns it back. You'd love to force out the buyback in Illich. Meanwhile, Tian Ming, I mean, you see he's to the right of the T2 tower.
Knight has to be careful now. Like,
Yep.
you're having to deal with Silver Edge on FY. Like, this is legitimately something that you are scared of. You can get absolutely blown up. You've got the Lotus Orb, I suppose, to be able to give yourself a little bit of protection, as well as the Titan Sliver, just for that magic and status resistance, but you're looking to save those for things like the Orchid, and you've even got a Silver Edge on the Naga Siren as well, so it's about the coordination of when they are looking to use these things. Bait out, basically, the big cooldowns from the Bristleback.
Slardam's getting very close to almost being solo killed from Low with this Orchid. Actually, not going to do much, so let's read from him. Meanwhile, top lane, MJ's here trying to protect the ward. Will go down, but at least it was time for the charge. Illich is actually going to connect with this. Is this an opportunity for them to take a fight? You've got the Bristle back into the middle with a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Chalice gets the Earth Spirit out of danger, but they're not done just yet on Thunder as Slardams closes on to FY. One kill in the bag. Can they get more though? Illich spies another. Low's going to be there with his song. Ooh. Right. Quick pause. What's going on?
I don't know. Who paused? Chalice. Must not have liked the food.
Jesus.
Getting some acid reflux, I don't know. High stress situation, it happens.
Oh, all right, what's going on? So Song used how long? It's, I mean, 3/4. Chalice has got stun ready to go. You got Stampede as well to retreat.
I think you just get out.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. Yep, Tianming looking at TP, looking at TP out as well. Earthspirit's boat? Or is that just my... hang on. You gotta stop. What am I looking at? What's going on? Why is it
I
boat?
have no idea. He's there. It must have been the Hitcher Ride.
What? What's going on?
Well,
what am I
that's
actually...
the reason for the pause. Oh, they kicked... No? He kicks him... No, he kicked them away. Well...
Why are they pausing the game? What's going on? What am I looking at?
I mean, at least he was breakdancing. Oh, he's going to try and hitch him again? Or he just can't target him?
Dire's bottom
Hello? I've never seen this. What?
At least he's making it
Why is no
entertaining
one-
with like breakdancing instead of just sitting still.
How are we still on fours? What is going on?
I don't know, man. What are you meant to do in this sort of situation?
Dude, I have to imagine what the comms I'm trying to. Not even cracking a smile on Somnus. So I guess you can target maybe the top? Is that what? Is he gonna try it?
Always wanted to be a giant
What?
space crab.
I don't know. It was a prank.
Bro, we're looking at
Riders
top.
up again. Ha! Yes! Let's go.
Yeah,
How to play.
oh my god, dude. It's just, dude, it's
What are
an
you meant to
interesting
do?
game.
Use a keyboard and a mouse. Oh, come on. That's a little bit of BM.
So look, I have no idea. My only suggestion would be you click the icon at the top. I have to imagine Chalice has already tried that because he's a very big brain.
But we can click it, right? I assume that that's the similar sort of thing. Normally, like, we couldn't click a Dark Willow in Shadow Realm. It's just, like, untargetable. So, is it a similar sort of thing where, like, it just nothing works to fix it? Maybe they can try a Force Staff. Maybe they could try... Is there a way to, like... No, it's a shame. It's a shame he couldn't, like, buy Bloodstone and then, like, use it to sacrifice himself like he used to, you know?
So I saw it happen in that fight where he used roll and somehow Chalice put him in the war
Hits the
storm when he
right,
was when he was invulnerable. So now he's just plugged. Beautiful boulder.
Well, what else is there? What can you potentially do? What if he bought Ag Scepter and enchanted himself and like kicked him? Maybe that.
Then
would
how is he gonna buy Ags? He's got 200 gold. What if one of these suggestions?
You bring the courier to yourself and you sell it.
I hope I don't want to say it, but I don't want to say it. I want to say it.
Is G apparently? Well, yeah, that's like I had the same reaction MJ said. Oh, good to see that the SA.
Oh, fine.
Not fine, but he's like, what can we do about it? Oh. You gotta try again. Get him in. Oh. He's like, get away from me. You did this to me, Chalice. He's trying to stop, but they're trying everything. What else
Is
can
he
they
dropping
do?
items? Picking up.
The gem's still on the ground. He's picking it now.
Dude,
Don't let them have it.
Love to hear the comms.
I wouldn't. It'd be depressing as hell.
Dude, I actually am speechless. You gotta try and TP.
Can he?
Dude, Chalice is about to die.
With the gem?
He's gonna die. What is this game? What's going on? Can he even get out? I mean, it's got Stampede off the workhorse. They're just gonna take a fight around Somnus's body. Are we serious right now?
That's pretty
He's gonna
smart.
stand idly by and watch Chalice die. This, like,
This is Ice Frog's finest creation right here on this top side. This rolling hamster ball of death, but it's not actually rolling.
I see no other way but a remake. I don't even know if we have that.
I don't know. I remember, what was it? Liquid OG last TI? It's possible, apparently. He's farming away.
He's laughing.
Make the most out of it.
Giant space crab.
Poor baby.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Poor baby.
I
This
agree.
is some incredible things. I mean, Dota never stops to amaze with what is possible in this game. No, just
Said go. No, yeah. That'd be my response.
night pause for them as well, and then like go. Like,
What
yeah,
else
duh.
can they do? I'm looking for any neutral items. Like, all right, has he got a neutral item yet? He does, damn. No tier 4 items can really, like, change positioning. I was thinking maybe, like, if he hadn't picked Ogre Seal Totem yet, maybe he could try something with that. What else do you need to wait for?
Can I go smart?
Oh, don't leave the room. Okay. If it gets to 50 minutes, Fallen Sky, surely.
I've always
They
wanted to
cannot
be a
get out
giant
of it.
space crab.
Did I say 50, 60 minutes? Like with Luppy smoke. Is he still smiling? He is a little bit.
I honestly, I love how they haven't even brought up like remake admin, just anything. Because some of this is like, this is it. He's succumbed to it. It's like there's nothing that can be done. He trusts the boys to somehow win 4, and it's a true 4v5. It's not like they can. It's not like they can even control him.
They got to bait him up towards the top side. We always get one of these games, don't we? One of these games where something has to go wrong. Ugh.
What happened? What happened with the OG Liquid? I know there was like a super
It was the
long
classic bug. It was the classic bug where someone like disconnected and couldn't read.
That's right. Yeah, it was a DC one. Okay. So that was a 2-hour pause? No? Some stupid amount?
It was at least 1.5 hours, yeah. And they started talking about which of them is which Naruto character during the pause. I wonder if we could get a similar sort of discussion going. Any anime profile pics that we got here?
We're not doing this. We're so much better.
What else are we doing, bro? What else are we doing?
I don't want to go down the route of... Dude, he queued up man to the giant, like... I don't know, man.
If that makes 3 balls, I will laugh my ass off.
Oh my god, dude. I don't know. This is some wild stuff.
I can't believe a player actually bought my voice loan. Wow. I'm happy. Spam it.
That's all you're thinking about right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm thinking about. Oh, look at that. Even a Wyvern emote. They're listening to me. Thank you, Knight. I appreciate you.
Well, this is, I must say, never would have expected to see anything like that or be in this position. But and like I said, Dota is, it's a beautiful game, man. We're still in beta, but it's all right. We get moments like this where we can hold hands, speak about what campfire stories do we want to tell?
Campfire stories?
I don't know. Campfire stories are cool. I mean, I can set one up.
I mean, we could do trivia as well if you want.
What trivia would you like to do? Are we doing the...
What is the passive
names?
of Stormcrafter?
Cyclone?
Bottled
Just
lightning.
the basic? Oh, wait. Oh, you said Storm... Yeah, okay, sorry.
What do you think I meant?
Oh, passive. I thought you meant active. Sorry. I thought active instead of passive.
It doesn't have an active.
I know. I just... Yeah. What was the... That was, I thought a while ago when the mini yours.
Yeah. Maybe it was just cycling, yeah. Not sure. All right, campfire story, hit me.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't have any campfire
You have
stories.
absolutely nothing. Cool.
Oh, we're going to replay.
Oh, here we go, replay. We get to see what happened.
I think so, yeah.
I would assume so. All right, here we go. Here's what to do to ruin your club, everyone. I mean, we know who the culprit is. Yeah, there it is.
Roll. That's so crazy.
And he was BKB'd as well, so it like ends up wasting the BKB too, and then he just leaves him there as the rolling ball of not death, the bigger version of Slardam's Pango roll. Oh, this is all panic no disco right now.
I didn't even notice that's why we paused. That's so crazy.
My camera was away from it. I was like, what?
That makes so much sense now. All right, wow, that's crazy. Well, I think as a whole, I mean, we've got a little bit of time. We can do maybe some expectations. I've just refreshed Wikipedia, saw that Spirit guaranteed first place, or well, guaranteed, I don't know if that's first or at least upper yet, top 2 for Group A. So they are 6-0 map count
my winner
today.
picks, or my grand final picks.
That's incredible. I mean, this team is just leveling up as a whole when we get to it. There's this kind of meme or storyline, whatever you want to say, going around with they upgrade, they level up when you get to a big prize pool. But it's truly something that we've seen from them so far. But you said Spirit Tundra was what you were expecting, right?
Correct. I was also expecting Talon to be top 6, and they are 0-4 at the moment. So
that's right.
Who they got left? Keyd Stars and Quest. Winnable, but so was TSM. I was expecting at least a 1-1 in that one.
Good to see though for TSM, because this is also a team that has had a very rocky year. They looked very good at BetBoom Darcher, but being able to come in I mean, some of these boys as well. The organization was knocked out in groups last year too. So
You know what? I'm actually I've changed my opinion. I want to see TSM in front of a crowd because I cannot wait for the USA chant, and there are 0 Americans on that roster. So that's what I absolutely want to see. What do you got? A Peruvian, Canadian, Russian, a Brit, and an Indonesian guy. So like, have fun with that. But you know what? I'm going to be there chanting that as well if they end up making it that far.
Honorary Americans that they are, so they can help represent them. We'll see what Shopify is able to continue to do as well. But
also no Americans other than Bulba on that team.
This is at least we got nouns here. Come on, man. What are you trying to say? Nouns 1-1 Beastcoast. They got 2-0.
You got Snake King is what you got.
Yeah, that's true. At least someone's able to represent. Hey, we of course we got Quinn as well with Gladiators, so now they're able to continue going. They're 2-0 at Virtus.pro, so had a bit of a rocky start versus LGD, who are also 4-0 to close out the day. But it's an exciting time, dude. Whenever we get around to this year, I don't know. It's this time of the year. It's the stakes ramp up. I know we had a big tournament in Riyadh, but it always feels like that TI magic is there, and we're going to see that continue to be the case, through multiple days. And again, it's a long road to the international and a long TI as well.
Mm-hmm. For sure. What are you looking forward to the most when you go over to Seattle outside of the Dota?
Really, just like I want to see the stadium. I'm very excited to see the stadium. Back to what was TI7 was the last time that we were in Seattle. So just to be able to go there and see the stadium, I've heard that it's pretty goddamn crazy from previous. And again, I know they've changed the stadium a little bit. So
fresh renos.
Yes, so I'm very excited to see what is able to be done there because we were both in Singapore last time and the finals was incredible. I mean, that's just it's so crazy to go and also just like the fact that there is a stadium filled of people just for a video game is like what's going on. And also like I'm bringing the person who got me into Dota, I'm bringing to TI as well. So get to see like his first perspective of TI. So that's pretty much what I'm excited for the most, I'd say.
Say his name. No, I'm kidding. But the other thing as well is like, man, this is the most beautiful Aegis we've ever gotten, by the way. Like that is, it's going to be a rare Pepe, the people that end up getting that replica Aegis from the compendium. And I'm going to be one of them. I really want this Aegis. And, if the actual stadium itself, in terms of the decoration, is anything like that, then I think we're going to be in for a treat, the live viewers. Yeah,
I mean, the artwork is, I don't know, it's crazy. Even just looking at, the graphic they put out for the hosts, just what would you even call it? I don't know, it's not the proper word, but like the church glass kind of behind them. I'm sure it's not mosaic glass. Is that it?
It's just stained glass.
Yes, sure, stained glass and the artwork of that behind. If you got anything like that in the stadium, I don't know, dude, I might freak out. So... It's going to be good to be back in Seattle. I must say I'm not looking forward to the cold.
It's not the cold, it's the rain. That's the thing with Seattle. Like anything to the west of the Rockies is always going to be like super rainy. So whether it be Vancouver or Seattle or wherever, it's definitely the rainy season. So bring an umbrella on the off days. Spend your time indoors. I think I'm going to be going to the aquarium if you want to join me one of those days. It's not just me. There's a few of us, so you don't have to worry
if you want to.
Okay, well, as long as you offered. Yeah.
So, no. What are you excited for? You've been TI Seattle, yeah?
No, not TI Seattle, but I've been to Seattle before. The fish market's really cool as well. They literally just throw around fish a bunch of times.
Okay.
And what else? The Space Needle's pretty cool. The aquarium will be pretty cool. And, just seeing everyone again will be pretty cool. By the way, if you're going to be there, we're going to be there. So just come up and say hi. We've both given one autograph in our lives for Dota-related things. So make it two. Let's go.
I'll give you my autograph. It's okay, Dano. Don't worry. I can give you mine. I know you're asking for it just secretly deep down, but we're going to send it a break. We need to try and fix some of the crazy issues that's going on, and hopefully we can get back in and see a resolution to this game in particular. So don't go anywhere, guys. We still have a lot more in store for us in this game in particular. We'll see you guys shortly. Like some previous times, we do not get an hour and a half break. In fact, it's a pretty quick break, which is good to see because in the past we've had some issues of not being able to remake some lobbies. Well, this time there's no issue at all. We're going to be back underway very, very shortly. Same minute mark as well. Nothing crazy at all. 40 minutes in, everyone's here, ready to go.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that if it was... There's some debate going on between the players. If it was 38, 39, 40 minutes that it all happened, who had the gem, who was dead for how long. It's never a dull moment in Dota for sure. But, well, I'm sure it'll all get resolved pretty soon. Nice and smooth. But at least we've been able to get back into the game without a hamster ball that is Somnus. Although, can you see Somnus on your end? He's like invisible for me.
I think it just because it paused straight away.
Okay.
But yes, he's also... not there for
I
me.
can see everyone else. He's old PA. He's like the old PA with a blur that you had to like change the brightness on your PC monitor in Dota 1 to be able to actually see her. Oof, that was rough. You know me, my colorblind issues and stuff.
I have absolutely no idea what you're speaking about, but I'm just kind of nodding.
You probably weren't even born yet. That's probably why.
What are we speaking? Like 2004 maybe?
Yeah, 5, 6, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I was a young little baby, young little spry pop. We're underway and
man, Somnus immediately went into the rolling boulder as well as soon as he got out. So just for everyone that knows, the thing that happened is apparently you cannot roll at the same time that you get brought into a hitch a ride. And also you just couldn't make any movements happen after the fact. There had to be a remake. They all respawned back in their base, and I guess we're just going now from this point forward. Have they lost all of their tier 2 items, or are they getting extras? I think they're getting extras.
I don't know. I honestly have no idea what's going on. They're already... Wait, is Roche spawn? There's no Roche. So we're getting another remake.
The icon says there is.
Like, there's no Roche.
Just go high ground, forehead. Easy. FY should have known that his Deadshot hit someone.
Oh, they even stampeding.
All right. Don't get him in the thing.
Oh, wait, just spawned. What?
Roche.
I'm not, like, tripping,
no,
right?
It was
there
not
was
there.
no Roche.
Maybe it's like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Alright. Nonetheless, we got Roche on Thunder. It's going to be a Scepter as well, so let's see who they're going to give this one over to. Who do you actually
know?
He might eat it?
No, not AA.
He's under attack.
You're Bristle? I mean, I feel like Bristle's going to get max slotted soon.
Run up to Chalice. A little bit awkward position for Chalice to be in. Okay.
He's still holding on to the blessing.
Who is so?
Sludham. Looks like he swapped his own out. I feel like you give it over to the Bristleback. Like, he's going to have money to be able to play with soon enough, right? He did eat it, but he ate it himself. And I think Pango also ate it, and now Pango's going to sell.
Okay, so this is...
He literally just did that. And now he's finally going into a Glipnir as well for the Pangolier, who he's brought the recipe for the Glipnir. No, he's actually got the Maelstrom as well. So now you've got ways to be able to deal with the Naga illusions outside of just the Spirit Breaker charge. So, I mean, Thunder have been able to claw this one back, which is, pretty admirable. They were way behind.
I mean, 7,000 net worth lead at 42 minutes and is nothing, right? Like, this is very much even. So... what are the key things we need to look at? Potentially low going down. Like, that's a big thing. Slardens pops the beekeeper on Illich before the song is there, so he can hold the Naga inside the river. And no one is remotely close to the Naga. He's going to try and juke. No way. No way, Low. He's standing still, gets the force up. Are you serious? You've got to stop him from getting out. You can't let him make a highlight play like that on you. Tries to get the kick away. Challenge with the Operation Protect the President. And he's got to get out.
Oh, saving Private Low. They just get him out of there. It was a full team effort to be able to do it. And he's a tanky boy, right? Like, he is almost 6 slotted at this point.
Now Somnus, who's actually in trouble? Somnus, he's got heart. This man's tanky without an Ice Blast connecting. They'll turn now with the Atos to set up low. He's going to charge back in.
Triple's
a
done.
hell of a charge. But where's Smiling Knight? Where is their damage without him here? It's all Azure Ray. 3 members get blown up. Now they've got the break as well on Smiling Knight. Slardens as well is getting ripped apart. It's going to be Bristle against the world, but Smiling Knight, he might be able to win this man fight. He's still got the Aegis as well to keep in mind. Do they even consider about buying back? Do they even need to buy back? Spirit Vessel is going to be the big thing in question here. Knight will avoid the first one. Chalice is back over the top. Break reapplied. And First Light taken care of. There's the buyback, but it might be too late, man.
Very late.
No way he's going to be able to get there soon enough, so they'll kill him a second time. And that is a buyback wasted.
It's a buyback wasted, and before that, like as he was about to die, he ended up buying the plate mail. So spending 1,400 gold, wouldn't have had the buyback anyway. But I mean, maybe something would have worked out where you can secure, I don't know, some bounty runes. They probably haven't spawned yet anyway. But you know, just little things like that means that there's guaranteed no bristleback for the next 80 seconds. And suddenly, just like that, a 7k net worth lead is ballooned all the way back out to 16 again.
It's a big level 25s too. Somnus Magnetize Undispellable. A little bit of extra hoof stomp duration from Chalice could be huge. I mean, what a charge from Illich, but unfortunately just not enough. The first fight we've seen from Thunder where Smiling Knight hasn't been there at the start.
He needs to be who all the attention gets focused onto, right? Like he's who you want to be hitting with that demonic cleanse, with the disruption. Nearly level 25 on the Spirit Breaker as well, though. I wonder what he goes for. Because you're not really right-clicking at this stage on the SB. You don't need that greater bash chance. I feel like it's the Bulldoze barrier. He's using it every 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's very short cooldown.
He's moving so fast, man. And he's almost got a silver edge as well. What I would have told the admins, like, oh yeah, I actually had a block of cheese. Put that in my inventory, please.
They're not. Of course you would do that. Try and cheat the system.
Nah.
Disappointed. I thought better of you, Smiling Knight. The Shadow Demon's not nearby to be able to protect him as well. Can they blow him? Not with Slardens counter initiation. The Pango buys some time. Batrider's gone, and now they're going to turn to F5. Low will help them though. Song's pretty good. Gets some retreat away, but Somnus, he's not nearby this song. Still gets as well some roll, but meanwhile Lowe's in some danger over to the left side. Charles able to get the jump in.
Is he going to hit him
3. Smiling Knight, though, once again being able to really start to rack up the damage, and Low is falling lower and lower. Gets the hit to ride. It's not going to be enough, though. They should get the kill on the Nugget. They need more out of it. Low's still alive. Low, someone kill this man. You can't let him live. On a slither of health once again, and now Smiling Knight tricks the cloak. He gets out. No way. They're not going to kill him too.
How does he live, man? How does he get out? That's insane. Oh my god, he's not even level 25 yet. He's got room to grow. He can get even bigger. Boots of Travel level 2, just providing the extra movement speed to make sure he gets the hell out. And he actually finds someone as well. No BKB available. Has got enough damage.
It's a huge solo kill. Oh boy.
He just got a full level and a half off of that.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Another fight back to back going Azure's way, and up the high gun they're going to go once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structure
Got the buyback on Illich at least. Doesn't feel like the towers are going to be taking too much damage, at least without the Naga Siren. Looking to wait it out as long as possible. Get the Pango there alongside him. There's still a gem inside of the Radiant Triangle.
Oh, Stampede in. Chalice wants to go, senses an opportunity. It'll force the buyback. Still 4v5 without the Pango. Smiling Knight knows no fear with the charge on full.
Risky.
The Low's had enough.
Risky putting her on to Somnus again.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
They're able to get on out. Crazy game, back and forth. Even what is that? A Moon Shard that you've now finished up. Eats it on low as well. So even more ways to just absolutely obliterate people with that Riptide damage. to be very careful where he's playing on the Spirit Breaker now as well. Nowhere near as tanky as he used to be. Doesn't have that buyback as an option. It feels like Slardums has fallen off in a big way. I know he's ahead of the SB and the Earth Spirit in net worth, but it really doesn't feel that way. I guess
Oh,
they'll
jump in
do that.
again. Shady teammates too far away with the break. They're going to have to damage. Knight tries to jump in, but no
just
buyback
bought
on
the AC.
Smiling Knight, and that's it. Two heroes gone without the buyback as well. They're going to be able to catch up to MJZ. We've just seen Slardums now as well is going to get caught up to. It's just one by one.
It's a
They'll
dieback.
try and get the Ice Blast to buy some time if the stun connects onto multiple, but it will not. And these most recent fights, whenever Knight hasn't been there to stop the initiation, Azure Ray have always been able to blow some up 4-0, and they'll be able to take it in the end. It was an interesting game one, but Azure Ray will take it.
All right, I want to ask you something. 3.6k HP the Bristleback has. Guess how much of Bristleback's HP died because of FY? The position form
80%?
with.
I don't
Yeah, about that. You know, like it's crazy the amount that he was able to do. Basically pure magic damage coming through once he pops that Pierce the Veil with all the farm that he's been able to pick up. And of course the break as well coming through from that Silver Edge. So very nice. It must be a bit of a sigh of relief. And well, hopefully Somnus is able to crack a smile and, you know, have a nice story to be able to tell people. But looks like they're still in good spirits. Of course, a win will do that for you. But Thunder really did bring it back even before that that remake happened. You know, they had closed in the gap a fair amount. Is this the same replay?
Yeah,
Oh my God, we get to relive the moments of what set this whole action in place. Yeah, there he goes off to the side, the glowing ball, and well, then it was about 20 minutes until we were able to do anything else.
It's all get you out of your whatever mentality you're in, and I felt, I mean, every single fight afterwards, we just weren't able to see Thunder kind of click on on what they were prior to that. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, there's nothing you're going to be able to do. So, you know, Azure have the game one advantage. I have no idea who they give the MVP
FY.
to. What?
It has to be. I mean, he set up so much with those dead shots in the early game. Like I said, he's the one that killed the Bristleback at the end of the game. He's the one that killed him there as well. Like, he was the choice to scale into something that is legitimately scary later on when you didn't really have too much of anything else. Even just the reposition, right? Knowing where the Bristleback is going to be pathing as a result of the dead shot fear is so significant. It allows you to set up for an incredible amount of work.
So
This is it, I think. Just look at FY absolutely rip him apart. Broke and like 4 hits him. Crazy stuff.
very interesting if we're going to see like more, you know, Moets of 4s, and also you're potentially them scaling into the late game like we saw from FY in this game in particular. So it was a very fun game to watch nonetheless from both these two teams. I hope we get a kind of a repeat of this with just an all-out aggression in this following game as well.
Yeah, not another bug, hopefully.
Yes,
but, no, it's always great to see these teams. And I mean, Thunder, they don't get a lot of the flowers that they deserve, right? Like they made it here. It was a very challenging qualifiers, and we've seen that they're able to really take it to some of these top teams. You know, Azure Ray are no jokes. They are multi-time TI Grand finalists. It's crazy stuff of what they're able to do. And we'll see if they're able to continue the ball rolling, because this brings them now to 2-1 game score, I believe. Thunder are down to 1-4, but it's not all done and dusted for them. They still have chances to be able to come back. They have already played against Shopify, so I mean, they basically need this second win to just keep themselves within reaching distance, because the last game that they've got to play is up against Team Liquid, who are sitting at the top of the leaderboards right now. So you would expect that maybe they need 3 wins total, and I don't think they're 2-0ing Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, with the performance that we've seen out of them, though, like these haven't been run over games. I must say, I did not see how they looked versus BetBoom, though. I mean, one of them was a 57-minute game, so obviously that was not an easy victory for BetBoom as well. So yeah, this team, you know, is still no joke at all with Thunder, which I think is the impressive thing. And I really don't think I feel like I say this every time, but I feel like this tournament, the level of competition is the highest it's ever been, and it feels like anyone can kind of take a map of each other, and we almost saw that be the case in this game in particular. And we might see it be the case in the following game as well. But for our last series of the night, Azure Ray is going to be able to come out on top, at least with game one, though. But we still have one more game to go. Will it be 2-0, or will Thunder be able to find a tie? We'll find out very shortly after the break. Welcome back to the final game of the day. Azure Ray game advantage in the best of two. Thunder Awaken, though, took them all the way to the end. Was a very, very competitive game as a whole. We've got our second draft up on screen. Then, what are we hoping to a little bit different heading into this draft?
Well, Somnus has gone and had his smoke, so I'm sure he's probably very happy about that. It's rinse, repeat, do it all again. I think the big thing for mine was that they were just a little bit disconnected last time, no pun intended, honestly, coming through from Thunder Awaken. And it felt like it got to that point where the Naga Siren was just way too powerful. And it was honestly a bit of a repeat of exactly what happened when Somnus and Chalice played in those Asian games, right? The position 4, it was Jinkyu there, it was FY here. They became a legitimate core. So I think they always want to give themselves an option to make sure that they can have FY scale into that later game hero, whatever it might be. You know, we've seen it with his Hoodwink, we've seen it with his Huerta, of course, we've seen it even with like a Tiny that he's able to do it with. And of course, FY Rubik, insane. Earthshaker, of course, insane. These are the sorts of heroes that I'm really wanting to see him play.
Let's have a...
They ban out the Muerta.
Get the Treant Protector that slips through though, so... We've seen FY in the past as well play the Treant Protector as a 4-2, so it's not like it's just going to be Tianming that plays it. Do you often, like, what do you think overall about the hero? Because I know it's very strong at the moment, and we've seen it kind of with the last patch and at Ray at Masters and Dream League. What do you feel like a position 4 Treant Protector provides that like a 5 doesn't?
Potentially it could just be good for the lane, right? A lot of the good heroes right now are melee cores, with the exception of what, like Muerta. Morphling's not really that strong right now. Medusa's not really that strong right now. Drow's not really that strong right now. Luna, it's basically a melee hero. It's basically just like that and Troll that are able to actually stay at range. So you do a pretty good job of just bullying away the enemy carry, preventing them from being able to get a lot of last hits. And I mean, the value of, you know, his insane right-click damage, even just at level 1, can't be underestimated. It basically forces you to use spells to be able to last hit anything in the lane.
It's also, besides it just being incredibly good, the Treant, it's a bit of a block pick. I mean, in the TI qualifiers, Thunder, MJZ picked it up 5 times, 100% win rate with those games. And I was taking a look at the games that Smiling Knight, like his hero pool, he was actually playing like more ranged heroes than not, which I 100% agree with you. Like, we're getting a lot of melee carries at the moment. So maybe just taking them a little bit out of their comfort or whatever, because that, you know, was a style where you just went Treant plus like a ranged hero. So it's, you know, of course, you know, not only that, but also very strong for Azure, but they still ban out the Bristol back as well.
Boring Kunkka. I was wanting to see Slatums play his Omni Knight mid. That's what I really wanted to see. You know, it's all, what is it with these SA mids, right? It was Chris Luck with his Ogre Magi that I wanted to see not coming through, and for Slatums it's Omni Knight, which wouldn't have been horrible against a Treant Protector, but probably still way too early to pick something like that up.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you feel like there's heroes in particular that are coming to mind, or like is able to play better into the Conquer mid lane? Like, it seems like he's just a super staple mid laner that isn't going to be too concerned. That is a very interesting one. Okay.
That is the one, basically. Like, I think of him and maybe a Razor, but mid Razor doesn't really feel super strong these days. I feel like you just need to, I don't mind the Doom. That's another hero that we actually haven't really touched on in terms of the percent damage, right? The Infernal Blade, good amount through that. OD, great scaling as well. Anything that's like percentage based is always going to be good, which the Sanity's Eclipse is. Well, not percentage, but you get what I mean. Like, it multiplies. And yeah, it's just a pretty solid lane against the Kunkka. Back in the time where like Kunkka was just played constantly, OD was basically the only counter to it.
I know in the qualifiers as well, Azure, every game they picked the Doom, it was actually given to FY. There were no games that Chalice played it. Chalice has got an incredible Doom. We've seen it in the past. It's not like he can't play it, but it was just interesting that in the qualifiers, they would only give it to FY.
And it does fit the MO of what we were talking about before, right? Giving FY something that is capable of being played as a position 4. You know, you can slightly change it up. Maybe you go like Boots of Bearing instead. But you've got the potential to go into something that provides more of that additional core if it does get to the 40-plus minute mark of the game, which a Doom absolutely can. I mean, especially with a Treant as well, right? Your towers are a lot safer, more map to be able to farm, slows down the enemy team. especially if they don't go into something that's able to actively take towers. And you'd have to say a Shadow Demon and a Kunkka don't necessarily do that. So that's really what I'm wanting to see come through from Thunder in these next couple of picks. And Invoker, for the first time today, we're going to get to see it. And a Skywrath Mage as well. Damn, these are not tower takers at all, but they do deal a lot of damage. And there's a good amount of control. My main concern is what happens once you've got BKBs online. You know, sure, you can slow people down a little bit with the Demonic Purge, but you drop off massively in effectiveness with the Skywrath and the Invoker.
Are you looking at something like a Lifestealer then?
It's a possibility. Against the Kunkka, feels pretty solid. You can build a little bit more active. I mean, it makes, again, people harder to kill, just being able to get that Infest Bomb off, which does feel kind of nice.
We're looking at a range here, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. I know Low in the past has really liked Arc Warden, and this hero is, I think, actually going to be pretty, like, somewhat decent, especially with the changes. So I don't know if, again, we're looking for a range hero to play with the Treant Protector. We're going to get a Spectre, which is incredibly strong versus the two squishy-based supports that Thunder have this game. And like we saw last, I also think this hero is very undervalued. Maybe that's not even, I haven't particularly heard many other people. Yeah, underpicked, sure. I think this hero is quite strong at the moment. There was a game in the qualifiers where I cannot remember who it played. In fact, I think it was a China qualifier game where the Spectre just, with the new change, with the Haunt not being your
Shadow
ultimate,
Step,
just looked incredible with the item build. And I think he was buffed a lot in the recent patch. And I think
20
this is going to
seconds
be
less on that cooldown. It's a minute now, which is kind of insane. You get so much more assist gold coming through, even just using it. You don't even need to reality to the unit, right? You just need to be part of those gank attempts. To be fair, I wouldn't say this is necessarily the strongest, like, early killing roster, but if they're just going all out greed on Azure Ray, right? You've got a Treant Protector to be able to stall things out. You've got a Doom who could be 3 or 4, more likely 4, and you've got an OD that, I mean, maybe he builds Meteor Hammer on Somnus, but who knows? It could just be a Midas if they feel like Thunder really don't have a way to be able to punish this greed. And right now they don't.
I'm really intrigued, honestly, what the build's going to be from Spectre, because I think the game that I'm referring to, I for some reason feel like I don't know if it was Earn into Vessel, but I think it was like maybe Earn into like Yasha Diffusal, just some like very early game items. Maybe there's a consideration for Blade Mail with how strong that is, but I honestly would really like a Vessel for him this game against the Conquer. So I think you can go that and potentially try and scale in a different way, you know, into the Yasha, just the early game items, and have the OD be, and just your raw team fight be the big factor as this one goes on.
Mm-hmm. Let's try to consider what they actually want with their last overall pick for Chalice, if it is going to be Chalice's hero, to be able to finish things off. No more Centaur. I mean, someone that buys a pipe, basically, is what I want, and that could very well still just be the Doom. So I'm also just thinking, what does FY really want to be looking to play with? Is this Rubik still in the pool? It's not a horrible Rubik game.
You
Maybe
could
a bit
consider
more
it.
stuns.
Okay. I was going to say Darkseid, just, I mean, if a Doom's getting played as a 4 and a pipe builder, I mean, Shadow Demon is my only, like, deterrent, but if you're looking for an aura builder.
Yeah, it looks like FY's the one doing a lot of the talking, so might be his hero that's set to come next. I just really feel like they don't exactly have a lot to be able to hold people into place, you know? You've got Overgrowth, you've got the Infernal Blade, but that's about it, you know, in terms of what you can actually use to hold them in place to do damage with.
It's not the off lane, is it?
I feel like it's the off lane silencer coming from Chalice here.
All
You know
right,
what? I'm happy to see it. He was the original off-lane Enchantress before anyone else, before Seb, before Pure, before 33 was doing it. I still want to see 33 play Chen this TI, because man plays a good off-lane Chen.
5 seconds.
See what the response is going to be from Thunder, though. What hero does Smiling Knight want? Need a way to take objectives.
Yeah. That also breaks. Would be nice. I mean, I'm a position 1 Legion commander? I don't know. Something a little weird. I mean, Blade Mail against the Spectre's not horrible. You need something to combo the Mystic Flare together with other than the Kunkka. Slark, maybe. TB. Okay. Not horrible. And it does take objectives. That's the big thing that we're really wanting, right? We want to make sure that this map gets opened up, and it is going to be the off-lane silencer played by Chalice. I'm sure they had that in mind the entire time with where this pick's going to go. And, well, you really want to be making quite favorable trades happening if you're this silencer, and TB, when he's in that Metamorphosis form, he prevents that from being able to happen. And, of course, you're squishy as hell. So it really... I wonder if it's going to be one of those cases where you have a tri-lane to be able to start this game off. Just find Chalice, disruption, into concussive shot, into meta, with a blood grenade, try and kill him before the game even begins.
Yeah, it feels like your positioning is just going to need to be pretty on point in how they're able to scout up the sky, right? Like potential rotations through the portal too. So we'll see if they will be able to catch Chalice out a couple of times. One thing with the Terrorblade Shadow Demon, I do feel like Azure Ray, like we brought up last game, with how the Naga wasn't contested in regards to the supports being able to deal with the illusions. I think it's very similar this game, with Azure Ray not really being able to deal with the TB pushing the waves. But I'm just very concerned on how the late game fights are going to look when you've got a Spectre being able to kill the supports and with kind of the team fight advantage that Azure Ray has.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that as well. I mean, the thing leading me towards Azure a little bit more is, of course, that late game potential, but also just the fact that I do want to see Low go a little bit more of an active style on the Spectre, and those two things don't really go well together. But if you go into that Spirit Vessel style, I think it still could work out very well for you. You can make frequent ganks with that Shadow Step, because just with a TB being picked, Radiance is off the table immediately. You know, you don't want the reflection just to turn that back onto the rest of your team.
There's currently Treads Blade Mill, so again, like we were kind of saying, it's just some early items I'd really like, whether that's you're considering Yasha afterwards, whether Diffuser Blade. Like you want to look to get very active with the low cooldown Shadow Step that you have. We'll see who he's going to combine with, though, because he doesn't really have the greatest heroes overall to look to make plays. Maybe like an early blink on Somnus could enable that. Potentially how much farm FY gets, but yeah, let's see how they're going to look to try and play this overall from Azure.
Last game of the day, who's taking it?
I think Dire. I really like the draft. I mean, me for Thunder, it's just, what are you able to get? You've got some really good heroes to be able to set up together with Conquer and the Sky, so X into Mystic Flare. Even the Invoker can be pretty decent as well. You know, depending on the levels, the Shadow Demon can also roam with his team. So I think that's probably the bigger advantage that Thunder have with the early game. But I'm very concerned as this game goes on. Azure is just going to pick them apart.
The battle begins.
I mean, Silent Knight does say that his team... Hold on.
Yeah, nah, this it's a hell of a fight we got breaking out at the moment. Looks like with the help of the lead seed from Tianming, that'll keep them healthy to chase down First Blood. And they'll split away to opposite directions. Knight gets the bounty. And while other Knight also continues to buy back in Tianming. But First Blood's going to be picked up for Dire. Who got it? FY.
So the thing that Smiling Knight was talking about as well in the few interviews that he's done is that his team, they give him a lot of confidence, basically. They trust him. When he says, do this, when they say give him one of the later picks in the draft, they're happy to do it, because more often than not, he is able to carry them. And, he was in a pretty good spot with his Bristleback last game, so I can see why. This time around, it's the Terrorblade, and he's Grandmaster on it, and I think if you're going to fare well in this game, it's going to be on the back of him, right? You cannot let this game drag on. You cannot let FY develop into this additional core. You cannot let a silencer sit back and just be able to get relatively safe farm. You've got to remove those safe-ish places. You've got to take those towers, and the only one that's going to be able to do it is the Terrorblade.
What are we even expecting the item build's going to be from Chalice on this offlane silencer?
I mean, we see a bunch of Witchblades come out, especially if you're able to get a bunch of those early kills as well. Good way to be able to start the scaling happening.
Down you go.
Okay. See, that's going to be the route for Mr. Chalice here. Like we were saying, I think actually to start the series that he does have a little bit more of an unconventional offlane hero pool, which is always refreshing to see.
Yeah. Could see him go into a Midas as well. I mean, Silencer pretty effective off the back of attack speed. Also gets him to those valuable talents as well, particularly level 20, just for that Glaives of Wisdom bounce, because as a hero, you really don't farm all that well.
I've always wanted to be a giant space.
Overall, we've seen today, I mean, this is our sixth game that we've covered, and overall, we've seen a lot of differences in regards to heroes that are getting picked up, and we haven't seen Silencer, Spectre, or OD and Doom on Azure Ray, and I guess Conquer we've seen. We haven't got a Terrorblade today, nor Invoker. I don't even think Sky, so...
I'm just happy to know what Pango. That's the big thing. Like, you could nerf him all this time and he still gets first phase, and I'm like, please, just something else.
Yeah. He still seems very strong, but I think at least he's not at the stage where we're not going to get him every game. Hopefully not. I don't know if that's... Yeah, we'll
I mean, he was
see.
banned this game. That's why it wasn't. First phase banned.
That's true, I guess, yeah. Don't have to worry about the Rolling Thunder charging into the middle. We got some different spells to be concerned about this game in particular. What about the lanes so overall? It does look like the top lane with the Illich and 9 up against Tianming and Low. Is this one... Because Spectre always a pretty big concern about you has just been your weakness in the lane. Can Tianming Stream Protector offset that a little bit?
No, absolutely you can. I mean, the thing is, though, you never really need to get up into melee range as this Skywrath, right? It's a similar sort of thing to what teams like to pick the Skywrath into the Undying. Sure, he's not casting as many spells on the Tree Protector relative to the Undying, so it's not like you can just buy a stick and be very happy to spam out your own spells, but you're still pretty rarely going to get into a sort of situation where you get punished too heavily, and Illich has done a good job of cutting down all those trees on the right-hand side, so he really doesn't have too much space to play with. Still should be able to get the pull off, though.
And we spoke about Chalice's item build. What do we think out of Illich? Looks like potential double Bracer. We're looking into Blade Mail, Scepter. Are you rushing hard afterwards? Like, of course, offlane Conquer, I have to imagine, is very versatile as well as the mid Conquer that we're getting.
Yeah, I think Blade Mail is totally fine. I think you just need to be, again, on the offensive. You need to make sure that Silence is priority number 1 for mine. He is by far the squishiest on the team, has no mechanics to be able to save himself. So anything that's just going to enable you to get on top of him, potentially even if it means diving behind a tier 1 tower, a couple of braces, just some nice early value stats is going to be the play for him.
Okay.
Seen a lot of Midases being queued up as well. Somnus already having the Glass of Haste. Of course, it can just become a Power Treads. Smiling Knight has Midas queued up. I think these two teams know that they're in for a long one.
So he's going to be able to get towards that Midas first and have that pay off as well. We would like to... I guess it's a little bit more difficult for a Radiant to be able to move through the Twin Gate up top, but with the potential first meta of the game, you know, like we were saying, with that rotation onto Chalice with a lot of slows out of Reflection, if you want to try and slow down the Silencer, and you can kind of do that with Illich having all the stats. He's not going to die in this lane at all, so we'll see how they're going to try and look to utilize the Sky early.
Well, basically the only lane that has a roughish time when you're playing with the Spectre, like Warlock Spectre is still pretty scary just because of how much of that AoE damage that you've got together. Traditionally, it was like one of the more passive lineups, but certainly not the case anymore with the frequent buffs to the Fatal Bonds.
Does look like, though, overall, these two mid heroes having a pretty good time. Denies will always favor the Outward Devour just with that nuisance of the Astral, but Slardam's going to complete the brace, so we'll see if he, you know, of course, constantly we've seen Burn potentially to Spirit Vessels, actually bottom lane, FI. Pumping into Smiling Knight. He's got a pretty big wand and Fairy Fire, so FI gets the kill, but Smiling Knight will find a way to avenge his support. He's got to be cautious, though.
Yeah, no mana left on Chalice, so wasn't able to get that last word off as well. I think he might have just dropped a salve inside the base. Never mind.
Top lane now. Oh, what? He died to a neutral. Oh my, are you serious? No way, dude. All right, all right.
Warpride Raiders is scary, man. That nut shot, it'll get you.
Yeah. Well, watch out for it. It's a difficult thing.
Mm-hmm. All these guys just have Midas on the brain, I'm telling you. They all want it. It's just the temptation to think, you know what, this game's going to go a little bit longer. Maybe a little bit longer. Maybe one more usage out of it.
Almighty money.
So is anyone else going to queue up? Is this Treads complete from Somnus? No, not just yet. There's that potential. Tianming's actually going to rotate through the portal first. I don't know if Smiling Knight can take this fight, man, especially if Chalice is off to the right side, freely getting spells out. They'll get the first kill. Don't get denied. Oh, very close. But MJZ, I mean, unfortunately, you don't have Roche down at this side of the map, so there's going to be no potential for him to deny. Azure Ray, they're going to find 2 kills off the back of that rotation. Tianming, really nice read from him, being able to go through the portal. It does mean that, I guess, a power rune's going to go the way of Radiant, but it's really not the big steal at all.
It was never yours.
Unfortunately, Chalice doesn't have any of those Glaives of Wisdom leveled up just yet. Just wants to make sure that he's bullying out the TB as good as possible. Again, you just can't trade into a Metamorphosis TB. It's impossible. And Knight's actually gone all the way back to underneath his tier 2 tower. He feels like this lane is not laneable anymore just because of the support that he's got to be able to play around with. Looks like MJZ might be looking to soak up a little bit of that mid XP. Maybe even go for a cheeky Wisdom Rune steal if he really feels like it. Try and make a little bit more attention happen towards this mid lane.
They're really going to be quick, though. You're spending a lot of time with the supports mid lane.
Yeah.
Ashel's going to be prevented thanks to the Ancient Seal. FY is in to create some chaos, and Somnus is going to be more than okay. So, no one's taking this bottom farm. Illich is kind of getting zoned out at the moment with some extra levels from Azure Ray.
Should still be fine, though. I mean, double brace, there really isn't any reason for him to be dying up on this top side. It's only a level 3 Tree and Protector. 2 points Leech Seed is annoying, but certainly not unsurvivable.
He's going to go for this kill. Pretty tanky. Lu's not going to be an easy person to bring down at all. And meanwhile, Tianming just chases over towards Illich. Will be lacking the damage just with himself, though.
Yeah, would have died if not for the Lotus that he just got transferred. Has the phase boots at least now to be able to play around with, so a little bit more of that mobility, get away from the lead flow. Still.
Bottom lane. Chalice is in a lot of danger here. Smiling Knight finally is going to be able to be rewarded off the back of that. He will still go down nonetheless. Slardam's first rotation. And it's a 1-for-1 exchange, so I would continue to stall out this Midas. Second death now for the carry on Thunder.
Feels like this is where a lot of the attention is and should be going, right? Like, you just want to make sure that your towers are not dying, and you just get so much more space to do whatever the hell you want if that's the case. You've got FY making sure, I mean, there's no meta now, right, for 115 seconds. I'm pretty sure Smiling Knight's even considering, do I even come back to this lane, or do I need to just go into the jungle? And you just go straight underneath the tower there. Not wanting to make any mistakes. Again, this game is on his back.
The one nice thing is the fact that the levels on Thunder are actually relatively high in regards to the supports. We need to see some kills picked up surely once that Mystic Flare is online along with the boat combo. It's going to be enough to be able to blow up one. But they probably won't have much left in the tank afterwards, and we might see a fight break out before the 6 is here. FY and Tianming. FY's already got the Doom. A little bit early on. Lowe's going to be able to jump in as well with a Shadow Step. They should be able to chase him down as a result. MJZ is going to prove to be a bit of a nuisance here with the banishment, but it's not going to matter in the end. A big kill. FI is going to claim it.
He was got the deny there.
Throws a Somnus. Oh, why not drop the hammer? Hasn't had an opportunity to use it so far this game. Sees a free kill, puts it on cooldown for 160 seconds.
And he's going straight into a Witchblade of his own. So it's going to be him, Witchblade, Midas on Chalice with the Veil of Discord. Quite like it. I mean, I did feel like early on they might be lacking a little bit of that damage potential, but certainly level 10. It really depends if he wants to go full spellcaster or if he wants to be that big right
top lane. Banishment's going to be able to set up for the combo, but Somnus can react to protect him. Damage has been dealt, but the Global Sun's coming through from across the map as well means that Azure, they can get set up. They'll close the distance surrounding Slardam's. He's okay for the moment as well. Either side utilizing their spells to help the reposition. They want to go back in though, Azure feeling strong to maybe get some of the members out of Thunder. They got enough left in the tank. Low, his ultimate's back up, jumps over towards Knight. And now they're also going to be able to catch up to Illich as well. So we see the Low cooldown Shadow Step helping Low get involved. It's 5 heroes required from Azure, but they do get 2 kills.
They end up using a lot for it. Again, my main hope is that they did have some sort of urn to be able to play around with on Azure's side, but as long as Lowe's continuing to scale, and he is, he's got the broadsword component coming out from the blade mail, and he's going to have that pretty shortly. I mean, just consider the heroes that he's up against, right? Pretty uncontrollable damage coming through from the Skywrath, from the Tiebringer of the Kunkka, the Invoker, all sorts of stuff that you can get insane value out of Blade Mail from.
Is this some concerning signs though for Thunder? It feels like any attempt they've made across the map has kind of been thwarted. Maybe now with this rotation out of Slardums and Knight, but still not level 6 on Knight.
That's my main concern. I really think he needs that Mystic Flare, and maybe Chalice is killable, but it's only Chalice, and he's even got the raindrops with a few charges, so we'll see how survivable he is.
I think he's gone a little bit too far away. They're gonna try and load. What is the damage onto Knight? Hang on a second. Maybe Chalice is gonna end up dying. Get some more intel and well done. Okay. And hang on, Slardums. Tianming is through the portal. Sunless is here as well. So Azure Ray, they're the ones looking to play fast across the map. Even FI gets involved. So this tower's gonna end up going down with the catapult, and there will be no response.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's a surprising amount of burst damage coming through from that Shadow Step. I mean, as soon as you reality in onto your target, it casts the Spectral Dagger onto them, and then you get a second use of your actual Spectral Dagger to use. So it's like a burst 360 damage.
Has fallen.
I must say, I did not know that. I was looking at it, I'm like, where's the damage coming from?
Very
Has he got
powerful.
talents?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go for that dagger talent at 15? I don't know if the 80 is a lot.
It's a decent amount. Helps your farm, too.
I guess it's 600 nuke all up, right? If so... Very interesting.
It's 25, yeah.
And he's actually going to go Radiance as well. So I know you brought up before, Reflection can be annoying with Radiance. I've also seen some people just be like, yeah, don't particularly care about it. So as a whole, I'm very intrigued about it, because I have also thought that, you know, you're up against Banishment, which I know you can toggle off Radiance, but if you forget, then all of a sudden you've got some really annoying illusions to deal with. And if you will get those Reflection Radiance overall, so the evasion versus the OD versus silencer can be very frustrating as well, so we will see.
That's the big thing. Yeah, those two heroes are the main ones that I was more concerned about. You know, heroes that need to be right.
Again, dude. Oh my god. Low. Not going to be able to get him just yet. Has to go a little bit deeper into the tower, which could put him in a prime position for Thunder to turn around, especially with Illich's positioning, but Somnus, he's also nearby to protect him. Can they get him out of danger afterwards, though? Knight's going to look to try and tip him with a Metamorphosis, but he's now a beacon for FI to jump over the top, and it's just disastrous. Azure Ray, one by one, they will clean up, and it's only Low that goes down.
Middle tower is under attack.
It is even going to be able to survive on barely a shred of life, and that's the impact of the Veil of Discord, right? Oh, looks like I get a quick cheeky kill, but no, thank you.
Radiant are
Got a
scanning.
regen rune up top as well. Yeah, that Veil of Discord is doing so much for Somnus in particular. Just absolutely destroying them, buffing up the Arcane Orb this early on. He's got a ton of stats as well. He's got the Witch Blade. Honestly, even... Ooh, had a Sunstrike going through, but didn't end up landing on it to anyone. Even just the Scorched Earth plus the Veil of Discord is an insane amount of damage at this stage.
I mean, seeing what this OD is able to do, right? This is something that you mentioned is able to be very frustrating for the Conquer. Even if it wasn't in that lane matchup overall, just being able to disrupt the boat combo. This is also a hero that can be very frustrating if you're able to get some early items. Can it be difficult with kind of the cooldowns early on in your positioning, as we'll go back. Yeah, they're going to get another kill. The triangle as well after this. They're also making a simultaneous attempt onto the Conquer, so it will be a 2-for-1 across the map in the end.
At least he ends up getting a solo kill on the Treant Protector, so gets a good amount of gold for himself. Gets a good amount of experience as well.
Oh.
Honestly, the biggest thing concerning mine is you had a look at Invoker's net worth lately.
No, this might help if he gets the kill. See if he's actually going to be able to do so, though. FY. Not going to be able to escape, especially with the ward dropped on the high ground as well, so an opportunity to find the blink away. Yeah, this Invoker net worth is looking pretty grim.
Behind FY,
Yes.
what it is. Granted, man's a beast. But, yeah, it's always something you're a little bit concerned about. Already has the Blink Dagger going into the BKB. Again, like, outside of the boots, this is basically like a regular off-lane Doom, right? That he's just been able to make work off the back of some really solid laning understanding alongside Chalice. Chalice has only done it one time.
Well, this will help. They should be able to get another kill onto the Train Protector, but Knight, of course, will go down. Importantly, that Slardams finds a net worth. Might not matter in the end if Chalice is able to just bring him down, and FY as well jumps in for the ensnare. More intel as well for Chalice to find, so, you know, something goes the way of Slardams, but then instantly the response is there from Azure Ray to continue to slow down this Invoker Midas. Meanwhile, Somnus is going to solo kill Knight down bottom. Sanity's drop. It just... Wait, no, Somnus, you can't do that. You got to confirm the kill. You can't just walk away. Back top. Chalice as well finds a Shadow Demon. Now we got a Doom out as well. Conquer getting chased back towards the T1 tower, but there's not much Knight's going to be able to do to keep him alive. Oh, hang on. FY still looking to go. Smiling Knight activates the Metamorphosis. There's a bit of an awkward fight now for Azure Ray. Chalice standing over to the northern side. He's going to be able to get the kill. Slardam's Tornado's off the mark, but he will still go down nonetheless. So some
Messy
freebies.
from both sides.
Yes.
Yeah, a little messy. I mean, the value raindrops, right? That's the only thing that ends up letting Smiling Knight survive after all of that. Then ends up popping a Metamorphosis and dying anyway. So, you know, might have been better dying in the first instance. Wouldn't have been unable to farm for this next little bit. It really does feel like he needs to amp up the greed a little bit, you know? He again, you're the one opening up the map. You're the one with the potential to push towers. They haven't been able to take any just yet. Mid and top, low-ish. But unless they actually go down, it's really just going to be Azure Ray looking to set up and run at you consistently. Having a look at some of their wards, right? Very unconventional spots that Azure Ray have put theirs in. One outside of the Tormentor, one at the very bottom side of the map, just giving a lot of that safe, understanding a lot of the safe farm that's available on the map, and well, that's exactly where they're wanting to make a lot of these kill attempts happen.
Another one onto MJZ. Let's see what they want to get off the back of the kill. I think they very much have potential to take Roshan. They don't have the greatest tower sieging lineup. I mean, with everyone here in just a tier 1, they should be able to do it slowly. But, of course, you got the Arcane Orb, you got the Desolate as well. That's only level 2 to help bring Roche down.
I wonder if they want to hammer on someone just because of how slow this is happening. I guess with Tian Ming's big roots hitting the tower, it'll be just fine.
Dire structures are fortified.
By the time they take that, you're able to TP away on low. He's got, what is that, 500 gold away from his Radiance. He's got Shadow Step up in 7 seconds. They're laughing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to have an Aegis to work with now as well. So, what can we expect out of Thunder? Like, what do the plays need to be from them to be able to find some avenue back into this game? Because it is really starting to get out of control. 7,000 lead. This game, or at least what we were saying, it doesn't look any easier as it goes on as well.
No, definitely not. And, I mean, I think the big thing is, again, they just need to find Chalice. He's dealing way too much damage in a lot of these fights, and all you need to give him is a couple of seconds, right? He needs to get off his Q, his E, his ult, and then use the Veil of Discord. All he really wants to do at this stage is act like a position 5 silencer. A few right clicks are going to come out, and he's built up a lot of intelligence off the back of it. But if worst comes to worst, he's got the Midas to be able to lean back onto, so he's still going to get a good amount of net worth.
How are you going to get on top of him?
Bow as well. God damn.
Wow. I have that along with the eventual Hurricane Pike. It's going to be very frustrating. So, yeah, how are you going to get on top of him as well is the big thing. Like, you do not have that instant gap closed towards the backline on Thunder.
It's going to be a challenge, for sure. I mean, that's really what I was talking about with a lot of those early value items before the silencer became a little bit more of an issue. But when you consider it like an int hero versus a strength hero in the Kunkka, and you've only got 400 less HP.
So, what, dude, a global silence just for the Train Protector, but I guess everyone else is here to respond and get the kill onto MJZ as well.
Would have felt a lot better if he actually died, though. End up getting the kill.
FY? Chalice is also going to pop out as well. Oh, look at the pincer move. Azure Ray coming through from multiple fronts, and Illich, he's bound to run into someone, and he does now with Tianming inside the river. Be able to get the kill. He's dragging them away from the Wisdom, which is up in 14. I think they might be a little bit too late, although they see Knight. Maybe not actually. They're coming. 5 seconds, forcing low closer. Let's go for the. What's the call? Is it worth your life? Oh no, I think he revealed himself.
He's still gonna die.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, he's got 2 seconds left on the Shadow Step. Otherwise, he would have gone for it. But yeah, all these deaths are worth so much. Like buying the Aghanim Shard on the Silencer means that every kill is worth -4 now. It just
Bottom lane?
harder and harder.
Slardams is in a lot of danger. Low, once you're able to get on top of him, there's no potential to be able to escape. He's going to try and TP out. It's a nice attempt, but of course with F1 nearby, that is not going to work out. Okay.
I'm a little worried about Kunkka, specifically his mana pool, because he barely has enough mana to do his full combination. Just 490 71. He's getting killed pretty consistently, up to 6 deaths, and most of them at the hands of Chalice, or at least having him close by. Oh yeah, just FY's 22-minute Octarine gets killed.
Yes, very cool. Small thing, but
This guy's too good, man.
oh, it's good to see him back on this stage, though. Hopefully he gets to play in front of a crowd with the right there on. We'll be able to get. I mean, you're still not there just yet. Still gonna get the win. Still gonna get the series under their belt, but they are looking good to start day one.
And these wards are still just revealing everything. They know where exactly they can look to make these plays. They know they're always going to be able to have the outnumber. And Low is actually down here with the rest of the team right now. Yep, that's the one.
They've got the Rift. Global Silence as well to make sure there's no Sunder potential. They're going to have to damage, so it's lacking at the moment, but what an opportunity to get that Sunder off. So Azure Ray finds, 5th death of the game onto the carry on Thunder.
And they're going to find another tier 2 tower as well, so the safety space shrinking for them to be able to play around with. They get their 2nd tower of the game, so at least open up this top side of the map, but that's not really where Azure Ray want to be playing anyway, at least not for the next 4 or 5 minutes.
They will also find another freebie onto MJZ. So a little bit more intel, more than likely.
Okay,
dude. Just false sense of hope. Oh, well, no. I hear a Doom as well. FY Tianming, I mean, they recognize they didn't need to help out.
Oh, they did.
Dude, no way. No way. He's laughing.
Slardam's needed every little bit help he can get, right? Like, he's recovered his net worth a little bit. He's been able to pick up that Midas, so he's going to have a bit of that gold coming through. But yeah, the fact that FY is still ahead of you, despite all this, despite FY not having the Midas, he's still going to have the Octarine coming through pretty shortly, and he's level 15 as well. Just wanting to devour some Ancients, perhaps. Provide that little bit of extra sustain for the rest of his team, maybe. Ancient Granite Golem aura.
Illich. Through the portal. Low's going to follow. We'll take a little bit of time, though. Does have the dagger vision, but just going to be okay for the moment. FY is hunting.
He knows.
He's got a pretty good read on this.
Of course he does. He's FY.
It's just him, though.
FY God.
It is just him. Has he got the damage by himself? Doesn't look like
what?
it. Oh,
He's
what's
not.
going on? Oh, yeah, that's very awkward now.
He has no TP. Oh, okay.
He was Somnus? I was going to say maybe he was going to run into Slardams at night. He's pretty far forward, but of course, nothing really to fear with that BKB. Are they going to go for this? As soon as Slardams reveal himself, Tianming's going to be nearby to offer some assistance. With the BKB activated, Knight got a decent chunk of damage at the moment, but Somnus repositions out of the line of sight from Knight, and that's going to be it.
They didn't even need Low for that. He's just still sitting down here on the bottom side, ready to join whenever he wants. Just about 5 XP away from having a level 3 Shadow Step as well.
Illich ran away from the team. Bit of a freebie potentially. BKB activated. They're going to divert their attention back over to try and help the Conqueror, but the Global Silence will prove to be a bit of an issue now for Thunder as Low. Straight towards the backline supports, and there's nothing they can do about it. Sunder brings him down to half, but it's given enough time for the rest of Azure Ray to move on over as well. Chalice goes in the firing line with a right-click damage will secure that kill. Great timing out of the Astral though from Som. This stops the Mystic Flare, and now they can look for more as well. A little bit hesitant though, Azure Ray paying some respect on Thunder. Meta is out though, and FY wants to jump. He's still got the Doom at the ready with the Warstorm onto 2. He needs some extra damage for it. That's where Somnus is able to come into play, and he denies a little bit too late. Somnus is way too far forward. They're going to be able to capitalize on that opportunity. They need more out of this though, as Azure Ray have gone way too far, and Thunder, they will punish them for this. Lowe's back in. Hang on. He might just kill them all. Tianming, not even dead just yet. Staying alive long enough to help Lowe be able to get some further kills, but now it's Lowe against the world. That'll be all she wrote though. So in the end, still a 0. Yeah, they do go way too far for that and give multiple kills over towards Thunder.
They do, and it's a lot of streaks as well that they ended up giving through too, I believe. Even just, Somnus, the Wicked Sick. So Illich now has an extra 800 or so gold to be able to play around with. That gets him so much closer towards picking up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. And that's really what both the Invoker and the TB need. They just need that little bit of extra control. That's the sort of stuff that gives the Skywrath Mage so much more potential for scaling as well. I mean, we talked about Azure Ray and FY's potential for it, but I mean, if you can get multiple casts of the Mystic Flare off, multiple Arcane Bolts, it really does start to rack up.
There's something about today in super long drawn out fights. I don't know what's going on so far, but
the hard to kill meta, that's what's going on.
We're gonna have to go back live. We've got some more fights breaking out. Stardom's, he's gonna be in danger. Suspected jumps over to the northern side though. Smiling Knight is also in an awkward position.
You know what? This Radiance isn't too bad if you just avoid the Terrorblade, right? And just go for the backlines, go for the Invoker. They do find a pick-off, which is quite nice.
JZ? And the Kip ain't gonna do too much here. Maybe we'll actually... Oh, even start a step back. Hang on. They're not gonna stop here, Azure Ray. Maybe they will be forced to. Somnus, Ashwood already along with the BKB. Gonna drag him inside the base. But the boys are ready to fall up. They're not going to let him die for free. Wait, Chalice inside the base as well, but he's also okay. What's going on? Splitting their attention. Can Thunder even get anyone? It looks like they should get Chalice, and yeah, they'll get one at least.
To be a giant space crab.
Couple of times now that they've gone for this dive, they're still waiting around. Somnus and Low on the high ground.
Dodge. Not going to matter. All right, was very cute to stop the Warstorm from connecting, but still dies nonetheless.
They're just outskilling them right now, and that's the sort of thing that a lot of other teams have built their identity behind. You know, when I think of that, I think something like BetBoom. You know, some of the best players in every single position, but I mean, these guys were one of the originals. Somnus for sure, really showing why that is the case. FY, same sort of thing. Chalice hasn't been too shabby either. Low as well, really showing the power of this Spectre hero. If you can go for the greed and get away with it, then on a path towards success.
The Ag shot as well on top of that.
Okay, yeah. It's just fine.
They say kill across the map. It's Mr. MJZ. Charming's doing a very good job to be able to set up for the Spectre, to be able to find some of these, and he's rewarded as well with all the gold. I mean, we've spoken a lot about F1 and his item progression, but Tianming now has a blink to be able to work with, help initiate some of the fights, and second row shop as well.
Yep, instantly Somnus TPing up towards that top side. The pure, the pure damage coming through from the Arcane Orb. Plus, he's also got the enchanted equipment to be able to play around with. This Roshan should go down pretty damn fast. That's the strength of having a hero like Doom, who is inherently tanky. You know, good strength gain coming through from him means that he can just put himself there on the lane, not worry too much about his own survivability.
And far out, even with 7 deaths on Smiling Knight, he still is relatively high up there in regards to the net worth. So
he's got to get the hell out, though. They're chasing him.
We're going to see this fresh illusion. They'll go to Slaughter, so to the north, and now with the daytime hitting. Oh, they got a glimpse of the Ghost Walk, and yeah, nicely done, Tianming. Make sure there is detection. Gets it bounty, not wasting any time for Somnus.
Got a min-max, bro.
Of course, of course.
I believe that's at least the Skadi that you've picked up now on the Terrorblade. You've got a Aghanim Scepter completed on Illich as well. So They have hit a couple of big timings. The unfortunate part is that it happens to come right after the Aegis has been picked up, right? So if you're smart about things, you should be able to retreat from a lot of these kill attempts.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is.
Bit too late to TP out by the looks of it. And yeah, FI just in the nick of time there with the Infernal Blade once the BKB expired. So other kill into the Conquer, 45 seconds without him. I mean, still we've spoken a lot that Azure, it's obviously showing with their difficulty to take these objectives, being 17,000 gold ahead and only having one tier 2 tower claimed.
More installed as well from Charles. He's up to plus 40 at this stage, and yeah, nearly into the BKB for himself. We were talking about what happens once you've got BKBs. Well, we're seeing it. You know, the Chalice, he's had to use, sorry, not Chalice, Somnus, he's had to use his a fair few times, and well, that meant that they aimed towards Chalice, but now he's going to be so much more survivable. Not even yet level 20 as well, so that those glaives are going to start to bounce too.
They might be able to catch Smiling Knight down bottom. A simultaneous jump across the map. Meanwhile, inside the middle lane, they're going to be able to kill the Skyth Mage. Back to bottom, though. TB forced to pop the Sunder, but Knight's still in a lot of danger. They'll protect him with the banishment momentarily. And he's still going to go down nonetheless. And with the rest of Thunder in no man's land, Chalice jumps up top. The rest of Azure Ray soon to follow. And Slardums will not even be able to make it back inside the fountain. It's a 5-man wipe. And Azure Ray, well, should be able to get some objectives off the back of this now finally, too.
They should. They're going to converge on mid, make sure that they finally take out this tier 2 tower that feels has survived a good 10 minutes longer than it. But they're even going to
They're not going to get anything.
Yeah. They'll probably get mid tier 2.
Gotcha. Something though, nonetheless. 23,000 gold, still have ages. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop there as well.
Why not?
This is, I think meta was even used just before the TB died. So once he's back alive, it's, you know, he's not going to have this big damage spike for 85 seconds. And one last fight potentially for Thunder. They're going to try and make the attempt off the back of the smoke. Good luck killing low. 3,600 health with cheese, and Somnus as well can always protect him with the Astral too. I mean, Global Silence maybe to try and help them be able to get rid of the buildings and also potentially enable low to be able to secure the kill as FY jump onto the tier 4 tower. Slardum's going to be addressed, and they've also completely muted the TB's effectiveness inside this fight and inside the entirety of the game as well. I mean, maybe Torrent Storm will only catch a Dream Protector inside the trees. They do see him though, so it is a kill that goes their way, but it's not going to matter as these buildings continue to fall.
Gems on the deck, they should be able to pick it up. And now it's being picked out by the tree in himself.
I mean, you're going up against the Aegis target still. Village trying to secure the kill. Aegis will be claimed now. More Chalice as well. Might just solo kill. Another pretty good Manta shot. So Smiling Knight finds a Sunder target, but it's just not going to matter. They are far too ahead. Somnus can clean up beyond godlike on low. And Azure should be able to take this in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, this should be GG being called fairly shortly. It really doesn't feel like they can mount too much of a defense off the back of this. Might be looking to make one last hurrah here with Slardums, but he just has not been allowed to play this game on his Invoker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One more ride, one more fire.
Azure are back, man. China's back.
Hang on. Now Slardums. All right. Is China back? Oh, why back Sunder? Thank cute. Keeps him alive. That is there. They're going to make sure all my silence FI is still able to pop the BKB. And that Doom should pretty much spell the M.
Yeah, no mana. Constantly draining HP. Not able to eat regen, even inside the fountain. They pick off the Invoker again. You could Sunder him 50 times. They're still going to be able to kill him because of how far away and how good this Azure Ray roster is. They're going to finish up 3-1 at the end of today, which is a pretty good record for them.
Yes, without a doubt. A solid start. Road to the international group stage. One more fight is all they need to be able to claim this one in the end. Low did just buy Butterfly, so maybe a little bit more survivable. Not going to be the case though inside that fight. Everyone just leaves him. F5 down to the low ground. Somnus as well. I mean, Chalice has got the global to make him work for it in the end, but he too is going to end up dying. Chalice and F5 though, hand in hand. Might be able to just do it 2v5, but it looks like it's going to be the case. Did this offlane Santa is a beast. Are you serious, Chalice? Moonshot as well. Come on, go for more. It's like, no, he's going to be a little bit more scared. FI, help me, sir. Then we get the rampage. Slardum's able to TPing out. I know, yeah. Now with low buy back, yeah. No, it was all fun in games momentarily, but that is all she wrote for our final series of the night. Cheers to drop the 0 with a 2-0 over Thunder Awaken.
Pretty easy in the end for them, right? Like, I was a little worried that they were just going to get run over because of the greed that they'd shown in the draft, but it's not like this was a pure farming game. They looked to get active when they could. They used the Shadow Step with pretty good frequency coming through there on Azure Ray as well. I mean, Low finished 15, 2, and 31. It's either between him and Somnus for me in terms of the MVP of this particular game. FY, he showed a pretty impressive, Doom in the position 4 role, showing his scaling potential. Chalice, of course, unorthodox on the POS 3 silencer, but it really felt like Somnus and Low were everywhere.
Yeah, very impressive for us to be able to see. Like, these are, again, two heroes we haven't covered today. I'm not sure. I know I've seen Spectre on some of the other streams, but not really a whole lot as well. So, being able to make these more unconventional heroes work, or at least the ones that we're not seeing in the meta currently, and a very convincing showing as well from them.
Who we give him the MVP to? Low? I think he deserves a bit of love. 44,000 damage. Yeah, he gets it.
Yes. I'm happy to give it over to Low. So, like we were saying earlier on as well, I mean, he was here at last chance qualifiers for TI11 with Extreme Gaming, but was just unable to make it through that stage, and would love to be able to play at TI with the boys on Azure Ray, and see if we get a bit of a different fate from them as well, because we've seen them have some very high placements. Tianming also hasn't played at TI before too, so Low and Tianming would love to be able to join kind of the three-time the trio from the old LGD, and with performances like this, China may indeed be back.
Come on, there's only two of them. One's 3-1, one's 4 on Zip. They're back.
Not just yet, my friend. Not just yet. It is just the road to the international. Who knows what can happen? We have a long way. What happens if they bomb out potentially? If they lose maybe first round or something like that, then it would then they would not be back. We're not there. Don't get too hasty. It's good signs. Good signs. I'm very happy as well, because these are two teams I'm very big fans of as a whole, and region and players in general that just really have a lot of pride, and we often see trying to have multiple people representing them, this time just two, and they'd love to be the ones to get them over the finish line, but we haven't seen China be able to raise that trophy since Wings at TI6, so it has been a while for these boys.
When's the last time China did raise a trophy? I guess LGD at last year's Riyadh Masters were the ones that did it, and before then it was the Singapore Major, IG?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
But Low definitely deserved the MVP this time around. Did the most damage on his team by far, had the highest kill involvement on his team, and he was everywhere, showing that that late Spectre pick in the draft really ended up being pretty worthwhile. Again, like I just... A lot of teams seem to be trying to get away without being able to have any sort of pushing power whatsoever. And to be fair, I guess they're kind of in a similar sort of boat, but they were just able to wait it out long enough that their inbuilt scaling ended up kicking in, and they outskilled them as well in the laning stage.
Yes, they really did with a lot of those rotations as well. It was quite impressive. So we'll see. We've got very unconventional draft as a whole here from Azure, so this is going to be nice, a bit of a back pocket strategy for them heading further, knowing that it has had some success, and overall just their ideas so far today has looked really good. So we'll take a look at the standings and see how we look to close out day one of the road to the international group stages. No, we're not entirely done just yet, but there are some big ones. Spirit at top of Group A, and then unfortunately for SMG in dire straits now, and honestly a team I was expecting to have a much better showing than what they have.
For sure. And, it was 9 Pandas getting a 2-0 cleanly against them, I think in 30 and 36 minutes. So pretty convincing series wins there. You've also got across the board TALON, the most recent third place at the Riyadh Masters, really struggling across the board, getting 2-0'd by Tundra and then by TSM, who, they've come to play a little bit. Sure, they got 2-0'd themselves by Tundra, but it's Tundra, right? Like, it's going to happen. And right now, I believe they're playing up against Quest, and they've taken game 1 against that right now as well. So exciting times for NA Dota, and let's hope for their sake as well as Shopify Rebellion that they're able to keep that ball rolling. We have a few series still going on for the rest of today, but we'll have a look at tomorrow's schedule as well. So not quite as many games tomorrow, at least in terms of the best of 2s. We've just got the 3 ones that are guaranteed going to be played on Stream B. Aries and I will be on Stream A the second half of the day. But we're talking about Shopify Rebellion and BetBoom and Azure Ray. These are 3 great series to be able to tune into for tomorrow. So this is definitely a great place to be.